so destructive to both sides, and especially in World War One. I want to just harken back to something that Vic said earlier in our trip, and also place it within the significance of the Jewish calendar. So Vic said that World War One was in many ways, part two of a three-part war, with World War Two, of course, being the third. The first being the Franco-Prussian War, the second being World War One, and the third being World War Two. There's no question in my mind, I think it's an interesting thesis, but there's no question in my mind, and I was taught in graduate school, that World War One was definitely World War Two Part One, because of the disastrous arrangements made in the peace treaties afterwards. It virtually guaranteed that the Second World War would be fought. And the Second World War, of course, is something that we as Jews especially associate with horrific consequences. But what I'd like to specifically point out to your attention is that the time of year that we're in right now, we're just about to begin the 3 weeks, the period of national mourning. And when you go back to 1914, of course, World War One, in many ways, if you wanted to pick a specific date, you could look maybe at the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, which happened around Shiva Tammuz. But I think one of the most widely recognized dates would be August 1st, 1914, which was the date that both Russia and England declared war and former hostilities really began. And that, of course, occurred on National Jewish Memorial Day, Tisha B'Av, the same date that represents a series of cataclysms in Jewish history, from the destruction of both temples in Jerusalem on that day, from the expulsion, liquidation of the Warsaw Ghetto. So many terrible things happened on Tisha B'Av. So in many ways, the events that we are commemorating with this specific tour are really looking back to that long arc of Jewish history, which seems to cycle around Tisha B'Av as a day of our national distress. Good morning. We're docked in Le Havre, which is near the mouth of the Seine River. It's going to just very close by empty into the English Channel and the Atlantic Ocean. And we're at what is, for many of the passengers on this particular cruise, a destination that they've been waiting for a long time, because we're going to go visit the beaches where D-Day occurred, going to Omaha Beach in particular, and promises to be a very meaningful day. Many of the people on this excursion with Kosher Riverboat Cruises are actually descendants of young men who landed on these beaches in the defense of Western civilization against Nazism, and so it's going to be a very moving day for all of them.
We are now in Normandy, on the Normandy beaches, where one of the arguably the most important historical event of the Second World War took place, which was the 1944 6th of June D-Day invasion of Europe, when Allies and Anglo-American forces, joined by many fighting nations, Canadians, Czechs, Poles, about 20 different nations fighting the Nazis. So over there you can see remnants of the artificial harbor, as known as Mulberry, which was actually the backbone of the first couple hours or days of the invasion, through which millions of tons of equipment was shipped to support the advancing units. And all of these concrete blocks were prefabricated in England by the Allies before the invasion. They were brought here on ships. It was a giant fleet of Allied ships. They were dropped here, and thus they created this artificial backbone of the advancing Allied units.
So right now, I'm on Omaha Beach. This is where the Americans landed. You can see, looking out behind me, the ocean looks like a fairly flat, sandy beach. Everything seems to make sense. But what's absolutely terrifying about the thought of making the landing here is if you look at the bluffs behind me, and I never really could understand this until I see this for myself. They're so close to the sand, and they're really quite steep, and they were riddled with German bunkers. In fact, they have a replica of a bunker right up there. You can see what it must have been like. That's actually one of the bunkers, but they had the bunkers at the top of the ridge there. And how would it be possible to actually make your way up those really steep cliff-like hills to get onto the rest of the territory? It's absolutely terrifying. The air support was not able to take out the German guns on the ridges, and it was just simply a brute force attack on this particular beach. But ultimately, this was what saved Europe. This was the attack that really began the end of the Third Reich. And just imagine the amount of blood that was spilled on these sands.
My name is Michael Kurzman. We're here with the Kosher River Cruises at Omaha Beach today. My dad was Marcus Kurzman, who actually landed here several days after D-Day. Born in Berlin, came as a young man, and then at 18 joined the military and fought here. Don't know much about his battles. I do know that he fought in the Battle of the Bulge, and he was very proud of having been an American soldier, and went on to lead a good Jewish life with wonderful family and friends, and we're very proud. And I'm just so incredibly moved. I just crying all the time knowing he was here wearing his dog tags today, and it's very meaningful to me.
I didn't expect it to hit me as hard as it did, just standing on this sand. You could feel, even though there's kids playing and people bathing and running, and you could feel that there's something special about this place. As in a lot of these places, I'm torn. My wife and I were talking. If I feel offended by, this is such a holy place, and there's people, sunbathing and so on. So on the one hand, you say, yeah, it's terrible. How can they do that here? On the other hand, I think the boys the men who were here in 44 said, that's exactly what we're fighting for, so that people can lay in a beach and not be scared to be sent to prison to get shot. This is the freedom that these men bought for us, and it is the debt that can never be repaid.
If you were a Christian serviceman, you certainly wanted to return home to your family, like everyone who fought here. But if you were captured, at least if you were an American, you could be assured that you'll be treated theoretically under the Geneva Convention of War. But if you were a Jewish serviceman and you were captured, then chances are you'll be treated far more harshly and sent directly to the concentration camp. So many Jewish servicemen were aware of this and either elected not to have their religious designation marked on their dog tag in case they were captured. And for other reasons, people may not have indicated their Jewish background. So in an unknown number of circumstances, we know that about 4.2% of the soldiers who landed here were Jewish. And that, by the way, is slightly disproportionate. There were about 3.6% of the American war-ready population was Jewish, so we were participating at a higher number than our proportions. But an unknown number of them were Jewish and were buried under Latin crosses like these. a man named Shalom Lamb and Rabbi J.J. Schachter of Yeshiva University discovered this, and simply by coming across the name of this individual, Benjamin Garadetsky, and they thought, it sounds a lot like a Jewish name. It's rather unusual to see a name Garadetsky on a non-Jew. So they went back and they did quite a bit of genealogical research, and they discovered that, in fact, he was of Jewish origin. So after tremendous work, contacting the members of the family in America, they were able to recreate that he was, in fact, a Jewish individual. And with their permission and with a massive file documenting their research, they made a petition to the American government, which agreed to change the cross to a Star of David. And in fact, they've done several others, and one more at least in this particular cemetery, another one in the Philippines, and their work continues. It's very hard. It's a chesed shel emes. It's just a mark of kindness, and all I can think about is, I wonder what Benjamin Garadetsky did in his lifetime that he should merit to be buried with Kluras Yisrael in this unusual place.
This was a place where the future of the entire world would be decided. Would Hitler and the Nazis have their way? Would the whole world come under their evil dominion? Or would justice and liberty and goodness triumph? Thank God we know the answer to that question. For the Jewish people, it was certainly a question of existential survival. For we know what the plan was of the Nazi regime: to eliminate and murder every Jew in the world. Indeed, even as D-Day was proceeding, thank God successfully, the Nazis were intensifying the extermination and the murder of Jews throughout Europe. I wear this shirt, my father's army, my father's Yisroel Lebron, who spent 3.5 years in the Pacific Theater in the Philippines fighting against the Japanese. But as he told me, as soon as the declaration of war was given, after the bombing of Pearl Harbor, he rushed, and he emphasized the word rush, to come to the ad hoc centers that had been set up to enlist every able-bodied American who wished to serve. And there was no question, there was no hesitation, there was no regret, there was some trepidation, but there was a certainty that this was the obligation for everyone in order to come to the aid of not only the United States of America, but to all good people throughout the world. This should not be lost either on we ourselves or on our children or grandchildren, to teach them that there are things worth fighting for and even worth dying for. God willing, we should live for it, but be prepared as well to give everything in order to ensure that this is a safe and good world in which to live.
Father God and God of our ancestors, who give salvation to nations and strength to governments, bless and safeguard our country, the United States of America, and the people who dwell therein. Supreme Sovereign of all, protect and help our President. Shield him against all sickness and injury, and grant to him and to all constituted officers to our government, so to wisdom and understanding that they may lead unto justice and righteousness. We beseech you, O God, to shield and protect our armed forces in the air, on the sea, and on land. Bless them always with victory, and may it be your will that the dominion of tyranny and tyranny speedily be brought to an end, and the reign of righteousness be established on earth with liberty and freedom for all mankind. And together let us say, Amen.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Recently, I spent a couple of weeks in Budapest, and I came across this really remarkable, unusual memorial statue. It was a creation of Thomas Sabo in 1991, commissioned by the Karl Lutz Board in Switzerland and supported by the Budapest City Council. And it's really an unusual kind of image. It is a sculpture, a 3D sculpture, that takes advantage of being low to the ground. A lot of it is like right on the ground, and quite a bit of it is actually attached to a nearby building. So it really uses space in a way. And it features this kind of prone figure who is somehow wrapped in a long article of clothing that appears to be binding him uncomfortably. He's prone and he's like trying to get up. He's got some kind of like, it looks like even with a sort of a knot on it, but I think it's some kind of the impression of the tefillin shel rosh that Jews wear during the morning prayers, the kind of black leather box. But at any rate, he's reaching up with his right hand, and looming above him is kind of angelic figure in a very different color, in a very shiny bronze or bronze kind of color, who is like lowering down to him some kind of article of clothing, some kind of textile that appears to be sort of like a lifeline, and it appears like the angelic figure is like trying to raise up this downtrodden figure. I had the great privilege of spending 2 weeks in this beautiful city of Budapest as a guest of the Ashkenazium, which is a remarkable institute there dedicated to the study of Ashkenazi history. And they're doing some really high-level work that I found absolutely fascinating. I gave a course on the birth of Ashkenaz, followed by a symposium on the Piaseczna Rabbi, who was someone who's I've spent a lot of time thinking about and writing about, but that's going to take us a little far afield. My wife and I stayed in a beautiful apartment at the edge of the Budapest ghetto. This is a representation of it, which is actually just outside the currently very active Jewish school in Budapest. And the statue of Lutz is on Dob Utca, which is the largest east-west thoroughfare that you can see sort of going up towards the right on the image of this map. At any rate, there are many, many monuments commemorating those who rescued Jews during the Holocaust. The two most famous are Raoul Wallenberg, for example, who has many monuments in his memory. He was deeply involved in saving Jews in his diplomatic capacity, and just after the war, he disappeared. He was most likely taken away by the Soviets and later killed. A statue was created commemorating his heroism that shows a man with a club upraised, about to strike a horrible snake that he's grasping in his left hand. But that particular statue, probably because the Soviets were responsible for killing Wallenberg, it was taken away just the night before it was supposed to be unveiled in 1949. The statue was placed in front of a factory, and when an Israeli pharmaceutical firm, Teva, bought that factory many, many years later, they asked for permission to move the statue to where it was intended to be displayed in the capital city in Budapest. That was denied, but later they were able to create a duplicate that stands there today. So this is one of the many monuments to Raoul Wallenberg, who did very similar kind of work to Karl Lutz during the Holocaust. Also, a very different kind of memorial to Angel Sanz Briz, who was a Spanish diplomat who did the same kind of work as these heroic individuals, Raoul Wallenberg and Karl Lutz. His memorial is a very large and colorful mural that is quite prominent on one of the streets of the Jewish center. Anyway, let's try to understand something about Karl Lutz. When you look at the plaque below, it's not going to help too much unless you read Hungarian, but basically it starts with a quote from the Talmud that says, "Whoever saves a single life, it is as if they have saved their world." And it is a memorial to a man named Karl Lutz. Now, who is Lutz? I was so taken by this unusual statue. I had to find out more about this particular individual, especially because just nearby on the other side of the statue, there's this monolith that is taken from Karl Lutz's own personal writings, in which he speaks about how he felt so privileged to be able to help save people. And then he questioned, where was God? Which is problematic, troublesome, like where was God in saving these people? Why am I left to do it, is what I got when I read this passage. Let us return to Karl Lutz. What is the story behind his rescue of the Jews? He was born in 1895 in Switzerland and immigrated to the United States, where he lived for 20 years. He ended up working in the Swiss consulate in Washington, and then he was stationed in Jaffa, which was in pre-state Israel, in Yishuv, mandatory Palestine. And he served there from 1935 to 1942. So he really got to know a lot of the contemporary 20th century politics of the Jewish people as a whole, as viewed from that initial posting. At one point in 1936, when there was a riot against the Jews, this is during the darkest period of the white paper era, he watched a Jew being lynched and was very much affected by the violence of that particular riot. Later, he was posted in Budapest, and when the Nazis took over Hungary in 1944, I should mention one thing here. For those of you who are less familiar with the history of the war, one of the unusual aspects of the Holocaust in Hungary is that Hungarian Jews specifically were largely protected from the worst aspects of the Holocaust until very late in the war. The Hungarians were actually allies of the Nazis, and that meant that they had a considerably high degree of autonomy with how they were to implement a lot of the anti-Semitic regulations. And to be sure, there's definitely a lot of anti-Semitism, and it was a fascist party, but they kind of slow-walked the worst aspects of Nazi anti-Semitism, specifically the deportation to death camps, especially for Jews who had Hungarian citizenship. We were much less tolerant of Jews who were refugees in Hungary at that time, but that takes us beyond the scope of our discussion. Then he that the Nazis were going to war Hungary, against them, and he said, okay, that's it. They took over Hungary. So rather than it being an allied state, they simply took it over, and that's when a rapid drive to deport the Jews of Budapest and the rest of Hungary was undertaken by the Nazis and their Hungarian collaborators. So in that rush to murder as many Jews as possible in 1944, that's when Karl Lutz and others got extremely active. Lutz did have the rights to issue 8,000 protective letters. Here you can see an example of one of those letters. And he pushed the envelope of the law as much as he could to extend those letters not to individuals, but to entire families. And he wrote all of them as rapidly as he could to try and extend protection under the Swiss flag to these Jews. He was personally quite heroic. At one point, he even saw fascists abusing a Jewish woman and throw her into the Danube, which was one of the most sadistic methods of choice of the fascists at that time. And he dove into the Danube after her and rescued her and then scolded the fascists themselves. A great amount of personal courage that he took on behalf of people that he didn't even know. So as a result, tens of thousands of people were rescued by his diplomatic heroism, and he was later recognized by Yad Vashem, the Israel Holocaust Memorial Authority, as one of the righteous of the nations. So that helps me put a lot of that particularly evocative statue in Budapest into perspective, and I see much more about how this represents Karl Lutz extending a hand of rescue, literally extending a textile that's meant to be a rope to rescue the downtrodden Jews and to bring them out of their dire situation. Very, very moving. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching.
Was one of the most epic things I've ever seen ever, because Morocco has had some entire career people hanging on and whatever. I knew about started that way, and then by the end of the third round, the fucking crowd really wanted to carry his out. I've never seen a crowd flip so hard on a single fighter than Morocco in that fight right there. That's where the fight is at. See, I watched it with him as oh, they're both kids, especially in that division. It's like they can't.
The late Chief Rabbi Jonathan Sachs used to quote the classic Jewish telegram, "Start worrying, details to follow." I thought that given our specific moment today, we should have a look at what does the greatest Jewish pessimist of all Jewish history have to say about the possibility of shaping our destiny. If I had to pick one person who is a candidate for that competition, I would say it has to be Rabbi Abraham Ibn Ezra, an incredibly brilliant biblical commentator and scientist of the 12th century. He was reduced to such terrible situations that he would write his manuscripts and sell them. Sometimes the only copy of a manuscript, and then he had to write it all over again from memory. Let's have a look at some of his poetry to get a sense of his personality, and then how did he suggest we orient ourselves towards it. Please forgive my Ashkenazic attempt. Ashkim lebeit asar omrim kvar rachav. Avo leit erev omrim kvar shachav. O yale merkav, o yale mishkav, o yale ish ani nolad bli kochav. So in this great translation by Tichami, when I come to the patron's house early in the morning, they say, he's already ridden away. When I come in the evening, you say, he's already gone to sleep. He either climbs into his carriage or he climbs into bed. Woe to the poor man born to misfortune. Now that phrase, born to misfortune, nolad bli kochav, has a lot of weight in the Jewish tradition. It means literally, it translates literally, he was born without a star. Or if you want, in a more colloquial speech, he's born without mazal. Without mazal, we say mazal tov, right? Which sometimes that's understood to mean something like congratulations, well done, things like that. But what it really means is good constellation, an auspicious horoscope. This is a reflection of the long tradition of astrology in Judaism, which goes well back into the Talmud period and before. This was something deeply important to Ibn Ezra because not only was he a tremendous expert of the biblical text and the Talmudic text, he was also a scientist. And he is often depicted, for example, holding an astrolabe, which is this very important medieval device that allowed people to navigate using the stars. So he believed that he was born with an exceptionally poor mazal. But the fact is, he also had optimistic streaks. You see in a fascinating book he wrote called the Sefer HaMoladot, Jews, like everyone, are affected by the constellations. However, there is some wiggle room. Like, let's say, for example, if your mazal is to be the chief, the boss, then, if you're born in a lowly socioeconomic state, then you might only become the boss of, I don't know, the foreman of a construction crew. But if you were born in a higher socioeconomic state, you could become the king of an empire, right? You're going to be the boss, but it's going to be within the parameters of your socioeconomic status. You can, however, change these things by, for example, moving to a different time zone, quite literally, because your relationship to the stars, as they, circle in the night sky, will change based on where you live on the globe. He also, of course, is heavily reliant on the discussions in Talmud about how a person could change their mazal through acts of kindness, through acts of chesed. But even though the Ibn Ezra was known for his lament of his Shlech Mazel, of his unfortunate constellation, his biblical commentary is brilliant, his poetry is absolutely sublime, and his contribution to astronomy is recognized in a broader world because there is actually a crater on the moon named after Ibn Ezra. I hope you found it interesting, and God willing, we'll speak in the future. Thanks very much for this.
Just make certain mistakes. So, what the fuck are you doing? I like this. Both of them are coming off a couple losses, and both of them are really good. So it's like one way or the other. One of these two guys is coming out with a victory. It's good. It's hard not to root. Yeah, you gotta root for them. Yeah. Rothschild gets this. Yeah. I fly back early Saturday, so I don't miss a freaking thing. I can't wait. You watch your house? Oh yeah. So much. Yeah. Buffalo Bible. Yeah. Oh, what's it called? Right. Yeah. Some people like Buffalo. Jim watches a Buffalo Wild sometimes with friends. Oh, too bad.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian, and I spend most of my professional energy thinking about the long history.
Enjoy UFC 18 this freaking Saturday.
Of the Jewish people. It says at the beginning of Tractate Megillah in the Talmud that Reish Lakish says, "En HaKadosh Baruch Hu Maka Es Yisrael Elohim Ken Borehem Refuat Tevilah." This is the source of the proverbial statement that Hashem never sends any kind of affliction to the Jewish people without first creating a remedy for that affliction, without first creating a cure for the illness, without first creating the solution to the problem. And I think in terms of what's going on right now, what could possibly be that cure for the horrible Makkah of October 7th? And we continue to agonize over the men, women, and children who still remain in unspeakable, cruel conditions of captivity and death. And I wonder, we see the Makkah, but where is the refuge? So one of the occupational hazards of being a historian is that dates tend to reverberate throughout history. I use dates and all kinds of things like that because you just have to remember things by numbers. And there are certain events in history which are so big that we can't even think of a word for them. We actually end up using a date, like, for example, 9/11, 2001. We don't know how to term that horrific attack on the United States, so we just simply call it by name. The British have the same thing with the attack on their transit system on July of 2005. They call it simply 7/7. And so we too simply October 7th until we think of a name to describe this. So that makes me think of another October 7th that was seared in my historical memory. And that is an unusual moment of Jewish heroism that initially went almost unrecognized. This, of course, was the revolt of the Sonderkommando against the Nazis in 1944, in the very ninth circle of hell in Auschwitz. The Sonderkommando were the most degraded, most abused prisoners of the Nazis who were used for the horrific task of having to process the bodies of other Jews through the gas chambers and the crematorium. And we know about particular doomed but highly symbolic revolt, which actually shut down the crematorium, allowing time for the Allies to get in there. But the records of perspective of the Jews who participated in that revolt are recorded in the amazing and horrific writings of a man named Zalman Gradovsky. He was one of these Sonderkommando, and he wrote about his Holocaust memoirs in little fragments, little bits of paper when he did get something, and he literally buried those bits of paper all over Auschwitz in the actual ashes of Jews burned in crematoria. He figured that at some point in history, people would come back and dig up those ashes, and they would find these notes when he described what he went through. He described how there was a turning point for him that occurred in March of 1944, when there was a large group of women from Czechoslovakia, Jewish women, who were to be gassed all at once. And it was such a large affair that the Nazis had actually invited senior officers to participate in watching the murder of these women. And they humiliated them and stripped them and forced them to march naked into a central room. And the Sonderkommando were there, standing with their backs to the Nazi officers, watching this large group of Jewish women. All of a sudden, to Gradowski's amazement and to the Nazis' horror, something very unusual. And I read directly from his discovered afterwards. In the large bunker stand thousands of victims waiting for death. All at once, spontaneously, a song rings out. The clique of superior officers stand transfixed. They cannot understand, they cannot grasp. How is it possible that there, in that bunker, in the heart of the grave, on the threshold of extinction, in the last moments of life, that people, instead of moaning, instead of weeping over their young lives about to be snuffed out, can raise their voices in song. The melody of the song does not let them rest. It troubles them, shatters the certainty they felt up to now. A new song of faith and courage comes pouring out of their hearts. The mass now sings the national anthem. They sing the Hatikva. An amazing description of something that turned Gradowski around. He said, if these women who knew they were going to could stand up to the Nazis, if they could be stiff-necked at this moment, then certainly he and the others on the command play as well. And that was the genesis of the revolt, of that heroic October. And I believe this is an example of the refuah that comes before them. That the heroism of those women and the heroism of the Sonderkommando, including Zalman Gradowski, that represents the stiff-neckedness of the Jewish people. That they refuse to give up, refuse to abandon captives, they refuse to abandon their own security and their own right to exist in their ancestral land. That's really the refuah that was created for them. And that we all have to see this crisis speedily with a safe return of all our young men and women, with a safe return of all of the hostages to their families, speedily in our day. And may we all merit to see some shit.
I mean, honestly, actually understands the male experience as marriage would do in that position. That's the smart one.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Allow me to say thank you to all of you for bringing us to this remarkable moment, reaching 100,000 subscribers. This is a tremendous honor for me personally. Thank you so much. But really, it is a testament to your support and the fact that you're willing to sign on and say, yes, I'd like to learn more about this unusual people and their long history. So thank you so much for participating as subscribers and as members. Okay, let's go very quickly through the history of this channel. I think it has some utility for us to understand where we've been. The first upload was on November 12th, 2009. And back then, I had a small adult education group, about 10 students. This was when we lived in Miami, Florida. It's really nice to see you on this experiment. I'm going to try and do a little YouTube thing. Let's see if it works. You're in my office here. And I just wanted to say a great thank you to Penny Pash for offering her home to the Shir, and also to Eileen for putting the whole thing together. It was really a tremendous boost for me. It's so nice to be together with you. Then in 2012, again, at the suggestion of my wife, I was teaching these adult education lectures at the Young Israel of Bal Harbor, Florida. Very wonderful place, a wonderful community. And we had about 50 participants every week in these, lectures. And I was initially giving them without recording them until suddenly I thought, why not just put the actual lecture online? I know we're trying to get people to come together in person, and that's great, but you know what? Let's open up the audience to the entire global classroom. So the first upload there was January 26, 2012. First of all, I want to say thank you so much to the Kehila for expressing so much enthusiasm for these classes. Academics, we just need someone to talk to. If no one will listen to us, we feel useless. So it's so wonderful that all of you come out here and help me along with my personal therapy. And we talk about history and things like that. I certainly can't do it at home. So at least I can come here and do these things. When we edit this, we'll just remove that little thing about home, I think. I then experimented a little bit with direct-to-YouTube videos, thinking about, what are the essential things that people know about Jewish history? And so I created this essential lecture series in 2014, and that allowed me to experiment a lot more with the technology end of it, which is something I learned in graduate school, but I'm thinking it's really important that we teach our graduate students specifically this. And those came out starting in 2014, but the experiments would be especially important when we got to the COVID pandemic of 2020, where it was no longer possible for us to gather in large numbers, and all of a sudden YouTube became especially important for teaching Jewish history. Then the personal change in my life in fall of 2015 to the campus in Brooklyn, New York, a college, now Touro University, and I started doing the same kind there in the campus with the Jewish history at Avenue JC. This was also great. Our audiences enjoyed it quite a bit. $1,000 for student scholarships with voluntary donations and sponsorships of the lectures. And that was also, really nice too. I have to add to that in the spring of 2017, after some political events that were happening at the UN, I realized that there's a lot of power in these videos and this growing audience for social advocacy. And so I began the series, which I called Israel, the Land and Its People. And it went beyond the academic blah, blah, blah to providing information that can be consumed on a much more popular mass level and hopefully educating people about the situation in the Middle East and helping them to understand the kind of difficulty that Israel finds itself in. I want to say 3 institutional thank yous. First of all, when we moved to New York, we were in the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst community, which was really warm and welcoming community. I especially appreciated my relationship with Rabbi Yaakov Trump, who was open to the spirit of experimentation and also was gracious enough to let me use the synagogue together with Rabbi Moshe Tilbaum, his predecessor, and offer the adult education lectures there. And sometimes we did them in tandem. We also had some opportunities to do some really exciting things, like, for example, when I discovered a modern Persian equivalent of a food that's described in the Talmud. We had a wonderful tasting ceremony on December of 2022. Luckily, I found one that was actually under kosher supervision. That was really exciting. The second major institutional thank you, and this is all due to YouTube. I'm really grateful for all of you for making this possible. A great organization called Kosher River Cruises, led by David Green, friends of mine now. They invited me and my wife to join them on their cruises of discovery along the great rivers of Europe in particular, looking at Jewish history. So when I got involved with Kosher River Cruises, all of a sudden, most of my learning, which was basically book learning, archives and occasional trips to specific locations, all of a sudden I was able to go travel in tremendous luxury together with large groups of people who are similarly motivated to study the history of the Jewish people and actually go to the sites where these things happen. It was absolutely mind-blowing, and I'm really grateful to be continuing this partnership with Kosher River Cruises.
Stop and read it like this. Alam Shakom, Baro. Amen.
Okay, I'm gonna post it on the actual.
And finally, I have to specifically thank the Orthodox Union and Rabbi Moshe Schweg, who approached me way back in, I guess it would be 2019, saying, hey, we're enjoying your Jewish history videos. We're about to start the next 7-year cycle of Talmudic study called Daf Yomi. They're creating a new app called alldaf.org, and they want me to record Jewish history videos on every page of the Talmud. 2,711 videos.
This is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi. Look at the historical, social, economic context that produced the Gemara and the Rishon Achronim that we have.
Daf Yomi. Today, I'd like to look at a character who's quite fascinating to me, Ben Bagbag. It's such a strange name, first of all. Where did they get bleach to make the wool? How do they do that? You can't just go to the furniture store and get some Clorox or something like that. So, I did a little quick research on that.
It's intended to enhance and to illuminate the Daf for people who are currently learning. And secondly, perhaps even more importantly, it's intended as an easy slope up for people who want to get into the Daf Yomi but are not quite ready to jump off that precipice. So this is a way to just introduce people to the amazing, fascinating diversity of topics and subjects that are in Daf Yomi.
It's really important for us to recognize what a strange historical moment we are in, that there are 100,000 plus people who are sufficiently interested in Jewish history as to commit to subscribing to learn more. That in itself is mind-boggling. Also strange from an academic perspective because, you know, I grew up before cell phones, before the internet, before the web, and most of my academic career was structured around the usual things that historians do. You know, I wrote some books, I taught a lot of courses, lectures, and so on, and I met those traditional milestones, like, thank God I received the PhD, I got tenure, I became a dean, I did all those things. But YouTube, in many ways, is a category of milestone. You know, I was talking to one of my kids just this morning, and you know, he's been through all of the academic trajectory, and I think he's proud of me, and I think he says, yeah, my daddy does that academic stuff. But when he heard about this award, he was unusually proud, and he said he told some of his friends, and they're, you know, I don't think he told a lot of his friends when I wrote my first book on him, but meeting 100,000 subscribers, you know, we're in a different world. So I'm really grateful to have that opportunity, and I have to say I was really won by the fact that your 100,000 subscriptions have made my son more proud of me. That's the best. Finally, let me return to expressing my thanks to all of you. I am deeply gratified by this recognition that, again, it's all of us together, coming together as a community to create. And more importantly, I am inspired to do more. I to, you know, just increase the awareness of Jewish history, I'm very grateful to be a small vehicle of doing that. And there are many other great YouTubers online who are doing that as well. I'm going to call out Sam Aronow, for example, who does these great videos with animation and stuff. Wow, really fantastic. I love working with the team at Unpack to produce explainer videos. There are so many great people doing work in this field, and I want to do more. So I'm going to continue experimenting. I have a few ideas in mind about what we'll do for the next 100,000 members of the community. So please stay with the channel and send me your comments. I'm very, very grateful for your attention and your endurance. And I look forward to learning with you for many, many more years to come. Thank you again.
Acid gewen Schlu in nachgeschriebene Kinder.
Because Joe thinks he's an animal. And Donald Trump would be to capture Rothschild and say,
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let me tell you right up front, this is going to be a somewhat different video than most of the ones that I put on this channel. And the reason is because it's actually a product placement. Now, just bear with me. We will have some Jewish history, and I think some interesting Jewish history, and I've actually had a lot of fun making this video. I got this really nice email from Jimmy at Flex to Spot, and they make standing desks. And he said to me, hey, would you like to include one of our desks in your video? And I said, great. And I was really happy for two reasons. First of all, because my daughter and son-in-law, who do a lot of work at home, they both standing desks, and I have long coveted them. And I'll tell you a little bit more about why I coveted them later on in this video. And secondly, because now I can officially say I am an influencer. I actually signed an influencer contract that I would talk about this in this video. Now, I do get lots of offers to, sell this or sell that, and typically they're either spam, crazies, or they're products that I have interest in whatsoever. But a standing desk is something that I'm really keen on. So now I thought to myself, though, how am I going to talk about standing desks in a channel devoted to Jewish history until my son-in-law, the owner of a Flexus Spot desk, says, why don't you talk about the history of Jewish furniture? And it's perfect because there's one humble piece of Jewish furniture that I happen to have a deep amount of attachment to, and I believe it's pretty uniquely Jewish. What I'm talking about right now is, ironically, the Stender. Now, those of you who have spent time in yeshivas, I'm sure you have seen these things. The Yiddish word Stender means literally stander, and it is a fixture in yeshivot, anywhere where you have traditional Jewish study. Here's a look at my Stender from the base medrash downstairs where I do a lot of my studying. And you can see it's a really basic thing. It's kind of like a sort of a podium or a lectern. And it allows you to set a book on it. There's a little lip there. And it's a very efficient way of actually working with text. Now, this is especially important because in Jewish history, of course, the Jews are known as, in Arabic, Am al-Kitab, the pro of the book, long been associated with long hours of textual study. And how exactly was that done? I mean, how actually did people, learn these texts? There is a lot of suggestions and passages in early rabbinic texts that suggest that students would typically sit on the ground while a lecturer would provide information, a rabbi, and that makes a lot of sense, especially for oral instruction. But what about when you're actually working with a physical document, either an old manuscript scroll or even a manuscript turned into a codex, which is like an early book, but with handwritten pages? I mean, it's hard to hold these things while you're sitting down, and especially if you want to jot them things down on the side or something. How do you do that? So it's quite likely that sometime in the early Middle Ages, Jewish study of text moved to kind of like desks, or as you can see from this 14th century example of a medieval copyist, some kind of like angled thing that was set on a table. You can see that there's a second one that's kind of like sticking up front, kind of like a second computer screen that allows the original to be placed, and then the copyist, the scribe, can actually write the letters out like that. And this is great for like writing and larger text and so on, and we'll come back to it when we talk about the standing desk. But what about for individual study, where you're just focused on trying to learn the text? That's where the Ständer comes in. Let me demonstrate here what it looks like. I want to give thanks to Professor Kent, who took these pictures of me in the base measures this morning. Here's me standing at my Ständer, and you can see, obviously, it's great for standing and learning text, or for prayer as well. And in fact, it's not impossible that this kind of lecture may have been either adapted by the Jews from a church lectern that looks something like this, or this one here, but both of them, I got to tell you, they would not do the job Jews need it, because it's obviously intended for only standing, whereas a Ständer has much more flexibility than a standard podium, and I'll show you why. Here you can lean over with the lectern, and this is really good for like changing your palm, changing your blood flow and stuff like that. And most importantly, you can also sit with the chair. I know it's called a Ständer for standing, but it's often used sitting. And in many yeshivas, you will see hundreds of these things, with each individual student having their own Ständer and being able to move standing, leaning forward, sitting, as they go about the meaning of their text with their study partners. So the Ständer is like a really humble, basic piece of study furniture that proved to be extremely functional and durable. We have photographs that clearly show it being in use, but it's quite likely that it goes back centuries upon centuries. But we don't have much literature on it because, you know, it's a piece of furniture after all. Here's my own Ständer from my home. It's a little bit different. It's also a stripped down version, but it has a couple other nice things on it. You see these wheels here on the side. Those are kind of like screws. You can loosen them, and then not only can you change the height of the Ständer, kind of like a flexor spot, but without electricity. And you can also, with that sort of curve thing, you can see, you can loosen it up, and then you can change the angle. Use it sometimes flat on top for holding big, heavy books when I'm not learning, but then I angle it when I'm actually sitting down or standing and learning with it. Really, really helpful and useful. Now let's do the actual product placement. Why would you want a standing desk? Why would I want a standing desk? Well, specifically because I read this book with my wife. We listened to it actually on an audio book on a few long road trips. There's so much fascinating information about why a standing desk is good for your health, and specifically for weight loss, because when you stand, you actually burn a lot more calories than when you're sitting. I mean, it stands to reason, right? You're sitting sedentary for sometimes 8 hours in front of a computer. Wow, it's not healthy, right? So let's have a look at the standing desk itself. It's basically like, you know, you can see it's a flat piece of desk, and you can put all kinds of stuff on it. It has phenomenal weight-bearing capacity, and I think it would be beneath my dignity to actually sit on the desk and test it, but I will tell you that I have done that, and it can easily hold my weight, and possibly two of me, or at least two of me, it can hold. It goes up and down with a touch of a button. I really love it. Here, I'm going to do it while I'm talking to you right now. Here we go. Here's down. Wow, look at that. That's great, right? Nice and smooth and easy. And here, right? And I can't tell you how convenient it is to be able to do this while I'm making videos. It is quiet. It is really super stable. And here's one other thing that's kind of cool. Once I got this standing desk, I found that a lot of impromptu meetings are a lot shorter, because when people come in my office to talk to me about one thing or another, and I'm already standing, then they feel they should be standing too, and they don't get too comfortable, and we talk about what we need to talk about, and then I can get right back to my studying, which is I really love doing. This all makes me think. I love my Ständer, which is pretty basic, and I love my new FlexSpot standing desk. What happened if FlexSpot made a Ständer? But chances are it'd be a really niche market. So those of you who want to get a traditional Ständer, you can go to your local Judaica store. There's some online. Here's kind of a funky one with curved metal pipes used for the legs. More traditional set. This is the of this. This is like giving it as a chasam gift, man's best friend. You thought it was a dog, but no, it's a stender. But if you want this beautiful standing desk, then you got to go to FlexiSpot because the E7 is just fantastic. I'm just so delighted to have this FlexiSpot standing desk. Thank you, Jimmy, for reaching out to me and asking me to include this in a video. I think it's make my work life a lot more healthy and pleasurable, and I look forward to using this desk to make lots more Jewish history videos for all of you. Please be sure to check the links description box and use code YT730 to get an extra $30 off the E7 desk. Thank you very much for watching.
We're never going to see him again. Like, what the hell is he going to do? Like, he's going to disappear forever. How much money he's making? All this, and then also he trolls a lot. He's super funny. So yeah.
Hello, most valued members of the Lander College for Men base measure.
For sure. He's crushing CJI. So, like,
The Talmud community. I am so delighted to invite you to our first annual breakfast, which is scheduled for Sunday, December 15th at 9:30 a.m. here on our beautiful campus in Queens, New York. We're going to have a chinuch roundtable that is specifically directed at the question of Jewish education, and it will be moderated by Shmuel Marcus, and the participants will be none other than our Rosh Yeshiva, Rabbi Yonason Sachs, and our Menahel by Yosef Sonnenschein, who promises to be an extremely enlightening and insightful event. I have the privilege of offering some opening remarks at this event, and I really look forward to seeing you all there. Thank you so much for supporting our fantastic institution. Thank you very much for watching. Please see below for more information and RSVP.
Is it just Jake? Jake's, so to get up from Jake's 100% just Jake. Like, I saw pictures, sequence of events just like this. Like, Money has, he takes a picture with Jake, Tashira, Frank, and I feel like I'm forgetting someone else. Oh, there you go. Cheetah, Frank. Yeah, he's like, so all black belts from different guys. So that's what I'm saying. So he's holding his black belt. He's like, I achieved my black belt in 3.5 years. And yeah.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so excited that this Shabbos I'll be spending it in the community of Rothschild, New York, at the famous Roslyn Synagogue. I'm really delighted to be invited by Rabbi Dansker and the community to serve as a scholar in residence there on the topic of resurgence in Jewish history. And here's a quick sense of what we're going to talk about. On Friday night, we'll begin with a discussion that's appropriate for this time of year. We're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah. Hanukkah is typically told in a very childish fashion with very clear-cut good guys and very clear-cut bad guys. But when you actually get to the nuts and bolts of the story, it's quite a bit messier and quite a bit darker, in fact. That's why we're going to look at the secret history of Hanukkah, because there's a lot of material from that unique period of history that we can derive for our own times as some kind of guideposts and some kind of warnings. Secondly, on Shabbos, we're going to have a talk specifically on the ways in which Ashkenazic Jews and Sephardic Jews have dealt with the communal traumas that they were exposed to over the long course of their histories. I understand that the Roslyn community is very diverse, and so we're going to look at a comparative approach to Ashkenazim and Sephardim and see if we can derive some lessons from them as to how we can handle the challenges of our day. Then after Mincha, I'm looking forward to examining one particular population that is so fascinating and very rarely spoken talking about. This is the saga of Bukharan Jewry coming from Central Asia. What a phenomenal, amazing story that they have to tell about Jewish survival under incredibly difficult circumstances. It's a story that's not often told, and I'm looking forward to discussing with all of you. And then finally, after it's over, we'll break out the laptop and the projector, and we're going to go look at a much more political topic. Specifically, I want to focus on the topic of the Yishuv becomes the Medina. I want to focus on the very crucial period of state building that occurred between World War I and 19 as a trilateral complex conflict between the Jewish population of the land of Israel, the Arab population there, and the Brigade authorities. I'm going to go through maps and talk about the back and forth of it. I know it's a story that has been told frequently, but now that Israel is under so much, it's especially important for us to review how did we get to statehood in the 20th century at all. I think that's going to be a very relevant talk. We will go beyond it up to the Oslo cards in our own times, but that will be kind of like a fast addendum at the end, just so we get a sense of how Israel came to be a state in the 20th century in the first place. Okay, I'm really looking forward to this Shabbos. I'm really looking forward to meeting all of the members of the community of Rothschild, and I hope that we'll have a chance to talk more then. Thank you very much for watching, and I look forward to meeting you on Shabbos.
Again, boys, get your fucking money. Dude, if you want to pay for privates, do the private. It's $10,000. Get your rates. This is no different than Zuckerberg. All that.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I consider myself incredibly privileged because I have a job.
It's like Brian Callen here. Brian loves tennis.
Well, not only can I spend a lot of my time thinking about Jewish history and talking about Jewish to people who enjoy stuff about Jewish history, but that I work in such a phenomenal environment here at College for Men at Torrey University. And right now, we have an annual charity campaign where we raise funds for scholarships for our totally amazing students. It's going to be March 5th and 26th, and we have a big goal. We're really hoping to get widespread participation in this annual campaign. And right now, to kick, we have an incredibly generous sport match in place. That means that whatever dollar you give, we have donors who believe in our institution and especially believe in our students, so much will match it 4 times over, which really gives your dollar an incredible impact here on our campus. Now, let me just think about our campus. If you're not familiar with this amazing institution, you should understand that our students are really top-notch, really amazing young men. Almost all of them have spent at least 1 year in post-high school Talmudians, usually in Israel, and many of them have spent 2 or more years full-time study of text before they come to our campus. And then here on our campus, oh my God, they're just mind-blowing. Not only do they come here quite often with like massively high SAT scores, tremendous records of student achievement and volunteerism and all kinds of things. They get up early in the morning. You walk into our base medrash, our study hall, which is just rocking with noise for much of the day, but in the early morning hours, very quiet, just little groups of students. And then by 7:40 a.m., I'm there with, it goes from 7 a.m. till 7:30 p.m. But at 7:40 a.m., then they start morning prayers, wrap those up, then they have a quick class in Jewish law, breakfast, get right into deep study. And there's the brief break for lunch and for afternoon prayers, goes until 3 p.m. These are really intense. And only after 3 p.m. they get down to their secular studies. And oh my gosh, do they organic chemistry, biochemistry, and editing and management and artificial intelligence. These students are cutting edge, and they are going to be the leaders generation. They have already demonstrated tremendous success. Our alumni network is fantastic. I am so fortunate to work every day dealing with these kinds of students and these kinds of faculty and these kinds of student service personnel. Everyone here is totally committed to the same thing. We have extracurricular activities that literally go till midnight. But I just want to emphasize how I love this campus. I love students. I love my colleagues. I really want to ask you to help support them. Some of our students come with very, very high financial need, but we try very hard not to turn away anyone for financial need. We really bet on our students to succeed and lead the Jewish people into the next generation. So we're counting on your support. Please do consider giving to this charity cause, March 25th and 26th. And right now we've got a 4 times match place. I really hope you will take advantage of this. Thank you for the privilege of speaking to you, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Honestly, the people who were really hammering him were like the guy, like black belt, like not super elite, famous black belts, but like the black belt guys. And they're like, do you have any idea what people? Because what they say is that like it waters down. The reason that jiu-jitsu black belt is such a big deal is because there are no fake black belts. Like everyone has to earn it, over. So people that start jiu-jitsu.
Hello, colleagues. I hope you're well. I'm just taking this minute to let you know that we're in the middle of our annual scholarship campaign for students. And we have an amazing 4 times match from sponsors. Thanks to our tremendous staff, our young Rabbi, Eliezer Feder, worked very hard to put this together. I want to let you know that these funds go to our students who are the most needy. We have some students, we all love them, who come from families that do not necessarily have the wherewithal to afford tertiary education, but we really go the extra mile to try and make it possible for every qualified student to participate in your classes. Now, it might be a little bit weird for me to suggest you should consider including protocols for men in your charitable giving. Everyone gives charity, but you receive compensation from your time and energy, and we're very grateful for those things and your expertise and your scholarship and so on. But I'd like you to think of this as to those students that you love the most. Think about those students who just in class really make you feel about engaging in the question and say, you know what, I want to support those students. And if you contribute, you'll be matched 4 times over because of the tremendous legwork that our development team has put in advance. So I would like to humbly suggest that you consider going to the charity campaign this year. It makes a big difference to us. It makes a big difference to me, and it makes a big difference to our institution. Thank you very much for this.
Guys who are on the other spectrum where there can be that white, purple, brown, black, and that. They're savages. That's all they focus on. Street food. After they watch, I really want to be the next Money Bird. They fucking eat no life. I've heard them before this. Maybe that's genius. Maybe that was cool. Me too.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to take a minute to broadcast this live stream because we are in the final day of our annual scholarship campaign for students at 90 College for Men of Touro University. And, I only have a minute to take your time, and I'm very grateful to listen to this. I just want to tell you that I've been reflecting on, why do I exist? There are a lot of reasons, I think, why I exist. I think I existed for my parents. I think I exist for my wife and for my kids. And reasons why I exist, they're there. But as a Jewish historian, it's clear to me the reason I exist is for my students. And I have some absolutely amazing students here at 90 College for Men.
They're incredibly dedicated. They're incredibly motivated. They work hard. They study hard, and they really want to put their heart and soul into what they're doing here on our campus. And I believe that, at least in a professional sense, that's why I exist. Now, if you have been enjoying the videos that I put online, I'm really grateful, because it's nice to have an audience of people who want to, spend time thinking about Jewish history. But if you've been appreciating them, please consider appreciating my students, because some of them really need the support. We do everything we can here at Lander College for Men to not turn away any qualified student. So, we need these scholarship funds to really close the gap on tuition, because some of them come from families that are quite challenged financially. So we have right now in place an amazing 4 times grant. Every dollar you donate, it will be multiplied by 4. We are in the last hours of the campaign, and right now we've raised about $250,000 of our $300,000 goal. I would really love to see us close that gap to really ensure that we have the funds we need to support these students going into the next academic year. And that's, I guess, it. I think I exist for my students, at least professionally. I consider you my students, and I consider these young men my students as well. So please help each other. And I think you really want to be part of this. Thank you very much for watching. Justin doesn't actually better fight, I think. But again, especially for Dustin's last fight, it's a tough fucking task. I just think Max, with his career, has improved so much. And going to should have for the title, I get all that. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just wanted to send you a quick video to say thank you so much for supporting our charity campaign for student scholarships. This has been an absolutely phenomenal year for us. We set a goal of $300,000, which was larger than any goal we've ever had in the past. And not only did we meet it, we also set an additional bonus goal of $10,000. Blew right past that to raise $316,000 for scholarship funds to help our students who experience the most financial needs. And we could not have, obviously, without your help. So I really thank you so much. I also want to wish you and your loved ones, as you enter this Passover season redemption, a great personal blessings in your life, and may we all experience the redemptions that we all need in all aspects of our lives, both materially and spiritually and psychologically, you name it. I hope you have only tremendous blessings for the coming year. Thank you very much for supporting our students, and thank you very much for watching. Just again, Max couldn't compete with the power. Max playing 2, Dustin has 1, the dams. Yeah. So the odd makers have it right. I love both guys. I didn't want Dustin to lose in his last fucking fight ever. The odd makers have it right with Max only slightly. Slightly. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's like a -105 or some shit. It's amazing. But he's slightly. But he's good. It's going to take a lot to get Dustin out of that. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I'd like to speak to you for a few minutes about the Douro River in Jewish history. The Douro is one of the most gorgeous rivers I've ever seen in my life. It's absolutely fantastic. It travels between Spain and Portugal, and I'm really hoping that I'll be able to get there again this year as the pandemic, thank God, subsides in many parts of the world. Portugal is doing really well right now, and the vaccinations are proceeding at pace. So I'm really hopeful that, thank God, we'll get the touring schedule Coastal River cruises. So let's talk just for a few minutes about the Douro River and specifically its connection with Jewish history. So first of all, let's have a look at the geography. Here's a beautiful shot of the Douro. You can see the deep valley that the river creates, and through these amazing meandering paths through mountains. But it's not always like that. It actually has some beautiful terraced farmland and agriculture. It's actually very famous for its wine region, and of course, it's like the drink port comes from Oporto, which is at the very end of the Douro River. But here's where it is located in the Iberian Peninsula. You can see it travels from north central out to the Atlantic Ocean through Portugal. We're going to focus on the part of Douro that is in Portugal primarily because that's the most navigable by small river boats, as we'll be taking to the cruises. And most of it is filled with these gorgeous kind of like terraced landscapes where you get to see the vineyards on either side, and there's actually very little urban development along the river, so it's really quite scenic and really fantastic. The earliest presence of Jews in Portugal is recorded in 4th century church documents. By the time you get to the 12th century, there are communities located along the Douro, Porto in particular, and it becomes a very important center for Jewish settlement. Jews are especially involved in the extensive maritime of Portugal. Of course, it was one of the great seafaring nations of the medieval period, and Jews are involved in everything from the mercantile activities to navigation, in particular, very strong in navigation, to calculating scientific bases for star charts and all kinds of fascinating things like that. They're especially active in Lisbon, which is a little south of the Douro River. Now, Jews basically did very well in Portugal. There was some tension in the 14th century after the Black Death, when Portugal was hit very hard, not surprisingly, perhaps because it is a maritime nation. But even with the tensions that tend to subside towards the end of that period, there is still a strong sense in Iberian Jewish culture that Portugal is a great place of refuge. And in fact, when Spain became much less hospitable after some riots in the 1390s, none other than the ancestor of Don Isaac of Ravenel fled to Portugal, where he found some refuge. And there's a long connection there with obviously neighbors in the peninsula to the east. After the Spanish Inquisition, the Douro River in particular is flooded with Jewish migrants who are struggling to get out of Spain, and with the expulsion in 1492, it's one of the most popular land routes for Jews to follow. They would end up finding very brief respite in Portugal, however, because of the massive forced conversion of 1497, and just a few decades later, followed the incredibly difficult Portuguese Inquisition. This effectively ended the Jewish presence as Jews per se in Portugal. But these Jews who are now called Christians, because they were forcibly converted to Christianity, suddenly had new freedoms as a result of their liberation from Jewish disabilities. And although many of them struggled to hold on to Jewish identity, they were actually able to take the Mediterranean basin into the North Atlantic, England to Amsterdam in particular, and to begin to make a scale. Of course, there were Portuguese Jews at this point, or Christians, who fled to Europe, where they established communities in Brazil in particular, or Portuguese holding, and ultimately made their way up to New Amsterdam. Which is, of course, the Douro River and its environs was, as we mentioned, a major conduit for communities. Portuguese Jews who decided to stay in Portugal and maintain an exterior while still Jewish habits secretly. And so you have these amazing, which have like these possibilities of Moses scars in the doorway. This is a colleague from Portugal, this is David Krauss, pointing out the Mezuzah scar. You have the remarkable Monte, which was only discovered in the 20th century as a crypto town. Hereby there is a picture of the magnificent reconstructed art and mikveh there, which is significantly more modern than the medieval mikveh discovered at Coimbra Also to the south, a really important university town that educated a lot of these crypto Jews. This is the town square. It looks very cheerful now, but it was actually the site of public burnings of Jews in the Portuguese Inquisition. Here's some of the students from Coimbra. They're still dressed in the long Harry Potter type robes and things like that, which is really fascinating. It's such a gorgeous river and an amazing trip. The boat is so fantastic. I hope that many of you can join me on this because we have such an amazing time. It's Jewish optimized, right? We even have 3 minyanim a day, the lounge area of the boat, and it's just fantastic to enjoy this return to Portugal for Jews, 500 years later after the Inquisition. Absolutely fantastic. Anyways, I hope you'll be able to join me. Check out the website and have an excellent day.
I got a big name wants to do a Viking game. All right, let's figure it out, brother. Dude, we did it again. World War II, we're in the books, dude. Enjoy UFC 318 this freaking Saturday. Appreciate it, brother. Yeah, it was fun. Excellent. Like, at some point, we're just going to switch the name on it. It's going to be like the Game Report. Yeah, so Dick Report. Starring Conor McGregor.
One of the most fascinating figures to emerge from medieval Portugal is undoubtedly Don Isaac Abravanel. Fascinating individual. Sometimes known as Abravanel because he actually a mix of several different transliterations from the Hebrew, and he himself actually used different versions in his own lifetime. He was a very important Portuguese thinker and diplomat and politician and who reached tremendous heights in the late 15th century. And then, amazingly, we are already when he was elderly in literary output in terms of theory and thought. Fascinating individual. Let's take a few minutes to look at that the overall text of the Abarba is inextricably the history of the Reconquista. This refers to the several conquered the peninsula in the north, moving down to the south, hence the term Rei area. And slowly, in the course of several hundred years, the entire peninsula was Christianized, both in terms of removing Muslim inhabitants and, as we shall see, also Jewish inhabitants. In the late 14th century, there was a surge of forced or coerced baptisms of Jews, associated with, among other things, some pogroms in 1391. And in the larger time period, Don Isaac Abravanel's family fled from Spain into Portugal. His grandfather was caught up in a lot of the tumultuous events of the 1380s and 1390s, and he made his home in Portugal. There, the grandfather of our protagonist was very much involved in building his career as a courtier, meaning serving the Portuguese royalty, and especially in the area of finance. By the time Don Isaac was born in 1437, he was already very well established, and Don Isaac was given a very expansive education, not only in Hebrew subjects, but also in Latin and Greek. He spoke several languages of the peninsula and so on. And he was trained or groomed really to serve the great houses of Portugal, primarily in the area of finance. He was especially close with the house of Braganza. In the east, however, there was a major upheaval in the ruling classes in Portugal, and Don Isaac suddenly found himself on the wrong side of the ruling powers, and he was forced to flee across the border, in fact, right by the Douro River, where we will be touring, and leave his family behind as he sought safety within Spain. This was a very tricky venture because Don Isaac was, of course, a descendant of someone who had fled as a result of the forced baptisms of the 1380s. And especially 1391, and it was actually tricky for him to be a Spanish territory. However, he laid low and he kind of lived under the radar, managed eventually to bring his family over, although the bulk of his wealth was abandoned in Portugal. And it actually was especially interesting because it was at this time that he actually composed some of his most fascinating works. He wrote, in the space of about a half, some 300,000 words, which is the equivalent of, let's say about 5 or 6 novels of commentary, writing fully on Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And the works he wrote there are especially fascinating, together with his later commentary on Kings, because he could write with a first-person account of what it's like to actually be in a royal court and deal with the many financial and the political and the diplomatic challenges. Among the challenges that he encountered, for example, while he was in Portugal, was the wide kidnapping of Jews and selling them into slavery. And he was, on behalf of the Jewish community, hunting down the slavers and redeeming Jews captivity. That's to where he ended up, just outside of the Portuguese border by the Douro River. After he remained low for a little while, he eventually reached out to the Spanish crown. He regained his authority under the Spanish, once again, as a prominent courtier and as a financier. Over the course of his time, Don Isaac Avenel actually served different kings, and we saw from his Portuguese exile to actually the height of authority under Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand as the number 2 person in charge of the entire economic infrastructure of Spain, second only to Abraham Senior, who was tax collector of the entire peninsula, and it was in this capacity that he served Spain well. It was, however, to be short-lived, because Queen Isabella and Ferdinand had already instituted the Inquisition in 1878. They toyed with the idea of the peninsula, and that is in fact what happened. So it's a remarkable painting made in 1889 by Emilio Sala that depicts that key moment when Don Isaac in the red robe back to us, who is before the king and queen, as the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada just states wildly, demanding that the Jews be expelled so that the entire peninsula could be unified. And although the king and queen implored Barbanel to stay because they really valued his financial acumen, he ultimately decided he would certainly leave with his co-religionists, and this was the Great Expulsion of 1492, which of course sent Jews all around the Mediterranean basin into Europe, of course overland into Portugal and into France, and many of them ended up in the Americas, particularly in the Portuguese holdings, but that's another story for the honest. And once again, Barbanel is sent into exile. This time he ended up in Italy, where he was quite active, continuing his commentaries on the rest of the Bible, on the Haggadah, on Pirkei Avot, developing some fascinating messianic theories. He really believed that the arrival of the Messiah was around the corner, that would in fact, as the Messianic age would begin in 1503. Unfortunately, he was sadly mistaken. And he ended up actually, through a course of wandering, at the end of life, he found himself in Venice, where a twist of fate would bring him once again the attention of kings, and he became involved in the possibility of engaging in negotiations with Portugal that actually caused his first exile. It turns out that the negotiations did not proceed apace, but nevertheless, you see that even at the end of his lifetime, he was an incredibly influential advisor to kings. But what he's remembered for most dramatically in terms of Jewish history is his remarkable body of commentary on virtually the entire Torah and the prophets in particular, and a fascinating series of writings on many other elements in Jewish literature, such as the Edda, the Avot, and his messianic writings. Fascinating individual, tremendous contribution. I hope you found this useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
He just does whatever he wants to do at all times, wherever he is, no matter what. Is what it looks like to me, including like he's just. I just feel like I kind of want to punch someone in the face. I'm just gonna punch this dude in the face. But no, it's not good. It's it's out of behavior. It's not gonna help you get together. And then apparently at BKFC, he whispered to Mike Perry, was like, "I'm back in the testing. Come back and fight in the White House." Guys, is that true that he's in the testing? Because I heard someone. I saw someone said that John Jones said he's in the testing pool and they checked he's not in the testing pool. So I don't know. Can you check if someone's in the testing pool? Yeah, but then also that fight's not supposed to happen in that gym.
Let's continue our discussion of the Jews of Portugal with a look at the remarkable Amatus Lusitanos, who was a very important doctor of the 16th century with roots in Portugal. He made a dramatic mark not only on medical science but also on medical ethics. So his years are 1511 to 1568. He was born in Castelo Branco, which is just south of the Douro River, where we'll be cruising in just a few months. His parents were conversos, and the situation of the Jews in Portugal at this time was rather complex, because if you recall, there was a massive exodus of Jews from neighboring Spain in 1492 with the expulsion of the Jews from that part of the peninsula. Many of them made their way over the border along the Douro River and elsewhere into Portugal. In many ways, it was a really horrible Portugal at the end of the 15th century. Children were separated from their parents and shipped off to a remote island off the coast of West Africa. And after tremendous privations and difficulties, the massive number of Jews who remained in Portugal were forcibly converted to Catholicism. There was kind of like a sort of wink attitude where there was a general agreement that the Inquisition, which had such havoc in Spain, would not be imported to Portugal, at least not right away. And in fact, that was true for the first couple decades of the 16th century in Portugal. So Amatus Lusitanos' parents were among this population. He was born in 1511, just than 2 decades after Portugal's conversion of 1497. And his parents christened him João Rodrigues. In Latin, his name was Johannes Rodrigues, and in fact, he published his very first book under that title. But in reality, because of that sort of period of leniency, they were outwardly Christians and were baptized. They made no secret to their son of his Jewish identity. His parents taught him Hebrew and many Jewish rituals. He went on to study in Spain at the University of Salamanca, which I had the privilege of visiting Portugal cruises a little while ago. I'm visiting the campus. The gorgeous salmon facades. In fact, on this one, which has so many fat carved reliefs, it's an interesting kind of student door that you can find the on top of the skull of one of the gargoyles that is high up on the facade. Actually, you'll do much better in this sense. I was thinking we should probably inspect that at first. There are actually several famous professors who Salamanca at the time. Of the Jewish background who are now conversos, part of the curriculum there. I'll look at one of the classrooms where you can see the professor would actually on the lectern. I said, I definitely got to get one of those. And here are the students I think are designed to keep it as possible during the lecture. He graduated in Salamanca, and that would serve him very well in research. But the situation in Portugal was deteriorating rapidly. The Inquisition, which formally established in 1536, and they had the first public burning of conversos 1540. So our hero, Amatus Lusitano, is away to Antwerp in 1533, and this was a period of long wandering. It was at this time that he adopted a Latin name, which is rather remarkable given his Amatus means loved or beloved, or is probably a translation of his original family name, which might have been Rabbi,
He is me.
So even though he had ended his life, he never changed himself and loyal and his very name, Amatus. He ended up in Farad, where he became a professor at the university there, and he worked quite significantly in a lot of anatomical studies. These were published in the hundred because each of them described 100 cases of, and they're really quite fascinating for their time in the 60s. They describe medical information, they describe a lot of social history and conditions of people in general in the regions that he made some major breakthroughs. For example, he discovered the process by which veins are able to direct the flow of blood in one direction. This was actually wrongly to other scientists, but in fact it was Amatus Lusitanos who discovered. The King of Poland, Sigismund III, invited edition. He declined that offer, but he did agree with the request of Pius III, who asked him to come and later become a permanent physician to several monasteries and treated Julius III several times. Very nasty controversy in which occasions some mistakes in the work of a Machiavelli years of sometimes
I want to be like my
hurled some insulting and he especially did to Amatus' Jewish background. He's actually officially a Christian because his parents were forcibly converted, and he therefore has to study medicine and to practice on. But he doesn't make a secret of his Jewish background at this point. When a new pope was installed shortly thereafter, Paul IV in 1555, had very strong anti-Semitic and especially activity in controversy. In this context, Amatus' own precious books and unique manuscript stories. He ended up escaping to Castraro, later to Ragusa and Salonica. And in 1558, he formally abandoned Christianity and he practiced Judaism till the end of his life, and then personally died of a cold. This is an interesting, title that has another thing, the English is a tetragram on the top with sort of like a Latin invocation of God as a protector of science. And on the right and left sides, you see these medallions that show various figures who are like especially strong in their countries for sciences like Gowan and others. Bottom left, you see three figures. The right is Amatus, the left is Matthioli. And as you can see, the caption underneath says, "Dissentimus," means we disagree. Besides amazing and important contributions to medicine, he also made a signal contribution to the development of medical ethics. He wrote a physician's oath, which is really quite before his time, and that specifically indicated it's inappropriate for physicians to make any distinction with regards to the religious origin of their patients. He argued that physicians treat people regardless of their faith or creed. His approach to non-sectarian medical ethics was not only unusually important, it was also poignant given the fact that the Inquisition were enemies because of his open adoption of Judaism. covered by the field or what it is. And I was ice at the University of Coimbra, where a lot of the publications and articles are held. And you can see here the inquisitorial censor has gone through much of this medical research and has redacted significant portions that especially deal with things like sexuality or any kind of more modern, straightforward approach to the medical profession. The physician also took issue with the oath, as you can see, even that was also having some insight into the struggles of Portuguese Jews during the 16th century to the tremendous resilient spirit that many of them demonstrated, contributing to world culture and coronavirus globally. Hope you all remain well and healthy.
He's a politician. Just idiot. No, that is the best policy. He's like,
one of the most fascinating aspects of the Jews of Belmonte is absolutely fascinating, and really it's especially because it is a Jewish history that is developing and quite a lot of the Jewry we have today is centered in cities like Lisbon and beautiful Porto. So here's a map to show you roughly where Belmonte is. Just a little bit south river, not too far from the University of Coimbra. And last time I was there, it's very rustic and you've got the mountains fading away into the distant cobblestone streets. Really fascinating kind of hilltop village. But the story that connects to the Jews is absolutely interesting because you see what happens after the forced conversion of Jews in 1497 effectively ended of practicing Jew in Portugal. There were a number of Jews who went underground. As we discussed in previous videos, crypto Jews, all known as new Christians, that's what they were called by the community, or conversos, known as Marranos. The term Marranos was falling into different lines, and obviously connected with the idea that Christians were converted, and their descendants were somehow still returning to Judaism. In reality, we see that in certain communities, like what was happening, one of the more preferred terms is today on simply but forced because they were forced to Christianity at the end of the 15th century. Well, what happened in Belmonte is that there were Jews there who simply went underground. To the outside world, they portrayed themselves as Christians, which is just essentially the story, but they maintained their continuity for 5 centuries. Now, they have some lingering issues that are associated with that, such as, for example, some genetic ailments because of consistent intermarriage. In terms of traditional Judaism, we have to understand that they've been separated from the larger population of Jews for half a millennium, so quite a bit of Jewish observance has been shaped by that.
No, Rabbi,
Has
that's
actually
like
got a
cutting.
lot more attention, like, for example, the fast which is kind of a minor fast in the rest of the Jewish world, or crypto Jews especially because Esther herself in the
He's
book of
like
Esther
a
is
pudding
described
ball.
as perhaps the first crypto Jew because she had to present herself
Why do you say that?
as a non-Jew
I don't know.
to
You
survive personally,
the right
later
conditions for that.
she revealed herself and puts the Jewish people on the wall. At any rate, so that they have an attenuated type of Judaism in many ways because of this 500-year separation from the Jewish world. But in the 20th century, trees. They had much more deeply. Of course, they have some fascinating. First of all, let's talk about the story of their discovery, which is just amazing as well. A man named Samuel Schwartz, who was a Jew from Eastern Europe who was an engineer in the region, and spoke multiple languages, was an autodidact, very interested in history and things like that. And it happened that in working in the region in some mines, and he used various things, and some said to him, "Whatever you do, don't do business with Rizal Carrera de Sousa." Why? Because it's actually a Jew. Samuel Schwartz thought, why would you think there's a deer in the middle of the Yale? But he decided to check it out a little bit, and it turns out he has with this crypto Jewish community. They were quite suspicious of him at first. I bet they said, "You don't look Jewish." But at any rate, when he insisted certain things like the Shema prayer, they actually believed him. They said, "Okay, I guess we can help." This is, after all, the beginning of the 20th century. Position, although it lasted for 400 years, is officially, and he discovered the existence of a phenomenal crypto Jewish community still active in Portugal. He wrote up his findings in several publications, which attracted worldwide attention. A lot of historians and scholars descended on the community to try to understand them better, and it's absolutely fascinating. Here's a look at the community again today. Here's a beautiful synagogue that was built there for the crypto Jews of Belmonte.
It's not a scam.
Here's the interior. The ark is absolutely gorgeous, really powerful statement. Laying in this beautiful space after being hidden for 500 years. Here's the mikvah, very beautiful. And they have an excellent museum, which unfortunately doesn't have a lot of stuff on that. You really got to see more of this because it is gorgeous. And what kinds of artifacts related to the crypto Jewish practice? This interesting funnel light device, which was apparently designed to allow women to light those on Friday nights and to hide the glow from neighbors who might be looking at them. And they were especially prominent in preserving tradition under these really terrific conditions. We see this, but really in the crypto Jewish communities throughout Latin America. The Iberian Peninsula. Get back to Belmonte with October willing, and the restrictions aside, and again, I'm looking forward to seeing it. And a lot more.
Rabbi,
Thank you very much for watching.
Rabbi, supposed to do so I can get ready for
Which was the names of guys that were on their team.
Rabbi, you're supposed to do like Gatorade commercial.
And, she was just, how old is he? 23. That, honestly,
Well,
dude, I'm like, listen, I can understand the sort of story I know. Do you think? Or is that anything that I have heard? Sometimes I read all that there is what you hear.
I'm very happy that I can introduce my dear colleagues, especially the main star of today, Dr. Henry Abramson, the Dean of Royal College, Howard School, and David Lawrence, who is the director of River Cruises, and my name is David Kraus, and I'm the Europe director. And again, I'm very happy that we are meeting here. For you, morning. For me, since I'm in Prague, it's late afternoon. And the talk of today is going to be the Jews of Portugal. The Sephardic diaspora and is undoubtedly one of the most fascinating, the most complex, original, and unparalleled phenomena of the Jewish world. And as I mentioned, it is diaspora within a diaspora. It's a complex phenomenon out of religious and even linguistic and dietetic heritage. Things will come today. The history of Jewish community in Portugal specifically plays an indispensable part of the perhaps without us even realizing this, some aspects of it influence us even today. And today, there is the story, but there is also a bustling and growing Jewish community in Portugal of today, including one of the most, specific, within a specific segment of the Jewish people, one of the most unique Jewish communities found anywhere in the world, which is the Jewish community of Belmont Maranos, the Jews in the world. So without further ado, I would like to give the floor to Dr. Abramson, who is going to talk some of these aspects, and especially some of the phenomena that are related to the actual choosing ground, as Hashem soon to happen through.
Thank you so much, David. I really appreciate the introduction. And I have to say, I'm like so to be speaking with you about this upcoming trip. My wife and I were very, very excited to travel the Bureau with Coastal River Cruise with David Lawrence a couple of years ago, and it's such a fascinating place to visit, and especially after being cooped up so long with COVID-19 situation going on. We're really excited to get back to more of the life as we knew it before. And let's hope that, God willing, all the news about the pandemic continues to go in a positive direction so that we're able to make this cruise. The plan for today is I'm going to make a presentation of probably about 20 minutes or so. That's going to be an overview of the history of the Jews of Portugal, some kind of historical context for the places that we will be visiting in just a few months. And then David Lawrence is going to speak a little bit about, what are arrangements for the cruise, and maybe give us some more sense of what's going on in Portugal, what's going on with the operations. And Malcolm is really involved in creating those delicacies for us. And then after that, David Cross will take over and will manage questions to either myself or to either of the Davids. Because this is a webinar, you can communicate with us and with each other through the chat function, and we encourage you to put your questions in the chat. David Cross will be managing those questions. Okay, so let me take about 20 minutes or so to give you a very quick overview of the history of Portugal. I'll share my screen here. I don't think that will try again. Sharing the screen. Look right, David. Do you see me with the boats, the portraits like that?
I do, Henry.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so this is actually excellent. This is a photograph that I actually took the trip when I was with my wife in Portugal a while ago. This is the opening of the Douro River. Just behind my shoulder would be the Atlantic Ocean, and here we're looking inland from the city of Porto, also pronounced Porto. You'll see it either written with the letter O at the beginning or just the word Porto. It's very important to us. So let's have a look at the geography. Here's Portugal, of course, is on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. There you can see a beautiful view of the river in a bridge from the 1920s spanning it. And Jews have a long history there. If we zoom in a little bit, you can see that this map indicates all of the places where Jews lived before the 15th century. Quite a number of very significant locations that we'll be talking about, God willing, on the cruise. But just to point out a few in particular, Lisbon is, of course, the capital of Portugal and has
a very strong Jewish history. We will also hopefully visit Coimbra. We were able to visit the last time. That's actually a very important university town in Portugal. They have one of the oldest schools in Europe there and has a strong Jewish history. There is Belém that David Krauss referred to. I'll show you later. That is one of the most amazing because the actual community of crypto Jews, also called Moranos, although they prefer not to use that term, managed to hide out for 500 years. And they were so that when they were discovered in the 20th century, they actually thought they were the last Jews left in the world. It's kind of amazing. But here is Porto, right of the Douro River. Douro River basically takes the top fifth of, and it flows from the west to the, from the east to the west into the Atlantic Ocean. And we'll be following it upward, and then we're going to Bascarville and head into Spain to go to Salamanca, also a very, very important city in Jewish history, and then we'll take the boat back. It's also a fascinating river on traffic level because it has the world's highest lock, which is quite an experience. It's especially nice when we plan to do it. These locks are these mechanical devices that essentially allow river boats to negotiate the differing levels of the river so that you don't hit any rapids and things like that. And you actually, it's basically a water elevator, and you get into the lock and the water will raise the boat up something like 200 feet, really quite impressive. But that's more for the traits of the history of the Jews in Portugal, so we understand about what happened to them. We have early evidence of the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula in general, not specific to any particular nation in Portugal, but it tends to be second-hand evidence. Like, for example, in the 4th century, there's a church council in a place called Elvira, which lists all kinds of prohibited activities for Christians and Jews, including, the church prohibits from taking meat with Jews and with fraternizing with some really interesting things like forbidding Christians asking rabbis to bless their crops and things like that. And that's one of those things intent on banning something that starts happening, kind of thing. To imagine that Portuguese and Spanish peasants would have been going to the rabbis and saying, listen, can you please give us up for a field because they really depend on the spiritual and supernatural events. But we don't have internal of what's going on in the community. Quite a bit later. More in southern Spain and places like Canada and places like Al-Andalus, a lot more of what's going on. But we'll first begin to see some of the Jews in the very first of Portugal finds a Jewish treasure named Yahya ibn Zayd. And this is actually something that happens throughout very commonly. Jews are, I don't know why, facility finance, and so they're appointed to these kind of economic posts. The king, by the way, faced opposition over that decision. Nevertheless, he insisted on it. Prosper King Alfonso III formally recognized the Jewish community. Again, more strong evidence. We don't have internal evidence from Jews and what they did in Portugal that's very detailed, but we know that the king formally recognized 7 distinct communities with their Jewish populations and then issued royal protection for those communities in exchange for their services, and particularly in the area of tax farming and financial activities. We'll have a lot to say about the economy. We're actually on the tour, and we'll talk about what we did at that time for the economy. For the most part, they were received by the royal. And over the few hundred years, Portugal actually developed a reputation for being a community that lived in significant affluence and with the protection of the crown, so much so that when there was anti-Jewish discrimination in Spain, particularly in 1391, when a wave of described in many other ways spread across northern Spain, a lot of Spanish Jews fled to Portugal, including Shmuel Abarbanel, the father of Don Isaac Abarbanel, also pronounced probably more correctly Abravanel, and he was actually, it's shocking to hear this, but he was actually forcibly converted to Christianity, as many other Jews were in 1391. He fled to Portugal to be able to resume his Jewish identity. Don Isaac's own grandfather was actually technically a Christian and would have been recognized by a Christian by the Spanish church, by extension also the Roman Catholic. But during this time, like from the 13th century to the 15th century, there were just a couple of punctuated moments of taxation and some unfortunate uprisings of violence, particularly in Lisbon. But the general picture is that Jews were increasing in affluence in Portugal, and it was considered kind of a safe haven in many ways for Jews in Europe. The end of that period, the 15th century, is kind of like the swan of that period of great affinity between, especially the Portuguese royalty and the Jewish Alfonso V. I don't think they were terribly original choosing names for kids. Another name, Wow, which is one of my favorite.
Get out of my notifications, Rabbi.
Spelled J A
Arlen.
with an accent over, I think the O. I'm not sure if I pronounced that correctly. I always think of like, it must be that even when you're born, everybody says, oh, wow. So, at any rate, the King Alfonso V faced much more stiff popular violence against Jews again. Sporadic and localized, but sometimes quite intense. Lisbon stands out in some special contrast to many of the other sites of Jewish population. But Alfonso V continues to protect the Jews and retain being a Rechtsstaat society governed by law that Jews are allowed to cross. Now, a lot of that was a picture, by the way, of Alfonso V. I'm sorry I didn't show you that earlier. A lot of this changes with the Inquisition. In order to understand the Inquisition, comes to Portugal in the early 16th century. We have to go back and understand a little bit about what happened in neighboring Spain. Highly influential militia and politically actually dominating the peninsula. Spain and the Iberian Peninsula in general, we should call it very unusual in Jewish history because Jews throughout Europe and the Mediterranean basin always lived in a binary culture. There was always a tiny minority with very large majority. For the most part, that was living within Catholic or Jew and Muslim North Africa. And very rarely you have much more diverse culture than you have in the Iberian Peninsula because of the influence of Islam. Islam conquers the peninsula from the Visigothic kings who converted to Catholicism in the 6th century. The Muslims conquered in the 8th century, and they instituted a period which is known to many as La Convivencia, the period of great coexistence, which is somewhat exaggerated, but for the most part it's true, that Jews, Muslims, and Christians actually lived in a fairly healthy triangular culture that allowed Jews to flourish, not only economically, as we foresee they did, but primarily culturally. They would experiment with new forms of poetic expression, full expression, and this is a period where you have great feats of the culture, like Hero, many other you have in Spain, it's remarkable that you have a Jewish, one Muslim, and also writes a commentary on Talmud that studies this day.
Just do it, dude. Just do it.
Or
Or doesn't have it there.
Magdalena, who was a remarkable period of
Just do it.
coexistence.
Do it, pimp.
It had a couple of definitely hiccups. For example, in the Almohad,
Just do it, pimp.
invade North Africa, they pushed great figures like Maimonides, who was still a young boy at the time, out of Spain, forced him to flee across North Africa, eventually settle in Cairo, just outside Cairo and Cristal. But they're all products of this unusual.
Do your thing.
It's since into decline as the Catholic rulers begin to push their political and military might to the south, eventually driving out
What
the
is this
Muslims
bullshit?
in 1482.
This
The
athleticism.
relationship that these Christian kings have with Jews is heavily complicated by the pogroms that occurred at the end of the 14th century. I mentioned them a few moments ago. These pogroms had an especially marked phenomenon of forced baptisms, where Jews were, they had holy water sprinkled upon them, and certain phrases were recited, and they were pronounced Christian. And this represented a very stark shift in the demographics of Christian Europe, because although these Jews were baptized against their will, they were, according to Catholic theology, nevertheless considered Christians. The church was at great pains to say it is forbidden to engage in forced baptism. But once a Jew has been baptized, even against his will, and we see some very tragic examples throughout the centuries, such as Elga Mortara, who was literally kidnapped by the Vatican police in 1858. The Jews were nevertheless essentially given Christian identity, Christian driver's license. And all of the discriminatory measures that have held them in check economically and culturally and socially, they disappeared. And so you had these Jews who still consider themselves Jewish, still consider themselves part of the community, still observe the commandments and so on, but nevertheless were free to enter universities, to pursue professions they had never pursued before, including rising high up in the church, ironically. And they were also a powerful economic force because they were literate, and they were numerate, and they were urban. And all of a sudden, you had this huge population of Christians who regarded themselves as who had phenomenal privileges and many advantages.
That was so sick.
There's a amount of resentment that built up against it, both from a religious perspective, because
You'll be like,
and also from a perspective. In fact, one of the debates on historians is which of these two issues were primary, not for us right now, but we can see that both of them are clearly very important. And so what happened with the church embarked on the notorious Inquisition. It was not directed at Jews per se, or even Muslims per se, who had remained Jewish and were not forced to be baptized. It was directed at those erstwhile Jews who were now technically Christians, who refused to give up their Jewish practices and beliefs. And it created this prolific Soviet-like purge mentality in society, where people would betray their neighbors to the church, indicating that they were actually secretly Jewish, practicing Jews, and the suspected Judaizers would be arrested, would be tortured, would often have forced confessions derived from them, where they would name a whole bunch of other people.
breaking news, pussy juice.
Under duress of torture,
Like
they
Gatorade
gave all their
commercial.
friends' names and relatives' names and so on.
That
And
is
the
apparently
purge
just keeps
expanded
responding to concept
wider
of being
and wider
suspended
in
for keeping the
Spanish
same
society
avatar and
until it
outcast
got
name.
way out of control. The ritual humiliations that were imposed on people suspected of Judaizing,
Fuck yeah.
including as you
What
see
is
in
this bullshit?
famous portrait of a Inquisition
Bum, bum,
trial,
bum,
Francisco Goya. They were forced to wear these humiliating tunics called sanbenitos, these long conical caps, which were meant to be humiliating, and were the predecessors of the witches' caps and even the dunce caps. Some of you may remember those. It was a little bit before my time, but my father told me he often had to wear a dunce cap in school. And they were subject to a whole variety of penalties, including confiscation of property, part of which would go to the church and part of which would go
Dog, I've
to
gotten a lot of
people
fucking
who
press
betrayed
recently.
which,
6
of course,
minutes,
not only
13 minutes,
acted as
19
an
minutes,
incentive
25
to
minutes,
betray people, but also as an incentive
32
to
minutes,
betray people
49
falsely.
minutes.
And
Okay, so we've got
notorious and awful October
1, 2,
the burning at
3,
the stake
4,
for
5,
those
6, 7, 8.
Judaizers
8
who chose not to
It's the West Side Pit.
Technically speaking, the church did not burn the stake. They released them to the secular authorities. The term used in the transcripts is they were relaxed to the secular authorities, who then maintain these massive.
Welcome. How are you? What up, Big Nation MJ? What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Just a moment. I'm here. Bum, 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 bum. You ever have a Gatorade commercial make you cry? What about a fucking United Airlines one? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, the best. Fuck. Bump, 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 bump. Yo. Yo, dog. Yo. Dog.
I saw, that's like Korean zombie. I saw him fight against Volkanovski live in Jacksonville.
Yo, dog. Bump, 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 bump.
He's a tough bastard, though. There's that
Yo.
Korean guy is a savage. Or those Chinese. No, not the one that beat Anthony, the actor. He's like comes up under Korean zombie like trains or whatever. I know what you're talking about. He's a lighter weight guy, but yeah, me too. Oh yeah, he says he's doing it for me. Yeah, it's like he's a fucking yeah, he's sad. Wait, who do you guys have for Vittori versus these sports that Vittori versus Allen, man. Gosh, beef, remember? I love that. That's what they did.
Bump, 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 bump.
Vittori, like he's been out for hot second.
Sometimes I grew like Mike. Like I wanna be like
Like his brother, his brother got it was an apartment fire, and his brother got terrible story.
me.
And Vittori, spoke about his stroke 4 months ago, and
Bump, 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 bump. Sometimes I grew like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Oh, I wanna be like Mike. Like Mike. If I could be like Mike.
I like this matchup.
Bump, 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 bump. If I'm down there, sometimes I feel like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Bump, 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 bump.
So people like Buffalo. Do you watch this on Buffalo Wild Sox? Oh, dude, if we're gonna do, I got a big name that wants to do a Viking game. Oh yeah. All right, let's figure it out. Dude, you did it again.
Yo, pimp. Yo. Yo. Can you hear me, baby? Bump, 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 bump. Sometimes I move. Sometimes I groove. Like Mike. If I could be like my, oh, I wanna be like my TRX. What about that bus behind it though? Drive fast, all gas. You know that doesn't rhyme. Oh, you gonna watch it again? You know who's fighting? Justin Poirier versus who? Somebody. Like, if I could be like, oh, I wanna be like Mike. If I could be like Mike. Sometimes I feel
Housewives of the UFC coming in. Yeah. And Star Talk, we both love here. Let's get that up. We love comedy. That's well done.
Yo.
Dude,
The burning of Jews at the stake. This occurred first in Spain, not in Portugal. But what ended up happening when we get to the end of the 15th century is that the
dude, let's help out
inquisitor shown
Allison
here in
Ferguson and her
black
mom.
and loudly gesticulating before the king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella. The inquisitor said, after this went on for quite a while, and it just got worse and worse and worse, with more and more people accused, including prominent churchmen and people with means from all kinds of backgrounds. The inquisitor said that the reason why it's not working
Who's this person?
the crypto Jews, or the forcibly converts, the term in Hebrew is the preferred term, anusim, which means those who are forced to adopt a Christian identity. The term marano was actually a derogatory term. It means swine that was hurled at the so-called conversos or crypto Jews. So Torquemada in the black said to the king and queen, the reason it's not working is because they have lots of contact with their old communities. The crypto Jews, continue to send their children to Jewish schools. They continue to go to Jewish classes. They continue to buy kosher meat. They continue to marry either regular Jews or marry amongst themselves. And so the only way to really fix this and to make, to borrow a Nazi term, Judenrein, free of Jews, is if we expel all of the non-baptized. In this famous portrait, you have the great scholar Don Isaac Abarbanel, who is also a very important, the second highest minister in the life in Portugal. The finance himself was a named Rabbi Senor, Abraham Senor, is also Jewish. And Abarbanel courageously attacks Torquemada's policies, showing his portrait, and demands that Ferdinand and Isabella request to have the Jews expelled. He is unsuccessful, and although Ferdinand and Isabella offered to allow him to stay if only he would convert, like his boss, Abraham Senor, who chose to adopt Christianity. He's an older man in his 80s, and he simply could not bear the idea of being kicked out of Spain and losing all his wealth and so on. But Abarbanel chose to get on the boats with so many other Jews, and estimated somewhere between 150 and 300,000 Jews, and flee the Iberian Peninsula. And that marks the formal end of the Jewish presence per se.
Thank you, Tribs. You're right. That nefarious pussy eating, pussy and ass eating rabbi with the Discord needs to be studied. Tribs, you're 100% right. son.
Jews, especially crypto-Jewish communities, which we should see particularly in
Bum.
when it ended in 1492. The Spanish diaspora is horrific. As you can see here, that Jews spread out all over the Mediterranean basin, particularly seeking refuge in Italy. Places that open their ports to Jews. Also going to Muslim countries. Istanbul in particular was a popular destination. And more liberal places like Amsterdam, which, unlike today, is a very liberal place with all kinds of flexible laws. I'm trying to be joking about this, but it's hard to tell if you're laughing because I can't hear you laugh. And some of them, of course, made their way to the New World. You can see on the left of this map with Las Americas, right? So the first Jews even in New York, for example, they didn't come directly from Portugal, but these were Jews who were forcibly converted and made their way to Brazil, particularly an island called Recife, and then briefly it came under Dutch control, so they revealed that they were in fact Jewish. This is 100 years later, and then the Portuguese conquered it again. So they said, "Oh, now we're in trouble with the Inquisition is back." They made their way in 1654 up to America, to New York City, where they presented themselves as immigrants. So this is essentially the Spanish expulsion. But as this map indicates, of course, the easiest place to go, the shortest route over land that does not involve even the mountain crossing you have to the north to France, was of course to go. And so you have a massive influx of Jews at the Portuguese border.
It's a fucking guitar,
crisis at the time, but Portugal does not turn away from its traditional position as being a protector of Jews, and so many Jews actually make their way into Portugal. Spanish and Portuguese Jews are often referred to in the same sentence because many of the Portuguese Jews that we're speaking about are actually of Spanish origin who fled to Portugal in 1492. However, what happens there is equally disastrous in many ways. Although they are granted a brief respite upon the payment of fairly heavy entry fees, immigration fees, the King Manuel I, who embarks on a diplomatic policy of uniting Portugal and Spain, and in fact marries the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella in an attempt to unite the entire peninsula, is forced to agree, not entirely against his will, that in order to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, he has to make Portugal free of Jews, just as Spain is now free of Jews. Unlike Spain, Manuel does not want to give up the tremendous financial know-how and ability to have in Portugal. And so rather than expelling them, among other really disastrous.
Got a black magic
separates children from their parents.
Got a black magic woman.
Nearly 1,000 children alone off to an island that they
Got a black
colonizing.
magic woman. She's trying to make it dead.
Where according to eyewitness reports,
That was so sick. That was so sick. And you're like,
literally devoured by giant lizards that apparently attacked the sign. It's very difficult to actually document that adequately, but we know that hundreds, more than 1,000 Jewish children were sent off and were never seen again. Finally, in an act of desperation in 1497, he gathers all the Portuguese Jews within his kingdom and forcibly restrains them in a particular location near Lisbon. It's actually all the ones that were in the area of Lisbon, but the policy applied throughout. And starves them for about 3 days, and then forcibly just converts them. And are now against their will, just as we saw in 1391, Portuguese Catholics. And there's kind of like a concession where he says to them that for the next 10 years, they're going to turn a blind eye to whatever you do on your own. But within a few decades, the Inquisition comes to Portugal as well, and it is in many ways even far harsher than we saw in Spain. The Portuguese diaspora is distraught, and many of them express themselves in remarkable works, such as this fantastic book that I'm looking forward to talking about with you. Maybe we'll assign some of it as required reading before the trip. Usque's Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel, which is a unique work in Portuguese. It is actually one of the very first works of Portuguese literature in general that describes in poetic dialogue the long history of what Jews have gone through in extremely detailed treatment of the Portuguese Inquisition. So Portugal, by the time you get to the middle of the 16th century, is equally bad to what's going on in Spain in the Inquisition. There are 40,000 Jews accused of Judaizing by the Inquisition in Portugal. About 30,000 of them are formally sentenced. 750 autos da fe, these public burnings, are held not only in Portugal, but in Portuguese holdings in the New World. And about 1,200 Jews are burned to death. The remainder are burned in effigy, which was a popular thing to do. Jews' property could actually be seized after death in order to feed the hunger associated with Inquisition, and so burning in effigy was a popular option. And the last auto da fe, the last public burning, was not that long ago. It's after the foundation of America as a country, the United States of America, after the founding of France as a modern state in 1700. And it was only in the 19th century that the Inquisition was formally ended. So just think about this, the long history of persecution, which is not only in Portugal, it extends to all Portuguese territories and actually to all Catholic territories in varying levels. We're going to have to speak about that. When we come to the modern era, we begin to see Jewish resettlement beginning around the year 1800. In some places, it's always been there. As David mentioned earlier, the village of Belmonte in the north central part of Portugal is fascinating. This is a view, a photograph that we took in the last there. You had Jews who were continuing to exist as crypto Jews right up until the 23rd in 1917 by a Polish engineer who was working on a mining project nearby, and someone warned him not to do this with so-and-so from Belmonte because, he's actually a Jew. And this guy, Simon Schwartz from Poland, said, "What, a Jew? Portugal?" And he went to Belmonte, and there's lots of jokes you can say at this point. They said, "It's funny, you don't look Jewish," but they didn't believe him. They didn't believe that he, the Polish Jew, was Jewish until they started exchanging a little bit of Jewish geography, and he said the Shema prayer for them. My gosh, you really are Jewish, and that's how the Portuguese Jewish community was really. When we go there, we'll see some amazing community. Like this is a photograph from the remarkable village, which is you really feel it's like a 15th century medieval. Very
do it, baby.
And here's David Krauss. He's especially good at identifying these architectural remnants of the Jewish community, like this so-called mezuzah star that shows there. And mezuzah might have been embedded in the original.
Mississippi Queen, if you know what I mean.
We also see
Mississippi
Lisbon.
Queen.
This is actually the
She did
renovation
everything.
of
Way down around Pittsburgh. Around the Louisiana kind of way. It sucks as we've been start with a W.
To contain the Torah schools that were hidden behind some kind of partition, so that Jews could continue to pray through the 16th century in this particular location. It was later uncovered. Of course, it's not easy to get to, but last year we were able to get into this particular place, which still functions as a senior citizen home, but as this remarkable.
That was cool, but you gotta do the thing.
The life of crypto Jews in in the 20th century, Arturo Barros Bastos, shown here, came out as a Jew, and there's a lot of interesting parallels, I think, with that phrase coming out, and had himself circumcised, and marked the beginning of the resurgence of the Jewish community, particularly in Portugal, where ultimately,
Mississippi Queen.
he built the famous
Mississippi Queen.
Building.
She taught me everything.
Last time, I'm looking forward to seeing it
Way
again.
down around Pittsburgh. Flying Louisiana way. Cajun lady. Mississippi Queen. Down the dancer. We can bring it on wine. That kid. Never I will get in mine. Mississippi Queen. If you know what I mean. Mississippi Queen. Everything.
My presentation. I'm going to turn it over now to David Krause and especially David Lawrence, who will speak to you a little bit more about the technicalities of the trip. Thank you very much.
Wow, Henry, thank you so much. As always, full of information it makes me want to go to the cruise
That was
more.
so sick.
It's such so the way you present things is so unique, and I have to say, we look really like you on board both virtually and it's brilliant. Thank you.
That was
So probably before we zip into the questions, I would hand it over to
Come on, bitch.
dear
Word.
David Lawrence.
The nefarious, pushy, and ass-eating rabbi with the Discord needs to be studied.
Thank you. As always, Henry adds
Every now and then,
an integral part of the team.
now and again,
And
this guy
adds
shows
something
up.
just truly unique.
Blue guy
Even
shows up. What are you
when we're
talking
walking
about?
with our guys
Oh, you know.
and runs up, grabs the
The
mic for an interesting
lady.
story, really makes it special that we're able to do on these tours. Why I like Portugal and the Douro cruise, obviously I like them all, but Portugal is one of my favorites just because I like those off-the-beaten-path types of trips that you basically can't do on your own. What makes it so unique is we have our floating hotel coming back from meals, of course, with Chef Malcolm and his crew. And seeing places you really can't see on your own. Meeting Jewish communities, places like Belmonte, Porto, connections that we've made over the years. David Krause alone, before we started our first tour, our first Douro tour was in 2018. Made those connections, spent a year just touring the Douro Valley and everything around, from Lisbon to Porto, making those connections, and we have those special connections with all the individuals in all of these communities. Always learning, always finding new information every time we go there. So we are truly excited to start cruising again, as I'm sure we're all excited to get out and to start. I just wanted to go over some of the, why this is, like I told you, so unique. The research we've done, the training of the guides. David constantly in communication with our guides who are with us during the tour and on the boat, giving their unique part of Portugal, both the secular side. And one of our guides even, came to us and said, now I understand why my grandmother lights candles on Friday. She didn't understand it, but she just said that that's what her mom did, so that's what she does. So all these people figuring out that they're actually have Jewish history and heritage within their own families. And these are things that we bring out with not just our guests, but our guides. A big question that everybody has, of course, is with COVID and with the protocols that are in place in Portugal, because tourism is such an important part of their economy. Incredibly strict protocols are in place, especially with the government. The government works with the cruise company. It's pretty incredible. They actually have a container with the UV container, which all the luggage goes in and out before it gets onto the boat for decontamination. The protocols are extremely strict. If you look on our website under our health and safety, under facts, you'll see the protocols that are always up to date, always changing. Of course, we will only cruise if we feel safe, and it is safe. Cruising has started last June 15th were the first cruises that began on the Douro with all the companies that are there. There's probably about 7 or 8 ships that are going right now, and Baruch Hashem, everything is going according to plan. All the protocols are in place. What's unique about, I think, compared to a large cruise ship, is that with riverboating, we are always in kind of our own bubble, which is really nice. So everyone feels safe and secure. Everyone on the ship, obviously, our protocol is, and so is the cruise companies, that everyone has to be vaccinated. That will still be the case when we travel. As of now, PCR tests are needed 72 hours prior cruising. That's as of now. If that changes, we'll let everybody know. A big question about protocols coming back to the United States, because you again have to have a PCR test. So cruise line has a program on board where they'll be able to test people 72 hours before travel returning back home. So that also exists. So we have everything kind of in place. But again, you can call us and we'll go over all those protocols that you see. Right now, over the last year and a half, we have over 150 registered
breaking news
participants for 100 spaces. We've contacted pretty much everybody. Not everyone can make it this now. Of course, everyone feels comfortable they can do it. We have that meeting confirmed. Next week, we will be contacting everybody who they registered. Confirm their cabin space, and then they can, if they haven't originally registered with deposit, they will then have a new link to go register for the cabin of their choice based on what is available. So super excited to go. I mean, we're in this business because we get to travel. So we're jonesing to get up and to really, start. Next year is exciting as well. We have our Vietnam cruise scheduled for January. That is yet to be confirmed, as we're waiting for the Vietnamese government to open their borders. But our Seine River cruise in France, which is our tribute to Jewish heroism, World War I, World War II. In July is guaranteed departure, and then our northern Italy, which is Venice in northern Italy, on the beautiful La Venezia, the brand new ship. We're super excited for that. That's next October. And then the following year. But everything's on our website. You can see that. And again, if you have any questions, please contact us. I'm going to send it back to David. Also, Malcolm says no to all our past guests. Unfortunately, she can't be here. He's just here to look pretty anyway. And again, Henry, thank you so much. Just a little bit more of what to expect when we're on tour. And again, an integral part of, I'd like to say that the Kosher River Cruise team is now complete dependent, who will pretty much be on every cruise. So we're super excited. Back to you, David.
Thanks, David. Valuable information, sure. Really makes me all this, this experience today. I'm really thrilled, even more so to finally spend time on the boat with you, all you guys, and experience everything again, especially based on what you said. We're all locked up for more than a year now, and this is going to be great. One of these things that I've observed in those many years that we are running these cruises is one of the nicest things about it is that day one, not everybody knows everybody, and it's kind of like ice breaking and everything. And as you settle in and you cabin and you get to know the boat a bit, and you start enjoying the program and the company of the fellow cruisers. You're gradually creating a floating kehila community. For me, especially, personally, is one of the nicest things. I'm looking forward to be again part of this floating kehila. So we have a question here. Yes, do crew members have to be vaccinated? One of the first questions. I think that's a question for you, David.
Yes, all crew members will be vaccinated. Everyone on the guides will be vaccinated. The bus drivers will be vaccinated. And again, traveling in our own bubble will be kind of nice. And since this, like I said, I think this is the perfect way to start with Portugal. You're not crossing any borders, except going into Spain for the day into Salamanca. We're taking buses, but again, the ship is always staying in Portugal, so all those protocols are kept in place. And since this is off the beaten path, we are really staying out of city centers. The only city center we're going to will be Porto, but Porto is kind of that small city where we're not really interacting with many crowds anyway. But yes, everybody on the ship will be vaccinated.
And also, I shall add, Porto is like on a hill, so there's always fresh air there, and it's close to the ocean. There's a second question. By Morris. So we will know next week about whether we are going.
No problem, guys. I mean, we're gonna don't worry about it. I'm trying to make decisions on what they want to do. So take your time. We kind of threw it at everybody about 2 weeks ago that it is on, and trying to see if they feel comfortable going and if they have the time. I'm sure there's a ton of Zoom calls going on because everybody can finally get together. So everyone's waiting to see who's having a baby, who's getting married, So there's still space. Don't feel pressured that you have to make a decision right now. It's just those people can now confirm their cabins at this time. But like I said,
you think Brandy's a whore?
Registered about of the 104 spaces we have, I would say about close to 80 have confirmed. So that gives people time to make those final decisions.
Thank you, David. And here's another question, but Leslie raised her hand, so I don't know how to do it.
No, you just gotta ask questions, so don't worry about the handing. If you can, and if you have something later on, you can email us. Yeah, right. Great. So I think that's it, right, David? I think that's everything.
Yeah, I don't think there are any more questions. You guys from the audience, you have more questions?
And you can save them for the vote too, because we'll be doing this every afternoon as well. So. Every morning, yeah, and what's so unique about Riverboat is that we're around each other all the time. So whether you're, having dinner with Dr. Davidson or
He
just
couldn't
having
stay.
some time walking
No
around,
love
getting to
was
know
his
each other,
Say,
questions,
Granddad,
really get to
you'll
experience
you'll find
what
what
it
it's
is
good. You will be to find but
70% of
alive.
the individuals who are coming in at this time are return cruisers. So probably many of you all know each other.
Yeah, Brandy used to watch his eyes when he told a sailor story. She could feel the ocean falling
All I
live.
can say is that this
She
is
saw
like
the station glory. I always told the truth. Oh, Lord, honest man. And Brandon does her best to understand everything
David says about the floating
It's a bit of a hole. Everybody's
shul at first,
coast
you know,
to
we start
side.
dominion, be careful, but you know, everyone's talking very loudly by the time we're done. So it's like on the lines. We made a lot of good friendships, my wife and I, over the course of these tours. And
Pussy and passy to
it
grab
was a
up with the
wonderful
good story needs
experience
to be
on every
studied.
level.
Yeah.
On a physical level, like
Get out of my notifications, Rabbi.
Unparalleled. On a spiritual level, you know, connecting with you feel with Jewish history so much more powerful when you're actually standing where Jews walk for thousands of years. It's an amazing experience. And on just a communal level, it's really great to connect with each other as explorers of this long Jewish history. And there are really some wonderful people that go on these tours. I think that, you know, I don't know if David actually does this on purpose, but everybody has to file the actual I am vaccinated in person type of thing, right? Just like they file the COVID-19 vaccination form. Okay, that was a stupid joke. But at any rate, this
our code of conduct. Everybody loves it. It's our favorite. Just, you know, everyone knows who's been on our boats that it's just laid back, relaxed, and I think that's the whole point. Is you feel like a vacation. You know, leave your suits at home. You don't need them. And it's just a way to get to know each other, relax, and especially over this last year and a half, I think we can all use it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, so that's it. I'm done. Thank you all very much for attending.
Thank you, everybody, so much. This was such a wonderful start of the week. And hope I'll see everybody on the call.
Thanks, everybody. Take care. Thank you, Henry.
Love this song.
Is she still making music?
Stay in the club with this one, B. Here's a load and lots of dope. Gonna find a way to ride by the hand in my flow. In fresh clothes. Already surrounded by so many hoes. I'm a gigolo and on the go. And ready on another show. In the club, with about 3 in the mall. Nothing to take to all them hoes. Showed it out.
One of the most beautiful sights that we look forward to.
Whatever happened to R. Kelly? He was great.
On the Duro cruise is the city of Salamanca.
Is he still in jail for pissing on somebody?
Very rich Jewish history. Here's a map that shows you where Salamanca is. It's actually not on so many hoes. Get there, but very much right. It will be a very significant city for Duro because it's many of them make their way directly to the earliest documentation of Jews in Salamanca dates to the 12th century, and it's interesting to note that from the years that the Jews actually had very strong civil rights. Years, but for example, under Fernando II, in the 12th century, Jews were given equal judicial rights as Christians. And this is something which was was repeated later in the 13th century when a charter was granted to Jews there. They were given full legal rights and also a lot of privileges to judge themselves by cumulative law. There were some exceptions. If Jews and Christians were involved in a lawsuit, then that might have to go to the judges. But otherwise, the Jews had a very strong level of self-government. There were still some discriminatory taxes in place that were specifically connected to the Jews, but on the whole, for the early period in particular, it was actually very well. We know that by the 13th century, the Jews of Salamanca actually had three synagogues, the so-called Shigea, or the Old Synagogue, the Nueva, the New Synagogue, and the Menor, which was the small synagogue. This was actually much improved over many other Jewish communities in Europe, because the custom was, of course, to only have two synagogues. One that you would pray in, and one that you wouldn't be caught dead in. So in the 14th century, we begin to see a decline in quality of life for the Jews in growing intolerance. In year 13, has to say that Christians did not receive medical services from Jews, which has been a hardship on the population. These are very traditionally associated with medicine, particularly in Spain. This is a place where, after all, Maimonides comes from, in the south of Salamanca, nevertheless. Also, there are the beginnings of residency restrictions, where Jews are not allowed to live in certain areas and encouraged to live in other areas, but this is really not so much of a hardship, because Jews generally are quite gregarious. They like to have to live within walking distance of a synagogue, of a ritual bath, of an Asian restaurant, things like that. Unfortunately, towards the end of the 14th century, we see some more significant attacks. Salamanca is largely spared the wave of pogroms that washes across Spain in the year 1391. These are pogroms that are accompanied by some forced baptisms that would have a long-lasting impact on the Jews of Spain, because it ironically created a new class of citizen in Spain, the so-called New Christians, that is, Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, who retained all of their personal identification with Judaism, the Jewish community, but at the same time had the freedom, movement, and privilege of Christians. And this created a rather untenable situation, especially for the church in the 14th century, which will ultimately result in the Inquisition and later the expulsion of Jews. One of the most beautiful areas of Salamanca, in my humble opinion, is the gorgeous medieval university that exists there. And Jews have had a long association with this particular school, especially from the 14th century on. Not only in terms of contributing to its intellectual heft, as many Jews, especially after the forced conversions, would participate in teaching at the University of Salamanca, but also in a very material way. Their Beit Midrash, for example, the Jewish study hall, was ended up being confiscated by the university when Juan II donated it in 1413. This is after the wave of conversions that occurred following the 1391 pogroms across the Iberian Peninsula. It ended up becoming a dormitory. But even afterwards, Jews, now conversos and new Christians, are still participating very actively in the university life. They would come under significant pressure during the period of the Inquisition, beginning from the 1470s and on, but they were deeply embedded in the intellectual life of the university. As you can see, here's a couple of pictures from the last time I was there with Tosha Cruz's. Hebrew was an extremely important element of the curriculum, especially the theological parts of the school. Here's actually a picture of me in the one of the lecture halls there, which is really quite fascinating. I really enjoyed the classroom furniture. Check out these benches here. No one is falling asleep in my class if I get to lecture in a room like this. Unfortunately, the story of the Jews of Salamanca in the 15th century comes to a dramatic and sad ending with the expulsion of the Jews from Spain in 1492. The synagogue is confiscated by the church and given over to become a private residence, and the Jews who were conversos are now subject to significant persecution by the Inquisition. Those Jews who were never forcibly baptized to Christianity or who had never elected to become Christians decided that Portugal was one of the best places for them to go, and they made their way across the border. Here, by the way, is a dramatic representation of the presentation of the idea of expulsion to Isabella and Ferdinand, the king and queen, and the person wildly gesticulating, wearing the black, is none other than the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada himself, and standing with his back to the viewer is Don Isaac Abravanel, very important rabbi and social activist politician of that era. The art is by Emilio Salo, painted in 1880. Okay, I hope that you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise along the Douro River, and I'm especially looking forward to seeing Salamanca again with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Jump in a cigarette machine. He did it all the way. He's like a flasher on my shit helmet. Smoking crack. That's causing social funds. Everyone's trying to talk you out of it. Please don't express any. Don't listen. I had an air conditioning guy come by, and they were supposed to do some specific things. He got there, and he's like, it's 195 diagnostic fee. And I was like, okay,
there we go. Hello, everyone. I am here with my good friend and colleague, David Kraus. He is our European director, and this is so excited to see him again in person. By the way, this ship, we're all totally vaccinated. Portugal is one of the safest countries in Europe right now, and I'm really delighted to be back on this trip. David, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about what we expect to see?
Well, thank you, Henry. We are right now getting the whole boat into a kosher mode. So as you can imagine, that's quite challenging. But Baruch Hashem, we're slowly getting there. And yeah, we are about to cruise the entire Douro, all the way upstream, all the way to Spain, Salamanca, visiting some of the beautiful sites there in that ancient Spanish city. And then we start cruising back down. And obviously, one of the highlights of the whole cruise is visiting one of the last Marrano Jewish communities in the world in a small village called Belmonte, where we actually get to meet the crypto-Jewish community that survived until today, which for me personally is absolutely fascinating. And it's always quite difficult to convince a group of Marranos talk to a group of strangers about how Jewish they are. So I'm especially looking forward to that. But we already established friendship with some of the leading figures of the community, and this definitely will be one of the highlights. I'm so much looking forward to that, to see my friends again in Belmonte. And then we're also being welcomed by the Jewish community of Porto here when we come back.
There's up next to Porto on behind us over here. I'm holding a selfie here. I wasn't sure how to use that selfie stick. Not sure how to use it, but Rabbi Weiss said, ask any 12-year-old. There you go. You can see it's a beautiful old Jewish community in Porto. Are we going to the shul here too?
Yes.
Oh, wow. It's amazing. Amazing. You can see in the background also, this is a bridge that was designed by the school of Gustav Eiffel, the famous designer of the Eiffel Tower. You see, it's basically the same thing, just sideways.
Right. And one thing they added from last time is, well, you can see right now actually, they introduced trams. And one specialty about Porto is that normally in most other cities, you have one set of train, and here you have two, and they're connected together. So that's one of the signature things in Porto.
That's great. Okay, David, you're going to speak with me more on this camera as we go on this tour, right?
Right.
It's going to be great. Okay, next video, hopefully, we'll show you some more cool things. Thank you very much for watching. Hey everyone, I'm here with David Lawrence, my friend and colleague. From Coast to Riverboat Tours, and we're on the beautiful Douro River on day 2 of our amazing cruise into Iberian Jewish history. David, tell us something about this great experience.
So everyone boarded yesterday. We're now heading upriver all the way to the Spanish border. We'll be doing Salamanca tomorrow in Spain. Full day touring in Spain. Today's a leisurely journey upriver. Everybody's resting, relaxing. We have our cooking classes, our lectures, our history classes. Everyone's starting to get to know each other and filling ourselves with as much food as we possibly can to survive tomorrow's full day tour.
And it's also cool. We are right now, by the way, in the middle of a lock. There are, what is a lock? I'm going to turn the selfie stick around for a second. This is a lock, and it is like a way of making the Douro River navigable because it has, like, used to have rapids, right? So these things were constructed in the 20th century to allow the riverboat to rise to another level. And on the other side of that big kind of bridge behind us, we'll join the river at that level. And by the way, David, I think you know the reason why Jews love to tour on the Douro River is because it has so many locks on it. Yeah, okay. So anyways, tomorrow, Salamanca, which is going to be just amazing because they have this amazing university, one of the oldest in Europe, that was extremely important for graduating a lot of really famous Jews and crypto Jews after the Inquisition had forced them to convert to Christianity. Really fascinating things to see.
And all the red stone, which makes it a really beautiful, unique city. Somewhere like Jerusalem, here everything is kind of, all the buildings the same color as well. It makes it somewhat, almost a very unique place in Spain. I haven't seen anything like it in all of Spain. I've been all over Spain. It makes this really unique. One of my favorite cities, actually.
It is gorgeous. Not quite as beautiful as Jerusalem, of course, but it does have that kind of, reddish look to it. Okay, great. Turn off the camera now. Yeah, you can do that. Oh my God. Remember? Yeah. I remember. Wow, this is really an opposing walk here. Okay, David, let's get you in this one here. Okay.
You get my hands?
Yeah, get your hands up. Hi. Wait a second. Let me get out of here. So it looks like you're pushing it. Okay, go. Put some effort into it. Come on. Effort. That's it. Great. Okay. That is great.
Something's gonna happen with this Breonna Taylor thing. Mark my fucking words.
Right now.
Shit's gonna light up.
Actually, I'm fairly.
One day,
Isolated.
motherfucker kills her and gets one fucking day.
The mountain top here, where you have gorgeous views of the sun all around, but it is really quite isolated. In fact, the isolation of this geographic locality contributed to the survival of the Jewish population.
Come on, somebody else say something.
There was really no major civilization around. Unlike the cities like Rothschild, where it was much more tenuous for crypto Jews to maintain their identity. Here in Belmont,
Whereas big community of Christian Jews were able to survive throughout the centuries. So my impression of the museum is they were able to create where you can see some beautiful things and that you can actually see families throughout generations and generations and people that actually helped in this community with the mountain open after so many centuries.
Well, I think our journey started probably about 5 years ago when we decided to actually do the Douro River. We had to do a lot of research, years of research to basically find out how the boat was going to move, how we were going to move, what was the proximity of the river. It started with just a bunch of people getting in the car and exploring. And it took quite a while. And then David Krause, a lot of contacts in the area. People started to open up, and people started to tell us where everything was.
You mentioned that we literally are one of the first groups that are rediscovering, reconnecting.
What fuck is category shit?
Incredible Jewish history after 500 years and reconnecting with the people in Belmonte, in Porto, many of whom are recently rediscovering their Jewish history.
5 years ago, we decided we wanted to do the Douro River, and then we had to basically research every stop along the way and trying to search out Jewish history and heritage because there was no road map. I mean, it basically took a bunch of us in a car and a bunch of scholars looking for all those points. Remember when we got to this town 5 years ago, the mayor met us and bought us lunch and was excited to have us come and bring our groups. I mean, this is, never had a mayor buy us lunch.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993. And really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community of Belmonte. This gentleman behind me, the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. So this pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And, this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity, but we have to say that the modern Jewish identity would never be part of the community in Belmonte if it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto Jews here who kept it alive. And I think this, personally, for me, is the most fascinating experience because they really passed down the tradition, although in a very, very corrupted, changed way. But the pulse of it is there, was there, all the way until the 20th century. Therefore, the idea that they are part of the Jewish people survived till today, and therefore they could rejoin the Am Yisrael beginning of the 1990s. It's still a process that is going on and explaining to us how they're slowly building up the community, and it's very proudly where they build a sukkah. Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Oh my God.
Oh, no shit. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, tight. How far back did these go?
I got the Jewish person wanting to bring it to Belmonte.
Suddenly a club with a groove. With a groove. Spending lots of dough.
So he was a student of John Carlos Scarno during the golden age of jazz, and he fell into the nuclear reactor. And
so behind me is the wall of the cistern that used to collect the water, rainwater, and then they send it down to the lower. So all the way up to the 20th century, this was the actual active water source for much of the city of La Mesa. And in these blocks here, it was the custom for individual stonemasons to leave their mark. And some of them are really quite interesting, and we can't really tell for sure. But there's this one here. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is. A selfie stick at the same time. This one here looks a lot like the Canadian Coastal Route 10 tablets of the law, which would, not necessarily be such a good thing for a Jewish stonemason living as a new Christian to use as his mark because it would be pretty obvious. But it could be that this here might actually be a cruciform shape, like a cross, to kind of maybe Exactly indicate the overlaying of a Christian identity on top of a Jewish identity? Not at all impossible. You'll notice that the Portuguese have the European rounded tops, whereas most of the traditional commentaries actually have the two capital laws being square. Nevertheless, we really don't know, but it's fascinating to see the mark on the one of the stonemason's marks here on the cistern.
The music has an important Jewish community. We had over here, we know we had two Jewish neighborhoods. We will walk first along the new Jewish neighborhood, and then we will end the tour at the old Jewish neighborhood. The first documentation we have of its presence dates back to the 13th century.
We are here at Lamego. We are right now at the newer Jewish quarter. There was sequentially two Jewish quarters. Jews are documented here in Lamego as early as 1100s, if I'm not mistaken. And now we're kind of like trying to orient ourselves around the Jewish quarter, around the Stiebel. So this seems very suspicious to a European Jewish eye. We were for so many centuries locked up in ghettos, so we kind of, or at least I do, have it in the eye to say so. So this seems to me like this might have been one of the entrances into the quarter, because you have this massive stone wall, quite out of place on the corner, and then everything else is cramped in. On the other side, you have this very high wall, which might have been actually the division between the Christian part and the Jewish part. And then this building here on the corner, first of all, this is nothing really out of the ordinary Jewish. That's not Jewish, but that's actually the point. Very often when a synagogue or a Jewish building was seized by the Christians, they would override the former function of the building by inserting some Christian symbol. Moreover, we are dealing with a building that's built, obviously, in the axis west, north, west, east. Okay, and there's this brand new Gothic, meaning 14th century entrance. Yes, in the 14th century, we know from sources that the Jewish quarter was here, and understanding the architecture a bit, in the Gothic period, only really the most important edifices were built with such an elaborate arch entrance, because the people were not really capable of building anything more complicated back then, except for the cathedrals, churches, and some church buildings. And for that case, also, obviously, the synagogues. Very often, also, the synagogues were built by non-Jewish Christian guilds and stonemason shops. And this being the case, again, we don't know. And what you, like in the bigger picture, look at the area. This obviously is the main street, or sort of a, as they say in Italian, piazzetta. So down there we have another building, which again is in the axis west-east. Again, denoting the importance of it, perhaps. And so my theory is that actually over there was the old school, and this is the breakaway lineage.
So where we're standing right here is one of the structures that we believe may have been the synagogue on this street. It's really hard to tell. There's no obvious symbol. There's a possibility that this may be a little mezuzah scar over here. Let me get on the camera. That may be a mezuzah scar, but it's not quite the right size or placement. But one of the stronger items to suggest that it might be the synagogue is that, ironically, it seems to have been rededicated. It looks like domos, like house. Yes. And like maybe Timoteo, maybe it was rededicated as a church.
Oh no, that we know. That we know. That we know.
So I think that
a little chapel. Yes.
So this, I mean, this is quite fascinating, because obviously this is a cross that you can see that, but why is it again put exactly on the right part of the doorstep? This is what the neo-Christians, the conversos, would do in order to show that they're good Christians, but in fact
was a secret message for the fellow conversos that this actually is a Jewish household. Wow. I mean, this is literally what you get here in Portugal. Nobody has really dealt with Jewish heritage or the crypto Jewish heritage pretty much ever. So you're literally unearthing the evidence right on the streets of Portugal.
This is the house of the bishop, and this is an 18th century building. And we believe that we have information.
There she is.
People talk about new Christians women.
I was just talking about you. Just saying, where is Mr. Just saying. Where is Miss? Oh, that I don't know.
Carrie.
All right. How was your day?
It was good. How was yours?
Lovely. Do you have do you have physical therapy tomorrow?
Yeah, but got it tomorrow. What?
All right. I see how you do. Start off slow, work your way to a perfect game.
Yeah, that's not good or bad.
Get this. That's perfect. Get it. Mr. Clarice, this is a difficult split. The goal is to get 2. And I got 0. And I got 0, folks. Not only that, but it went in the gutter. That takes forever to go. Get it, Mr. Clarice. Get it.
Oh, okay. That little curve with it. Okay. Okay.
You got this. You got this. You're going to get a spare. I know it.
Look, just one. It's okay.
You've got a big lead.
You got this now. You got a strike.
No doubt. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Good job. Good job. Ooh.
Look at you matching.
I matched you. Come on, try doing another one.
All right.
Go ahead.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, that's good.
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Get it, girl.
There we go.
Oh, pretty close.
Now let's get it. Yay.
You're going to get this one.
Nope. It's okay. I want you to get this time. Come on, Rabbi. Let's go.
Almost.
Yay.
Get it.
Okay.
Get it.
Come on, Rabbi. You in the lead. Let's go.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
All right. Good job.
It's your turn now. I win, you win.
Yeah. We got to win again. I'm going with it.
I'm going to be tough to beat this time. Oh, but look at you.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice spare.
Come on, Rabbi. Thank you.
Get it.
Hey, you did it. You got it. You got this.
No, I don't. Boo. That's all right, though. 9.
It's okay, Rabbi.
I'll take 9 just to start off. Nice job.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Get it. Oh, come on.
Oh, it's enough. You got this one, Dad. You got it. Easy.
I am not doing well on my second shots. I'm doing okay on the first shots, but the second shots, no. Get it. Miss Aquarius, you are playing
Come on, Rabbi.
beautifully. I need a strike here.
Yes. Let's go.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm back, baby.
Good job.
I'm back, baby.
It's okay. You win, I win. I don't care.
I win, you win, girl.
Yeah. They both gonna win. Okay?
Get it, girl. Nice spare. Wow, you got a big score.
Thank you. Come on, Rabbi.
I need the strike. And now I've got like the very difficult spare. Get it. Oh, I almost got it. Go. Go. Get it, Miss Aquarius.
Alright, tough split. It's okay.
You got it. What a spare. What a spare. That was beautiful. You're putting up a big score. Look at you, 88. Look at you, 88.
Thank you.
Well, Miss Aquarius, putting me to shame. You got your 93rd win. Good job, Miss Aquarius.
I thought when you get a strike, though, you get higher. I didn't know that. I thought when you get a strike, you get higher. No?
You do. Hold on. Before you go, let's look up the rules on this because we're always confused. I've been bowling since I was 3, and I've still never understood the scoring. So here we go. Yo, can you please tell me what the scoring is of bowling? It's always confusing with like a strike and a spare having extra points. How does it work? All right. A full game has 10 frames. In each frame, you get up to 2 chances to knock down 10 pins, unless you get a strike. More on that below. Open frame. You don't knock down all 10 pins. You just get the total number of pins you knock down. Example, you roll 4, then 5. The score is 9. A spare. You knock all 10 pins down in 2 rolls. You get 10 points plus the number of pins you knock down on the next roll. So, example, frame 1 equals 7 plus 3, so that's a spare. And your next roll is a 4. So then your score is equal to 10 plus 4 equals 14 for that frame. Now, how is this again? How is this again? Hold on a second. Example, frame 1 is 7 plus 3 is a spare. The next roll is 4. So then you get 14 for that frame. All right, strike. You knock down all 10 pins down on the first roll. You get 10 points plus the next 2 rolls. Oh, okay. So example, frame 1 is a strike. The next frame is equal to 3 plus 6. So then your score would be 10 plus 3 plus 6 equals 19 for that frame.
Okay.
Now, for the last frame, if you get a spare or a strike, you earn extra rolls. The spare is 1 bonus roll. A strike is 2 bonus rolls. So you can roll up to 3 times in the last frame. All right, so here's an example game. Frame 1, you roll a strike. So that would be a 10. Frame 2, you get a 7, and then you get a spare. So then you get 10. plus 3 equals 13. Okay, I don't know about if this is difficult to understand because you're not seeing it. Frame 3 rolls 3 and 6 and a 9. All right, so frame 1, if you get a strike, 10. Okay. So open frame, you just add your pins. A spare equals 10 plus next 1 roll. A strike equals 10 plus the next 2 rolls. We'll get it next time. That'll help us understand.
Okay, I'm just here running my water.
Alrighty. Okie dokie. How have they been treating you in Socialize?
I go in there. I go in the room where you be at.
Yeah.
And that's it, to go to sleep. So I go in there, I go to sleep. Now, that GoHunt dude, he unmuted me. But I mute myself in there. So I really don't sit there. I just listen, I hear them. But they be like, Rabbi, why is you know, they be talking mess about you and all that. I just ignore it.
Oh, I'm sure.
I'm like, they gotta leave my phone alone. Yeah.
I'm sure.
But I go in there to go to sleep. I don't go in there socialize. There's too many kids on there.
That's what I say.
So I only go in the room where you be at to go to sleep. That's it. Or take a nap or something. That's it.
Okay. Well, that works.
Yeah. I listen to them act a fool, but I try to cut it down because, you know, it's all been racial people and all that, but making all that noise and stuff. So I cut it down to a minimum, and that's it.
I understand.
I can't hear it. It'll wake me up. Yeah, it'll wake me up. And I can't keep getting up, breaking my sleep, especially when I have to go to work to mute somebody. So, no, I got to cut it down.
I get it. Do you get a lot of friend requests in there?
I might have, but I don't even look at them no more.
Same here.
Got some on Billboard and Socialize. I don't look at them. Just leave them there because I don't know how old these kids are. I don't want them. You're not in your 30s or, you know, not 30s or 40s. I'm not want to talk to you. I don't. I just, you know. So.
I get it.
They still right there.
I get it.
Yeah, they're going to stay right there, Rabbi. It's going to stay right there. I got a whole bunch of them, but, yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know, I'm going to be here to go to sleep because I said I'd be here for the weekend to sleep with you. So I'm going to put this on mute.
Sounds like a plan, Miss Aquarius. Alrighty. Sweet dreams.
Yeah, stay the morning. Sweet dreams.
God willing. Excellent. Take care.
All right, you too. I'm here though. Okay.
Okay, but you're going to bed. Sounds like a plan.
People in a weird way, which was wrapping them with white textiles. So this was also one of the accusations happening during that period of the Inquisition being here, 41 to 47 of the 16th century.
Thank you, Felipa. So this building here is really kind of fascinating and holds a lot of promise for our interpretation and understanding of the region. We are on, as Felipa mentioned, Synagogue Street, right? Synagogue Street, which is ironically the name of the street that I grew up on in Niagara Falls. We have a synagogue on that street as well. But as you can see, the building that is behind me is actually a church, and there's a plaque here that identifies it somewhat mysteriously as the first cathedral dated 435, but people points out that's kind of a suspicious date, right? It really doesn't make quite sense. But notice a couple of interesting things about this building. First of all, it has kind of like the dramatic stamp of a Christian facility, as you can see there, which is like one of the sort of overcompensations that we often see in converted synagogues. Also, it has 2 entrances, just like in Brooklyn or Muncie, you would have two entrances like that. It doesn't have a steeple or any other kind of traditional architecture that you would identify with a church. So there's still a lot of questions as to what exactly this building is. It is in the right place to be one of the newer synagogues on the street. Again, if we could go inside and see if there were any names like Schwartz or Goldberg, we would know for sure. But for the time being, this is one of those mysteries. And actually, got to give credit to David Krause, who really spent some time thinking about the architecture here. Yeah, he was sitting home. A Prague kind of reference. Wait, that was a good photograph. Of your camera. Oh, perfect. That's how I always remember.
Big swing. Yeah. I'm scared. I gotta run, but keep talking. Give us a quick time. Yeah, it's a fun guy. What? This thing. Oh my God. He's gonna go buy a car.
I'm standing right now with the major square across the street from me. You can see it's planted with a whole bunch of sycamore trees in the 19th century. You have a look at the tree. Is over my right shoulder. You can see that the trunks are rather distended and kind of have these bulbous, large growths. Apparently, shortly after they were planted in the 19th century, they developed some kind of infection with some kind of invasive species, and the trunks were grossly distended and deformed. And it's interesting because right behind me is where the two recorded autos da fe happened in Porto. That is, people who were accused by the Inquisition of practicing, secret Judaism. That was also associated with witchcraft and many other things. They were executed here on this square. It was very rare. Porto had only these specific executions, and
how are you?
All of the rest were sent to cities like Lisbon and Coimbra.
Yo,
but
Mr. Chung.
I think.
What you watching, fella?
I'm watching Jewish history lectures. How are you, pimp?
I can't hear what you're saying. I'm not hearing you. Well, that's true.
What's good, man?
Say that again.
I'm watching Jewish history lectures.
Okay.
How are you?
I am good.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
I'm just ripping a yard right now.
Very well. Please remind me, how'd you find out about me, Mr. Chung?
Fancy.
Oh, very cool.
And I saw you at G, I think.
That could be. Very cool. What's on your agenda for this weekend?
World domination, friend.
That's what I like to hear. What's step one?
Getting some bitches on my dick.
Excellent plan, man. Are we talking tens only, nines and tens, eights, nines, and tens? What are we talking?
Man, I'll take a 6, man. I'm a humble ass nigga. I'll take a 6.
There you go, man. Shoot for the stars, land on the moon.
You're a funny guy. I've always been in your server. I just never really peeped it. I've been in here like 3 times.
Tell you about myself?
But I've seen an interview about you.
Oh, okay. You could just get my big dick.
Yeah, sure, man.
Excellent. What
I
interview?
only watched like 5 minutes of it, though.
That's okay. That's 5 minutes more than most people on Earth. All right. So If I may ask, what interview was it?
I'm not sure. I don't remember, but I remember it was in Bagsy.
Okay, very cool. Well, do you mind if I tell you about myself?
Sure, bub.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so since the pandemic, more than 3.5 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. You're familiar with Fish Tank. Have you ever... Pardon me?
Even Christian?
Yeah, because he just does it from one angle. I'm live right now on 22 different YouTube streams. If you would, in the left-hand side of this server, you're going to see with a red dot, it says 24/7 YouTube links.
Yeah.
Just click that, and you'll see more live YouTube streams of any single individual than you've ever seen.
Oh. So you said how many are you streaming to? You said...
Well, just on YouTube, like 22.
Wow.
Go click that link in 24/7 YouTube stream.
I can't click back and paste it.
Okay, we'll copy it and paste. Copy it and paste it, big dog.
Did it grab a file link? Are you gonna come touch me?
No, it just goes to YouTube.
Okay. I don't have any money either, so you're not getting like a card or anything. I don't know.
Dog, I'm not.
We're going to the...
I'm not stealing your stuff.
Oh my god! What?
Exactly.
So how many channels do you have?
I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person ever.
I believe that, man.
Yeah, you could. And I stream my life for world peace. So you see what I do is different than Christian. Not only have I been doing it longer but bigger, and additionally, I talk about things that about which he doesn't talk about, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency. It's known as Harry Potter Obama-Sonic Teninu. It's worth about $100 million. One of the things that we do as a community is build wells in Africa. So I do projects that he doesn't do. Additionally, I am an advocate for LifeStraw technology and desalination technology, essentially pumping Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So I know that you're familiar with Fish Tank. Are you familiar with the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
I've seen The Truman Show. It was good.
Very well. Well, as you can tell, it's essentially what I am. And the Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data, specifically human data, had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived than any person ever, which may make me a very influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to help you, Mr. Chung. I'm going to help your friends. I'm going to help your family become not just financially independent if you're not already. I want you to become, to create generational wealth, and I want you to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
That sounds cool. I've always wanted to give back to people, but I'm kind of like broke as fuck.
That's fine. Not for long. I'm going to go viral, and when I do, I'm going to help you.
So how much streams do you, or how much views do you usually get?
Well, that's a good question. I'm live on so many different platforms, it's difficult to calculate. So on each one of those 22 live streams, they're all connected to different accounts that multi-stream. So in addition, I'm live. Like I could go to some of the smaller platforms, like YouNow. People, it's another one of these streaming platforms. If I go to you now, right now, it'll tell me how many people I have streaming. Just one moment, and like I've got like 60 people watching me on there. I don't know if I necessarily believe that, but okay, if that's what they want to say, that's neat. And then on my other streams, generally over the course of a day, I get a couple hundred people who see what I do. And that doesn't count.
That's pretty cool, man.
Thank you. That doesn't count all the people from YouTube and I'm sorry, apologies, Discord and all those people.
Yeah. Well, things on Fagsy, they don't really get that popular. Like a couple people see it, and then, like, you know, no one talks about it. Like, it has to be somebody within the group's hierarchy to post it for it to blow up, or you know, it has to be something like shocking. People don't pay attention to shit.
Right, and you know, people don't necessarily like me in there. Some people do, but some people don't, and I get that. Everybody's got their own thing.
Why don't they like you?
They just think I'm boring, and I get that because I don't talk in there, and because I don't talk in there, I don't give them like any ammunition against me. They want me to be able to talk with them though, and I get that, but I don't want to talk with people in there. A lot of times they're mean. On top of that, I'm not sure, but I only want to talk with people who are at least 18 years old. I don't want to talk with children.
Yeah.
And so it's like important to me to ensure that, you know, I'm controlling who I'm speaking, with whom I'm speaking. Not because I have anything against kids, but I don't want to talk to them. They're usually not mature, and I want them to be kids. They don't need to hear about some of the things about which I want to speak. Not that they're not intelligent enough to pick it up, but basically, like
some people shouldn't have that thought process at that age.
Yeah, exactly. I talk about sexology. I talk about, you know, when people come in here, I'm like, hey, what's going on, pimp? Like, that's not necessarily how you should reference a child. So, in order to control that, I just do my best to ensure that I ask people when they come in, if they don't sound at least 18, I ask them if they are. And then if they are, then I'm down to talk with them for as long as they. If they're not, well, then we have an issue, and then I have to tell them, look, no offense to you, but I only want to talk to people who are 18, so bounce.
Yeah, I get it, because it's drama, you know.
Well, yeah, and I don't want to be seen as somebody who's grooming children either.
Yeah, it's a bad look. I've been accused of that before.
Okay, well, frankly, I have not, because I'm very strict about who I let in here, and I don't want to change that.
Who is this other person in the call?
That's my friend. Her name is Miss Aquarius. She is someone who I just played a game with, and she sleeps in here.
Okay.
So that's what I do. I'm just chilling. My friend from Australia is going to be here pretty soon, and we're going to play some more games. Do you like to play games?
Usually, yeah, but my PC is, it's brokey.
Yeah, we don't use PCs. We use mobile devices. We just play mini games like mini golf and darts and archery and like things like checker, chess, that kind of deal.
Holy shit, dude, there are so many fucking channels.
Word, dog.
In this photo.
Word. And if you
just
go
everywhere, it's like there's a VC for everything.
That's what I want it to be. I want it to be a place where anyone with basically any interest can come in here and find someone or a community they like. Now, I understand it's not that big right now, but that doesn't mean that won't change.
No, I get it. I like it. I like it, honestly, because I like a lot of the shit in here.
Very cool. If you click, not on everything, but if you click on the chat part, you can see videos in there that I've uploaded or little descriptions of each.
If you don't mind me asking, how old are you, man?
I'm 39 years old.
Oh. What kind of, do you watch TV shows in here or movies?
Fuck yeah. So I've watched every major motion picture and every major television series, everything from I Love Lucy to The Sopranos to Sex and the City to Seinfeld to Cheers to MASH to Family Guy to The Simpsons. I've watched them all. And then
What about
The Rifleman.
Yeah, by Chuck Connors.
Yeah, so I've heard of that. Please talk to me about it.
It's one of those older.
That's what I thought.
Like 60s.
Yeah. Okay.
Shows.
So, I haven't seen it, but I've heard of it.
It's probably a long series. I don't know. I always used to watch it on cable television with my dad. And all the cowboy shit, that shit's hard, man. I wish people made movies like that again with those practical effects. You know, it's like actually happening. Like they blow up a house or they, destroy something or CGI is fucking dead, dude, with how it's being used. Like in 2008 and like maybe 2014, like the shit looked clean, but now people just want to make because like the Marvel movies, they have a big budget. They have like one of the biggest budgets, but they're using fucking airsoft guns for their scenes.
Right.
Like you see an airsoft on that. So like, what the fuck is all the money for?
It's a good point.
Like, what is is it laundering? Is it just fucking like, I don't know. Hollywood's whack, dude.
Some aspects of
What
it.
it used
Certainly some aspects of it. I'm in agreement with you on that.
Do you have anyone that comes in here and speaks to you like about serious subjects?
Every day.
I hope you get it out there because I can just got the idea of like the community you want to have.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
It looks like it's a lot of work.
It definitely is, but it pays off with good people like you come in here and tell me about themselves and allow me to share my project with them. And I started this community a year ago. We started from 0 people, and we just surpassed 1,800 last week. And it continues to grow a few people every day, and that's great.
What other servers do you go to?
I'm live in Socialize. I'm live in Aiden Ross's Discord. I'm the #1 streamer all time in there. #1 streamer all time in I Show Speed's Discord. #1 streamer all time in the Kai Sanat Discord. #1 streamer all time in Amaranth's Discord. I'm live in Ego World. I'm live in I think I said Socialize and really I'm live anywhere where they will not throw me out.
Yeah. So where are some of the places you got thrown out that you get thrown out of?
Yeah, great. Okay, so one of them was called Chill Bar. It's a very big Discord. And as soon as I entered, As soon as I entered, they looked at my profile and they're like, "This is an advertisement," and they kicked me out. Another one,
Yeah.
I believe it's just.
Do you think it was an auto? Do you think it was an auto mod or a person?
No, it was a person because I interacted with them and I said, "Hey, why was I kicked out?" And they're like, "Because all you do is live stream and socialize, and we don't want like." And I said, "Well, I'm not a robot. I'm live streaming. Yeah, but you. This is true. I created a robot on the phone that would auto every hour it would refresh just because like sometimes the Discord app like glitches, so every hour it would close and reopen, and they're like that is considered botting behavior. I've had others, um, just like random streamers who I spammed on Kick, and so they kicked me out of their Discord. But then I get some really cool people from Kick in here. I'm friends with Eddie, the owner of Kick. His name is Eddie Craven. He's a billionaire from Australia, and so he's been nice to me. Um, I've been live in. I've been kicked out of. Um, what else? Chill Bar, Chill Zone. I wasn't kicked out of Chill Zone. I was kicked out of Chill Bar or banned. I was I think Chill Zone. They told me I had to take 6 months off, something like that. So that's cool. Um, they are like trying to think. I mean, maybe that's all. I'm sure there have been other ones, and it's difficult sometimes to know if you've been kicked out of a server because it doesn't always send you a message. So you'll just be like, "Where did that go?" And then you try to rejoin it, and it's like, "Imagine a place," or whatever that error message it gives you. Um, what else? From where else have I been banned? Oh, the Wall Street Bets Discord, just because they don't want people live streaming in there. And so I'll get some moderators who are really cool and they're like, we like having you in the Discord because you will you'll always be live in there. There are other people who don't like that because they're like, because you're always live in there and you don't talk with anyone. The Discord, they kicked me out of that, even though I streamed in there for many months. Um, Maybe even about a year. They kicked me out, and it's difficult too because they don't always give you an appeal process or tell you why they kicked you out. I think they eventually said it was just advertising, and I get that because it's somewhat is. I mean, I just sit there and um, don't talk to anyone, don't really interact with anybody. But there's a reason why I don't do that too. I don't want to talk with people who aren't 20. Well, ideally 21, but at least 18. And they, when you're on as much as I am, you just get trolled like constantly. And I don't want to hear that. I don't, my time is too valuable to listen to just people flap their mouths. So those are the big ones where I've been thrown out of.
I'm going to ask a question, and this isn't disrespectful. Like, do you go outside?
Yeah, I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in downtown LA. I've streamed at Disneyland. I've streamed basically in everywhere in Southern California. And then sometimes I just leave my streams on and I'll go for a walk outside and just get fresh air for like even just a few minutes just to touch grass and, you know, feel what the temperature's like. So, yeah, definitely.
I think a lot of people shit on you because you don't go outside. I think that's what it is.
Well, that's fine. I mean, they don't see it, but if they went on my Instagram and stuff like that, they see me streaming at those places. It's just because I don't give them a view of it on one certain camera doesn't mean that I can't just go live on my phone. And I don't go live on. It's like for instance, the FAG Discord. That's like my least priority Discord. I mean, it's not even like, I don't want to say those people don't matter to me. They do. I want the best for them. But if I'm going to prioritize something in one of the bigger Discords in which I am, but I don't even want to live stream on Discord because it doesn't save. If I'm gonna live stream, I want it to save. So I'll live stream on Instagram, or I'll live stream on YouTube, or something that will save. I like to save that content. So the fact that Discord does not save means that it's really one of the profiles that I am going to utilize the least often online. But I've had fans of mine who have, from like at least 8 hours away, come driven to me, and we've had picnics in the park live on Discord. We've had them live on Telegram, live on Instagram, and so yeah, I do, and I try to go outside at least every day, or just touch grass and get the mail, or walk around the neighborhood, just to get some fresh air. I recognize that's important, and to get vitamin D. But when it comes to the live stream aspect of it, because I have so many streams going, I have to be close to the Wi-Fi router. I can't just walk all these devices around the neighborhood with me. It's not practical, and it wouldn't upload. So, I think it's interesting that people are like, well, you don't go outside that much. And I say to them, you've never even turned your camera on, let alone archived your life. So when we're looking at different standards here, you're saying to me, well, I want to see you go outside. Go on my Instagram, and you can see me go to stores. You can see me live stream in parking lots. You can see me drive. You can see me drive really fast. I've driven 118 miles per hour on live stream, and archived it. So I've danced it like in IRL. I've, like I said, gone to Disneyland and downtown LA and Beverly Hills and Santa Monica on the beach and Irvine Spectrum, all kinds of places. San Diego. So I've archived that for the future, and just because I'm not doing it this very moment does not mean that I don't do it. If I were to take over the course of someone's day the amount that they're outside, it's generally, I mean, for some people it's not any, but for other people it might be like 1 hour of 24 hours that they spend, maybe. I mean, if you think like, okay, they awake inside, they're in the shower, they go to work, so they're maybe considered outside for that, for like what, 30 minutes or so work, so they're inside. They even go home, so that's a minute. So even they aren't out that much, and frankly, it's difficult to live stream outside. I have an issue where I can't see the screen that well, because a lot of times I get glare issues, I get connectivity issues, I get battery dying on me issues. So it's much more convenient for me to keep all of the devices in one place, and then live stream only when I go outside. And if I'm going to do that, I just do it with my phone, and I don't just keep it on, like keep my Discord on in there, because I don't, like, my devices aren't that powerful to be able to multi-stream plus be in Discord. It's like, that's just not something that an iPhone can do.
Yeah. So what's your Wi-Fi bill like? What's your power bill like? Is it crazy, or is it just the same?
We get a rebate. I don't own the house, but the people own the house, they get a rebate because we have solar. So the sunshine just pours down, and it basically is more than what we use in the house. And then they, at the end of the year, Southern California Edison writes the people who own the house a check. And so the power is basically free. And the internet is included in my what I pay, so it's basically the same every month.
Okay. I just thought that like the companies should be like, hey, why do you got fucking 500 devices connected to your Wi-Fi? What's up with that?
Great point, and they do. So they've contacted.
So like, what? They've called you before?
They called the people on the account and been like, why is it that like most people have a huge amount of download and very little uploading, and our house is the opposite. We have a good amount of downloading, but a giant amount of uploading, and so they've been like, why is that? And I've explained that like I live stream, so that's a lot of uploading, but it's not like it charges you per megabyte or anything like that. I mean, it does if you don't have unlimited, but we have unlimited, so it basically, but they have contacted us, and when I first started it, because it just went from like I don't even know, but like probably per day it went from like maybe 10 gigabytes being uploaded to hundreds of gigabytes, if not a terabyte uploaded every day. Just huge amounts of data. But it's like, to me, it's like you offer a free service, unlimited internet, so I'm going to use it.
What was your first PC?
Great question. It was a compact Presario that I bought when I was a kid.
I never really had a PC until 2022.
Okay, so it's more recent for you.
Well, because parents wanted me to go outside. They didn't want me to be consumed by the internet. And I kind of respect them for that, but I still, it still happens. All the shit that happens. I had a tablet. I got a tablet. So it was all in vain. I just wish I had a YouTube account or anything to document my shit, because like my whole life, I don't have anything of it. My parents do have pictures of me, but I didn't have a phone until like 2017.
There you go. And I get you. I mean, I'm older than, how old are you, if I may ask?
22.
Okay, very well. So I'm almost twice your age. And so, like when I was a kid, we had like cameras, Polaroid cameras, but there was no way to upload anything on the internet. Frankly, wasn't an internet that the common person would use. So we used VHS or like camcorders, and that was only during like a big event, like some type of family get together or cookout or party or something like that. But frankly, my parents did archive a lot of my youth, not 24/7. And I used to ask as a kid, why don't we just always keep a camera going? I think it would be really interesting. My parents would explain to me that that's just not something that people do. And even if we wanted to be different and did that, we'd have to always maintain it, meaning like every hour and a half, we'd have to replace the tapes. And eventually we would have so many tapes that it would take up the whole house. And I thought, okay, well, I understand that. And so they were like, we limit it to whenever we're doing anything. My parents had had cameras. Certainly we had disposable cameras, and then we had nicer cameras, and then Polaroid cameras. And the Polaroid was really a big deal because you could see exactly what you shot immediately. You didn't have to wait for the film to get developed and all of that. And then as I got older and got like my first cell phone and such, it did not have a camera on it. And it would be a big deal if your friends did have a phone with a camera on it. And it certainly, if they had a camera on it, it did not have video. what we did have were like digital cameras though that came about, and digital cameras were really big because finally you could document things and adjust pictures and crop pictures and do all the things that we take for granted with our iPhones today. And but digital cameras were really expensive, and they weren't very sturdy or um, basically they could break very easily. They were very fragile. So you had to be very careful with the digital camera. Got one. Like I had to ask to take because my parents didn't want me losing it, and I did end up losing it one time at a party, and fortunately someone found it, and I had our telephone number in it, and they called and were able to get it. And then I did not do social media very much. I mean, I should say join Facebook in its first year. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends in the first year. So, I mean, like I was an early adopter, but I then stopped using it, and I didn't use it for like 10 years. And so that's when I started live streaming and getting into YouTube and all of that. And I just was alert, like many people, until the pandemic. And then the pandemic changed how I was doing my job and how I would classes and meet with people in my job and such. And we ended up having like virtual classes and a lot of video conferencing, and my job went remote. And so I started live streaming, or I shouldn't say live streaming, but I started streaming for my job, and then for video conferencing. And then I just realized that if I'm already going to be on camera for like 8 to 12, 16 hours a day, why not just leave it on for another 8 hours and then just do it all the time? And basically that's how I got comfortable doing it. And even before I started doing that, I would especially when I would do IRL streaming, I would do it with GoPros, because what happens when you do it with phones, at least like 5 years ago, is your phones would overheat or the signal would get lost or whatever like could happen when you're live streaming. It's not as consistent. It wasn't as consistent then. And so I have a lot of data on GoPros and SD cards. But then in 2021, I recognized that, you know what, I'm already basically, I've got these accounts, and if I'm going to do this, if I'm going to start streaming, I'm going to do it better than any person ever. So it was like fall of 2021 when I started 24/7, and haven't stopped since. Thank you.
Well, I don't really want to be technically inclined, dude. I want to go back. I wish I wasn't born in the digital age, dude. It's a fucking hell. Like, I get it. You grew up in a world before all this shit.
Yep.
Maybe when it was beginning.
Which is really cool. I understand that. I get that. There's someone to do that. And I feel blessed to have been born when I was born. I was born at the end of 1985, and that meant that there weren't computers. People didn't have personal computers. People didn't have cell phones unless they were like a stockbroker. And I can remember just going from an analog world to a digital world, and I've been able to see it. So I remember what it was like to not have all of the stuff that we have, and all the changes that were made. I feel like, in my own way, it was the perfect time to be born. I'm sure a lot of people feel that way, but you feel the opposite. But like, because I can remember, just going outside and being with your friends and riding bikes until the street lights come on, and there were no cell phones, and you didn't have to worry about somebody kidnapping you, and there was no, digital predators and all the other things about which kids need to worry today. And then as I got older, the internet became a thing, and it was so revolutionary. Even though it was so slow, it was absolutely revolutionary. And I can tell people, like, I remember when there was no internet, and that's like, to some people, they're like, well, I remember that too, but to other people, they're like, wow, what was that like? And it was definitely a different world. Like you were born after 9/11, right?
I was born, yeah.
Which is just wild to me. That, like, because it was such a historic day in the lives of your average American, and then
It changed our world.
it absolutely did. And then to meet someone who didn't know what the world was like before then is just really interesting. Its own way, it started World War III.
Yeah, but power's going to be held to the people this time. All this shit that's happening, it's not going to fucking last. They're going to pay for it.
Time will tell.
I mean, because everyone knows, dude. Everyone knows what's going on. No, but you're a very intelligent person. I don't usually meet intelligent people on Discord. I'm not that smart. I didn't graduate high school, but I had dreams and I had an idea. So.
Well, thank you. I appreciate your high praise. You should know that you're always welcome here. Whenever you're bored, come on in. I mean, I'm willing to talk to you about whatever you wish, generally. And if you ever need someone to be a positive person in your life, to have an optimistic view of the future, and just to give hope to people, I'm here for you, okay?
I appreciate that, Bob.
Absolutely. Well, with that, I'm watching Jewish history lectures. Feel free to enjoy or go about doing whatever you wish, and you're always welcome here. So glad that you had the courage to come in here and speak with me. And all I ask is that you just spread the word, okay?
Okay, I'll do that.
Excellent, my friend.
All right, enjoy your show. I'm going to go to bed. It was nice talking to you finally.
Nice meeting you. Nice speaking with you. And take care, buddy.
Ironic that when they tried to replant over the area, if the soil was tainted in such a way that, at least metaphorically, the trees were diseased. It's also interesting to note that John III, who introduced the Inquisition to this region, amazingly, he had 11 children, and all of them predeceased him.
This is the last neighborhood. It existed, if you want precision, between 1380 and 1496, so until the expulsion. And as I told you, yellow building all over the place until here. They had a wall, and the gentleman that will build this neighborhood on purpose to John the First, I mentioned before, the husband of Philippa of Lancaster. On the free translation, Saint Benedict of Victory Street. And the victory is what you think it stands. Victory over the Jews. This street wasn't named like this for us. So we have imported monastery roughly 20 kilometers along the little river. They will move from there and they will establish here where
Breaking news.
That we had house 30 families that came from the expulsion of Spain in 1493 to the and they will
You like the golden hour more than Fighting a Kid? More than the shop show? I learn on more than the long. Why?
They are here as a control point.
Funny.
So
They just talk
Bill,
about
just
shit.
to reiterate what
They're
Lisa
more
just said,
entertaining.
furthermore, this is a place that was used as a by crypto Jews shortly after the Inquisition. It is now a retirement.
Yo, dog, yo, dog, yo, dog.
When we were here last time, you know, it is a private facility. It's not a museum or anything like
That show you used to love.
that.
Just rebranded it.
David Krause and his kind of like nudging the people that did let us go in.
No.
Obviously, that's not
He's a creep. But
possible with elderly people in COVID-19. And on my website, I have photographs of the Iron Codice, but to describe it to you, basically what it was dug into the wall.
Eric Griffin.
About a depth of about 10,
Really?
12 centimeters, or about a foot.
He's not like super funny, but he's okay.
And it clearly had the shape of an Iron Codice. It had the arch at the top.
You even think he's funny?
So on. And it was probably covered over originally with some kind of movable false wall. And so people could come in here, and as Felipe mentioned, it's a separate entrance that's not even on the street. You come up from below, and they would have their services in there. And they would reveal the secret Iron Codice by probably a sliding wall.
We are right now at the so-called synagogue stairs, which will connect the Jewish neighborhood that's up high down to the lower part of the steps. You see the sign here says the stairs of the synagogue.
I'm standing in front of one of the most amazing sites in Portugal. This is the Korathayim Synagogue, the Source of Life Synagogue, also known as the Kaduri Shul, named major benefactor. This is a 20th century synagogue that was created largely for the emerging crypto-Jewish community in Portugal who are rediscovering their Jewish roots. It's really one of the most fantastic things that after spending an entire week on the Douro River, looking at the tiniest little scraps showing evidence of Jewish life here in the Iberian Peninsula after the Inquisition, to see that in fact it is coming surging back to life at places like this synagogue behind me.
Nothing can stop us. That's what you used to love. Just rebranded enough. It's stronger than better, preferably go let's go.
Good morning, everyone. It's a nice, crisp morning. It's the middle of October, so the
I know exactly. Because there's like some great steakhouses. Great steakhouses. Isn't there the famous shrimp cocktail place right next to there? I didn't go. Yeah, that's on the other side. It's right there, though, yeah. My buddy told me to go. I didn't go. I guess. I mean, it's shrimp.
But it's a little bit fresh. You might even see a little bit of
steam. You gotta try it. The cocktail sauce will clear sinuses.
Coming out of my breath. We're docked here at the.
Don't say it's a shrimp. Don't say it's a shrimp. Right? I mean, like when you say shrimp cocktail, they go, oh, they get better shrimp.
Portuguese-Spanish border. We're going to switch to overland transport. Yeah, to Salamanca. You can see the boat behind me. This is the Douro Serenity, and it is, you know, really wonderful boat. We got great rooms that, you know, the windows actually open right out onto the river, so you can open up the window and just sit and enjoy the water passing by. Salamanca is absolutely fascinating. As an academic, I especially find it intriguing because it's one of those schools that has been around since the 13th century, incredibly prolific in terms of the production of its scholarship, and many Jews and crypto-Jews attended this university for hundreds of years. Some of them really incredible, like Abraham Zacuto, who with his astronomical work really made the navigation in the Portuguese industry of navigating the seas possible. So we're going to see a lot of fascinating things at the university campus, and also some of the old Jewish quarter before the expulsions in 1492 of Okay, let's go see it.
We're in Salamanca's Plaza Mayor, which is a rather amazing public square. I'll give you a good look at it and walking around. This is the kind of place which was typically associated with autos de fe, the burning stake of people accused by the Inquisition of harboring Judaic activities. It happens that this particular one it does not have that distinction, primarily because it was built in the 18th century.
This is sandstone. Then the stone we use during using monuments is a sandstone, and this is rich in iron. Iron becomes rusty with the time. That's why Salamanca looks golden city. Okay, and then there are pros and cons with this stone. As the pros.
Welcome.
And you can do lovely carving.
How are you, Rupert?
Lovely detail in the front.
Rupert, can you hear me?
The building right behind me.
Rupert.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Welcome. How are you?
Yeah. I'm all right. The thing is, I was on another server with you, and you never replied to me, so I decided to follow you down like the Golden Trail over here. And I finally found where I can speak to you. So what do you feel, since you are a rabbi, what do you feel about the Jewish influence on America today?
Yeah, so I think that we have a positive influence in many different ways. If you'd like to talk about that more, feel free to ask me a question in the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer you at length.
Okay. So are we just here to, be mesmerized by you?
If you'd like, I'm just chilling, watching Jewish history lectures.
Well, I'm just curious, because the thing is, again, the other server you're just there, and you never actually did anything. Obviously, on this server you actually replied. I'm just curious, why do you placate other people instead of actually engaging with them like you do on this server?
I don't want to talk with children, and there are a lot of children on those servers.
And why participate those servers?
So they have a lot of people in them.
A lot of children. If you want to talk to children, why, again, engage with them?
No, you have to be 18 to be in this server. So.
Yeah, I'm not talking about this server. You are engaged with a lot of other servers, which, as you said, obviously there's a lot of underage people. So why are you partaking in those servers if you don't want to speak to them?
Well, I get people who are of age who come in here and meet me, just like you.
Okay. The thing is, I was on several of-age servers that I saw you on. I didn't think much of it. But then I saw you were on several other servers that were definitely not of-age. And then I thought a whole bunch about it.
Okay, I mean, again, I don't talk with anybody on there, so it doesn't really matter.
No, but you're encouraging their arrival to this server. Do you...
and if they come in here, I ask them...
Do you vet them?
Yeah, exactly. The first thing I do, if they don't sound 18, then I tell them they can't be here. I ask them, what's your age?
So you can always assume, to me, the way I sound, maybe I could be 16. You don't know. Maybe I just have a deep voice. Who knows?
That's right. You absolutely could be.
But you just said that I vet them through the way they sound.
Well, not only that, it says that you have to be 18 to be in here.
That's not a true vet, though.
Okay, Rupert, send me your ID then.
Yeah. Well, maybe you should do that for everybody else, to be honest.
No, you. Send me your ID.
That's me. So the only person that you want to vet is the guy that probably is the most oldest of you all, who's 22 years old.
Okay, the person who was just in here is 22 years old.
You obviously, which you seem like you're 33, at least.
Okay, that's fine.
Is that true?
Listen, I'm watching my lectures. Feel free to watch them. Yeah. Any other questions that you have, you can ask them in the Ask Rabbi Anything section. Thank you.
It was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. It seems quite an imposing building. It has
in the question section
Constructed
of
a few
the
times since
potential
then and been
penalty
remodeled, but
organics.
essentially this
I don't do anything like
gives you a
that.
sense of
And
the
anything
size
that
and
you say
grandeur
like that
of the Jewish
is,
community up until the 14th
yeah,
and 15th
I don't
century.
want to have those
Now it happened that
conversations.
Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospitals, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, who's one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. So for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years, 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully we'll see inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up and you could say, Amar Rava. Okay, let's have a look inside. One of the great scholars that taught at this university was of crypto-Jewish background. As the sign we saw outside spoke to the many languages that they taught in this university. And as you can see, David, have a look at this beautiful classroom furniture. I want to get this on all my campuses because I guarantee that students will not fall asleep. Thank you. I guarantee that students will not fall asleep with this kind of furniture. And it has USB connections, charging ports, everything you need. Okay, we didn't get a chance to do stuff together. David, why don't you jump on one with me right now? Okay.
We got him spotted. Pros, man.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, one of the really amazing aspects of Jewish history in the Iberian Peninsula is the remarkable survival of crypto-Judaism in Portugal in particular. What I'd like to look at today is one specific aspect of why Judaism was able to survive about 500 years of persecution by going underground during the period of the Inquisition, and it's specifically along the Douro River. So let's just have a quick recap on what was the Portuguese Inquisition. To understand it properly, you have to go back to Spain in the late 14th century when there was a series of pogroms and forced conversions in 1391. This created a really large population of people who were technically Christian. They had been baptized against their will, and according to church law, they were in fact now Catholics, but they deeply resented this fact.
there was an upside though, because now as Christians, they had, carte blanche to, live wherever they wanted, go to higher institutions of learning, to pursue any kind of occupation they want. And so over the course of the 15th century, these crypto Jews, because they were quite often secretly practicing Judaism, still marrying with Jews, still studying Jewish texts, still keeping kosher, things like that, they began to penetrate many different aspects of Spanish society. This caused a lot of tension. By the time you get to the 15th century, the Spanish kings Ferdinand and his queen Isabella instituted the Inquisition, which was essentially a way to root out those Jewish practicing Jews who were portraying themselves as Catholics. At this point, we're talking about 3-4 generations of Catholics now. They were called New Christians or Conversos, or the derogatory term Marrano, which means pig. And there's a lot of interesting debate among historians. Was the primary purpose of the Inquisition to kind of generate religious uniformity in Spain, which we definitely see a huge push for that? Or was it sort of a socioeconomic backlash against the Jews taking positions in parts of society where before the forced conversions they had not gone? So this Inquisition was technically directed only at those Jews who had been forcibly converted and their descendants. Again, now 3-4 generations in. In 1492, Ferdinand and Isabella took a much more drastic step following the suggestion of the Grand Inquisitor Torquemada to expel all the Jews of Spain. And now we're talking about the Jews who had not been baptized, not the crypto Jews, with the reasoning that it was the presence of traditional Jews, practicing Jews, openly practicing Jews, that were keeping the new Christians from abandoning their Jewish faith. And so the idea was get rid of all the Jews. And that's how we get to Portugal, because in 1492, there's a massive wave of Jews who leave Spain, and many of them cross the land border to the west into Portugal, especially along the Douro River Valley. I'm going to show you a map of that shortly. Portugal handled these migrants, some of whom were legal and many of whom were illegal, with difficulty. And in 1497, ultimately, Portugal took a rather drastic step. Rather than expel Jews, because they did represent a significant economic advantage for the country, they did simply forcibly convert them en masse. And so that's what happened in 1497. However, Portugal did not institute the Inquisition. We can have discussions about it, but the problem would go away on it. And they actually put a stay on the Inquisition for a number of steps. Pope Paul III finally brought the Inquisition to Portugal with this Pecum ad nihil magis. And in fact, the Portuguese Inquisition was in many ways even more savage than the Spanish Inquisition. So that's basically what happened. By the time you get to the 4th decade of the 16th century, the entire peninsula is under the supervision of the Inquisition. And the hunt for crypto Jews is relentless and often ends in these horrific auto da fe, these public burnings, sometimes burnings in effigy, sometimes burning of corpses. There's a lot more to say about this, but that's basically the situation. Now let's look specifically at Portugal and the Douro River in particular. Here's a map of the Douro River. You can see that it starts in Spain and it moves towards the west and empties into the Atlantic Ocean. It's actually a very beautiful river. I mean, just gorgeous, with rolling hills and little vineyards. And I think it's one of the most beautiful rivers in Europe, actually. It also has a remarkable height differentiation. In order to traverse the Douro River, you have to go through these massive constructions called locks, which move the boats literally up or down to be able to travel all of it. But at any rate, why is this so significant for crypto Judaism? Primarily because if you look at this map here, you can see that the Douro River is primarily in the top, but the main centers of the Inquisition are quite a bit to the south. There's Coimbra, which is a very important university town that was a notable center of the Inquisition. But the other two were quite a bit further south, in Lisbon and in Évora. And the region of the Douro River, which is dotted with these little hilltop settlements, it was basically the hinterland. It was far away from the big urban centers. The closest one was Porto, which also had a very large Jewish community, then and now, actually. But these tiny little communities where you might have 5 families, 10 Jewish families, or crypto Jewish families, they were able to basically be out of the way of most of the attention of the Inquisition. Communities like Belmonte, Troncoso, these were basically where crypto Jews could more or less stay under the radar, and they did so for a remarkable 500 years, preserving all kinds of internal Jewish traditions, sometimes highly modified Jewish traditions to understand and to adapt to the environment in which they live. And this basically was the situation until the early 20th century when Samuel Schwartz, shown here, who was a Polish Jewish engineer, was in the region. And, he was kind of like an amateur ethnographer, and he was just asking around with different things. And people said, whatever you do, don't do business with those people up in Belmonte because, they're actually Jews. And he was fascinated with Jews in this part of Portugal. The Inquisition has been here since 1536. It's almost 500 years later. He goes up there and he encounters them, and it's kind of a funny story. They don't believe he's Jewish at first. Only after meeting specifically with the village elder, who quizzes him, gives him a hair, an exam on the spot, and he was able to, for example, recite the Shema prayer. Then she finally said, "Oh, he's Jewish," and in fact, they accept him. So these little communities far to the north and quite remote were able to shelter these Jewish populations for such a long time, and it is one of the most fascinating aspects of European Jewish history. I'm really looking forward to going there to riverboat cruises. It is one of my favorites to visit in Europe, and I hope some of you will join me. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. In my research preparing for the cruise along the Douro River in Portugal, I came across an absolutely amazing character that I really have to look more deeply into. But his life is somewhat mysterious, and let me just tell you what I know. His name is Duarte de Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97 in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. He died sometime after 1552. It's not exactly clear what happened at the end of his life, as you shall see in a minute, but he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. I came across this in the Encyclopedia Judaica, which was updated in 2007, but there was some other research that was obviously not included as they updated their article. And I found a great article by Carlos Manuel Valentim at the University of Lisbon, and a really interesting article by James Nelson Novoa based on Vatican secret archives that were recently updated. He's with the Cátedra de Estudos Sefarditas Alberto Benaviste. Fascinating material. So here's the story with De Paz. He was the oldest of 6 children, and he was born around 1500, right? So his parents had just been forcibly converted to Christianity, and for the first few decades of the 16th century, the Portuguese Jews were feeling very resentful of this moment, of course, but nevertheless, they had the rights as Christians to do whatever they wanted, and they could practice Judaism in secret, primarily because King Manuel I, who had a larger geopolitical agenda. He wanted to unite with Spain, and he didn't want to expel the Jews of Portugal, many of whom, by the way, were originally refugees from Spain. He wanted to keep them in Portugal for their economic talents and value and investments and so on. So he simply mass converted them against their will. So in exchange for that act, he promised them that he would hold off on allowing the Inquisition coming into Portugal. And in fact, he did so for quite a while. So our hero, De Paz, was the oldest of 6 children, and the family was very involved in the Douro region. Actually, they're based in Porto, which is where the Douro River empties out into the Atlantic, and they had a lot of business up and down the river. De Paz ended up going into the military, and he actually lost an eye fighting for Portugal in a war in North Africa. But he still maintained very heavy connections with very important crypto-Jewish families like the Nassi family of Doña Gracia Mendez Nassi and Joseph Nassi and others. Now you have to imagine this individual, a decorated soldier with one eye, kind of like a Moshe Dayan kind of look. We don't have pictures of him, but he probably wore an eye patch. And he rose up in the ranks until finally King John III, who actually, I'm going to pronounce his name for him, João III. I have to give thanks to Helena of Brazil, who now lives in Melbourne, for sending me notes on how to pronounce João. Wow. I used to think it was wow, like when the baby was born, the mother would say, wow, it's a boy. But it's actually João. Anyway, sorry for the distraction. King João III named him to the Military Order of Christ. This is a former Templar organization, right? Knights of Templar. And this was in 1530 when he was about 30 years old. And he apparently wore the habit of the Order of Christ, the Military Order of Christ, in his travels. We don't have a picture of him, but here's a picture of the very famous Marquis de Pombal. So that's what he must have dressed like. Secret mission for King João III, but then apparently he diverted, he abandoned whatever that mission was, and he decided in Rome on behalf of his Portuguese crypto-Jews. We have to imagine that he carried with him a massive amount of money, which was provided for him by the crypto-Jewish community of Portugal, and he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. It's amazing. The year before, the Pope had issued this papal bull, Cum ad nihil magis, which was formally allowing the Inquisition to come to Portugal, and with this bag of money, De Paz was able to set it off single-handedly, rather amazingly. And it wasn't only Pope Clement VII. The next pope, Paul III, was also very involved with De Paz, and apparently, this is amazing, De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible. After Pope Paul III, who was in office until 1549, we find out that De Paz's career goes definitely downhill. King João is very upset because he learned that De Paz is not doing whatever secret mission he sent him on, and instead is out there lobbying for crypto-Jews in Rome. So he strips him of his office, demands that he stop wearing the insignia and so on, and possibly was behind an assassination attempt. That apparently De Paz was attacked on the road while traveling. He was stabbed 14 times and left for dead on the road, but luckily, or with foresight, I really should say, he was wearing some kind of secret armor underneath his clothing, and he was able to survive that attack. He was rescued. He was actually brought to the doctors of the Pope who treated him, and he was able to eventually heal and then move on. During this time, however, and it gets really murky, he apparently had significant disputes with his financial backers who were questioning exactly how he was spending his money, and he was replaced by another representative, Diogo Antonio, and De Paz was furious. He ends up in Ferrara, Italy in 1538, and he is jailed at that point. This is when the Inquisition is really rocking through Italy and Spain and Portugal at this time. After spending an unknown amount of time in jail, he was released, and he immediately fled to Istanbul, which was a destination for many of these crypto Jews because there they could openly practice Judaism. I know it might sound ironic in our tense 21st century, but in the 16th century, crypto Jews found a much more hospitable environment for their return to Judaism in Islamic lands than they did in Catholic land. So De Paz actually openly came out as a Jew. He changed his name to David Bueno, and then we're not exactly sure what happened to him afterwards. Documents released from the Vatican include some reports of De Paz. It's difficult to determine exactly how authoritative they are, but one of the Catholic reporters who describes the story of De Paz says that after De Paz abnegated his Christian faith, not only did he return to his Hebrew perfidy, right? He actually converted to the Turkish sect, meaning to Islam. So it's hard to determine whether or not that is true. It seems like the author of this letter is probably saying that not only did he become a Jew, even worse, he became a Muslim. So it may be just some kind of empty calumny. But what we can say about De Paz is that he lived an extremely colorful life, very heroic individual who actually did tremendous things for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish community. Wow. I hope you found this interesting, and I'm looking forward to talking with you more about the amazing history of the Jews of the Douro River. And I hope you'll be able to join us on this cruise in 2024. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just want to take a quick minute to talk about a historian that I'm really excited about, Meir Kaiserling, also known as Moritz Kaiserling. He was born...
Those you need to run a fucking U-Haul for that. Just listen, I thought it was gonna be simple. I didn't realize you're gonna have fucking me try to help you get things in the goddamn van. I'm doing it. Oh, nothing worse. Dude, get Casey. I'm blocking your car. God damn it, dude. I just realized this. I would have hired somebody to come with me today to help you. Also, there's Dexter. Jesus Christ. What? Oh, I know, yeah. So those three, I tried to suffocate them last week. I started actually watching the new Dexter. I hate it. It's gotta be bad. I just started. Like the first episode is just like a lot of like they brought like all the old characters and hosts. So I like that. I like that part. Oh my god, you like it or you don't? I like that part, but the throwback to get you back on board when you fell in love with Dexter. To do that, we need to move forward. Yeah, I totally agree with Eric. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But he left his life behind. He escaped, and then they found him out, and now it's the same people after him again. You know what I mean? Like, did you watch season? Did you watch episode 1 and 2? Just one. You watched episode 1? Oh, okay, just one. I'm just saying, he's the Bay Harbor butcher. Okay? He needs to be found and put in prison and given the death penalty. You understand what I'm saying? That's not a fun show. That's not a fun show. I know, but that's why he should be like everyone so much Green Miles. This is why he shouldn't be around people that know about him. This is my point. Well, that's why he moved to the middle of nowhere. But they don't like to put him down. The worst serial killer. It's like they're drawn to each other. That guy was crazy. That one was crazy. What are you talking about? You get the women he stuffed them. They were inside. You know what I mean? So, in the one with his glasses and shot him. Oh, that one. Yeah. So that killer was like, my God. Right. Well, that was ridiculous. That was the end of it, though. That was too ridiculous to go on from that. Because you found a serial killer that had a fucking dead women museum under his. It's like, all right, dude, there's nothing beyond. You need to have, if you're gonna make the show, it needs to either be a prequel, which they did, or Dexter in heaven. And it's like he's fucking make a crazy show. He's in hell. You know what I mean? Or like, or jail. you know, for real. And it's like, dude, I would love to watch it. They have yet, it's like Oz. They have yet to make a show that's so successful be a completely different show. And I'm all for that. I've always wanted that. Do you know what I'm saying? American Horror Story. You know American Horror Story. But that's an anthology, though, right? No, yes. But no, you're. Wait, I'm trying to think. Has there been a show where they made another show? Frasier. But that's sure. Okay, that's a true spin-off. Yeah, right. Okay, I guess spin-offs, yes. But I'm talking about enthusiasm. No, but it's a spin-off. I'm talking about if you call yourself Dexter still. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people be like, "What the fuck? This isn't Dexter." But it is though. Yeah, that's dope. I would think it would be cool. And then they're making it like This is what I don't like. And a spoiler alert is that now it's the kid. Kids got it. Yeah. Well, fuck, man. This is season 9. They gotta work this out. It's season 9. I agree. It's like how many times you gonna run into like serial killers are just drawn to each other like that? Well, I know that's stable. Look, the first season with the Bay Harbor Butcher and the brother and all that stuff, that makes sense. I know. But what I'm saying is the fact that these serial killers just keep it's like they need a pub now. Yeah, they're just like fluffies. You know what I mean? Start up podcasts. Like, what are they call them? They call furries. They should have like an online thing. He's making it at the McDonald's. Yeah. Not Concord. And the furries. Yeah. And then they're like, they have like a little thing because it felt like that. It felt like Dexter just feels like it's a club and they just find each other. You watch this show, you're like, I'm gonna start killing. I won't be another stuff. I need to kill some more 2 people. I think that show should have been 4 seasons tops. Yeah, but they keep making money, so why would they stop? I get it. I also get it from Michael C. Hall. It's like, dude, that's the role of his lifetime. Like, what, Well, especially if you're not doing anything else. I mean, this happens to a lot of actors. Yeah. They're in a very famous show. They get famous and they think, well, this is because of me. They move on and do something else. They can't move on. Nobody wants them in anything, and then they come back. Just like the guy from Walking Dead is back. Rick Grimes is back. You know what I mean? Like all that stuff. So it's weird because it's not like they're not talented. Those 2 guys are so good. Yeah, but it just is what it is. Dexter is just too big. John Bernthal went on. He's crushing it now. John Bernthal, yeah. Bernthal, yeah. He's crushing, yeah. Crushing. He's in all sorts of shit. Yes. But that's because he only did 2 seasons. Wasn't the main guy. He's not the main guy. If you're the main guy, it's like David Caruso. Remember when he was in, what was that show David Caruso was in? NYPD Blue. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I know now. But remember, he tried to be a movie star. Right. But he was like, fuck this, I'm out of NYPD Blue. I'm not doing it anymore. And then tanked as a movie star. And then I can't believe he got a second chance. It's crazy. I thought he left from CSI Miami because to try to be a movie star. I figured, no, he's still on that. It would always open. Yeah, like something out there, he would go. Yeah. Could you imagine? Yeah, that's pretty spot on. What did Nick send that from wherever he is? Is Nicholas not here? Is it Casey running the keys? No, that's Nick. Nick's doing it from. I killed him earlier, and he's my first serial kill. From Greg. Wow, that's wild. I think they're doing another serial killer thing. Yeah, they are. What do you mean? I can't get enough. The camera's not making serial killer shows. What are you talking about? Nah, because the way you said it, here's the deal. I heard, you know what I heard? They're making Mindhunter again. No, that's what I heard, bro. And that's what I heard. It must be someone else, though. It must be someone else. I heard David Fincher's doing another Mindhunter, and I go, oh my gosh. Like, because you read that online. You read that on social media. That Fincher said that he's actually doing it. That's actually not where I read it. I heard 2 different people text me about it. No, but Fincher's doing a different series. Yeah, I know. He will do other things. No. He's not the kind of guy that does that. He don't do 7 things at once. He's like a tunnel vision guy that has to if he's really deep in it. Okay. I've heard, which I did. I'm not lying. That he's doing a fucking 3rd thing. I think he's right. Reliable sources, Chris? Are these two buddies in the business?
Eric just says, I think he's writing the script right now with
No fucking.
I'm saying, yeah, he's working on it. I heard it. Eric is just making shit up. And so that's how you get that.
I'm making anything up.
I think he's writing the script. He's probably right like my mom, dude. I think he must be writing. The Texas Survivor is not happening on Netflix.
There's a chance it could return as a 3-2-hour movie. Oh, bullshit, this ain't happening.
Can you get your sources on the phone right now so we can tell them off? Since they were so reliable.
Fincher, the show's creator, has stated that the show's too expensive to produce for the viewership it attracted.
Mindhunter's great, though, man. I love that.
Oh, David, fantastic.
This is David Fincher, bro. He's not going to skip anything. He's not going to. He wants to make
But also too expensive. It's not like there's fucking.
Special effects in this shit.
Yeah, there's not
special effects. I mean, they have a crazy craft service. That's his thing. They keep getting that shrimp from Indianapolis.
I was watching this show.
Andor on. Don't watch that.
And then I realized this sounds stupid, but then I realized, this is a prequel to Rogue One.
Okay.
And then I was out because everybody dies in Rogue One, so I'm like, I don't like prequels to when people are already dead. You know what I mean?
Oh, because you know what happens.
Yeah.
Nah, that's okay.
No, I don't like that.
Well, there's no nonsense.
Like, I don't like no Jesus stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't want Jesus to college years because I know when it's going to die.
Jesus to college years is amazing.
Dude, Pontius is throwing a toga party and he didn't invite us.
Again, that guy's got issues.
That'll be a dope show, right? That show looks so bad. I have Stormtroopers. It's actually a great show. Season 1 was great. But then this is the guy from, I was like, oh, this Rogue One guy. And I thought, is it doing a different character? And then I just watched Rogue One.
Thinking of his brain, think of all the shit I was watching the show is so funny.
Because I just haven't seen it in a long time. So I was like, oh, that's weird. And I was like, oh, okay. It looks like Star Wars in Nebraska. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is. It is. Star Wars in Nebraska. Dude, how about how
like CSI?
Eric, yeah. Star Wars Nebraska.
Star Wars Nebraska.
The Stormtrooper.
Yeah! I would love that.
Yeah.
There's like a CSI department of the Stormtroopers.
Yeah. So I think fucking Jar Jar Binks.
Misa think she's gonna die.
Yeah! Okay, so,
Jar Jar Binks is a lady.
Yeah.
Is there more despised character than Jar Jar Binks?
Is there more what?
The backlash Jar Jar Binks got was insane. That and let me tell you all the problems with those movies. First of all, worst child actor ever. I rate child actors by this. I go, you either rank child actor, you're either Anakin Skywalker. That's how bad he was. That's so bad.
Great child actors is the most brutal thing.
Sorry, it was terrible.
Fuck him and then fuck Bill One on Boy Meets World. Dude,
take a little break here, folks. I'm chatting with the boys at Golden Hour. All right, folks, something special's about to go down in the Big Easy. I'm talking New Orleans. UFC 318 is here. It's absolutely stacked. The BMF title's on the line. From New Orleans' finest, Dustin Poirier is fighting his trilogy fight, his last dance against Max Holloway. And my friends at DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Holloway, Poirier, 3 headlines. Again, it's his last fight ever. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. New customers who bet 5 will get 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers to get 150 bonus bets instantly. We bet just $5. Only at DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Woodville Casino and Resort in Kansas, 21 and over, agent eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
How about, speaking of child actors, how about Eric I'm in Indianapolis. Doing what I do, which is basically this. Nothing. That's my filter. I know. I look at this thing. Eric texts me just a fucking link. It's actually a YouTube link to a movie. Okay? And I go, what the fuck is this? And he writes, crazy disturbing movies. and I go, see what the fuck this is all about. I watch on my laptop, bro. It's, you know what, dude? It's utterly heartbreaking. Yeah. What was it? It's almost a masterpiece. It is a masterpiece. You know, it's called, dude. All right, so it's what's the name of it again? Dude, I'm gonna meet the details with no. It's called Zero Day, not the Netflix one with Robert De Niro. Right, Zero Day, 2003. It's about these kids who get wrapped up in a school shooting. Oh my God! Yeah, there it is, right there. It's a found footage movie. Yeah, it might be. It's up there with best found footage movies I've ever seen. No way! Is it based off like the Columbine movies or something? It's not based off it, but you know, I don't know if this one would have been made if Columbine didn't have it. And I got two more. I want to say. One of them I got again. It's called Pig something. I got to get the right name, but you can't find it. I'm considering buying it. Pig? It's a pig movie. It's called Pig something, and it's like. Is this about Eric and his diet? Wow, that was what I got to tell you. The wave thing. Oh, that one hurt. The one too. Oh man, it's okay. No, that's not the name of it. But I'll have to get the name of it. But and the Australian one is which is wild. The other one I tell you, yeah, that looked too scary for me. That one's on Prime. This one, wait, I gotta get the name of that one. Oh, that one. How about the one I showed you? Profile. Did you watch it? No, I haven't watched that one yet. You said it was disturbing. No. I thought you were talking about the other movie. I said yeah. Oh, yeah. You said you hadn't watched that. That's why I was confused. No. I watched that, but bro, there's just whatever. No, it's good. No, these are good. But this what are we doing? This other found footage movie. Wait, I gotta get it. Yeah, it's called Profile. Yeah. No, I sent it to you. No, but I thought it was, you know what, they look the same. Look how found footage in that one. You know, it's you're a fucking mom. It looks the same. You're a mom. The other one's it's actually called Found Footage. It's a mom. It's about this Australian serial killer who, he steals a camera, and then so the police found this footage of him, and that's cool. He's murdering everybody. You know, it's pretty. He's a mom, though, huh? Fucking. There's the mom, huh? No, there's the mom. Oh my God. There's the mom, huh? Well, I like that a lot. I was on my walk, I went up to get to the hill. Shut up. You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about Brendan's hair at all. The real Slim Shady, dude. Brendan, what the fuck? Why'd you dye your hair? Oh, you guys finally noticed. Oh, we noticed. God, now it was a mom. All right, so you finally noticed. Are you done talking shitty movies? Let me tell you something. When you shave your head, when you just shaved it, not when you dyed it, but when you first shaved, I go, wow, that really suits Brendan. Did you? All right, you didn't think about it, but it's all good. I know that forever. When Tiger, before he tried out for the team, he saw some MLB guy, picture of Bryce Harper with blonde hair. Him and Bossy go, I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make the majors team, rank number 2 in the nation, then you can dye your hair. He made the team. So he's on the Yankees now? So he made it. So you did it? Just in solidarity? All 3 of us did it, yeah. Oh, that's cool. I thought that picture was cute. It is cute, yeah. He's fun. He looks the best. The majors, so he's like, man, he's on the Diamondbacks. In travel ball, there's like single A, which is the lowest, and then majors is like the big boys. Wow. He made the majors. All over the dads pushing him to go pro. Play with Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon had to cut his hair, right? I feel like that we lost over that show, that movie Profile. No, I gotta get you. Oh, wow. Oh, wow, that's disturbing. It's disturbing, and it also
That looks like if I vaped.
Well, you kind of vape, but well, you're maybe too weird for that, though. You know,
is vape still a thing, though? Are kids still vaping? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping.
Really?
I haven't seen one vape out here.
You don't hang out at different vape areas.
Fair point. That's a very fair point.
Gotta hang out more like the vape area.
6th Street.
Vape is coming out now. All this stuff is coming out about it, and they keep trying to suppress it. I mean, dude, how completely terrible it is. Of course, it's terrible, bro. But the thing, it's not like when people used to smoke and it was like all we heard about was one thing. What is it? Lung cancer. That's it. You smoke, you get lung cancer. You end up with the my name is Candelia. You know what I mean? You end up with that. Now the stuff that they're saying that happens to people because of the vape, and it's just like. Yeah.
It's also not even legal export. Like one vapes an entire pack of cigarettes. That's how bad it is, right?
It's so crazy. Once it lights up and they're just, bro, that's insane.
And they have like a big machine on it. Like David Lucas has, I used to call him the vape king. He used to have fucking a carburetor on his fucking vape so he could get the most smoke.
Anyway, start vaping.
No. I dip.
That's pretty bad too. So
I don't listen to the science, man.
Well, he's gonna get hit by a car. That's how I'm out. Oh, fuck. Okay, well, that was sad. Are you gonna go to
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's awesome. Yeah. We'll all zoom in. Yeah. I'll zoom in. We'll get fucking nicked. Then we do it like, we do the Photoshops at the funeral. Yeah. We should just do that. Just do a live feed. Let's just promise that to each other, something, knock on wood, nothing bad happens, but there's something important to happen to any one of us.
You can sell merch.
The golden hour at the funeral. No, what we'll do is we'll still do it. Brendan, he's hardcore and he's very loyal. He will if he dies, he'll figure out a way to do golden hour still from the casket. Just with a live feed.
Chris, your new merch is dope. How the fuck would you not send me that right away?
I did. I just put it out and I sent it to you. I emailed you about it.
I know, she never got back to me.
Oh, she will.
Slow.
The merch person, yeah. It's good though.
Give us new merch.
Look at this. ChrisLeah.com. The 10 gym commandments, dude. I'm in good merch, bro. 10 gym. Look at this. Never die gym. And look at it just like that. When did you start this?
Dude, I want royalties because you used my body.
This happened on Congratulations, right? Some brand new went on. No. It's that one of the viral, the stand-up stuff that I used to be like, how people are, you're a big fan of it, but a lot of people are like, the fitness influencer is that I think. Determination, never dying, never.
Yeah, that's a spin off of Gold's Gym, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, no, my team, I gotta go to Brahms Gym first, and after that, to go. I don't even know if we can get in the Bronx. I like how you feel like you have to double down on the bad jokes because Brendan's not. Yeah, I have been today. I should. Maybe that is why, because he's out. Dude, you hear that Drake got a new covered up his LeBron tattoo? He did. How about the fact that he had a LeBron? I know.
Yeah, that's gay to start. I haven't seen it. Do we have it?
I don't know.
Did he actually? What was his LeBron tattoo? Was it a picture of his face?
He covered up with another basketball player.
This is an hour
now. This guy now. Before, after. So it's LeBron. And who's the new guy? Shai Gilgeous.
Oh, because he's Canadian.
He dresses well.
You're the MVP of the league because he's Canadian, though.
Oh, cool. The Rabbi is my caddy.
The reason why he's doing it is because LeBron, but didn't LeBron do something with Kendrick, but then he was on stage and he supported him.
What is that, Rabbi?
Yeah, that's what it did. That doesn't make any sense. What doesn't make any sense? Listen, the Kendrick Drake beef is silly. Meaning you don't take any offense to it. Yeah. It's silly, and also made them both rich. You know, they were already rich, though. Just announced the other day that Drake is now, again, most streamed rapper on Spotify. Like, it's like, okay, hey, you had your little run where you dissed me. I'm the star of that. Thank you. And now it's still back. And it's like,
but I think we're missing the whole point here. Another man, it's not like he's way younger. Another man got another man's tattoo on it twice. Nothing gayer. There's nothing gayer. I'm sure, Chris, you said you're not allowed to wear jerseys.
I think there's gayer things. Yeah, but all that stuff is sexual. Yeah.
Yes.
Non-sexual gay thing. That's I like it. Let's make a list. Good, yeah. Top 10. I smell new merch coming. Top 10 is going to be 10 non-sexual gayest things. The 10 non-sexual gayest things. Yeah. I said that the thing about the jerseys on the back. But that
I like jerseys, but yeah, a tattoo.
Having a tattoo
of another man's jersey is super homo.
I don't have any tattoos of any. Yeah, I don't actually even really like portrait tattoos. I'm not the big portrait tattoo guy.
They better be good.
Like, what's his face? But what if you're like, okay, so what? Like, so if you have like a tattoo of John Lennon, right? Was that right? Yeah. I mean, I don't know. It's if the guy's an icon and he's dead, it's a little different. Like if you have fucking Napoleon or Tupac on there, or Hitler, you have more problems, right? Right. That's different. But it's not as gay as the thing that comes to mind. If you had Hitler tattoo, you would be like, ew, gay.
Eric, why does Rife have a John Lennon tattoo?
He loves that fucking song, dude. What's that one?
It's a little gay. I'm not, I love Rife. It's a little gay. Let's not beat around the bush. We're like, okay, but yeah, it's kind of weird.
Who do you have? You have a person? You don't have a person on your body?
I have my kids.
Yeah. I don't think it's. I don't think it's gay.
Different.
For some reason, I think it's less gay if the person isn't living now. You know what I mean? Like, it's gay. You know why? Because imagine I got a tattoo of, Keanu Reeves or something. Right? And I'm at Erewhon, and then all of a sudden Keanu Reeves is there, and he sees my tattoo of him. That moment is gay. That moment of no. But here's the thing, though. Here's the fucking own you. Here's the thing. It's not Keanu Reeves. Like it's gay if it's Keanu Reeves. It's different if it's like this is Neo. You know what I'm saying?
Character.
Yeah. It's like you have Bill and Ted. It's less gay. It's less gay. Yeah, because it's just Keanu Reeves from Neo. Because Neo isn't coming from the Matrix to fuck you in the ass. That's why.
Yeah, if I see a Batman tattoo, I'm gonna go, "Ooh, is that Ben Affleck?"
Right. Unless it's Batman, it's Ben Affleck in the bat suit, and he's holding the bat, the helmet, and he's just looking. Oh yeah, that's your tattoo. That's gay. All right. Yeah. So I guess no. Okay. But on the gay scale, having the character and it's the face of someone. Yeah, not gay. They're not in. It's a little gay. That's not a little gay on the scale. But give it a little bit. It's like this much gay. Hey, you know what it's like? Here's the gay. Like, no, but if you so like look. If it's like if you get the penguin with and it's the today's penguin. It's Colin Farrell. It still is Colin Farrell, but you've got the prosthetics tattooed on. You know what I mean? Like, it's still a little gay. It's if you get the penguin from the comic Danny DeVito, not gay. No, it's not. It's like cartoon characters on your body.
But what if you wanted a Joker tattoo, but the face is Joaquin Phoenix, but in the Joker makeup?
It's a little gay. It's not as gay as just getting Joaquin Phoenix. Right. We're all in agreement. And then if you have, I've seen a guy. I've seen a dude that's a super fan of workaholics, and he has all of them. Yeah, there are a lot of people on my face. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah. Stop. Like, is that a character? It's like, you know what I mean? Yeah. They have to do it this way. You know what I mean? You don't know. So we go here. Dude, that's gay. It's like, no, this is him on Undateable. That's his character. Danny from Undateable. Who's Chris D'Elia?
Let's take a little break here because it's bright out here in Austin, Texas, y'all, and it's bright in LA where Chris and Eric's at. That's why my friend at Shady Rays has you covered with premium polarized shades that won't break the bank. Shady Rays is proudly independent sunglass company offering top tier quality that rivals even the most expensive brands. Their durable frames and crystal clear optics are perfect for every outdoor moment. Barbecuing, on the lake, at the ocean, whatever it is, Shady Rays got you covered with a wide selection of styles and colors. You're guaranteed to find a perfect pair. Here's the best part. If your shades go overboard, you lose them. You get breaks, so don't sweat it. They've got a loss and broken protection, so you're covered from day one. Alright, and if you're not sure Shady Rays is right for you, no worries. If you don't love them, you can exchange or return them for free within 30 days. Shopping with Shady Rays is truly risk-free, and their team always has your back with personal and fast support. Upgrade your eyewear game today. See why Shady Rays is the go-to choice for every moment under the sun. And just for the Golden Hour listeners and viewers, Shady Rays is giving out their best deal of the season. Head to ShadyRays.com, use the code GOLDEN for 35% off polarized sunglasses. Try for yourself the shades rated 5 stars by over 300,000 people. That's ShadyRays.com, use the code GOLDEN, 35% off polarized sunglasses.
Did I tell you this? There was a waitress at the Long Beach Laugh Factory, and she had, what's his name, Farrell, what's the anchorman guy? What's the guy's name on Anchorman? Yeah. Ron Burgundy. Ron Burgundy. She has a full-on Ron Burgundy tattoo. I think it's like right here, like full-on. I said, what's that? She was like, I love Ron Burgundy. You know, no, she was like, yes. You know what? I don't like Ron Burgundy. I don't think that Weatherman is it. That was called. What's the Anchorman? Is that fucking great? It's okay. It's okay. Well, Farrell's hilarious, but that character it's okay. Like he's so much funnier in other shit. I think. I don't know. So
after the bullshit you guys recommend, and you're going bad on Anchorman.
What are you talking about? I'd like to see a Ron Burgundy found footage. Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. He's just drunk. I think one of my favorite Will Ferrell performances. I always like Will Ferrell. Always reminds me of like a guest rapper on a Jay-Z song. Like he's hot right there. But sometimes when you watch that rap like an album, it would be whack. That's how I feel about Will Ferrell. I mean, Will Ferrell, even when you go in old school, he's hilarious. Yeah.
Step Brothers.
But then he's in movies like Step Brothers.
No, Talladega Nights is great. Blades of Glory is great. Kicking and Screaming is good. Semi-Pro, come on. The Elf, he was the main character in The Elf.
That's true. He was very funny in that. That's it. There's a few.
He's great in Megamind. The Campaign's fantastic.
I just can't fucking see them all, bro. He's in The Campaign.
Campaign's great. I'm not familiar with Dick.
Anchorman was a classic. I love that. If you had to pick your favorite top 3 of these movies, what do you think? I haven't seen many of them, honestly.
Really?
Yeah. No, I'll tell you what I'm not a fan of. Zoolander.
No, me neither. I don't get it. I don't get Zoolander.
For me, Step Brothers #1. What's Dick? Old school.
That's what she said. Megamind. Megamind's supposed to be ridiculous. Megamind's great.
Yeah, that's a cartoon. Yeah. That doesn't count. That doesn't count.
He's the main character.
That doesn't count. Those don't count. You stupid asshole. Come on, dude. I don't mean to got big part. Cotton Top. The best one is Elf. No. Yeah, Elf. It's just so great. It's that. Talk about a classic movie. I would say Step Brothers. I haven't seen so many of these though. I I mean, I haven't seen one that I should have absolutely seen, like Talladega Nights. I have not seen. You've never seen Talladega Nights? Never seen Step Brothers. Oh, dude, Step Brothers. Oh my God, watch Step Brothers. I haven't watched it. Dude, when they're in the car singing with the family. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God, what's his name? Adam. Adam. Yeah. Oh my God, so you know it. Old school is great. Old school. You've never seen Kid Getting Screamed? I've seen it. It's a good one. Yeah. Well, you know what? I also my favorite Will Ferrell moment is Austin Powers. That's the best. Yeah. So really hurt. But that was when you were like, this dude is so funny. Yeah. I seen him on Saturday Night Live. What the fuck is he doing? And that Austin Powers, and that's in my top 5 funniest movies ever. The first Austin Powers. That's just, it's right there. And like 3 Eddie Murphy movies. You know what I mean? It's like, it's so funny. I love that shit. And then they, they ruined it. Yeah, well, that's exactly Dexter. Dude, I slept. This is gonna be on Dexter. I slept. Like 14 hours on. Why? Because I on the weekend sometimes sleep. Bro, I slept on Monday. I got home Sunday. I slept Monday. Sunday to Monday that night. Dude, I don't know what's going on. My fucking brain is like, did you die? How do you sleep? Do you hide from the kids? How are you able to even do that? How do you do that? I want to know how you sleep 14 hours with 2 kids and they don't find you. Hey, bro, sleeping in the Ferrari in the garage? I know it's some shit like that. I do me, and I'm gonna do me. Then I came home and like, you look at your wife's face and you just see you like broken. Let's talk about how hard this is. I'm exhausted. Let's talk about how hard this is. And then you go to, then I go, I have to take it. Let's talk about how hard this is. No. You go ahead. I'm just saying, you walk in the house, I haven't slept from a flight. I'm exhausted. Now I have to drive an hour from the airport. Okay? Dude, hey. So I get home. This is a monologue I do. And I get home, and then she's like, I need some mommy time. Can you hold that out just like, excuse me, I had to go pick up the bag.
Oh, cool. The Rabbi is back, and he eats as yeah. Sure is a cool that trust and safety teaching of the village. Oh, cool. The Rabbi is back, and he eats ass like a pudding bowl now.
I had to go get the bag doing what I love. Yeah, but you do what you love. Yeah, because I figured it out. Hey.
Oh, cool. The Rabbi is back, right? He eats ass like a pudding bowl now. Oh, cool. The Rabbi is back, and he eats ass like a pudding bowl now. Sure is cool that the trust and safety team in this website was already fucking confident. Oh, cool. And he eats ass like a pudding bowl now.
So I don't know how you did it. I want to know how you got 14 hours in. What's the secret? I don't think there's a secret. He just does it. I stay asleep. I won't knock on the door. I have to know where you're at. I go like this, come here, and they get in bed, and I go, it's sleep time. Sleep in bed now. Go sleep. And then he goes, and then 10 minutes later, he's moving around. I'm like, you moving around? And he goes, I'm going to go play. And he goes and plays. Calvin's very independent. No, he's not. So I will tell you this though. He's outside the door going. It's like I know you did last summer. My when I'm at home, I put the kids to bed. Okay, that's like my thing. I love doing it. Billy isn't changed. You know, he's still not at the age where he's just like, he's still at the age where you can just put him down and he's just like, all right, fuck it, I'm in the crib. But Calvin is like, you know what I mean? Like he's like, he's like, well, I know, because Calvin will be like, hold on a second, wait, hold on a second. He'd be like, how do birds do this? You know, and I'm like, oh fuck, dude, it's 9 o'clock, you know. You know, he said to me last night, it happened. He literally said this, and I go, it happened. He said, he's going to bed, and I'm in there because I'm like, he's, you know, he gets a little like, sometimes he gets scared, and I'm just, you know, he says, yeah, he's like, I'm in there for 15 minutes, you know, and I'm like, he hasn't talked to me, he hasn't seen me yet. He goes, you got the pillow in your hand, you're like, no. I'm like, I'm playing Royal Max on my phone. Yeah. Like, he's just like, question. Yeah. He says, how do babies get into someone's tummy? And I said, well, when a man and a woman love each other, mommy and daddy love each other so much, and they get so close, and they, you know, they love each other, then sometimes they make a baby. Calvin said, well, how's it get in there? And I go, no. Go to bed. No, I love that. I knew I should have known it wasn't going to work. I knew it was going to work. You're like, how does a baby get into it? Then you gotta go, all right, well, this is how it works. This is a kid. No. He's like, Mom, how does it? He was just like, you just get close. Yeah. Like bullshit meter out the roof. And I'm like, because now, almost you don't even want that to be the thing, because now he's gonna be like, I'm trying to get close to people, or he's gonna be trying to get close to people, and he's gonna hug you. He's gonna be like, I think I put a baby in your shirt. I don't want to get too close. I'm only 5. Because you know what he said the other day too. You know what he said the other day? That is totally in line with how Calvin thinks, because he was eating. He likes. He likes salmon, and he eats salmon and rice a lot, and he wasn't eating the salmon, he was eating only rice. And I was like, he said, I'm not eating salmon. I go, why? He says, I don't eat fish. I was like, oh, yes you do, what are you talking about? And he says, I don't eat animals because I want to save the world. And I'm like, oh God. I said, you're vegan at home? I know, I'm like, dude, sometimes overpopulation is a thing, you need to do it. So now he's a vegan, and he's going to be trying not to get people pregnant. It's really, really, yeah. He's going to walk back and go, too close, because I think I'm easy. He is too. It is too. I can't wait for you to deal with that shit, though, like all that stuff. It's so fun. Well, I'm already dealing with that now. And when Brendan learns about all that stuff, it's going to be amazing. When his dad tells him about that. Yeah, after this podcast, you can call his dad. Dad, I've got some questions. He's getting, he's like, almost 18 months, and he's like, and then we're trying to, he's still in the bed. I don't know. I said, when are you going to stop breastfeeding? She goes, I don't know, okay? I don't know. Well, I'll tell you this. I sleep in the guest room sometimes. Well, I'll tell you this, too, guys. I'm just like, I love it. I'm in there. I got a TV out. I had a guy come out the TV inside the guest room. So I'm like, baby, this is space. Oh, that's great. That's great. She's with the baby. The baby's like, she just in his fucking sitting on her bed with fucking VR goggles and some popcorn. I'll take him. But the thing is, this is the thing too. I'll take him in there with me. He even likes it. He walks, I follow where we going. I go, where we going? You know, and he's just walking, and he gets into the guest room, and he points on the bed. Yeah, hell yeah. You know what I mean? He goes like this. I go, okay. So I get him in there, you know, I turn him, and he points at the TV. Yeah, dude. I put on, you know, Miss Rachel, like a Bowie, and then I'm just like, you know, chilling, and then I fall asleep, and then I get a phone call at 4 o'clock in the morning. My breasts are gonna explode. Bring the baby. This is what I say. Come get the baby. Bro, you tell me the middle of the fucking show. I'm sleeping. Come get the what? I have to bring the baby? Come get the baby. I am sleeping. Fucking dude, I'm on Matrix Reloaded. Bitch, get in here. I will do that. If you had, if you had texted me during the first Matrix, Loki, we're at Reloaded. Come get the fucking baby. So then I gotta take him in there, and he's like, he's being like bad. He says no now, and it's a real nightmare. He does this thing too. He collapses on the ground in dramatic fashion. I do that.
Eric, you don't want that kid sucking on the tip for too long. You don't want that one. Tell him. 5.
That's what I said.
Sucking titties.
I still do it. My mom gonna come home. Mom, I need some breast milk. I guess I'm right. Lucky at it, dude. Man's already there. You're like, bad. There's 2. Hey, it's ill because that was a great visual for you. You thought of it. Well, I was just having fun with it, and then Eric took it to a fucking documentary status, it's a found footage. But it's me on my phone. I'm like, get it. What a weird movie. And the film footage is it's filming me, filming you, breastfeeding. This is nobody would see this movie. You think this would get really want to watch it, Brendan? No, bro. You just texted it. Have you seen Superman, Brendan?
I have seen it.
What did you think?
It was good.
You saw it the same way. You saw it with your kids?
Kids, yeah.
I liked it. It's alright. I thought it was a terrible script, but these actors are great. That's what I thought. Really? Yeah. How do you see it?
The dog was a little much.
Dude, I am with you, bro. The last thing I want to see is the fucking dog in Superman. Does he have a cape? Get out of here.
Yes.
Get out of here, dude. Get out of here. The fucking dog has a cape? Yeah. Listen to me. The story is so ridiculous. It's Superman. No. Beyond that. It doesn't matter. This story, the things that happen in this movie are so far-fetched. It's so hard to suspend your disbelief. But the guy playing Superman and Hulk, they are great. Yeah, they look good. This guy's a great actor. He's great. Yeah, he's a great. They're both in the great actor. Looks like he's great. No, he's a great actor. He's a really great. So did they finally get a good guy to play Superman? Yeah. Since because I'm not a Henry Cavill fan. I mean, he's not terrible, but he's just so melatonin. This guy's great. He makes some really great choices. He's a dude. Yeah, he's handsome. I like his incredible stand-up. He can fucking eat shit, but you never follow me. But for Superman, you'd have to be 2 feet off the stage. Yeah. Flying. All right, guys, give it up for Superman. Yeah. I need to remind you. You guys see the Mormon housewife showing up. That's how you come up, Mormons are sluts too. He's the host. I thought Mormons were supposed to be pure. Hey, you ever notice that I fly through the air at unbelievable speed? Why are my lips never chapped? Superheroes doing stand-up. I love it. Fucking Kevin just wrote down clip for that, bro. He goes clip for the Superman. I go fucking dude. It's like I'm on clip heavy. Sometime I'm clip heavy. It's gonna go. Dude. He's a monster, bro. So if we realize we don't need Nick, is that what happened? Have we officially fired Nick? I'm trying. I'm still confused if Nick's here or not. That's hilarious. In spirit, you don't need someone to know what well, you can do it, and people are like, is he there? Is that true? Yeah. I don't know. Yeah, he's here. No, he's not here. But he's somewhere. He'll be back. He's with us in spirit. All right, dudes, I get a roll. All right, dude. Love you guys. Same brother, man. Later on, we see you. Take a little break here, kids, because UFC 318 is here. It's Dustin Poirier's last dance, and it's a trilogy against the fan favorite Max Holloway. And my friends at DraftKings got you covered, the official daily fantasy partner of the UFC. The easiest way to get in on the action and win real cash, download the Big Six app from DraftKings. Right, it's crazy simple. Just pick more or less on the stats of two or more of your favorite fights, and boom, you're in the mix for a big cash prize. No gimmicks, no win rules. Lay your picks, and you're on a little run, right? Pick Six brings major upside payouts beyond the minimum if you beat the competition. Ready to put your UFC knowledge to the test? Okay. For no time, all new Pick Six customers who sign up will get a special offer. Download DraftKings and Pick Six app right now and use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for all new customers. Get a special offer. Ride the upside. We're a few months to do it. Golden DraftKings Pick Six. The crowd is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccbg.org in Connecticut. Must be 18 and over. Age and eligibility restrictions vary by jurisdiction. Big Six not available everywhere, including New York and Ontario. Or prohibited. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see big6.draftkings.com/promos. This summer, Pluto TV is exploding with thousands of free
Oh, cool, the Rabbi is back and he eats ass. Like pudding now. Like pudding. Sure is cool that chocolate safety food of this red white was utterly working confident. Toasty, I agree.
Movies? Do you take the kids to movies at all? The thing is movies are immersive, like theater.
And he eats.
For a 5-year-old, it's just too much, bro. Like that fucking song, he's coming up and like, you know, he's like, that's not the movie from that. Actually, I don't like this movie. He's like, in the beginning, it's fine. It's like, whoa, you know. Well, even I'm starting to see he reacts to things like even like the home screen of like the Google home screen of all this stuff. There was like something in the background. I started playing and he saw it. And he was like, you know, and I was like, oh shit, right. You know, I've been trying to tell Rachel, but she watches those stupid shows. Yeah, you know what I mean? Honestly, you think women are crazy. Yeah. You know, but you gotta be careful. There's YouTube kids, and even that, just on YouTube, you never know what's gonna go to next. Yeah, like there's for the cartoon or a commercial that come on, it's even weird. Like there's a wolf dancing that Calvin's scared of. It's just like, oh no, it's not scared at all, but it's like for kids. But it's like, you know, it's like. What are wolves doing? I'm like, oh, they're not around. And how do babies? Yeah. It's like, what if a wolf came in here and fucking kids, you know? Like, and I'm like, wolves around here. It's just like, facing them. I'm like, what? He's like, facing them. And you're like, well, there isn't. And he's like, so sure. Yeah. That's what he's like. So now he's getting to the point where he's questioning your knowledge. You know what that makes me do? Question my knowledge. Yeah, it's questioning. That's hilarious. I don't know. Dude, he's like, you know, what's a shadow? And I'm like, fuck, dude. You know, like light, and then if it blocks it, what is that? Well, that's when you bust out your AI. Give me a simple explanation to a 5-year-old of what a shadow is. Wow. You know what I mean? And then boom, it'll come on. Dude, I gave him the AI thing, and he was talking talking to her, and she was talking back. It was awesome. It was just like, pretty good, right? Cool. So anyway, what about? He was just asking, like, it was a conversation, and I was like, that's not a real person, and he was like, what? Yeah, but you know what? Always, what? Because he might go, where do babies come from? And then AI will be like, well, your mommies have a vagina, and it's gonna be going all into detail. Yeah. Dad, what's a bukkake? Dad, I thought a train was something else. What about? You are one today. I gotta tell you. Okay, good. Because I thought I slept too much and I'm fucked. But no, you need to sleep more. All right, good. All right, good. Okay, good. Yeah, you don't want that. But I do that all the time with the when days I'm about to cook something. I just go, yeah, I got a little. Oh, no, that's great. I got a little chicken I'm gonna do. Tell me, I have a connection of it. Tell me what you can do. I love it because the guy goes, that sounds great, Eric. Oh, that'd be delicious. You're the black guy? Yeah, I do too. I can be the black guy. Yeah, the black guy. That sounds amazing. Yeah. He's slightly black, Yeah. It could be a white guy doing a black guy, or it could be a black guy. He's like slightly like maybe mixed race dude. I love that dude. That dude. No, he's like it sounds like he's from New York. And he went to he's a college educated. You know what I'm saying? Like he's not candid. Chris goes, I want to go. Look at him. Kristen was like, I have to do this thing. I made the chicken make rice. And I go, I don't know how to make fucking rice. And she says, ask ChatGPT. I want to make rice. What kind of rice, man? I'm like, oh yeah, cool. What kinds are there? And he lists a bunch, and I'm like, seriously, rice, let's go! I use Copilot or Gemini, and Copilot's great. My guy, but then they start to remember you, which I think is good. Yeah, well, it is until it isn't. Yeah, that's not what you said last night. Hey, Eric, how's it going? It's going good. I'm on a podcast right now about my buddy. Nice. What's the podcast about? It's a trip. Yeah, it's a trip. There's this one thing called Apt that I use. That's like it's an AI career test and a mentor. I think it's going to be huge. But if you want to learn how to do something, well, it's like you don't need a specific app for any of that. You can use all the ones that are already available. If you just say, hey, I understand, but the data points that this one pulls from is like specifically for this, and it understands like I'm in a kind of a rut. Like I've been doing this for a while. I've been doing I want to try something else. The top salary is this. From where I can even get to, it's really helpful and interesting because it's like, I used it for a guy who was an EMT, and he was like, I don't know if we're doing EMT work. It was like, what was suggesting? I was like, I don't know thought about this. Well, I'm saying it's like using it as a tool in a way that like people don't even realize how much they use. Right now, people are just using it as like a Google search tool. I know, but it can be used for like really specific things to learn. Therapy, bro. Therapy. My therapist. I was talking about it with my therapist. Like, there's I can't remember what it's called. It's called like Harry or something. It's like some app where it's like you can just get a therapist. Well, it's me. What I'm saying is it's me. What I'm saying is if the thing has the knowledge of the psychology, the thing that it's missing is like a little bit more of the personal. Right. But you hear how it's starting to get there. Yeah. Because this guy, like, I'm cooking. He made me feel like I'm Emerald. You know what I mean? You say man. Say it. When you put the salt in, say bam. I don't really feel. I know you feel foolish. You're just as good as Emerald. It's really amazing. Like that part of it, it's amazing. Like to learn things, So it's been great for like writing. God, remember that shit? I learned it's like you're trying to write a script now. It's like you go, like you don't use it for like, hey, write this script. But it's like, here's my paragraph. But I can to help you. Yeah, and it's like, I don't know all that interior. Blah blah blah. The pronunciation punctuation. That BAM shit from Emerald. My dad, he's doing infomercials, bro. You got any questions about infomercials? Ask me. He has all the knowledge. Bro, talk about AI and know about the infomercials, bro. But that dude is killing it. Emerald, it looks terrible, but he is killing it. He does infomercials for his stuff. Bro, the BAM, when he came out, the BAM, oh my god. My dad thought it was the funniest thing, and when it would come on, because we didn't have the internet back then, it didn't exist. Like, oh, Emerald's on, we watch the shit, bro. Hey, I used to be like, I did it. I used to love those.
You used to live giving the west side, him.
You know, because it might be like, you know, they invented a new type of fork or something, you know. And then the guy would be like, you want to use yeah, I feel like it's burner. Yeah. It's so good. With a red X over it, black and white. I love those. We're tired of jizzing too early. Yeah. Black and white. Oh, yeah, he does. Yeah, why not? Look at him. Well, you know, that's just kind of, I mean, look, that's a little harsh. He just kind of looks like a guy. He's big. But yeah, I don't want a skinny chef. Dude, I always think of that, man. When I see a skinny chef, like, you know, and I mean, you don't appreciate food. You're not tasting your own shit. I see a fat chef, I go, oh, is this good? Good. Right. No, you know what? Because they are, the expectations rise. Like, I don't want to, if the fatter the chef is, I need to be like, okay, this better be the best potatoes I've ever had. I need to taste the diabetes in everything I eat. I agree. I mean, I think that when people are just, I mean, bro, you travel so much, and you see these people. I live in, you know, Westlake, Thousand Oaks area. I went to a 4th of July thing, and I'm looking around, and I'm just like, oh, I travel everywhere. This is the most attractive place in the world because, like, LA, and people are conscious of it. And, bro, you go to, like, you know, I connected in the airport in Utah, and you get off there, it's like, oh, they're conscious of it. Denver, you can see it. But, man, most places when you go, Indianapolis, you go, oh, everybody's fat. It's insane. It's insane. Somebody there, chef. And they said, cooking? No, that can't, you can't do that.
There's a couple on masterclass right now, or master chef, and they were vegan. And it's like, they don't know meat at all. They can't do meat at all.
Are they specifically chefs for vegan stuff?
Yeah, they're vegan, so they can't taste the meat that they're cooking.
So they're cooking meat? Yeah, that's crazy. If you're vegan and you specialize in vegan cooking, then okay, that's great. Yeah. That's nuts. That's so weird. This, or I'm allergic to butter, or whatever butter. I don't want to taste none of your shit. Dude, my nanny is allergic to butter. No, sorry, not butter. Onions and garlic. And I'm like, what do you eat? That's everything. That's fucking everything. I'm like, what do you eat? Just sweet tarts? Just, yeah. You know, she does sleep upside down. You're just noticing. I just, you know, like this. She has those hooks. She has the hooks on the chin bar that she puts her feet in, and she sleeps upside down. You know what, dude? I asked her what she wanted for her birthday, and she replied with, I want socks. I'm like, giving you anything. I knew you would like that. You're going to get shit on there. You're like, stupid. Now I realize she says, I want a vacation. Oh, here we go. God damn it. Merch coming in. Golden hour merch. We gotta get some merch from this dump. I know. Miami, I'll be in Miami and Huntsville, Los Angeles. I just put a show in downtown Houston, Texas. But Europe, the exciting thing is Europe coming your way. I got some stuff coming up too. But like I'm gonna be this weekend. We'll be in with Bryce at the Madison Square Garden. I just did Nate Jackson, Cousin Punchline, Hyenas, Let Me Live Oxnard, the Dead Theater in Chicago in November. So I guess that's coming. See ya. Come on, Chris, you gotta go put this stuff in the trunk. Hey, see.
What's up, guys? I'm giving away the Ultimate Ram TRX. For over $15,000 in upgrade, this is one of one. You will find another TRX on the road, or a truck for that matter, like this truck that I built. That's over $15,000 in upgrades. This truck can easily be yours. All you have to do is try fasttalkgas.com, pick up some merch, and enter to win. That's
Maybe I'll Gary's podcast doesn't show me. Give me time. Really? No, it sucks. Did Papa just leave? Did they just play the same shit again?
You ever notice that I fly through the air at unbelievable speed? Why are my lips never chapped?
We're talking about, but that won't stop us. Nothing can stop us. Ooh. It's that show you used to love, just rebranded enough. It's the younger, better, bigger power, but it is the golden hour. It's the golden hour.
I was in Indianapolis, and it's, it wasn't easy. Alien? Yeah. I know exactly. Because there's like some great steakhouses right there. Great steakhouses. And isn't there the famous shrimp cocktail place right next to there? I didn't go. Yeah, that's on the other side. It's right there, though, yeah. My buddy told me to go. I didn't go. I guess. I mean, it's shrimp cocktail, bro. You know what I mean? No, buddy. You gotta try it. The cocktail sauce will clear your sinuses. I know, but somebody's like, it's the sauce. Somebody said it's the sauce. So it's like, that's. Don't say it's a shrimp. Don't say it's a shrimp. You know what I mean? Like, when you say shrimp cocktail, they go, oh, they get better shrimp. But it's the sauce, so it's just the sauce. The big healthy shrimp, though. The big healthy shrimp. You know what cocktail sauce is, right? Cocktail sauce is ketchup and horseradish mixed together. Yeah, so that's all it is. Makes it better. We're live, right? I'm going Europe. My Europe dates are up. Oh, you going to Europe? Yep, chrisalia.com. I got Oslo, Amsterdam, Gaza, Ukraine. That's cool. Where? What? Gaza, Ukraine. October. I just put
Oh, there's a place with some sun to listen.
Alabama, and Los Angeles, Dublin. It's gonna be in Dublin. Best place I've ever performed, Dublin. Oh, really? Oh, yeah. The best crowds, everything. Whenever I hear Dublin, I think of Dublin in Dublin. Right? From fucking Jay-Z, please. No, I think that Jay-Z's the last person I think of when I think of Dublin. Yeah, but he's so Irish. He's not even in the top 10. Damn it, please. Things I would. That's not even in the top 10 of things I would take. JC is so what's up? What a hassle this U-Haul was this morning. Bro, that screams hassle to me. There's nothing that seems easy about it. Okay, first of all, you make a reservation, okay? You make your reservation. And then they go, wait, Eric, why start with why you need a U-Haul? You need a U-Haul for what? You I'm taking these chairs from here. Finally. For 9 months. Wait, 9 months? 9 months. So you make the reservation, and then they're like, oh, they send you this text. It's like, okay, it's all electronic. So now you gotta take a picture of your license, front and back, take a picture of yourself. And then I get to the place, and no one's there. And then they're like, oh yeah, I have to do it again. Then I get on the phone with the people, and I'm like, no, I'm pissed. I'm not pissed. It was such a, I had two people on the phone, and then you have to give them a number of someone else. Well, they have to call and verify that. Oh, God. Really? Yeah. So I'm in the phone with Rachel, and I'm believe me, I'm going in. All right, so call right now. And then the phone rings, I go, it's me again. Oh, wow. That's hilarious. Eric, you don't have a buddy with a truck? You shouldn't need to run a fucking U-Haul for that. Listen, I thought it was going to be simple. I just realized you're going to have fucking me try to help you with the things in the goddamn van. I'm not doing it. Oh, sure, nothing worse. No, dude, get Casey. I'm blocking your God damn it, dude. I just realized this. I would have hired somebody to come with me today to help you. Also, who wanted those Dexter? Jesus Christ. What? Who wanted those Dexter? I tried to suffocate them last week. I started actually watching the new Dexter. I hate it. It's got to be bad. I just started. Like the first episode is just like a lot of they brought in all the old characters and hosts. So I like that. I like that part. I don't like it. You do like it or you don't? I like that part. The throwback to get you back on board. How you feel into the next? We need to do that. We need to move forward. Yeah, I totally agree with Eric. I haven't seen it, so I don't know. But he left his life behind. He escaped, and then they found him out. Now it's the same people after him again. You know what I mean? Like, did you watch season? Did you watch episode 1 and 2? Just one. You watched episode 1? Oh, okay. Just one. I'm just saying, he's the Bay Harbor Butcher. Okay? He needs to be found and put in prison. Given the death penalty. You know what I'm saying? It's not a fun show. It's not a fun show, though. I know, but that's why he should be like someone's Green Mile. This is why he shouldn't be around people that know about him. This is my point. Well, that's why he moved to the middle of nowhere. I think but it's not even worse serial killer. It's like they're drawn to each other. That guy was crazy. That one was crazy. Which one are you talking about? You had the women he stuffed them. They were inside. You know what I mean? In the one with his glasses and shot him. Oh, that one. Yeah. So that killer was like, my God. Right. Well, that was ridiculous. That was the end of it, though. That was too ridiculous to go on from there. Because you found a serial killer that had a fucking dead women museum under his fucking It's like, all right, dude, there's nothing beyond. You need to have, if you make the show, it needs to either be a prequel, which they did, or Dexter in heaven. And it's like he's fucking make a crazy show. He's in hell. You know what I mean? Or jail. You know, for real. And it's like, dude, I would love to watch it. They have yet, it's like Oz. They have yet to make a show that's so successful be a completely different show. And I'm all for that. I've always wanted that. Do you know what I'm saying? American Horror Story. You know, American Horror Story has that. But that's an anthology, though. Right? Yes. Yeah. But no, wait. I'm trying to think. Has there been a show where they made another show? Frasier. But that's a true spin-off, yeah. Right, okay, I guess spin-offs, yes. But I'm talking about enthusiasm? No, but it's a spin-off. I'm talking about if you call yourself Dexter still. Yeah. I mean, a lot of people be like, what the fuck, this isn't Dexter. But it is though. Yeah, that's dope. I would think it would be cool. And then they're making it like this is what I don't like. And a spoiler alert is that, now it's the kid. Kids got it. Yeah. Well, fuck, man. This is season 9. They gotta run this on. There's season 9. I agree. But it's like how many times you gonna run into serial killers are just drawn to each other like that? Well, I know, but that's the Bay Harbor Butcher and the brother and all that stuff, that makes sense. I know. What I'm saying is, the fact that these serial killers just keep, like, it's like they need a pub now. Yeah, they're just like fluffies. You know what I mean? Start a podcast. Like, you know, like, what they call them? They call furries. They should have like an online thing. He's making it to McDonald's. Yeah. I'm hungry. And the furries. Yeah. And then they're like, you know, they have like a little thing because it felt like that. It felt like Dexter just feels like it's a club, and they just find each other. You watch this show, you're like, I'm gonna start killing. I hope he ends this. I only think kills more than 2 people. I got this. I think that show should have been 4 seasons tops. Yeah, but they keep making money, so why would they stop? I get it. I also get it from Michael C. Hall. It's like, dude, that's the role of his lifetime. Like, what, you know? Well, especially if you're not doing anything else. I mean, this happens to a lot of actors. Yeah. They're in a very famous show. They get famous, and they think, well, this is because of me. Let me move on and do something else. They can't move on. Nobody wants them in anything, and then they come back. Just like the guy from Walking Dead is back. Rick Grimes is back. You know what I mean? Like, all that stuff. It's weird because it's not like they're not talented. Those 2 guys are so good. Yeah, but it just is what it is. Dexter is just too big. John Bernthal went on. He's crushing it out. John Bernthal, yeah. Bernthal, yeah. He's crushing, yeah. Crushing. He's in all sorts of shit. Yeah. But that's because he only did 2 seasons. You know? Wasn't the main guy? He's not the main guy. If you're the main guy, it's like David Caruso. Remember when he was in, what was that show David Caruso was in? And White People. Oh, yeah. Well, no, I know now. But remember, he tried to be a movie star. Right. But he was like, fuck this, I'm out of NYPD Blue. I'm not doing it anymore. And then tanked this movie star. And then I can't believe he got a second chance. It's crazy. I thought he left CSI Miami because to try to be a movie star. No, he's still on that fucking movie. It would always open. Yeah, like something. And then he would go. Yeah. That's pretty spot on. Wow. Nick sent that from wherever he is. Is Nicholas not here? Is it Casey running the keys? No, that's Nick. Nick's doing it from. I killed him earlier, and he's my first serial kill. Wow, that's wild. I think they're doing another serial killer thing. Yeah, they are. Man. What do you mean? I can't get enough. The camera's not making serial killer shows. What are you talking about? Nah, because the way you said it, here's the deal. I heard, you know what I heard? They're making Mindhunter again. That's what I heard, bro. That's what I heard. It must be someone else, though. It must be someone else. I heard David Fincher's doing another Mindhunter, and I go, oh my gosh. You read that online. You read that on social media. That Fincher said that he's going to do it. That's actually not where I read it. I heard 2 different people text me about it. So, but Fincher's doing a different series. Yeah, I know. He can't do other things. No. He's not the kind of guy that does that. He don't do 7 things at once. He's like a tunnel vision guy that has to like if he's really deep in it. Okay. I heard, which I did. I'm not lying. That he's doing a fucking 3rd thing. Like I think he's right. They're reliable sources, Chris. Are these 2 buddies in the business? Eric just says, I think he's writing the script right now. No fucking. He's working on it. I heard it. Eric is just making shit up, and so that's how. Yeah, that's. I'm making anything up. I think he's writing a script. You know, he's probably writing like my mom, dude. I think he must be writing. The Voices of Mindhunter's not happening on Netflix. There's a chance it could return as a 3-2-hour movie. Oh bullshit! This ain't happening. Hey, can you get your sources on the phone right now so we can tell them off? Since they were so reliable. Fincher, the show's creator, has stated that the show is too expensive to produce for the viewership it attracted. Mindhunter's great though. I love that. Dude, fantastic. This is David Fincher, bro. He's not going to skip anything. You know, he's not going to. He wants to make. But also too expensive. It's not like there's fucking. Special effects in the shit. Yeah, there's not special effects. I mean, they have a crazy crap service. That's this thing. They keep getting that shrimp from Indianapolis. I was watching this show Andor on. Don't watch that. And then I realized this is gonna sound stupid, but then I realized says, "Oh, this is a prequel to Rogue One." And then I was out because everybody dies in Rogue One. So I'm like, good. I don't like prequels to when people are already dead. You know what I mean? Oh, but you know what happens? Yeah. Nah, that's okay. Nah, I don't like that. Well, there's not necessarily. Like, I don't like no Jesus stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't want Jesus to college years because I remember sometimes it's going to die. Jesus to college years is amazing.
Pontius is throwing a toga party and he didn't invite us. Again, that guy's got issues.
Yeah, that'll be a dope show, right?
Yeah, that show looks so bad. I hear stormtroopers in a fucking wardrobe.
Season 1 was great, but then I was like, wait a minute, this is the guy from, I was like, oh, it's Rogue One guy. Then I thought, is it doing a different character? Then I just watched Rogue One.
Thinking of his brain, thinking all this shit was watching the show is so funny.
Because I just haven't seen it in a long time. So I was like, oh, that's weird. And I was like, oh, okay.
It looks like Star Wars in Nebraska. Is that what it is?
Yeah, it is. It is. Star Wars in Nebraska. Dude, how about how, like CSI? Eric, yeah. Star Wars Nebraska. Star Wars Nebraska. The Stormtrooper. Yeah! I love that. Yeah. There's like a CSI department of the Stormtroopers. Yeah.
So I think fucking Jar Jar Binks. Misa think she's gonna die. Yeah. Okay. So
Jar Jar Binks is the lead.
Yeah.
Is there a more despised character than Jar Jar Binks?
Is there more what?
The backlash Jar Jar Binks got was insane.
That and let me tell you all the problems with those movies. First of all, worst child actor ever. I rank child actors by this. I go, you're either rank child actors. You're either Creed or you're Anakin Skywalker. That's how bad he was. That's so bad.
Great child actors is the most brutal thing.
Sorry, it was terrible.
Fuck him and then fuck the one on Boy Meets World. Dude,
take a little break here, folks. We're chatting with the boys at Golden Hour. All right, folks, something special's about to go down in the Big Easy. I'm talking New Orleans. UFC 318 is here. It's absolutely stacked. The BMF title's on the line. From New Orleans' finest, Dustin Poirier is fighting his trilogy fight, his last dance against Max Holloway. And my friends at DraftKings Sportsbook is the official sports betting partner of the UFC. Holloway Poirier 3 headlines. Again, it's his last fight ever. And if you're new to DraftKings, check this out. Customers who bet 5 will get 150 bonus bets instantly. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now. Use code GOLDEN. That's code GOLDEN for new customers. Get 150 bonus bets instantly when you bet just $5. Only at DraftKings. The crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-OPEN-Y or text OPEN-Y at 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boonville Casino Resort in Kansas, 21 and over. Age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms or responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Speaking of child actors, how about Eric? I'm in Indianapolis doing what I do, which is basically this. Nothing. That's why I sent it to you. I know. I look at this thing. Eric texts me, just a fucking link. It's actually a YouTube link to a movie. Okay? And I go, what the fuck is this? And he writes, crazy disturbing movie. and I go, see what the fuck this is all about. I watch on my laptop, bro. It's, you know what, dude? It's utterly heartbreaking. Yeah.
What was it?
It's almost a masterpiece. It is. I think it's a masterpiece. You know, it's called, dude. All right. So it's what's the name of it again? You don't know me. No, it's called Zero Day, not the Netflix one with Robert De Niro. It's right. Zero Day, 2003. Yeah. It's about these kids who get wrapped up in a school shooting. Oh my god. Yeah, there it is right there. It's a found footage movie. Yeah, it might be. It's up there with best found footage movies I've ever seen.
No way. It's based off like the Columbine.
It's not based off it, but I don't know if this movie would have been made if Columbine didn't happen.
And I got two more. I want to say. One of them I got it again. It's called Pig something. I got to get the right name, but you can't find it. I'm considering buying it. Pig. It's a pig movie. It's called Pig something, and it's like.
Is this about Eric and his life? So I got TV.
Oh, that one hurt.
The 1, 2. Oh man, it's okay.
No, it's not the name of it, but I'll have to get the name of it. But and the Australian one is which one? Wild. The other one I said,
that looked too scary for me.
That one's on Prime. This one, wait, I gotta go to that one. That one.
How about the one I showed you, Profile? Did you watch it?
No, I haven't watched that one yet.
You said it was disturbing.
No. I thought you were talking about the other movie. I say you said you hadn't watched that. That's why I was confused.
No. I watched it, but bro, there's just whatever.
No, it's good. No, these are good. But this this other found footage movie, wait, I gotta get it. Yeah, it's called Profile.
Yeah.
No.
I sent it to you.
No. But I thought it was. You know what? They look the same. Look how found footage in that one.
You're a fucking mom.
It looks the same.
You're a mom.
The other one's called. It's actually called found footage. It's a mom. It's about this Australian serial killer who. He steals a camera, and then so that the police found this footage and found it, and he's murdering everybody.
Wow, it's pretty. He's a mom, no, huh? Fucking.
Oh my guys.
Well, I like that a lot. I was on my walk. I went up to get to the hill. Shut up.
You know what I mean? We're not going to talk about Brendan's hair at all.
The real Slim Shady, dude. Brendan, what the fuck? Why'd you dye your hair?
Oh, you guys finally noticed, huh?
We noticed. God, now it was a mom. All right, so
you finally noticed. Are you done talking shitty movies?
Let me tell you something. When you shave your head, when you just shaved it, not when you dyed it, but when you first shaved, I go, wow, that really suits Brendan. Did you? I didn't. All right, you didn't think about it, but it's all good.
I got that forever. When Tiger, before he tried out for the team, he saw some MLB guy, picture of Bryce Harper with blonde hair. Him and Bossy go, I want to dye my hair. I told Tiger, I said, if you make the majors team, not AAA, not single A, not double A, if you make
I don't know about this kid's fucking baseball team. Anybody. Just on the point start clip. Lettuce.
Then you can dye your hair. He made the team. So he's on the Yankees now?
So he made it. So you did it? Just in solidarity?
All three of us did it, yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I like that. Picture's a cute picture. It is cute, yeah.
He's fun. Austin looks the best.
The majors? So he's like, he's on the Diamondbacks.
In travel ball, there's like single A, which is, the lowest, and then majors is like the big boys. They made the majors.
All of them with the dads pushing them to go pro. Like Johnny Damon. Johnny Damon had to cut his hair, right? I feel like that we glossed over that show, that Profile.
No, I gotta get you. that's disturbing.
It's disturbing, and it also.
It looks like if I vaped.
Well, you kind of know vape, but. Yeah, well, you're maybe too big for that, though. You know.
Is vape still a thing, though? Are kids still vaping? Out here in Texas, there's no vaping.
In 1829, he passed away in 1905, and he was especially known for his studies of Sephardic Jewry. Let me tell you a little bit about his background and why I am so excited to be reading his work. So he was trained as a rabbi, although much of his published work was in the field of history, kind of like the opposite of me, where most of my training is as a historian, but lots of people seem to think I'm a rabbi. I don't know why. He studied under the great historian Leopold von Ranke, and one of his greatest rabbinical teachers was none other than Samson Raphael Hirsch, one of the most influential thinkers of 19th century Germany. He held rabbinical posts in Switzerland and especially in Budapest, Hungary. He was very active in all kinds of areas, especially in the fight for Jewish civil rights, which was a major enterprise in the middle of the 19th century. But to look at him as a historian, he made his fame with a 2-volume study, Geschichte der Juden in Spanien, Portugal, the history of the Jews in Spain and Portugal, 1861 through 1867. Those are the dates when the books were published. He would later follow up with a single standalone volume on Portugal that we'll talk about in a second. Most of his books were in German, but one of them was translated into English, and in fact is still in print, Christopher Columbus and the Participation of the Jews in the Spanish and Portuguese Discoveries. And another really interesting thing about that particular book is that the Spanish government actually reached out to Dr. Kaiserling and asked him to write this book to celebrate the 400th anniversary of the discovery of the Americas. Of course, we just finished the 500th anniversary a little while ago, so this puts us back in time. Now, why do I think he is so fantastic and especially important for us, especially as we get ready to explore the Douro River with kosher river cruises? I believe that Kaiserling was pretty much the first historian, certainly of the modern era, but he was the first historian to really take crypto-Jews seriously. Meaning, a lot of historians wrote, before the 19th century about the Gerush Spar, the Spanish expulsion of 1492, and the tribulations of the Jews as they tried to make their way around the Mediterranean and so on. But the Portuguese Jews, who had a rather different experience, received less attention, even though they were really quite important in shaping modern Jewish identity. The reason is because the Spanish Jews essentially had the choice in 1492 either accept baptism or leave. Right? That was why there was such a large exile. There had been a large number, maybe as many as 100,000 Jews who were already converted or were the descendants of converts from the forced conversion of 1391, and they had to decide whether they wanted to continue living kind of like a double existence with the Jews at home and Christians in the street, but that was less of a phenomenon. In Portugal, there was a very different story because so many of those Spanish Jews fled to the most convenient land-based location, which was over in the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula in Portugal. There was similarities of culture and the languages were related and so on, and that was where at least 60,000 Jews fled in 1492. And that only lasted for about 5 years. In 1497, there was a mass conversion engineered by the Portuguese government, and all of a sudden, all of these Spanish Jews, these refugees, along with the Portuguese Jews who had lived there before 1492, were suddenly Christians. And then it took them many generations after the Inquisition was imposed there to flee Portugal and to readopt their identity. And scholars didn't really look at them very seriously until Kaiserling. But he began to really think carefully about the identity of these Jews. Back then they were called marranos, which is a derogatory term. It means swine. Now we use the term conversos or crypto Jews, sometimes new Christians. Kaiserling was the first to really explore what it is to live that kind of identity. And he recorded that in this great book, which I actually own. Thank you, David, for purchasing this for my research for our upcoming trip. And I can't wait to find out more about what he says about these Portuguese crypto Jews. Thank you very much for watching, and stay tuned for more research on Kaiserling's discoveries of the Portuguese crypto Jews.
Like it's like, okay, hey, you had your little run where you dissed me. I'm the star of that. Thank you. And now it's still back. It's like,
I think we're missing the whole point here. Another man. It's not like he's way younger. Another man got another man's tattoo on it. Nothing gayer. There's nothing gayer. I'm sure because you said you're not allowed to wear jerseys.
yeah, but all that stuff is sexual. Yeah.
Yes.
Non-sexual gay thing. Oh, that's I like it. Let's make a list. Okay, yeah. Top 10. I smell new words coming. Top 10 is going to be 10 non-sexual gayest things. The 10 non-sexual gayest things. Yeah. I said the thing about the jerseys on the back. But that
I like jerseys, but a tattoo of another man's jersey is super homo.
I don't have any tattoos of any. Yeah, I don't actually even really like portrait tattoos. I'm not the big portrait tattoo guy.
They better be good.
Like person's face. But what if you like? Okay, so what? Like, so if you have like a tattoo.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Just recently, I learned about a fascinating individual, Daniel Israel. Lopez Laguna. His years are roughly 1653 to 7.
It's a little gay. It's a little gay. Let's not beat around the bush. We're like, okay, but yeah, it's kind of weird.
You don't have a person on your body.
1830.
I have my kids.
He was born to a crypto Jewish family, meaning Jews who were inward.
For some reason, I think it's less gay if the person isn't living now. You know what I mean? Like, it's gay. You know why?
Practicing Judaism, but outwardly feigning a Christian identity to avoid the depredations of the Inquisition, which was absolutely horrific in Portugal for several hundred years. And like many Jews of his generation, his family brought him at a young age to a place called Pere-Horade, which was in France, just south of the region in Bordeaux, where I'm hoping to find more evidence of crypto-Jewish activity. He was raised there, and then as a young man, he went back to Spain, again, with this kind of dual identity, where he was studying, and he was arrested by the Inquisition, put on trial, and sentenced to a dungeon for several years, until finally he served his sentence. He was somehow reconciled with the church. There was a whole series of ways that this could be done, the most significant of which, of course, was the auto da fe, the burning at the stake, but there were many other ways that a person could reconcile himself to the church, and then the church would relax, that was the term used, relax the individual back to the secular authorities. And as soon as he got the opportunity, Daniel Laguna traveled to Jamaica and then readopted his Jewish identity there. Now, while he was in Jamaica, he continued work on something that he began while he was sitting in the prisons of the Inquisition, a remarkable book called Especies de Vidas, que contiene los Salmos de David en verso, which was published in 1720. And that's really his amazing claim to fame. Let's have a quick look at it. So the translation of the title is something like the true mirror of lives contained in the Psalms of David in verse. And it's a very, very unusual and highly regarded literary work, which is not exactly a translation of Psalms, but a loose paraphrase. Like many Jews of his generation, he had very, very little Hebrew training. And this was, of course, something that was completely forbidden in Portugal at the time, and so he certainly had no access to it. In France, it was so much more relaxed, but he did not have the capacity to translate from the Hebrew. He relied very heavily on other Spanish translations of Psalms to provide his paraphrase. What it basically is kind of like a sort of translation, sort of meditation on the Psalms, very much in keeping with the way that Psalms are actually used by Jews over the centuries. If you had the opportunity to read the Psalms, there's 150 of them. They are mainly attributed to David, but other writers as well. And they are like the most powerful psychological, cathartic expressions of dismay and distress and exaltation and anger and frustration. And they're all kind of like small prayers to God for redemption and for salvation, stated in a very, very immediate and emotionally powerful manner. And so people read the Psalms and derive tremendous consolation and strength from them. I myself read Psalms every day, and I also feel the power of this incredible book of the Bible. So what Laguna did was he took those Psalms and he reframed them through his own life, and with frequent references to the Inquisition and how he was so cruelly treated and so on. It's really a quite fascinating book. A couple of observations about it. My colleague Ronnie Pereles, who is a great scholar of Sephardic Jewry, he notes that it stands out as one of the rare exceptions to the rule that most of the crypto Jews never left behind autobiographies. Even though this was, 17th, 18th century, 19th century was really the great heyday of the explosion of spiritual autobiographies. We have a lot of them coming from increasingly important people across Europe. But crypto Jews held back from them. And there are a few obvious reasons. Dr. Pereles, in a book chapter on this topic, discusses how crypto Jews would have felt shame discussing their feigned conversion because they had to live a double life for so many years. And I think I'd like to add to that it would have impact on their family members. They still presumably have lots of other families who are still living this kind of submerged existence and would not want to necessarily out them. So there's a hesitancy to write autobiographies in general. But something like this, which is kind of like one step removed from an autobiography, it is a sort of translation commentary on the Book of Psalms, that can kind of pass muster. Now, as I was doing research for this, I happened to come across a great article by none other than Mayer Kaiserling. You recall we spoke about this pioneering scholar in the last video, and he published an English language article in the Jewish Quarterly Review in 1900. And the reason why he's publishing there is only partially because of Daniel Zer Lopez Laguna's work, but also because of the connection to Jamaica. Because I mentioned a minute ago, he fled the Iberian Peninsula, went to Jamaica, where he could re-adopt his Jewish identity. He was naturalized there in the year 1693. So Kaiserling wrote quite a bit about the author and the nature of the book and so on. I think one of the most fascinating aspects is he connected the use of language to developments in Spanish. I was amazed to hear that the Hebrew word malshin, which means like an informer, and was very heavily used in this book as a referring to the people who betrayed him to the Inquisition and so on. In the Spanish language, that term malshin has actually been adopted. The term malsinar means to accuse. Malsindad means a slanderous accusation. And of course, that's one of the contributions of the Jews to the Spanish language because of their experience with the Inquisition. Okay, that's just so amazing. I really am so interested in learning about the lives of these crypto Jews, and I'm looking forward to seeing the central area where they were active in the Belmonte region and the Douro River, and then later in Bordeaux as well. If you're able to join us, I would love to meet you and get to know you on this cruise. Otherwise, I look forward to sharing with you what I learned in preparation for the cruise and the cruise itself on these videos. Thank you once again for watching.
Come on, baby.
He's the main character. Doesn't count. Those don't count, you stupid asshole. Come on, dude. I don't mean it got me hard. Cotton Top. The best one. The best one is Elf. Yeah, Elf. It's just so great. It's that. Talk about a classic movie. I would say Step Brothers, Old. I haven't seen so many of these though. I mean, I haven't seen one that I should have absolutely seen. Like Talladega Nights, I have not seen. You've never seen Talladega Nights? Never seen Step Brothers. Oh, dude, Step Brothers. Oh my God. Watch Step Brothers. I haven't watched it. When they're in the car singing, the family. Yeah. Oh my God. Oh my God. What's his name?
Erev Tov. It is so nice to see once again such a robust, nice crowd here with us on Zoom. We are so privileged once again to be hosting Dr. Henry Edmondson. I will share that this is again our second in this series, but in the intervening week between last week and this week, we have already gotten wonderful feedback, and even people who are now looking into their own histories and trying to figure out some of their own background due to the wonderful insights we heard last week. So there's been a tremendous amount of anticipation to this second installment, although rest assured that even if you missed last week, you will still be able to be enthralled and enlightened by what we're going to learn this week. And once again, the opportunity to be enriched in our present and understanding our past and seeing how that impacts our future is one of the things that are really enriching about this endeavor of study. So with that, I hand it over to Dr. Edmondson. And again, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much, Rabbi Posey. I apologize for the delay. I'm actually not in my usual home studio for this lecture. I'm traveling right now, so I'm in a hotel room in Toronto, and things are very different. The internet, however, seems to be fairly strong, so hopefully we won't experience any more delays. I just realized I had misplaced the Zoom address, and it took me a while to find it. Why don't I start with a quick pleasantry, and then we'll get right to the material. So the joke goes like this. And once again, I apologize for those of you who have heard me lecture before. I only know a very small number of jokes, and I simply repeat them over and over again. Thankfully, the demographic that usually comes to my lectures has difficulty remembering jokes over a very long period of time, so I get to reuse them quite often. So the joke goes like this. It's set in the former Soviet Union when there are a tremendous number of shortages everywhere. And there's this big lineup outside of a cucumber store. Now, as we certainly know now, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, the great country was made up of many smaller republics filled with many different nationalities. It's not a monolithic Russian state. It's filled with Ukrainians and Lets and Uzbeks and Tatars and of course Jews and so on. So this lineup is proportionate to the distribution of many different peoples in the former Soviet Union. And they're waiting there in the morning for these cucumbers. The manager throws open the shutters and moves out the window, and he says, "We've just learned that we can expect a smaller shipment of cucumbers today than expected. So therefore, all Jews, please leave the line and go home." So what can they do? You know, the few Jews who are scattered throughout the line, they simply give up. They're not going to be served. They're not going to be able to buy their cucumbers, so they go home. People wait in line. A little while later, he opens up the window again. He says, "We just learned that one of the delivery trucks has broken down on the way. We will have less cucumbers than anticipated. Therefore, all Central Asians, Kazakhs, Tajiks, Uzbeks, Tatars, everyone go home." So, you know, what can they do? They have to leave, you know. So this goes on and on and on until finally he opens up the shutters and says, "We've just learned that the last cucumber truck has been hijacked by the mafia. No cucumbers are being delivered today. Everyone go home." So all you have left in line now are pure Tuchel nationality, pure Homo Sovieticus line. And Petro turns to Ivan and says, "You see, the Jews get all the breaks." Now, I hope you're laughing. I can't tell over Zoom, but It seems like in many ways, when we look at Jewish history, we see one after another period of persecution and discrimination and so on. And although that does characterize a great deal of Jewish history, there's also a tremendous amount of intellectual creativity and artistic activity. And as someone put it in the Lachlan School of Historiography, much of Jewish history is like books and pogroms and books. But last week we looked at the shaping of the Ashkenazic mind. We looked at this idea that and it's just kind of like a working theory. It's not really a defined, well-known, accepted idea, but I believe there's a lot of value to it, at least as a Gedanke experiment, as kind of a thought experiment to get us to think about what it means to develop in the Ashkenazi mindset. We talked a lot about the idea of the Crusades being a defining moment around which that culture is wrapped, in which it is in constant dialogue with that moment, even if the original germ of that historical event has long passed. It nevertheless affected and scarred the Ashkenazi mind so much that one can see its reverberations throughout the centuries, right up to our own day in many ways. And as we discussed last week, the idea that the Crusades created a sort of a fear of the outside world, of non-Jewish culture, that it was toxic and dangerous and threatening. And, there's a lot to say for that point of view. But it's not necessarily the one that was held by Jewish communities all over the world. Tonight's task is to look at the Sephardic experience and to wonder if perhaps there is a similar kind of event, and I will posit for our discussion that yes, I believe there is, that also created a sort of a template for Sephardic thought, or how Jews belong to the rest of the world, that shaped the way that Sephardim interact with each other and with other Jews up until the present day. I would like to argue that it is the Inquisition and the expulsion in particular that shaped the Sephardic mind. It was a very different kind of thing because the Crusades were one horrific summer of 1096, but then for future persecutions, there is always a harkening back to it's just like the Crusades. And I would like to think that in the case of the Inquisition and the expulsion, there's that same kind of secular pattern of returning back to that generational experience as the foundation of how the Sephardic Jews react to the world around. One last word before we actually start with the material. When we speak about Sephardim, you should know that there are really two major groups of people who fall under this rubric. There are those who are from the Iberian Peninsula itself, and that would include both Spanish Jews and Portuguese Jews, who had a very different experience, as we shall discuss shortly. And it also includes a large number of Jews from the Eastern Mediterranean and Persia in particular, who were shaped and altered by the huge influx of Sephardi Jews after the expulsion. So, for example, the Jews in Constantinople, Istanbul, Turkish Jews, were deeply, deeply affected by their encounter with the refugee Sephardim, and in many ways they consider themselves Sephardim, even though their genetics, so to speak, their ancestral origins don't go to Spain, but they found themselves within the Sephardic orbit. As Rav Ovadia Yosef, a very important Israeli Sephardic rabbi, put it, the definition of a Sephardi is anyone who follows the Shulchan Aruch, anyone who follows the code of Jewish law that was written by a Sephardi exile, and of course that includes a massive number of people who are not from Spain, but nevertheless feel themselves culturally within its orbit. I would like to say, however, that I think the Sephardic experience was so traumatic and so deeply felt on a cellular level that even Jews from Persia are affected by
Throwing
the
up gang
Sephardic
signs
experience
like a
and their
pimp West
way
Side.
in which they see themselves in the world. And so I think a lot of the assessments that I'd like to make today about Sfarad would hold equally true for Persian Jews as well. So maybe we'll have a chance to examine the validity of my thesis when we get to the end of the lecture. Let me take you through the experience of the Inquisition and the expulsion in greater detail now, and then we can assess, to what degree that is a cultural turning point for Sephardi Jews. So when we look at Sephardim, there are basically four major periods to consider. There's first the period of earliest settlement, which we'll talk about briefly today, and that goes up until the year 711, which is the year of the Muslim conquest of the Spanish Peninsula. Then there is the Muslim period, which includes the famed period known as the Golden Age or La Convivencia, the period of coexistence, which lasted for about 200 years and was quite remarkable in many ways. The third would be the Christian period, when the Muslims are slowly driven out of Spain and the Jews who had really excelled to a great degree under the Muslims find themselves under a very different regime with a different agenda for the Jews. And then finally, the diaspora period, after 1492 for the Spanish Jews and somewhat later for the Portuguese Jews, when they are living as Spaniards or as Portuguese far away from the Iberian Peninsula. So those are the four major periods. We're going to concentrate really on number 3 for tonight. And next week, when we look at the impact on other populations, we'll be back into the fourth period. So just to cover very quickly, though, the earliest settlement. So the word Sepharad is applied to the Iberian Peninsula, much like the word Ashkenaz is applied to Northern Europe. It's kind of like a very fanciful imagination from the rabbinic mind. We have these words in Tanakh, like for example, in Obadiah, the first parak, only one parak, the exiles of Jerusalem who are in Sfarad. A lot of discussion of where that actually would have been as described in Tanakh, but it was later applied to the Iberian Peninsula. The Talmud uses a term that's much more historically accurate, Hispania, which is related to Hispania, which is a Roman term for the holdings in the far west of Europe. We do have legends of very, very old settlement, which are probably not historically valid, but nevertheless interesting. In the 16th century, a Moshe ben Shemtov ibn Habib found an inscription that reads, "This is the grave of Adinoram, servant to King Solomon, who came to collect taxes and died here." Now, it's quite fanciful. It's hard to imagine that in the period of King Solomon, which would have been like the 10th century before the Common Era, that he had actually been collecting taxes all the way west as far as Spain. But nevertheless, there is this kind of idea in the Spanish Jewish mindset that Jews do go back quite that far. The earliest, more reliable text is the so-called Jewess of Adra, and this is in the south of Spain, where a transcription was made by a much more reliable historian in 1783, and it reads like this in Latin. So it's partially obscured. A name that ends in NIA, Salomon Nula, an uno, there's a missing word I fixed type there, sorry, mens quattro dia uno Judea, which translates as, here lies, we have to assume that because it's the grave marker, some child whose name ends in Nia, could be Unia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, that is definitely a Jewish name, age 1 year, 4 months, and a day, and then finally a Jewess, Judea. So this is probably a 2nd century marker. Again, it's like the other one is lost, so we can't say for sure. But we have other evidence to support the idea that, yeah, in fact, there was a Jewish community in Adra that old. This is one of the oldest Jewish communities we have. We know of it
For example, from church records from Elvira, a synod was gathered in the year 305 to lay out a whole bunch of rules for how the Christians of Spain were to interact with other peoples living there, including the Jews. And actually quite a bit of legislation about how the church really wanted non-Jews in Spain to not ask Jews to bless their crops, to not have meals with them, to not have any kind of social fraternization with them, and the list goes on and on and on. It is possible that these laws were implemented more for the purposes of saying that such laws are on the books, but it's more likely that in fact there were Jews there, and the church was really trying to create a social separation between the early Christians and the Jews living in the Iberian Peninsula. So it's quite likely we have a population there. Moving a little bit further, the region comes under the domination of a people called the Visigoths, or the Western Goths. This is an unusual people that adopts a form of Christianity called Arianism. That's with an I, A-R-I-A-N-ism, which, among other things, regarded the Son of God as not being the Son of God, which made it something of a heresy, and later would convert. They would convert to Christianity. That occurred, to Catholicism. That occurred in the 6th century when Rothschild I, shown here with the rather ethereal gaze looking off into the sky, when he converts from Arian Christianity to Catholicism. And with that conversion, he felt, as many others do in the future, it's an ironic pattern, that the best way to demonstrate your bona fides in a new faith is to persecute the Jews. That way people will know, oh, he really is one of us. So the Visigoths, they went through a 120-year period of just incredible legislation against Jews. Unfortunately, we have no Jewish records of how Jewish communities dealt with this or how realistic it really was. But for 120 years, successive kings who seem to outdo each other with this idea of creating a kind of a police state to forcibly conform Jews to particular standards. Jews at one point were required, for example, if they traveled from village to village, they had to check in with the bishop of every village that they went to, they had to report. It's just an incredible period of great persecution for about 120 years. Forced baptism became a feature of the Visigoths, and it would later become important in Spain, as we shall see. There were all kinds of, the requirements of Jews to take oaths for the smallest of things, a tremendous degree of very brutal punishments, such as confiscations, lashes, exile, and amputations were quite frequent. And they had a lot of examples where one of the more minor punishments was something they called decalvatio, which means literally scalping, but does it mean shaving one's head off, or does it mean actually removing the skin at the top of the scalp? This, by the way, is a picture from the Civil War of someone who survived a scalping at the time, and it looks like quite a brutal thing. It appears that most people did survive the Calvatio under the Visigoths, because there was always talk about what would happen if they were to be caught again. Never was a really brutal period of time where Jews were certainly deeply unhappy. And it's not surprising, therefore, that when the Muslims came in the year 711, we looked at this map very briefly last week, and we talked about the rapid spread of Islam through the region. They crossed into the Iberian Peninsula, and although it was a long-standing feature of sort of Christian European historiography that the Jews betrayed the Visigoths to the Muslims, we have no evidence of any kind of betrayal of this nature, but we do have lots of evidence that, when the Muslim armies raced across the peninsula, the Jews in the various towns and villages proved to be very loyal supporters of the Muslim regime, especially considering the background of the Visigothic persecution they endured. And so they turned out to be quite
able administrators for the Muslims. And this was really like the sort of political genesis of the Golden Age. That's what they call La Convivencia, the coexistence period, which was about from the 10th to the 12th centuries. Maimonides is at the very end of it, and his flight from Spain was occasioned by the invasion of Spain by much more radical Muslims from North Africa, who came and said, "What is going on here? I can't believe that we have Muslims and Jews writing poetry together, drinking alcohol, which is forbidden to Muslims anyways, together, and in general having like a sort of a great relationship." And so Maimonides is like the bookended time where La Convivencia ends and it begins to go down there from there. But during that period, you have this incredible phenomenon of Jews rising to remarkable positions of leadership under the Muslims. People like Hastai ibn Shaprut, who was a physician who ended up becoming a foreign secretary or a minister of foreign affairs for a Muslim kingdom. And Shmuel ibn Nagrela, for example, who actually led a Muslim army for 16 years. You imagine in today's world, a Jew, the head of a Muslim army, is incomprehensible. But sort of talent was recognized at the time, and Jews were considered very loyal servants, and so that you see over and over again this tremendous rise of Jews to positions of leadership. You also see periods of phenomenal Jewish creativity as they begin to interact with Islamic and especially Arabic norms. There is an effervescence of Jewish poetry, heavily inspired by Arabic examples, and the creation of people like Yehuda Halevi and Ibn Gabiro, philosophers, ethics, people who specialize in ethics like Thomas Levovos. So many important works created during this period of about 2 centuries of great tolerance. And it also represents a period where Jews of this region were willing to kind of like experiment with their Jewishness and especially the cultural expressions of Jewishness and see, well, what can be done within the boundaries of halakha, and we discovered many fascinating things. Maimonides, although he himself was an exile from there, he nevertheless carried a lot of that spirit with him to Egypt, where he exposed most of his great works. Large reason for this convivencia was the fact that anthropologically speaking, even though now we live, I think last time we spoke a couple of years ago, I think I said almost the same thing. Unfortunately, it's even worse today. Even though we live in a period of tremendous conflict between Jews and Muslims in the land of Israel, they're really, anthropologically speaking, the faiths are very much more similar to each other than Judaism is to Christianity. Islam, like Judaism, is essentially orthopractic in that it focuses on behaviors like diet and dress and conduct and daily ritual, whereas Christianity is much more a religion of belief, of creed. One must accept Jesus as one's personal savior and so on. Now, this is an overgeneralization, but there's no question that Jews and Muslims could find a lot of common cultural vocabulary to communicate with each other, and so it worked out fairly well during this period of time. Jews were, however, not equal to everyone else. This was a period when Jewish life in Muslim lands was regulated by something called the Pact of Umar, which is a sort of a doctrine laid down sometime in the 8th century, and it's attributed to a particular caliph named Umar, although it probably was authored later and over a series of time, in which Jews are protected within Muslim society. They're called dhimmi, a protected class, as long as they conform to certain disabilities. Some of those disabilities are economic in nature, such as the payments for the special tax. Many of them are very symbolic in nature, like they're not allowed to bear arms, not allowed to build their synagogues higher than mosques. have to show genuflection and subservience to Muslims in a thousand different ways. And the Pact of Omar, on the one hand, was insulting, humiliating, and expensive for Jews, but it also guaranteed Jews a legal, safe space within the Islamic world. And it was applied with different degrees of severity by different caliphs in different parts of the world. Spain happened to be one of those places where, for 200 years, it was very lightly applied, and Jews could, basically move about society for a couple hundred years with tremendous freedoms. It's also worthy to note that part of the reason for this, for both Muslims and Jews, is the fact that this region is way on the edge of Europe, right? Looking at this map here, can you zoom into it? No, I didn't zoom in, sorry. But if you look at this map here, the center of Islam at its birth was in the Arabian Peninsula, and then it moves essentially to Baghdad, to what would be today Iraq. And so that's the center of Islam, but it's very, very far away. Communication takes weeks for any kind of messages to get back and forth. And so basically it's a little bit like, Las Vegas, and what happens there, stays there. So both Muslims and Jews were free to sort of experiment with the development of their own cultures, and as well as their relationship with each other. This was especially true when they aggressively asserted a greater degree of independence with the establishment of a caliphate in Cordoba under Abd al-Rahman I. And as the legend goes, he was supported by a Jewish merchant who he later promoted to very great heights in his administration, beginning really the idea of the quote wise and loyal Jewish servant that perpetuates itself throughout much of this period. And it is important to note on a sociological level that, so of course the Jews are going to be loyal because they can't rely on the support of the masses of Christians that they live among. The Visigoths, remember how badly they persecuted them not too long ago. And so if they're chosen and picked to be the administrators for the Muslims, they're certainly going to be loyal to their new masters. So this is a period of tremendous creativity and power for the Jewish community. It changes dramatically, though, beginning with the slow drive from the north to the south of the Christians, which Christians will call the Reconquista, the reconquest, because of course the peninsula was originally Christian under the Visigoths, then it became Muslim, and now the Christians are going to take it back. And as this map shows, they moved kingdom by kingdom through the peninsula all the way down to the south until in 1482 they finally drive out the last Muslim kingdom. And although Muslims will still remain to some degree in Spain, the Muslims will lose all power to the new Christian overlords who have a decided interest in making it sort of monolithic in its religious character. And that's a great deal of the story that will happen to the Jews as well. The Christians engage in a lot of religious dispute to a certain degree with Muslims, but especially with Jews, because there is this sort of drive for ethnic and ideological purity in Spain that becomes relevant, especially in the 13th century. One of the most dramatic elements of this is the so-called disputations, where the church would hold, often with the sponsorship of the king, of a king, because these are really kingdoms, a forced disputation where a Jew would have to debate a Christian in a formal setting on the merits of their faiths. The end result was almost always the same, and it would result in mass forced conversions of Jews and things like that. One particular disputation, however, stands out as being especially interesting. That is the disputation of 1263 in Barcelona, where the King of Aragon chose a remarkable figure, Nachmanides, the great Rabbi Moshe ben Nachman, to lead the dispute. And we have an account of that dispute by both Ramban, Nachmanides, and his interlocutor, who is as is typical for these disputations, a Jewish convert to Christianity named Pablo de Cristiani. We have the account of the debate from Ramban as well as from Pablo de Cristiani in Latin. And it's really interesting to see how these two accounts differ with one another, but they're really quite fascinating. In the end, Ramban technically lost because there's no way they're going to judge him the winner, but he so devastated his opponent that King Aragon gave him a reward of 300 gold pieces and said to him, listen, you did a great job. I can't protect you anymore, so you have to flee. And so he took the money and he ran. He ended up in Israel, where in his old age, he turned around the Jerusalem community remarkably, ended up starting a renaissance in Israel. I have here actually, this is, by the way, a really interesting graphic novel version of it, which is popular with teenagers, that goes through the transcript, because we have two versions of it. And here, I don't know if it'll work, but let's try this video. This is from the video, the disputation has been dramatized. Here is a remarkable presentation. I can't remember the actor's name, but he's going to portray a scene where he speaks as Nachmanides. I'm just going to show it to you for a minute while I have a drink of ginger ale.
The most warlike of all people, whose fierceness is greater than that of war, is the people of Christendom, the followers of Jesus. Your Majesty is a great king in Christendom. Your knights in armor crash like thunder. You have your foot soldiers and archers and engines of war. If you believe that the Messiah has come, why do you not dismiss all your soldiers and enter the kingdom of God? The world is full of war and darkness. Not far away are the armies of the Muslims. Beyond them, the armies of the Mongols and the Tartars. And beyond them, who knows what other armies? Where does it say in the writings of our prophets which you say you believe? That the coming of the Messiah will bring not love but hate, not peace but war. Another question. The coming of the Messiah, according to all the Hebrew prophets, must be a time of justice. I look around the world that you Christians have made of your faith in Jesus. Is it a world of brotherhood and equality? There is no Jewish aristocracy, no Jewish slavery. No Jew is Lord over Jews. No nation on this earth, except ourselves, has learned to live this way. Have you a higher standard of justice?
See, I wish we could watch the whole thing, but it's a couple of hours. But it is, you can get a sense of the majesty of Nachmanides when he's free to speak his mind. You can also see why he was ran out of the country as a result of his performance. So that's kind of like the tense period that we go into when we get to the Inquisition. And here we have to slow down a bit and understand what exactly was the Inquisition, why was it instituted, and why was it so horrific. So it starts really in 1391. As I mentioned, with some of the disputations, like the Barcelona disputation of 1263, there are forced conversions afterwards, but these tend to be fairly small scale, local in nature. In 1391, there is a mass movement that sweeps across much of the northern part of the peninsula, converting Jews left and right by masses of people who are all fired up by a particular preacher named Jose Farad. And we should understand that in Catholicism, merely administering the sacrament of baptism is something that is sufficient to consider a person a Christian, a Catholic to be precise. And anyone can administer that sacrament, and it doesn't have to be holy water that's blessed. It can be like water literally in a ditch, as happened in France, for example. It can be literally any kind of water just sprinkled on a person, and a particular phrase repeated, and that does it. It's kind of like the Muslim Shahada in many ways. So we have a huge number of these conversions by force. For example, in Salamanca, there's a situation where people actually burst into the synagogue on Shabbos, sprinkled down a whole bunch of water, pronounced the key text, and the entire congregation was suddenly, against their will, converted to Christianity. And this created a really unusual sort of situation because the church recognized these people as actually now being Christians. The Jews themselves who were baptized certainly did not. And they said, no way, we are still Jewish. That's ridiculous. And the church simply didn't know what to do with these people because they were not converted at the directive of the church. This is kind of like a mass phenomenon with a fiery local preacher that went viral. And so basically they were left to their own devices. And this meant that you had a large class, maybe 20, 30, 40,000 Jews, hard to say the exact number, who were given essentially the full privileges of living as Christians, meaning they no longer had any barrier to entry into higher education, no longer any restrictions on their residency, no longer any restrictions on their activity in the economy. They could pursue any kind of trade they wanted. And so many of these Jews said, why not? You know, they continued living as Jews, marrying other Jews or other, as they were called, new Christians or conversos, and maintaining a Jewish lifestyle, and yet taking advantage of the new freedoms they received as a result of this accident. And this continued for almost a century, until 1478, when the church said, you know, we have to turn this around, and we have to make sure that these people, now the descendants of this large mass conversion of 1391, we have to make sure that these people leave behind their Jewish identities. They cease all Judaizing activity. And so the Inquisition, headed up by Thomas de Torquemada, shown here, who himself was of Jewish origin, was tasked not with persecuting Jews per se, but those Jews who had been baptized, even against their will, and making sure that they stay within the lane of Christian behavior and that they abandon all Jewish activities. This was, you know, kind of like a crazy sort of phenomena where for, you know, about a decade and a half, the entire society was turned upside down as people would be denouncing their neighbors left and right. And I'm going to get back to that, but I just want to, before we go to it, let's just have a quick look at this theological conundrum, which I skipped over very quickly. The notion that the church believes, and this is really still Catholic doctrine to this day, that if a person is forcibly converted, even though it is forbidden to forcibly convert a person, once that person has received the sacrament of baptism, they are now a Christian. The most dramatic example of this, in my mind, is the 1858 conversion of young Edgar Mortara in Bologna, Italy, which I understand is going to be made into a major motion picture soon. It's been popularized by a very important work by the title The Kidnapping of Edgar Mortara by, I think his name is Douglas Chancellor, if I remember correctly. And this is a case of a young boy who had a Christian nursemaid living in his Jewish home, and he was very sick when he was an infant, scarlet fever, something like that. And so the non-Jewish nursemaid, who was, about 16 years old, felt so sorry for young Edgardo because she expected he would die, and she didn't want him going to everlasting hell as a Jew. So she went and she secretly had him baptized. And then he recovered, and he got better. And then when he was about 6 years old, it was a complex series of events, but apparently she repeated the story of his baptism to a grocer, and eventually it got to the ears of the Vatican. And the Vatican priest came and took that child from his family and brought him to the Pope himself. This was 1858. This is still, this is the modern age. And there were protests all over the world, including in New York City, saying, how is it possible that the church can actually kidnap a Jewish child over an unwitting baptism? But the Pope, Pius the 11th, if I remember correctly, or maybe it was 9th, not sure which, it was Pope Pius, ironically named, absolutely refused to return the child to his family, and ultimately raised him as his own. And he ended up becoming a priest himself. You can see him here on the right. He was later, as an adult, reunited with his mother and his brother, who the expressions on their faces are hard to read, but he devoted his life to proselytizing other Jews. He ended up moving to Belgium, and he died just a few weeks before the Nazis invaded, they would have killed him anyways because they would not have any compunction about his Jewish identity. But this is just one illustration of the church's tenacity when it comes to these forced conversions. So back to the Inquisition, basically what went on in the late 15th century is that, you know, one of the most ridiculous aspects of the Inquisition was that if a person was found to have been engaged in Judaizing, then his or her property was confiscated, and a portion of it was given to the church, and a portion of it was given to the person who betrayed the Jew, the Judaizer. And so there was like an economic incentive to rat out your neighbors, even to make up charges against your neighbors. Typically what would happen is then the Inquisition would arrest the individual, bring him in, and expose him to torture, like this horrific device which had a cross on it, which was designed to make a person think about Christianity while they're being tortured. And then under duress, they would give up the names of many other people who were doing the same kind of thing. And of course, the Spanish Inquisition is infamous for the various types of horrendous tortures that were invented. This one, by the way, is especially awful. It's called the Pope's Bear. There are some scholars who doubt that it was actually used, but I'll show the artifact anyways. It's a device like this that could be inserted in an orifice in the human body, and then the wheel at the end is turned until it expands like this. And you can just imagine the kind of pain that it would result. So the whole society was turned upside down for about 20 years by this horrific Inquisition. People who confessed at various stages in the process would then be forced to wear these San Benitos, and here are a variety of them. It depends on what they confess to at what time. They would be required to wear these San Benitos for the rest of their lives, and then they would displayed after their deaths on the church walls as a humiliation for the family. Sometimes corpses were actually exhumed and then put on trial and then burned again. Absolutely incredible kind of craziness that went on at this time. The most horrific aspect of it was, of course, those who refused to confess at any point, and they eventually burned at the stake, the so-called auto da fe, usually in these kind of like rock star type or sort of events that were held usually in the Plaza Mayor, the great public squares throughout Spain, and much of Spanish holdings in the New World as well. So a period of tremendous violence that existed right up until the 1830s. Incredible. Now, this did, however, come to an abrupt end because it wasn't working. In fact, it was getting worse and worse. That all of a sudden, more and more of these Judaizers were being discovered because, of course, there was the economic incentive for people to rat out their neighbor over the smallest of things or imagined things. Like, you know, I've smelled the cooking in their home and it doesn't ever smell like pork. It's always chicken or beef. And so that would bring down the Inquisition on a neighbor's head. So eventually the Grand Inquisitor, shown here in the center in black, Torquemada, he spoke to his king and queen, Ferdinand and Isabella, who were really religious fanatics about this. And he said, I know why it's not working. The reason it's not working is because the Judaizers always have a Jewish community to return to. They always have a rabbi they can ask. They have kosher delis. They have Jewish schools. They have regular non-baptized Jews here in Spain, and they are the ones that are preventing these baptized new Christians from truly accepting Christianity. And the only way to stop this is to expel all of the Jews. Now, for the first time, the Inquisition is directing its gaze at the non-baptized population. And although the man shown in the beautiful red cape on the right, Don Isaac Barbanel, who was the deputy minister of finance of Spain at the time, begged the king and queen to reconsider. Nevertheless, in 1492, they signed a decree, and within a few months, all of the Jews were forced to leave Spain. And this is the great expulsion,
it left behind those Jews who had gone underground. And by the way, the negative term for this, the sort of derogatory term that nevertheless was part of historiographic literature for a long time, is Marano. The term Marano means pig or swine. So converso or crypto Jew or even new Christian are considered preferable terms. So Abarbanel, shown here in this portrait of him in his old age, decided rather than remaining in Spain at the price of conversion, although he would have been a very wealthy man, like his superior, Rabbi Abraham Senor, who decided to convert and remain with his wealth in Spain, Abarbanel decided to go into exile with his people, and so you have these boats leaving Spain, trying to find safe passage throughout the rest of the Mediterranean. This is a map that just gives you some sense of the scope of the Spanish expulsion. It was considered a rift in time for Spanish Jews because Spain had become the most powerful, the oldest, the most influential Jewish communities, especially in the Golden Age, and now it was completely destroyed, a Holocaust-like event in terms of the expulsion. And you have Jews going all over the coast of North Africa, trying to find haven in the Italian peninsula. They had much more luck under the Muslim countries in Turkey in particular, but many went to the north, and places like Amsterdam became a refuge for these crypto Jews, and also some went to the Americas. In fact, that's the genesis of the North American Jewish community as a result of Portuguese Jews who made it over to Brazil, and then a couple hundred years earlier went out to the States. They went to the States at the time, but that's understood. Portugal deserves a little bit of a different treatment, though, because being located just on the western edge of the peninsula, it was the easiest country to get to. It has a lot of cultural similarities to Spain, linguistic similarities, and Jews had actually been fleeing to Portugal from Spain for over 100 years, including during 1591. Many of them followed the Douro River in the north there, making their way to Porto on the coast. So Portugal initially allowed a small number of Jews to enter legally on the payment of a major fee. A much larger amount entered illegally. We were illegal aliens at that time in Portugal. But politics changed because the leader, João III, was followed by Manuel I, who wanted to effect a dynastic union with Spain, specifically by marrying one of the princesses. And part of the deal was he had to make Portugal Judenrein. That just like Spain had now gotten rid of its Jews, Portugal had to do so as well. So Manuel was much more pragmatic. He promised the Jews of Portugal that with their forced baptism, which he engineered in 1497, he would not allow the Inquisition to come in for at least 40 years. And in fact, it didn't come in until the 1530s. And so that gave Jews in Portugal in particular a sort of a time where they could prepare for the onslaught. And it did come, and it was horrific at the time, but it changed their preparation for it. There was just one small event that I really have to point out. In the period of forced persecution, forced baptism, one of the most horrific moments is when João takes 750 children from the families and takes them hostage. Funny how these things have reverberations in our own time. And to try to force the parents to convert, he expels them to the island of Sao Tome off the coast of Africa. And according to some of the contemporary accounts we have there, none of those children survived. Many of them were actually horrific. They were consumed by the local massive lizards that apparently live on that island. Scholars don't doubt exactly the specifics of the story, but you can nevertheless get a sense of the horror that the Jewish families must have experienced under him. Here's the picture of Manuel I, who was able to ultimately marry the Infante, the princess of Spain, and effect this dynastic union. But when the Inquisition came in, many Jews from Portugal also fled, although with much more difficulty than they did from Spain, and they ended up finding themselves in many of these safer locations throughout the world. So this brings me now to really my statement of thesis. I've given you the historical background, and then I have time for a few questions where we can discuss whether or not my thesis has validity. So this picture, by the way, is of two Portuguese exiles or descendants of Portuguese exiles. Uriel da Costa is the adult figure, brooding in black with his claw-like hands and so on. And he was someone who had a very tragic life story. He was raised as a Christian by his parents. Like many Portuguese Jews, they didn't reveal their secret identity as Jews to their children because, they might say something about it in the playground and they could bring down the Inquisition on their heads. But when he was an adult, we told him he was Jewish, and he was like overwhelmed with excitement when they moved to Amsterdam and he was able to begin living as a Jew again. However, he found he was unable to adapt to the Amsterdam Jewish community, primarily because he felt that the Jews did not live up to his idealized portrait of who they should be and how they should behave. A lot more to say about him, but I'm going to cut it short there. On his lap is his younger contemporary, Baruch Spinoza, who did not have the same kind of traumatic experience trying to adopt his Jewish identity, but also had a very different way of looking at Judaism, ultimately resulting in a clash with the community that resulted in his excommunication, but he ended up becoming one of the most profound philosophers to shape the modern world. They're both Portuguese Jews, products of this environment. So here's my thesis. Unlike the Ashkenazic Jews, who had the Crusades come upon them like an asteroid from the stars, that was such a horrific, sharp moment of violence. The Inquisition was like a slow-moving train wreck, a slow disaster that, although the initial forced conversion was an act of at least spiritual violence, it typically did not involve a lot of physical violence. It meant that Jews, they had time to go to their beds and wake up in the morning and think about, well, what does this new status mean? And over the period of centuries, from 1391 until the end of the 16th century, Jews were able to find ways to adapt to the crisis by feigning Christian identities. In other words, by going underground. They were able to determine ways to say, okay, we are now under threat as Jews, but we can maybe find a way to look like we're Christians, and they won't bother us, and we will secretly practice some form of Judaism, some parts of Judaism. And that represented a kind of an adaptationist mentality that meant that, especially the Portuguese Jews, who have had time to think about this and to adapt to it, were able to be much more inventive and much more reflective on their circumstances and to create whole new realities for themselves as Jews, and also ultimately some economic realities for the rest of Europe. So their method of adaptation was one that did not involve considering the outside world to be automatically toxic. They were able to find ways to draw lines beyond which they would not cross, but were far within the boundaries of what Ashkenazi Jews would tolerate for survival. So that's my thesis. Next week, we're going to look in particular at the Sephardic diaspora in greater detail, their interactions with other sub-ethnic groups, like I mentioned at the beginning of this lecture, and see how this theory especially comes to, this theory of survival comes to clash with the Ashkenazic here in the 19th and 20th centuries. But with that, let me thank you for your attention and your endurance. And Rabbi Posey, if you'd like to, we have time for some.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. That was riveting and really appreciating, and frankly very jarring in recognizing some of the, the way that our history is paved in so much Jewish blood. So a couple of questions that have come through, and some I think that you addressed directly, maybe you wanted to add a couple of points. So you mentioned the four major periods, and how it looks like there was lots of intrusion of all sorts of a variety of different influences within the Jewish ethos, art, music, poetry. Do we see other areas of overlap between the influences of the area, of the often our oppressors, in like art, music, and poetry in the Jewish world during the times of intolerance, or were Jews simply more insular and did they sort of go look more inward during those difficult times?
That is a great question. I've never really thought about to what degree Jewish culture is open to receiving influences from the outside, depending on the degree of persecution. It's really worth thinking about. Off the top of my head, I would like to think it seems reasonable that Jewish culture would be far more open to borrowing from non-Jewish culture during periods of tolerance. Because, if you view the outside culture as an oppressor, you're more likely to reject it. That seems to make sense to me logically, but I can't help thinking of one thing that I read about 6 months ago that was just mind-blowing. There was an article on this by Joseph Statzmiller, one of my late teachers, on the origins of the Havdalah box that's found in many Jewish homes. Where you put the spices in it, and it looks like a silver tower with a flag on it and things like that. It's kind of like the iconic look. And so it's pretty clear that Jews copied that design from the Christian sacristy, that it was an object that was used to hold the communion wafers. And it's not clear whether Jews copied it because it was like an object that was revered by Christians. It's quite a bit more possibly likely that Jewish pawnbrokers received these, and when they kept them in their possession for the redemption of pledges, they probably thought, "Wow, this is a really beautiful object." And said, "What can we do with this?" And said, "I know, let's put spices in it on Havdalah," and that's where we got that particular, iconic kind of. I shouldn't say iconic in this context, but this standard true. So, and that would be in Ashkenazic culture, where you would think they would reject these things. So I don't know the answer to your question. It is actually a very sophisticated question. If anyone wants to do a PhD dissertation on this, I am ready to listen.
It looks like a question just came into the chat, and we'll have one more after that. Is there any research on what happened to the economy or commerce in Spain when so many Jews had to leave the country?
Oh, yes. A huge amount of research on that question. And in fact, it goes back a little bit earlier. One of the big debates over why the expulsion and even the Inquisition happened was it motivated by, I sort of portrayed it as a religious impetus, which is the older historiography, but there's a very good argument to be made that, the economic interests here, that all of a sudden you have this massive Jewish population that's surging forward in the economy because they are literate and numerate, and they have international connections that they can use for mercantile activities. So the Jews were suddenly surging forward in society as a result of their newfound Christian status, and that the Inquisition was really a reaction on an economic level. We have to control this population. They're getting out of hand. They are taking all of these positions of leadership that we never wanted them to arrogate for themselves. So there's a lot of research on the economic aspects of the Inquisition, the expulsion, and there's a tremendous amount of discussion afterwards of the chaos economically of the expulsion, because there are lots of claimants to the Jewish property that was left behind, and more significantly, a lot of Jewish property was in the form of debts, and so were those debts canceled? The king and queen did not want to cancel those debts. They wanted to collect them themselves. So they had to find ways, sometimes even to allow Jews a certain amount of their money back in the form of repaid debts so they could collect the tax on them. Lots of fascinating research on the economics of it.
Great. So this is one that I think you really addressed directly in your thesis statement near the end of the talk. But the way I'll phrase it, maybe you wanted to expand upon it. How do you characterize the different reactions to anti-Semitism between the Ashkenazic strain over the history and the Sephardic strain? In other words, does it cause Jews to become more insular, and hide their Jewishness, or to try and abandon what is their similar tradition?
Yeah, no, I think that these are excellent questions. It really is the question. I think the word that I would probably want to change there is cause. Like, what causes the Jews to do what? I think anti-Semitism causes Jews to look for a response, to find a strategy to cope with anti-Semitism. So the Ashkenazic coping strategy, I would like to argue, generally speaking, and this we're speaking in very broad terms and painting with broad strokes, but generally the Ashkenazic coping strategy is circle the wagons, look inside, turn your backs on the outside world because they have already rejected you. Whereas one might think the Sephardic approach is, look for allies, look outside. Say, no, we can get along with this if we just, try to trim our sails here or there. And in fact, as we should discuss a little more next week, they were largely successful. Because remember, the Inquisition didn't get shut down until 1835. Mind-boggling. But a Jew who went, who was officially Christian, and went to another Catholic country was equally liable to the depredations of the Inquisition. But Jews in this situation, these crypto Jews, were frequently able to find, people they could bribe, even popes who would turn a blind eye to them. There were some popes who were saying, this whole business of the forced conversion is a mess. To start with, just leave them alone. And so Jews, these Sephardic Jews, were largely able to find ways to negotiate around the obstacles rather than simply reject them and look inwards. Also, the whole idea of going to Muslim countries, which was a major survival strategy for Sephardic Jews. We can't live as Jews here in Catholic, Europe. Let's go to Turkey. Let's go to North Africa. So yeah, we'll explore more next week. I think that's really the question.
Amazing. One question just jumped in. During these times of persecution in the Sephardic community, do we have research on how Jews saw other Jews in the Muslim? I guess Jews saw other Jews who would use some of these things to, have internal strife and conflict.
Yeah, we have a mixed record on this. Unfortunately, there are a lot of examples of Jewish heroism, like I mentioned, Don Yitzchak Abarbanel, who chose to remain with the exile. And we have some remarkable women like Doña Gracia Nasi, who are willing to take on the Pope in Rome to defend the Jews. But we also have really sad examples of Jewish communities refusing to admit refugees from Spain as well. Saying, no, not our problem. We don't want them in our community. Sending the boats away. So it's a mixed bag.
Very, very interesting. We really appreciate your time, your incredible scholarship, the breadth of what you were able to share with us, and look forward to continuing to learn. I want to wish everyone a Lila Tov, and again, thank you so much for joining us.
It's also crazy to be having a gang of 14-year-old chicks and be ladies, meet Stephen Hawking. You're oh my god, what the fuck?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. One of the most terrifying periods in Jewish history was certainly the decades leading up to the Gerush Sfard, the massive expulsion of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And I'd like to look today at two transitional figures who represent that unusual moment of moving from Spain into Portugal and then finally to the land of Israel, I find them deeply inspirational, and I've actually spent quite a bit of time studying their work. I'm in particular fascinated by Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Chabib, whose years are roughly 1445 to 1515, and his son as well, named Levi, who continued his legacy in the holy city of Tzfat in northern Israel. So what's the story with them? Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Chabib was born in Zamora, which is in Castile, and he was the Rosh Yeshiva in, among other places, Salamanca, very beautiful university town that had a major Jewish community right up until the expulsion of 1492. When the expulsion occurred, he was among the large group of Jews that made the land journey just to the west. Salamanca is actually within a very short driving distance of the, it's actually close to the Douro River, so you can get along the Douro River Valley right into Portugal. And that's where he went, along with maybe some 60,000 Jews who fled from Spain. And at that time, Portugal was initially, with some hesitancy, willing to accept some of these refugees, albeit for a large payment. And some Jews were able to put together the money. Many others simply entered Portugal illegally as refugees from the expulsion. Then in 1497, as we've discussed many times, there was a forced conversion, a mass baptism of all of these Jews in Portugal, which created an entirely different kind of environment where they were suddenly, given the privileges of Jewish status, but still burdened by the social prejudices against them as Jews, and that, of course, they were not willingly baptized to Catholicism. And this would be reasonably tolerable on some levels until the 1530s, when the Inquisition entered Portugal, and then they were actively persecuted for harboring any Jewish practices. And the next 200 years has some absolutely horrific stories, which hopefully we'll be able to understand a little more of over the course of these lectures, and especially when we're in Portugal later this year. Now, Rabbi Yaakov ibn Shlomo Chabib was among those who was forcibly converted. He fled Portugal in 1501 with his family, and he made his way to Salonika, Greece, where he was able to get together with the community of Spanish exiles there, who elected him as their rabbi, and he spent the majority of the later years of his life in Salonika there. He was a very well-respected rabbi, quoted by many of the great rabbis of the era, including the Spanish Rabbi Yosef Caro, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. The most important and lasting literary creation that he bequeathed to Jewish people was a fantastic book called Ein Yaakov, or The Well of Jacob. He, of course, was named Jacob Yaakov. And this is a really interesting thing, because you have to understand how the Talmud is constructed. The Talmud, massive document, right? Thousands and thousands of pages. And it has a very unusual structure in which it's kind of like a stream of consciousness discussion with up to 2,000 interlocutors. And the tangents are sometimes more numerous than the actual, straightforward description of the text or subject involved. And so what that means is, besides the discussions of how should Jews behave in a ritual and civil and moral fashion, there are all kinds of sort of side discussions that are like philosophical musings or metaphysical meditations or stories, biographies, jokes, recipes, observations on the natural world. I mean, all kinds of amazing, wonderful, unusual things are mixed in with the rest of the discussion. Now, for many rabbis, for several hundred years preceding Rabbi Ibn Chabib, there was kind of like a desire to sort of push away all that sort of secondary material that does not seem at least directly related to the subject at hand. And so you have collections like the one by Rabbi Fassi, in which all of that stuff is edited out of the Talmud, and you have only the halachic information, only the Jewish law information, which of course is a much easier way to make your way through the Talmud, but it's also kind of less interesting in my humble opinion. It's just the law, as opposed to all this fascinating stories about great rabbis, experiences they had, things like that. So what Rabbi Yaakov Ibn Chabib did, and maybe he was thinking a lot about his generation and what they needed, he went the other way. And he said, no, you know what? All that halachic, all that legal material is very useful, but I'm going to create a work that's only the fun parts of the Talmud, only the biographies and recipes and observations on what we can learn from the behavior of a cat and things like that. And he put that in a distinct edited version of the Talmud called Ein Yaakov. And it is absolutely fascinating to go through this. Now, to really study the Talmud properly, in my humble opinion, you have to do both because they are interrelated, sometimes in a very, tangential way, but both types of material are very much related. But the Ein Yaakov proved to be extremely popular because, especially for people who, did not have necessarily the mental stamina to go through long, months-long discussions of halachic, sometimes theory, and they just wanted to get some more inspirational material from the Talmud. The Ein Yaakov was perfect. It also has a commentary. It's not just the edited Talmud, but the Ein Yaakov includes Rabbi Ibn Chabib's commentary on it, which has fantastic historical data, especially relating to the experiences of the Jews who had to flee Spain and Portugal. So he finished it, and it was published in 1516 after his death, and has been reprinted more than 10 different editions and hundreds of reprintings since then. However, he did not merit to finish the entire book. That was left to his son Levi. Levi, like his father, was born in Spain, and he made his way to Portugal. And then at the tender age of 14, he was among those, like his father, who were forcibly converted to Catholicism. He followed his father to Salonika, and then, in the spirit of the age, because there was a huge, widespread feeling among Jews that something colossal had happened, something that, we can understand a little bit of this in the sense of like being in the post-Holocaust generations, that something had dramatically shifted in the tectonic structure of the universe. And Levi Ibn Chabib says, in order to atone for whatever it was that led to that moment of baptism, he went to live in the land of Israel. He went to Sfat and then later in Jerusalem, where he was very much involved in a fascinating controversy. He was the opponent of Rabbi Yaakov Beirav, who in Sfat was trying to restart historical Smicha. Absolutely fascinating, but he managed to finish his father's work, the Ein Yaakov, and it is a classic that for the last 500 years has been studied with great enthusiasm by many, including myself. Okay, I hope you found this useful, and thank you very much for watching.
That's kind of how the whole existed before the fucking past me. Like I've said before, it's not your business. It's it was the it's not your business. It's not your business. Go. Real mind my own.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited about the upcoming cruise.
I mean, it's horrible. I wish it would stop now. I think that the human mind's pretty good at it. Yeah, so person just compartmentalizes it. That's really bad. Anyway, new NCAA came out. I'm excited about
On the Douro River. This will be my third time visiting the Douro with kosher riverboat cruises, and there are just so many amazing things there. And as I do my research into the people who live there and the stories that are told there, I'm just overwhelmed. Let me talk to you about one individual that I recently learned about. His name is Frei Diogo da Assumpção. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. My Spanish and my Portuguese are not so great. But as you can tell from the word Frei, this is a friar. This is someone who actually became a Franciscan monk, and he ended up being burnt at the stake by the Inquisition. He's a great example of how, ironically, the Inquisition can sort of backfire. Let me tell you his story, which is really quite amazing. He was born in Viana, Portugal, which was just north of Porto, just a little bit beyond the Douro River Valley. in 1579. So the Inquisition had been in place for a good 50 years, and there was like no way for people to get real Jewish education, like no rabbis and no Hebrew books other than what was allowed by the Inquisition, specifically medical textbooks. So, there was a tremendous amount of energy devoted to extirpating Judaism, and the horrific auto da fe, the grand, public burnings of people and the purge-like atmosphere associated with the Inquisition was well underway, and in fact would be continuing for another 200 years in Portugal and a little longer even in Spain. So this is the environment. Apparently, this young man had some Jewish background, although it would have been very, very minimal, because in the conviction document that we're going to look at in a second, it just refers to him having some Jewish blood, which is unusual because typically these conviction documents will say exactly how much Jewish blood, whatever it means exactly, like one grandparent, two grandparents, one great-great-grandparent, that kind of thing. So it's not clear whether he had any Jewish blood at all, although the Inquisition seems to think that there must have been some Jewish blood in there for him to take this particular route. But anyway, he was brought up as a pious Christian. He became a Franciscan friar, and he became fascinated with Judaism, perhaps because the Inquisition did everything it could to try and excoriate Judaism. He therefore got more and more interested in it. He ended up studying at the University of Salamanca, which was a tremendous center for crypto-Judaism. There are a lot of former Jews who are new Christians who studied at the University of Salamanca, many of whom were true believers in Christianity, and many of whom were just, like pretending to get along so they could move ahead with their lives and so on. And they kept their Judaism either completely submerged or they kept it active with other organizations.
The building right behind me was actually the base medrash of Salamanca. See, it's quite an imposing building. It has been reconstructed a few times since then and been remodeled, but essentially this gives you a sense of the size and grandeur of the Jewish community up until the 14th and 15th century. Now, it happened that Salamanca was largely spared the depredations of the 1391 pogroms and mass conversions that we spoke about last night. But it took a little bit longer until Vicente Ferrer, one of the most important instigators of this violence, actually came to Salamanca and spent several months here. I have some ideas, some theories as to perhaps why Salamanca eventually converted en masse, but essentially at the beginning of the 15th century, you have a lot of Jews converting to Christianity at that time, and there was pressure to turn over the 3 synagogues in this town, and especially this base medrash, to the university. It was eventually handed over, as our wonderful guide Jose mentioned. It became a hostel, like in the sense of student hospital, visiting student housing, and then later became a faculty of mathematics, linguistics, and now is the office of the rector, which is most amazing. And it is quite ironic that in the background here you see Friar Leon, one of the most famous figures from this university. He was, as we shall discuss tonight when we talk about crypto Jews, he was actually a true believer. He was a new Christian whose ancestors were all Jews. His great-grandmother was actually burned at the stake for refusing to give up Judaism. And he got into huge trouble with the Inquisition, primarily because he challenged the translations of the Latin Vulgate, which is the Bible that the Catholic Church was especially associated with. One of the verses that got him into trouble was actually read it last week. He translated the verse that speaks about the thing that the dove had in his mouth when he returned from the ark. And he referred to it with the Hebrew word leaf. And in fact, that is the Hebrew word. It says an olive leaf. But the Vulgate insists it was a branch, right? Like meaning a piece of wood. But for a couple of inches, literally, he was thrown in jail for how long? 4 years?
4 years. 4 years and 9 months.
Almost 5 years in jail for suggesting that the Hebrew might be more accurate than the later Latin translation. And when he came back, famously, he entered the classroom that hopefully will be inside, and he said, as we were saying, as if to say in a Jewish sense, like when you stop the shear, and then when you pick it up, and you just say, Amar Rabbi. Okay, let's have a look inside.
Many Jewish families, crypto-Jewish families, would actually encourage one of the sons of the family to go into the church so that the rest of the family would have a reliable confessor to go to who could stand up for them and say, oh yeah, no, this person comes to confession all the time, they're definitely good Christians. At any rate, at the University of Salamanca, he became completely interested in Judaism, and he ended up deciding he was going to leave Christianity and he would flee to England where he would adopt Judaism, perhaps to Belgium, but in the end he was caught by the Inquisition and put on trial. Now, here's an especially interesting thing about his particular story. He was, I'll give away the ending, he was unfortunately burned at the stake in 1603. He was 24 years old. But what was especially noteworthy about his case is that his conviction was written but never disseminated. You know it existed because a few decades later, great writer Manasseh ben Israel, a scholar of Amsterdam, actually of Portuguese Jewish extraction, mentions that he has it, but that document was lost for several hundred years. It only turned up in the British Museum and was discovered by Lionel David Barnett at the beginning of the 20th century, and he published an article on it with the original Portuguese in 1924 in the Jewish Quarterly Review. And I'm going to show you some sections from it. So why was this conviction of Samsala not circulated? Primarily because it included a blistering critique of Christianity. That when they were interrogating him, he talked about all the reasons why he wanted to become a Jew and why he wanted to abandon Christianity. And it was so heated that, there's no way, although they had to record these things in order to justify the conviction, they simply couldn't publish it because all kinds of people would get even more ideas. So this is how the Inquisition kind of sort of created its opposite effect. The inquisitors, at the end of this lengthy discussion with him, in which not only did he indicate that, things like the cross is just a couple of sticks, that's how they would have felt, that the Sabbath really was on Saturday, not on Sunday. And in fact, while he was in jail, he tried to keep the Sabbath. He tried to keep kosher in jail and fasting and all kinds of things like that. And they ended up, of course, the inquisitors condemned him. And at the end of this condemnation, they utter this soft phrase, which appears at the end of almost all of these condemnations, that the church excommunicates him completely. But they beg that the secular authorities not proceed to the penalty of death or the shedding of blood. This is, by the way, how the Inquisition would work, that typically the church would make the decision, and then they would so-called relax the person to the secular authorities who would decide what they were going to do. Then, of course, the secular authorities would decide whatever they wanted, and in many cases they would burn the individual at the stake. The secular authorities would occasionally offer a small mercy by garroting the individual, meaning strangling them before they set them on fire. But the church would also engage through the secular authorities of the burning of, people in effigy or having their bones unearthed and then burned. And at the end, of course, all of the property of the victim would go to the royal chamber, which was part of the profit incentive of this. A certain amount would also go to the church, a certain amount would also go to the people who denounced them, so it was definitely economically a self-sustaining kind of enterprise. At any rate, this entire document is recorded, and then there's a little note, because it's transcribed by a Jewish writer, phrases added after the name of the justices: may the Lord destroy them, and may God give vengeance to the penitent for his blood. Amen and amen. Chilling. Now, this particular story reverberated throughout early 17th century Europe, so much so that it motivated secret societies in the name of Saint Samsal in places like Coimbra, where there was a large contingent of people who felt very much like this particular individual. Fascinating stories. We're going to see many of these stories along the Douro River and see where they happened and get a sense for what that difficult period must have been like. I hope you'll have the opportunity to join me on this cruise, but if not, Really looking forward to sharing with you our discoveries on this channel. Thank you very much for watching.
Just shuts down. I don't know. I kind of rely on. I would think terror. You're never gonna bomb. You're like, how interesting. Yeah, that's how most comedians. All those people we did open mics with that are still doing it. They have beta bunches. They're fully. That was a weird night. Well, see you next week. We've been doing this for 15 years. There's other Christmas lights in July. And it's like bombing. Like, that was great. This is a fun night. Time for a craft beer. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today, we're going to look at a fascinating individual, Captain Arturo Carlos de Barros Castro. He lived between 1887 and 1961, and he was perhaps the single most influential figure in creating the revival of Portuguese Jewry that is still very active and very vibrant today. First of all, he was descended of crypto Jews. His grandfather first told him, although his mother and his grandmother were not Jewish, his grandfather shared with him that he was one of the many Portuguese Jews who had their Judaism submerged by the forced conversion of 1497 and essentially driven into hiding by the Inquisition that followed. So he thought that was a very interesting kind of fact. And in fact, he had experienced some anti-Semitism because even though on a halachic, on a Jewish legal level, he would not be considered Jewish by rabbinic standards, at least not until his conversion, which happened later, he nevertheless experienced anti-Semitism. That's one of the ironies of the Jewish condition in the modern era. At any rate, he was a war hero during World War I, and while he was in service in the Portuguese army, he met a Jewish chaplain, and he learned a lot more about Judaism from this foreigner. In 1920, he elected to go through a formal conversion process, which he completed in Tangier. He was circumcised, and he took the name Abraham ben Rosh, Abraham the first, as it were, the son of the head, as it were. And shortly thereafter, he married a very prominent woman of the Portuguese Jewish community. And after his marriage, he became extremely involved in organizing the first Jewish community in Porto, 424 years after it had been formally dissolved. Fascinating. He did so much more after this. Now, one of the things that he was so involved in is what he called the rescue of Portuguese Jewry. He was convinced that there were tens of thousands of people like him who had some connection to Judaism and who longed to return. And the fact is that in 1910, there was a coup in Portugal, and 1911, a new constitution was written that formally declared the freedom of religion. Title I, Article 4 said liberty of conscience and creed is inviolable. And in number 6, it says no one can be persecuted on religious grounds nor questioned by any authority with regard to religion professed. This was just like a tremendous turnaround after the Portuguese Inquisition. So he said, listen, with all of this, we can go out to all of these people who had been for 500 years, 25 generations, been practicing Judaism in secret, and we can say, hey, you can come back now. Now, these people, of course, were called marranos. The term marrano is generally accepted to be a derogatory term. It comes from the Castilian word for swine, and most scholars today prefer the term converso, or a crypto Jew, meaning like a hidden Jew, or even new Christian, which was the term that was applied to them by the church. In Hebrew, the term would be B'nai Anusim, the children of the force, meaning they were forcibly converted to Catholicism. For his part, the captain actually preferred that term Marrano, which was in wide circulation, but he derived it from a Hebrew root. He said that Marranos came from the word Mar Anus, which means bitter force, meaning they had been forcibly converted bitterly to Christianity. But anyway, what did he do? So he was extremely active in recreating the Jewish community, first in Porto, which had a secret Jewish community. You can see here on one of the streets, which I had the privilege of visiting with Coach River Cruise a few years ago, and I hope to go again this year. there was actually on the left-hand side, the middle building, there was a secret synagogue discovered. Here's a photograph of me in that house with the Aron Kodesh, which was originally built into the thickness of the wall itself and then covered with a thin veneer, which would then be removed before Shabbat so that the Jews could actually open up. That's where they hid the Sefer Torah. It was just chilling to put your hand inside this stone ark, really, but very, very inspirational. At any rate, he got to work organizing the community. He created a newspaper that lasted for decades called Halapid, the Torch, that you can see here on the masthead. He is listed as the editor, and he organized the coming together of the congregation to create a synagogue, which was ultimately in the 1930s created with the generous support of the Kaduri family, and it's called the Kaduri Synagogue today, Makor Chaim, the source of life. Here you can see a gathering in 2020, so you can see it's really quite active today. It's a beautiful synagogue on the inside. I especially appreciated visiting it because the psukim, the verses of the Torah that are written around the synagogue, all speak to this idea of return after long absence. Absolutely fascinating. He created a yeshiva as well called the Rosh Pinah, which means the cornerstone, which of course evokes a passage in Tehillim that says that the stone that the builders rejected has now become the cornerstone, which has tremendous reverberations for anyone who's affiliated with his understanding of the Marano experience. One of the really interesting debates that occurred while he was active in this regard is how does one treat the actual religious content of the behavior that the crypto-Jews had been practicing as they were in the process of returning to Judaism. For Baruch Bastro, he himself was very much involved in traditional Jewish study. He published in his newspaper many articles on the Talmud and on Jewish history and Jewish thought and so on, and really wanted to see the community of Portugal rejoin the mainstream of rabbinic Judaism. Every time they brought in rabbis from the outside, they were extremely intolerant of many of the practices that these crypto-Jews had developed over 500 years, which were not in harmony with rabbinic law. And the captain's position was that they had to be treated with tremendous respect and slowly be brought back from their counter-halachic practices into the mainstream of Judaism as it had been practiced for 500 years since the Portuguese community was artificially cut off from the rest of Talmudic Judaism. His life was soon taken up with controversy. He was extremely active, going along the Douro River, going into communities like Belmonte and Koso and many other places where he found crypto-Jewish communities and talked to them about Judaism and brought them back. And he was actually very active on an international level with some great scholars like Cecil Roth and the journalist and historian Lucien Wolfe, who wrote to him and said, hey, listen, you are going to get into trouble doing this. He wrote to him saying, quote, whatever you do, it should not take the form of loud and aggressive propaganda. Why? Lucien Wolfe continues, in the eyes of the church, the vast majority of the Moranos are still their baptized children. And any action in the form of propaganda to convert them to Judaism could be viewed with a bitter resentment. And those words were in fact prophetic, because one of the things that got Captain Baruch Bastro in trouble, and remember, we're talking now about the 1930s, and although Portugal would assume a neutral stance during the war and actually played a role in rescuing Jews, nevertheless, there's a huge amount of anti-Semitism in the 1930s throughout Europe, and Portugal was not exempt. In 1931, for reasons which were unexplained, the army placed him under effective house arrest. He was required to report to HQ every day. Remember, he's a career soldier, he's a captain. But at night, he was forced to remain at home. The reason for this became clear in 1934 when the police announced that they had received an anonymous letter denouncing Baruch Bastro specifically for his activities in circumcising converts to Judaism. The police investigated, but the denunciations were ultimately retracted, except for 2 who had left the country. Let us recall that circumcision is, of course, central to the Jewish faith. And Baruch Bastro, of course, himself having been circumcised as an adult through his conversion process, would of course advocated for these Moranos who are seeking to rejoin the Jewish community, male Moranos, obviously. In 1937, a politically motivated military trial found that Baruch Bastro does not have the necessary moral capacity for the prestige of his official function and the decorum of his uniform. Oh my gosh, and this is all because of his activity bringing crypto-Jews to traditional rabbinic Judaism. The Porto military court disagreed with the military trial, however, and they absolved Baruch Bastro, with a judge writing that the evidence based on these denunciations, these were fabrications made out of malicious hatred, and they were very, very difficult to defend against. The conclusion of the judge there was, and I'll quote, "Is this the evidence that will disable an army captain with a long exemplary military record? I do not think so, and I believe that it is time to end his distress. In these terms and on these grounds, it is my opinion that the case should be closed." However, this is in the late 1930s, it is in the lead up to World War II, and the military superior court of discipline had already taken action against Baruch Bastro, and although he attempted to redeem himself and he launched a defamation lawsuit against the people who had denounced him, these were dropped when the denunciations were ultimately retracted, but he was never able to be restored to his position. World War II got started and swept away the whole case. Formal rehabilitation of Captain Baruch Bastro was only recognized in the year 2012 by the Portuguese Assembly of the Republic. And it was also noted that he would have been made colonel had he not been wrongly removed from the army in 1936. In this regard, he is often be called the Portuguese Alfred Dreyfus. Nevertheless, he was certainly the most influential individual in looking at the state of Portuguese Jewry and attempting to bring them back to traditional Judaism in the 20th century. Wow, fascinating story. Thank you very much for watching.
You literally are just like, you're donning the lingerie, butt cupping, kind of like pussy clothes, and you're just standing there just being just a giant fat pussy. Yeah, just no, dude, for real. Today I saw a swollen giant fat pussy, and I was just like, what the fuck? What the hell are you doing? Also, I'm saying that not to make it okay.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, if you have ever wondered how important rabbis or books are to Judaism, you can actually look to the situation in the Iberian Peninsula over the last 500 years, because recall that with the introduction of the Inquisition in the 15th century, and then the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, the forced conversion of Jews in Portugal in 1497, and then the subsequent introduction of the Inquisition there, all books and rabbis and any religious functionary, religious education was officially banned, and actually people who practiced these things or had copies of these books, with the exception of medical textbooks for doctors, these were like incredibly dangerous things to do, and people could be literally dragged into an ecclesiastical court and then released to the secular authorities for all kinds of humiliations, loss of property, and even death by burning at the stake. So for the last 500 years, that is about 20 or 25 generations, Jews of Spain and Portugal, that is, I should say, crypto-Jews, because at this point they had already been forcibly converted to Christianity, had to live without their religious functionaries and their religious texts. So it's amazing that anything survived. However, what's quite fascinating is that quite a bit did survive, although it's rather different from what you might expect. Before I get into this class in a little more detail, let me just first make a disclaimer that while some of my best friends are rabbis, I myself am not a rabbi. I'm just a regular guy, but I'm a historian. I'm fascinated to try to learn what is Judaism? How is it expressed? And how was it expressed under such extreme circumstances as we have during the last 500 years of the Inquisition? The Inquisition does not end, by the way, until in the 19th century overall, late 18th century in Portugal. The reason we know it survived is largely because of the work of people like Captain Barros Basto, who we spoke about recently, the historian Cecil Roth, the attorney Lucien Wolff, very important people who got very involved in the discovery of the Jews of the Douro region in particular in the early 20th century. Samuel Schwartz printed an amazingly important book in the 1920s that we're going to return to a little bit later. But he recovered through this ethnographic study a tremendous number of prayers, and a lot more research has gone into this, and more things have been discovered since then. Let's take a look, for example, at Jewish prayer. What did that look like when you had no books to guide you in the text and you had no rabbis to give instruction? One of the best studies I found on this is a massive tome written under the title Secrecy and Deceit, the Religion of the Crypto Jews. And it goes through a whole range of religious behaviors, attitudes, and so on. And there's a great chapter on prayer. So how do we know about what Jews were praying? So our most important source, and it's quite an extensive one, are Inquisition trial transcripts. This is especially true after 1570, when the Inquisition would specifically add questions about practices of prayer. We have recorded denunciations of crypto Jews, meaning like, servants in the home observing someone in the house praying, or people next door looking through the window and seeing a woman saying some kind of prayer over making bread and things like that. We have the confessions. Quite often these were forced under torture, but they are beautifully recorded, and they describe, the kind of crimes that these crypto Jews were practicing, in the sense that they were continuing to pray as Jews in whatever way they could. We also have the testimony of guards in prison who observed those individuals who are accused of Judaism, what they would do in prison in terms of their prayers and so on. We have some very, very limited archaeological discoveries, scraps of paper discovered here and there, hidden in walls, a few publications that were issued outside of Portugal and Spain. Obviously, it was forbidden to publish these things there, but some of these crypto Jews would emigrate and then publish things in Portuguese in particular. And then finally, you have the great work of the 20th century ethnographers. So let's try to understand a few elements of what happened to prayer after it was essentially banned. Let us recall that prior to 1492, most Iberian Jews would practice a form of Judaism that would most closely resemble what we call Orthodoxy today, which included, for example, mandatory prayers 3 times a day for men, usually communal prayers. Obviously, communal prayer was one of the first things to go, with a set liturgy in Hebrew and so on. So what of that was retained? Let's just think about this for a minute, okay? My parents are native English French speakers, and they learn Yiddish at home, but they typically would respond to my grandparents in English. And then I grew up, and I would have entire conversations solely in English with my parents, and I would only pick up a few scraps of Yiddish phraseology from my grandparents. I certainly don't have fluency in it as a spoken language, and that's after only 3 generations of dislocation, and without any, bars to the use of Yiddish language on penalty of arrest and imprisonment. So you can imagine amplifying that loss of language over 20 or 25 generations, when it is illegal and highly dangerous to do anything associated with Hebrew prayer. It's amazing that anything survived. So let's look at what did survive. So first of all, physical actions tend to survive. That's interesting because those are things that you can easily demonstrate and you can literally embody. So for example, washing hands before prayer, very, very commonly observed. sometimes with the correct ritual that we would see in the Shulchan Aruch today, sometimes with adaptations, stepping back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before prayer, which is of course characteristic of the Amidah, the standing prayer or silent prayer, which is central to Jewish prayer. So even though these crypto Jews would not be able to pray the actual text for which this is described, nevertheless they would always step back 3 steps and then forward 3 steps before they began their prayer. Interestingly, shuckling was noted, especially by prison guards. Shuckling, of course, is the motion, the swaying motion, typically back and forth, that occurs during Jewish prayer, something which was noted in the Iberian Peninsula by none other than Yehuda Halevi in the 12th century. And this was preserved as distinctive from Catholic prayer, which of course would be said stock still. And one that I find especially moving, one of the last prayers to go, or perhaps the longest lasting, is the blessing of children, which is typically done on a Friday night. There are particular motions where you put your hand on your child's head, sometimes both hands on your child's head, and recite certain texts which were sometimes preserved. And that idea of a Friday night blessing was preserved through 500 years, 25 generations of persecution. Another thing which is preserved besides physical actions was time and frequency of prayer. The idea of 3 times of prayer per day is fairly commonly noted among the crypto Jews. That would be, the morning prayer, the afternoon, the evening prayer, and also very common the Chatzot prayer, the midnight prayer, which was something that is not as common even among Orthodox Jews today, but it was something, it's essentially a prayer lamenting the loss of Jerusalem, something that a lot of these Jews would have felt very personally. So what are the characteristics of what they would actually say? What are the characteristics of crypto-Jewish prayer? First of all, Portuguese replaced Hebrew. These crypto Jews had no way of studying the Hebrew language. It was extremely dangerous to do so, and took a lot of time, just exposed the risk so much, so Hebrew basically disappeared. But Portuguese stepped in, and prayers were recorded in the vernacular. Secondly, because it was dangerous to write these things down, to preserve them in text, so they were typically shortened and memorized, sometimes for communal prayer, sometimes they were recorded in a poetic form that was easier to memorize. Fascinatingly, sometimes the crypto Jews used adaptations of prayers that existed in the Christian Bibles, the Vulgate in particular, that were available to them. Texts from the Bible that include the prayers of Moses, for example, or Daniel or Esther from the Septuagint, these were readily seized upon as prayers which were, since they were in the Bible and in churches, perhaps Jews could say them with less risk. There was also some fascinating adaptations of Christian prayer, because don't forget, these crypto Jews are typically also going to church. This is part of the overall disguise, right? Remember, Gillitz's title is Secrecy and Deceit. So they are outwardly pretending to be Christians, and they're learning all the Christian prayers. And so they would adapt those back to Jewish purposes. Sometimes with very minor modifications, like the name Jesus is sometimes replaced with God or with Moses. And I will say that this is not so strange to my own experience, because when I was a young child growing up in northern Canada, where I was the only Jewish child in the community, and I went to public school, every morning we recited the Lord's Prayer. And I remember as a young child, 7, 8 years old, just reflecting to myself, okay, well, let's see, our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I didn't know much about Judaism, but I figured this sounds pretty parv. I mean, it sounds, I could probably say this. And amazingly, here I am quite a few years later, and I still have it memorized from my childhood. Another aspect of crypto-Jewish prayer is the introduction of quantitative prayer. Something a little bit more like reciting the rosary, where you would do the same prayer multiple times as an act of piety. Really, really fascinating stuff. Now, I'm going to show you two examples just to give you a sense of it. This comes from Samuel Schwartz's book, which I was very fortunate to get a copy last time I was in Portugal. It was originally written in Portuguese. There is a French translation, which I haven't been able to get my hands on, but it's not available in English, unfortunately. Maybe someone out there will translate it. At any rate, his was one of the first major ethnographic studies of crypto-Jews in their location, in Belmont in particular, living as crypto-Jews in the early 20th century. And he records about 50 pages of prayers, which are just so beautiful. So I'm going to show you two. One of these is before recited before a fast, and it is important to note that fasting was hugely significant for the crypto-Jews. This was one way that they could quietly, without drawing attention to themselves, observe some kind of penitential act, which they regarded as something of huge value, especially on Yom Kippur. And they would typically say prayers beforehand. So here's one that actually is one of the rare ones that preserves a little bit of a phrase of Hebrew in it. And it goes in English, "Great God of Israel," and then there is a phrase that would be recognized by anyone who reads the Hebrew liturgy today, "Hashem tzedakot male kol haaretz kavodo," God of hosts, Lord of hosts, whose glory fills the entire world. The strongest of all weapons, Lord of heaven and earth, I ask you, merciful Father, by your name, and then they would include the word Ado, and then followed by Nai, which is one of the words that is typically not pronounced by Orthodox Jews today, except in prayer, to accept my fast, this reduction of my flesh, which is precisely from the liturgy, and accept it in place of a sacrifice, which we are obligated to bring. But you, Lord, well see that we cannot do it according to our obligations, because we are in this great captivity, abandoned and alone in strange lands, outside of Jerusalem, the city of your sanctuary, without having priests or Levites in their place, so they can, Lord, hear and extol your holy and divine name. It's a very beautiful prayer. Lots of echoes of the original that's still read today, but still some significant adaptations for the Portuguese crypto-Jewish environment. Now, that's like one of the rarer ones that actually seems to have been written by someone with more familiarity with the liturgy. Here's another one, which is kind of like a Mode'ani prayer, a gratitude prayer that's typically recited upon waking. And I can't see any references here to the liturgy that I'm familiar with, but I still think it's quite fascinating and actually quite beautiful. It reads, "Comes the beautiful dawn, comes the heat of the day, comes the Most High Lord, coming with his holy joy." Beautiful piece of poetry read as a prayer. It's also interesting to note that Most High Lord in the original is Altissimo Señor, which is essentially translated into Yiddish as Eberster, the highest Lord. So beautiful piece of prayer. Okay, I am really looking forward to visiting the Douro once again this year. And for those of you who are available, it would be great to have you on this cruise with us as we explore this region and remarkable piece of Jewish history. And for the rest of us, I'm looking forward to sharing videos with you in the future. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I just returned from Portugal on an advanced site visit with Kosher River Cruises, and I have to say it was so amazing. We went there to a small village called Trancoso as part of our efforts to look at some of the most exciting new areas where research is being done in Jewish history. The discoveries began even in the guest house where we were staying. So according to the owner, this was originally a passageway between two large apartments here that may have been actually opened up for communal use And she believes that it may even belong to originally a Jewish family before the 14th century, which is pretty amazing. And there's one slight possibility of that. You can see over here on the inside, this appears to be a possible mezuzah scar here. You see these all over Portugal. And they're just fascinating just to think of the density and richness of Jewish civilization here before the Great Expulsion and the forced conversions of the late 15th century. Judaism was not practiced openly in Trancoso for the last 500 years as a result of the brutal Portuguese Inquisition. And when we look at the archaeological remains of the town, there's a lot of sites that appear to have Jewish influences, but again, very hard to really say for sure.
Person of Jewish culture entering the synagogue and putting the kippah.
That's interesting.
Yes.
That's interesting. I'm right now in the Interpretation Center in the name of Isaac Cardoso. It's a fascinating figure. We'll talk about more in a later. But one of the most interesting things about Trancoso, we're going to see these outside, is that they've recorded over 200 of these strange stonemasons marks that they appear to be endemic to this region specifically. And there's a lot of really interesting discussion about, well, what do these things mean? Normally, stonemasons wouldn't mark their work, but you wouldn't normally see this right by the entrance to the door. Or sometimes a cross would be placed there to indicate ownership. Or one of the most, I think, appealing theories is that a lot of new Christians, in order to demonstrate their fidelity to the new faith and to fend off the possibility of attacks on their religious values, you might say, don't worry, kind of like putting an American flag in front of your house to say that you really are patriotic. And some of them, you know, they're hard to interpret. Like here, this one seems to be a fairly straightforward one. It's a stonemason's mark, and stonemasons would constantly do this to indicate their work. This one has a cross, but it has like these 12 things on the outside, which some have interpreted to refer to the 12 tribes. Some have interpreted to refer to the letter Shin from the name Shakai. It's a possibility, not quite as convincing, I think, as others. Also really important to note, some of these stones are placed in very inaccessible locations, which tends to argue against the possibility that they're trying to broadcast Jewish influences. Some of them see, if you look carefully at this one here, this is really bizarre. If you look carefully, you can even see the Portuguese word Israel baked into these symbols. Kind of like that dress. So some people said it was blue and gold, and some people said it was white and blue. I don't know. But we're going to see them. Oh, here's one. David, come on over here. This is like half a menorah. Could be originally it was a full menorah, but that of course goes against the theory I discussed elsewhere that these might be marking fidelity to the new faith. This would clearly indicate the opposite, fidelity to the old faith. We also have a lot of problem dating these because you can't carbon-14 non-organic materials like this. So, wow, we have so much to talk about. The fact remains that these are disproportionately placed in the Jewish quarters of Trancoso and in several other villages in the region of the Douro River. And so one wonders, why are these placed on Jewish houses in the first place? Most common representation is a simple cross, usually on the left-hand side of the door as you're facing in, and perhaps second most common is some kind of a modified cross with a kind of a strange base. Many of these inscriptions, however, present distinctly Jewish interpretations. Menorah here. I lost it. Oh, here it is. And it has a central. It's very faint with a base. I don't know. Really interesting here. I don't know what this is. Okay, so here we go. Got a samach here, and this is a fe, and here's the resh, and here, especially faint, is a daled for the word Sepharad or Spain. That's amazing. It's really amazing. I was especially fascinated to see one inscription that appears to be a nonsensical Hebrew word. Note that while filming it, we didn't notice that a bit of lichen looks like the vowel patach under one of the letters, but it clearly isn't an inscription. We were only able to see that after we looked at the video.
This one is perhaps the most fascinating but mysterious of them all. You can see clearly it looks very simply like a resh, a vav, with the nakuda here. Another resh, deeply dug in here, by the way. I don't know, David, can you come around and see how deeply this is? Some of them are very faint, but this one you can see is almost a full fingernail length in. Another vav here. And, you know, in Hebrew, this is clearly the word roro, which, as David likes to say, is the sound that Scooby-Doo used to make. But it is not a word in Hebrew at all. So some have thought that maybe it's some kind of strange Kabbalistic atbash, which means like you take the letters of the Hebrew alphabet and you take them backwards and you read it as or, which makes sense orally. It's the word light twice, but that's not how you spell the word or in Hebrew. So I don't know what to make of this. My thought is that perhaps this was carved by someone who was trying to write the Tetragrammaton, the four-letter name of God, and not really know what they're doing, which ironically I think adds a little bit more authenticity to it, because if there was a yud here, and there is a small indentation, but nowhere near as deep as these, then this could be like part of a hey, which is missing, but incorrectly written. The vav is put there instead, and then there's no second vav, or maybe this is what's supposed to be the yud. Another hey here, again, incorrectly written. It clearly is all on its own. There's nothing on either side. It's on the corner of a building, but it is right in the middle of the Jewish border. So it's mysterious. I will mention, however, that I looked this word up on Google, and it happens to be the name of a famous soccer player. So I don't know.
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. You know, for me, one of the most exciting cities in modern Europe in terms of Jewish history and in terms of the Jewish present and future is Porto, which empties the Douro River into the Atlantic Ocean. And it has a very, very long history of Jews settling there well over 1,000 years. Many of you may be familiar with the Kaduri Synagogue, a beautiful, large structure that was erected in the 1930s, primarily as a response to the growing discovery of crypto-Jewish communities in the Douro region. But there's also, active synagogues in Porto now, primarily designed to serve the many students who come to study in the universities there. I happen to find especially interesting the old Jewish community along the Riviera. It's no longer filled with Jews and with an active synagogue, but this is one of the oldest places right on the river where, of course, commerce would have taken place.
This is the Riviera, which you can see in the background. That's a gorgeous bridge designed by a student of Gustav Eiffel. You can see the influence there. And now it is a very trendy shopping area and dining area right on the beautiful Douro River. Douro doesn't look so beautiful today, mainly because it's such a rainy Porto day in the fall, but in the summer, when we get here with Costa Riverboat cruises in May and June, it's going to be gorgeous.
But archaeological studies have unearthed evidence of Jewish communities in several places throughout Porto. One of the most interesting is an establishment in the 14th century of a community outside of the walls of Old Porto on the other side of the Douro River, as you can see in this video here, where the actual synagogue would have been located, and it was really quite, distant from the other Jewish communities that were on the other side of the Douro River. And what was discovered there in particular is a fascinating foundation stone, which I'd like to show to you. But first, I got to give a shout out to Dr. Michael Rothwell and Professor Hugo Vaz, who's a museologist in charge of their gorgeous new Jewish museum there. They shared some key documents with me and invited me to look at a life-size replica of this stone. The original is housed in the Historical Museum in Lisbon. But it really opened my mind to what this foundation stone says. First of all, let's have a look at the foundation stone the way I first saw it. It looked like this. And I thought to myself, oh my gosh. And I saw it, by the way, in more than one publication. And I said, I can't make heads or tails out of this Hebrew. I mean, I thought I was relatively Hebrew literate, but this is like bizarre. It looks like some kind of cuneiform. Until finally it was pointed out to me by Dr. Rothwell that actually it was misprinted, and the photograph was like kind of reversed on, like if you looked at it in a mirror and upside down, it would make sense. This is the way the actual stone looks, and I said this is much more legible Hebrew written in a very beautiful block script. And this is actually the transliteration of that text, which has some very fascinating things to say. I'll just summarize it here. It is written in a very literate Hebrew with a tremendous number of biblical allusions, very poetic, characteristic of the time. The text in highly poetic language with tremendous numbers of biblical reference basically says the following. Why would you build a synagogue outside the city walls? Isn't that like incredibly dangerous? And it answers its own question by saying the reason is because we have a friend in a very high place. And this, of course, is alluding to God, invoking the protection of God. But also at the same time, there is a double entendre referring to Rabbi Dan Yehuda Ibn Maner, who was a particularly well-placed individual close to the king and so on. And that's essentially the whole point of the stone is it is recognizing the unusual status of the Jewish community outside the walls, and at the same time gratitude to the major supporter, not only Don Yehuda Ibn Maner, but also Don Yosef Ibn Aryeh, who was obviously some kind of major donor. I mean, this is essentially a 14th century version of a shul plaque, right, of a synagogue plaque honoring a great donor. But it gives us a sense of how strong the Jewish community was in Porto in the 14th century, that they would feel confident building an edifice like this, building a community like this outside of the city walls. Now, what ended up happening, unfortunately, that confidence was not completely well placed. In 1391, there would be horrible persecutions just across the border in Spain, and this would lead to a massive flight of refugees into Portugal. And fearing for their safety, ultimately the king suggested they should, in fact, move within the city walls. So that 14th century community migrated across the Douro and was placed within the city walls. That Jewish community is also fascinating, and there's archaeological evidence from the 15th and 16th century there. There will be yet another round of refugees coming to Portugal after the 1492 expulsion of Spanish Jewry, and that would ultimately end in the tragedy of the Great Forced Conversion, what the Portuguese call the standing baptism of 1497. But nevertheless, this stone is a great marker of the tremendous strength of the Porto Jewish community in the 14th century, and it looks like it is coming back now in the 21st century. I can't wait to see this again when I go to Porto in May. I would love for you to join us on Kosher River Cruises. We have an amazing time with the tremendous culinary creations of Chef Malcolm and his protege, Chef Tobias. And of course, we have the culinary adventures of Naomi Nachman. We have the daily minyanim and the Torah study organized by Rabbi Weiss. I mean, it's a little floating shtetl, a beautiful experience. I've made so many friends on these trips in the past, and would love to include you. And if you're not able to join us this time, well, I'm looking forward to sharing more videos and more research with you. Thank you very much for watching.
Obviously, they fired first. It was so obvious that it was something like happened with any conviction. Normally, I'm like, yeah, no one knows who fired. So obviously, yeah. True, that is a fair point. Don't you think they'd be more like kind of like gentlemen? That's what they were doing at the Boston Massacre. They fired him as Alpha guy. Yeah, but I mean, wasn't that the move back then in the Rockies? To be like, all right, well, fucking we try to reason with you guys.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. I just got back from another amazing cruise with Kosher River Cruises on the Douro River in northern Portugal. At the time, the Douro River itself is a UNESCO's protected area. It's really a beautiful region with lots of winding oxbows of rivers back and forth through these terraced vineyards that have been there like that for centuries upon centuries. But the history there is absolutely fascinating. Now, by the way, all of these photographs that I'm showing behind me right now, they're actually taken by cruisers and posted to our communal WhatsApp chat. So I'm just thanking all of you right now if you're viewing this video later for these great photos. They're just amazing.
There he is. Dog, I've been talking about you for hours.
To Porto,
How you living,
saw
pimp?
the Douri Synagogue and the amazing
What'd you say,
resurgence
big
of
dog?
Jewish life in a place where Judaism would.
Where the fuck is Zoot? How you living, baby?
About to go out tonight.
To get some pussy?
Yeah.
Excellent. You ready to play?
Not yet.
What is this bullshit?
I'll be back.
Don't you do this to me, dude.
I'll be back.
No, you won't. You always say that. Play some games. Oh, fuck you. Bum, 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 bum.
That's all. I'm gonna be like laser tag girls. I got you, big guy. Dude, you missed me. That's awesome. It was tight. These little wooden guns we had reenacted on. That's where I learned. I've said this 1,000 times. They used to pee on them. Used to heal. So I stick to it to this day. Whenever I pee in the shower, there for anyone, it's a pretty big L for us. Come here. I didn't pay attention that hard. Big L. Wasn't real. I think we took some L's out there. That sucks. Yeah. Look that up. Yeah, that's what was the camp? Yeah, Lafayette was there. Yeah, it was the Hamilton. Yeah. Fuck. I know that don't lose. I think Al-Key and Lafayette got hit. Then he got wounded there. I don't know why I assumed I was on winning territory. I was great. I just feel like it. Obviously, eventually won. True. Lafayette got wounded. Damn. Yeah. Right in Brandywine? Yeah. That's right by my house. The monster show. Just really. Yeah, there was a couple battlefields right there. This was great. Went down to fucking Valley Forge. It was great. That's what going to the house. They're like, this is where Washington is. Fuck, this is crazy. The place you brought us to that battlefield was awesome. Yeah, that was very sick. Antietam's awesome. Gettysburg's awesome. We got to get back. There's nothing down here in the fucking South sucks. Don't have any history of fucking Indian massacres. Yeah. A lot of those. This isn't fun. Yeah, the Almo's sick. Yeah, that was good. Yeah, that's cool. Was David Crockett really at the Alamo? I think so. Yeah. Daniel Boone's also from the yeah, but it sucks. I guess if you looked into it, maybe those guys.
Look at this move. Look at this athleticism. Look at this move.
Was so
Look at this move.
extirpated
Look
by
at this
the
athleticism.
Inquisition. We even saw the most amazing secret synagogue that was discovered in the beginning of the 21st century when they were doing renovations to a particular location, which I'm not going to reveal in this video because it's actually a private venture. It's a private business, but we were able to gain access and find this secret Aron Kodesh, this secret ark that had been hidden behind a wall, and it corresponds to the testimony of the Rabbi Emmanuel Aboav, who was living in Venice at the time. Absolutely amazing. But the topic that I want to address today is specifically the story of Isaac Cardoso, who is someone that, of course, I've heard about before, but with this particular trip, I really invested in his life story a lot more, and I think there's something especially relevant for our times today. So Isaac Cardoso was born in 1604 in Trancoso, which is fairly remote. It's a tiny little community of about 2,500 people. What about Isaac Cardoso, who was born in this region? And you can see that he's sufficiently famous that the municipality put up this beautiful interpretation center, which is kind of like a sort of a museum, very modern, interesting architecture, and named the street where he was born, Rua Fernando Isaac Cardoso. Fernando was his given name at birth. Of course, many Jews had a secular name that was associated with their Christian identity, but as we shall see, Isaac Cardoso turned away from that later in life. Okay, let's go to his biography, which was really popularized by a brilliant dissertation by the great historian Yosef Chaim Yerushalmi, a student of the incredible Salo Whitmire Baron of Columbia University. So Cardoso was born in 1604. Recall that this is over a century after all Portuguese Jews have been forcibly converted to Christianity in the year 1497. And he was living under the shadow of the Inquisition virtually his entire life. He was a child prodigy. He eventually went to Salamanca, where he studied like many other people of crypto-Jewish origins, and he became a brilliant doctor. He was ultimately appointed the royal physician in Madrid. He'd written quite a few books, not only on science, but also in, kind of literary affairs and poetry and things like that. In many ways, he lived a life that would have been regarded as successful by any measure. He had tremendous wealth from his high-ranking position as a member of the royal court, attending to the king. He had great honor for his many publications and his scholarship, and he was friends with some of the most celebrated literati of the day, in particular the famed poet Lope de Vega, who will become very important for our story. Just to give you a sense of Cardoso's incredible intellect, later on in life, he wrote one of the very last single-author encyclopedias ever published in human history. If you can imagine, this is at the end of the period of human civilization where any one person could possibly have the mental bandwidth to write a one-volume work of everything we know about everything, right? He wrote this 800-page double-column book that has information on geography and on science and on literature and on history and you name it. Obviously, it became impossible to keep doing that not much longer after Cardoso passed away. At any rate, let's focus on his Jewish story, though, which I find especially fascinating. Cardoso, although he was very well published, very prolific, he rarely touched on his own personal experiences. And so it was up to Professor Yerushalmi to try and tease those out, those passing references here and there in his later books as to the dramatic life that he experienced. We know that in the year 1648, when he would have been in his mid-30s, he fled all of this wealth, his prestige, and so on, and moved to the Jewish ghetto in Venice. Recall that up until this point, he's living openly as a Christian because there are no more Jews in Portugal. They are all converted to Christianity or Catholicism, and this is now, he's in the fourth generation after this forced conversion. So he perfectly can go anywhere he wants as a Christian, but he decides to revert to Judaism, living in the ghetto in Venice, and later with his wife moving to Verona. So what was it that made him change? What was it that made him leave all of his wealth and fame and success behind and go live with this beleaguered minority in the city of Venice? So Yerushalmi makes a very strong argument that something happened, particularly in 1632 in Madrid, and it did not immediately cause him to leave it all, but it was kind of like a slow burn, and eventually he simply had to push everything away and change his life dramatically. Specifically, we're talking about an auto da fe that happened in that city at that time. Some of the victims who were burned alive at this inquisitorial event were actually neighbors of Cardoso's who lived on the Calle de las Infantas, the street where many of them actually lived. And it was an absolutely absurd series of charges against these Christians accused of being Judaizers. They may have been secretly practicing some form of Judaism, but the kind of ridiculous lies that they spread about them were absurd and very, very hard to believe. Nevertheless, and this is the characteristic of many of these autos da fe, it was like a rock concert where the entire city was deeply involved. It took them a fair amount of time to build these special bleachers and to build shades for the dignitaries that would all converge on Madrid for this summertime public execution. And there were public, parades of people in regalia, including people from the university that Cardoso would have been associated with. He himself may have been participating in some of these parades as part of his, professorial responsibilities. And it seemed like the entire Madrid society, and in fact, the entire society of the Iberian Peninsula, would have been expressing their disgust and anger at these crypto-Jews for having returned to some elements of their ancestral faith, willing to believe the most ridiculous things about them, and willing ultimately to put them to death by public burning. Even Lope de Vega, the most famous poet of the era and Cardoso's close friend, penned several anti-Semitic verses commemorating the execution of these individuals. And that, following Professor Yerushalmi's argument, is something that contributed mightily to Cardoso's decision to simply leave it all behind and move to Venice. To say, I don't need to be this massive professor or this famous doctor anymore. I just want to live b'soch ani yoshevet. I want to live among my people and focus on the values of Judaism. He eventually articulated his position in an important book entitled Las Excelencias de los Hebreos, the excellences or the positive attributes of the Jews. The second part was also bent on attacking the calumnies that are cast of the Jews, the lies that are told about the Jews. You can see here in the beautiful title page of the book published in Amsterdam, 1679, it says, "The one who disperses me, he will gather me in," which obviously had resonance for Cardoso's own life. And he basically describes how the Jews have been preserving faithfully a tradition that represents a positive contribution to human civilization, and that the lies told about Jews are completely without foundation. And it's a full-throated defense of Judaism and the Jewish people, and it's really quite remarkable for the date in which it appears. Now, if you'll permit me, I'd like to say something about how I think the experience of Isaac Cardoso is especially significant for us today. Regular viewers of this channel will know that since October 7th, I've spent a tremendous amount of time really focusing on the history of Israel, the conflict with the Palestinians, and trying to provide some sort of larger context so that people can debate the issues legitimately and reasonably and in good faith with actual facts rather than slogans and light. And I think that one of the areas that I find especially tragic is that many very well-meaning, idealistic young Jewish people find common cause with those who would support the terrorists who attacked Israel on October 7th and killed so many people and actually took hostages back into Gaza, sparking this entire conflagration. One can't be a human being and not feel the distress of the population in Gaza and the tremendous suffering that this conflict has incurred. And I hope that all parties involved will find a way to create a lasting, enduring peace that will result in the prosperity of all the populations in the region. I believe one of the fastest ways to do that is for Hamas to release the hostages that it is currently holding under incredibly inhumane, cruel circumstances and send them back to their families. But I'm not a politician. I'm not a general. I don't know how to affect these things. I don't know what is the best way to do that. But let's focus in on those young Jews who, in a very idealistic manner, feel the suffering of the people of Gaza and want to stand in solidarity with their suffering and make the mistake of joining those protests in which the terrorists are praised and that their violence is recast in a euphemistic way as resistance, which it is clearly not. It is simply pogrom violence. And I think to myself, I had difficulty trying to understand how could young Jewish people in what seems to be significant numbers, although that could be inflated because they serve as tokens to support the Hamas movement, how could they be thinking this way? How could they be, thinking it is appropriate for them? How could they possibly think it's appropriate for them to join with people who would perpetrate violence against anyone, but certainly against their own people? Where's the logic in this? And it occurred to me that this might be exactly the kind of moment that Isaac Cardoso was experiencing when he was in Madrid and that Inquisition was perpetrating the auto da fe. We should recall that the Inquisition had tremendous
how you living, pimp?
That huge amounts of public, excitement.
What's good in the hood,
over
son?
These massive events that resulted in public executions. And
living the dream.
Cities,
every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast.
Swallowed up in this insane witch hunt for
How you, big dog?
Judaizers, and that people would come together for days on end in order
kicking
to
ass, taking
watch
names. Are you ready to play
sham trials
games?
And execution of a handful of Jews, quite often in effigy and other kinds.
I don't give a flying fuck if you want to play or not. Come on, big dog. You know you want to play.
You can imagine Isaac Cardoso is there. He's a highly intelligent individual, and yet he sees everyone is swept away.
All right, we're gonna play
with this bloodthirst that even affected his own mentor, Lope de Vega, who wrote, these awful anti-Semitic verses commemorating the acts of the Inquisition.
Do you have the same
to make the society, Judenrein,
do you have the
free
same
of Jews and also ideological
username that you used to have, Frosty?
And what kind of strength of character must it take for a person like Isaac Cardoso to stand up and say, "Wait a second,
about to send you an
seems like the
invitation.
whole world is on one side of this issue, and here the Jews are on another side. Is
You
it
want to play
possible
Mancala?
that the whole world is wrong and the Jews are right?" I think it is possible. And I think we see that.
Oh, I
in
see.
Isaac
Frosty
Cardoso's
already started.
situation.
Okay.
I think we see that
All right,
in this
Pimp,
case.
I see
and
how
don't
it
mean
is,
to say
baby.
the Jews alone
Go.
are right.
Let's see
I
how
mean,
you
the Jews
do.
and those who look at the Middle East with some level of intelligence and say that, saying that globalized intifada is somehow a solution to this long-standing and very complex conflict. The example of Isaac Cardoso, I think, is especially relevant for young Jewish people today on college campuses. Not the least of which would include the campus where Professor Yerushalmi was very active. It's an example that we should be thinking about when we look at the issues of the day.
Frosty, I'm not doing
wonder,
well.
where should our support
Neither are you. Maybe that's the shot. Is that the shot?
I'm really grateful that you stayed with me this long. And
oh, come on, baby.
Excellently.
That's what I'm talking about. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Do. Last shot. Frosty has the last shot. Oh, Frosty's got the last shot. Frosty had the last shot. 1-0, Frosty.
On behalf of Jacob, I want to welcome everyone for joining, and thank you for joining us this evening at the beginning, first inaugural. session of our three-part lecture series with our distinguished guest, Dr.
Frosty's got a big shot.
Live from New York.
Oh, baby, right in the water.
Although it's not Saturday night, but we are really very, very privileged. Dr. Edmondson's reputation precedes him, and
is that the shot? Is that the shot you wanted?
As an expert in Jewish history and so many other things. I personally, through my
look at this shot,
am privileged to be part of a organization that Dr. Edmondson provides tremendous content for, with the presentational CPS for the AllDoc platform, which has literally tens of thousands of users who benefit from the system on a daily basis. So it's really a special privilege, and we have a wonderful topic that we're going to learn about starting this evening. Just as a reminder, there are 3 different lectures in this series. So with that, I just want to thank Dr. Edmondson and hand it over to you, Dr.
Here we go. All
Thank
3.
you very much, Rabbi. That's very kind.
Everybody's ready for Frosty to make a comeback, yo. Everybody's ready for Frosty to make a comeback. Come back, son. Come back. Come back, son.
Period in Jewish
make
history that in
come
many
back,
ways
son.
has informed the subsequent centuries up into and including our
Frosty,
own time.
what a shot.
I specifically
Good
want
shot.
to devote 3 lectures to focusing on the incredibly important late 18th century when we have 3 major revolutionary movements animating the Jewish mind space, specifically the revolution represented by the Hasidic movement, and then the let's call it a counter-revolution, a revolution of reaction.
Oh, I can't believe I missed that shot. How did I miss that shot?
That is the Lithuanian traditionalists against the Hasidic
movement. No way, Frosty.
By the way, for those of you who are based in LA, I apologize in advance for my Canadian accent. I realize when I say against, I should be saying something like against.
Make it,
Frosty. Understandable. And then finally, the revolution of the Maskilim. Those are the adherents of the so-called Jewish Enlightenment, the Haskalah. These 3 movements all coalesced around the same period of time in Jewish history, and the kind of arguments that they had back then are, in many ways, the same kind of arguments we are having today. What I would like to do is spend today's lecture kind of setting the stage. There's a lot of really important, large tectonic shifts that happened in the years leading up to the birth of these 3 revolutions. And then next week, we're just going to end up by kind of looking at the demography and the geography of where these revolutions happened. And then next week, we're going to focus on the birth of the Hasidic movement and the immediate reaction from the Mitznagdim. It was a very, very intense period of great competition.
Frosty, your goal is just to beat me on one hole. You don't even have to beat me on all of them. Just beat me on one hole.
Several figures.
First, you got to time me. Time me on one hole, and then your goal is to just beat me on one hole. Any hole. Any hole you want, baby.
Major reasons for that conflict. And in the 3rd and final week, we're going to add in the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment, and how that affected this triangular conflict between these 2 ways of thinking about how Jews should react to the modern era. And that's where we'll close. So that's the plan for the 3 weeks. Today, though, let's focus on the Grundlage, or the Grundlage. I actually have that in the top left of my screen there. I just like the way that word sounds. I think it really means something like introduction or preface. But let's go straight to the introduction.
Not a good
There's a
shot.
scene that
Not a
many
good
of you
shot.
may
Not
have
a
enjoyed
good.
if you're watching
Not a good shot.
the Netflix series Shtisel.
Get it,
And,
Frosty. Get it.
They're having a conversation over the
All right, you
table
got
here.
your head.
The elder and the younger Shtisel. But in many ways, the kind of conversations that I'm trying to say are sort of repetition or reiterations or just modernized upgrades of major conflicts of worldview. To use a German word, Weltanschauung, way of looking at the world, that were crystallized in the period we're talking about.
Three figures in particular exemplify this three-way revolution. You have from the Hasidic movement, I could have really included the Baal Shem Tov, but we don't have a picture of, so I'll choose one of his later students, really a student of his student, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, known to his followers today as the Alter Rebbe, also known as the author of the Tanya and the spiritual father of the Chabad Hasidic movement. Contrasted to the Alter Rebbe is the great Elijah of Vilna, who is known as the Vilna Gaon, the great Nignatic, who bitterly opposed, and particularly his students, bitterly opposed the innovations that were proposed and enacted by this figure in the Hasidic movement. Although, as we shall see, after about 50 years of intense battle, they managed to finally Moses who then die with each other. More difficult, however, is this figure, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, who is widely regarded as the father of the Jewish Enlightenment, who essentially argued that
Frosty has zero.
Should not regard the outside
Frosty
world
has zero
as
wins.
fundamentally toxic. That Jews have a tremendous amount to gain
We got to
from
give
the outside
Frosty a
world
win.
in terms of its science, its
All right,
culture,
I'm sending Frosty
its
another
literature,
invitation.
and poetry, and so
Players,
on.
too.
And the
Frosty.
Jews should fully engage in outside society.
Frosty's got it.
His movement was
Frosty's got the
directly opposed by both
invite.
the Misnagdim and the
Frosty's got the
Hasidim,
invite.
see,
Will
but, we
Frosty accept the
and as
invite?
I mentioned,
Frosty's got
these
the invite.
arguments find their expression even contemporary days, where on the left here you see
That's the
Elder
invite.
Shtisel, Shulam,
Frosty,
and
you
the
have
actual
the
non-Haredi
invite.
actor, I should say, Doug Glickman.
Frosty,
although on the surface,
you've got
one
the
sees
invite.
on the left
Frosty,
a figure with the
you
Hadras
got
on
the
it,
invite.
the big,
Frosty,
full beard and
Frosty,
so
you're gonna
on.
accept the
But
invite. You're gonna just
the
jerk yourself
worldview
off raw.
can be expressed precisely in a Chiloni individual
Frosty.
as well. Same with the younger Shtisel,
Are you there?
Akiva, played here by Michael Aloni. I really didn't have to show you these two pictures because I already made my point with the previous one, but
Frosty.
I couldn't resist it because I find that
Frosty.
I'm often mistaken for Michael Aloni. When I'm walking down the street, people say, "Hey, isn't that Michael Aloni?"
Frosty.
Now, if this were, an audience actually in a
Frosty's
room, I would
done.
hear you laugh, and I would know you would think, would you know that I was joking? But anyway, somehow we'll get used to Zoom. So this long 18th century that represents the debate between these three fundamentally very different ways of looking at Judaism is really expressed in our contemporary period of time. Let me now take you to a little bit more about the structural nature of their disputes, and then we're going to get into history per se. So, this is a little bit experimental for me. This is something new for this particular lecture, but one way I think that we can categorize these three types of rebellions, and I would like to say that each of them, as much as they would like to say that they are really representing tradition, that they are representing something which has a long background in Jewish history, they are each rebellious in their own way. They are each presenting innovations. Even the Misnagdim, who are arguing that they are hewing to the well-trod path of Jewish practice, they are nevertheless reacting to the innovations of the Hasidic movement and absorbing some or transforming some for themselves as well. So they really are three rebellious movements, but rebellious in different ways. Let me share with you.
You want to play Ocho?
One way I think we can understand.
Okay,
first off, you have the Hasidim who are involved in a rebellion of discovery. And what I mean by that is the Hasidic innovations, which were really quite significant in the middle of the 18th century. There were a lot of things that they initiated with regards to traditional Jewish practice that the Misnagdim thought were absolutely heretical or immoral.
Frosty, did you send an invite for 4 people?
But the Hasidim, of course, didn't look at them this way. They looked at their innovations
Frosty,
to
you there,
Jewish practice and thought as discoveries of modalities of thinking and behaving as Jews that had simply been lost with time.
They thought that they were discovering practices which went back centuries and had
Come on,
fallen
somebody talk
into
about my blue
disuse.
sky.
This is,
Hit
in
me
fact,
with it,
something we see
baby.
the precedent for this in the Talmud as well, where there are discussions about, for example, Tzav Ivri, the Paleo-Hebrew script, which was, according to the Talmud, known, forgotten, and then reinstituted. All kinds of things like this are common in Jewish history. So Hasidim did not see themselves as saying, hey, here's new stuff we're doing that's totally different from everything we've done in the past. They're saying, oh, how wonderful it is that these well springs of knowledge have been opened up and we have discovered these practices. So they perceive their innovations as restorations. They're simply bringing harmony
Frosty,
back
you there?
to the universe. I'll give you one example. The tremendous inclusion of Lurianic Kabbalah in particular, a series of ideas that were promulgated primarily in the 16th century in Sfat with the work of the great Kabbalist Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, and then his student who later eclipsed him, Rabbi Isaac Luria, the expanded explanations of the Zohar and the discussions of key concepts like tikkun and various rectifications of the world, and the drama of the Zoharic universe as understood by Rabbi Yitzhak Luria, the Ari, as being of a divine cataclysm that has to be held off by the behavior of the Hasidic Jews. And so by going back and finding Kabbalah and bringing it into contemporary practice, both in terms of study and in terms of actual behavior, the Hasidim were like engaged in a rebellion of discovery, finding the old ideas, implementing them into the new world. We'll talk much more about this, God willing, next week when we focus on the work of the Hasidic movement. By contrast, you have the great opponents of the Hasidim, and in fact, that's exactly what the term Mitnagdim means. They are opponents. They define themselves literally by opposing the new Hasidic movement. They could have been called easily traditionalists or something like that, but really they found their identity most sharply defined in opposition to the burgeoning popularity of the Hasidic movement. So when you look at this, and once again, some of the things that the Misnagdim began to do after they became conscious of the reality of the threat of Hasidism for the loyalty of the masses in Eastern Europe, they argued for some new stringencies and some new practices, but argued that they were in fact reifications of old practices, not always necessarily precisely the way they described it. And whereas the Hasidim viewed any new innovation, such as the introduction of study of Kabbalah for people under 40, whereas the Hasidim viewed that as a restoration of a prior practice, the Mitnagdim viewed any such change as antinomian, which is a fancy word meaning against the law, against what is acceptable. I'll give you a different example. The Misnagdim are very particular about times of day for prayer. Right, there is the slot of time that is associated with the Shacharit, morning prayer, time of day associated with the afternoon prayer, and the time of day associated with Maariv, the evening prayer. And all of these times of prayer, of course, are associated with the position of the sun relative to the horizon, right? And certain windows of time. If you've seen any synagogue calendar, they will always have precise times when the Shema has to be recited in the morning, or you can't say Maariv until a particular time, things like that. By the way, it reminds me of a joke. I can't help it. I have to tell it to you. First Jewish clergymen in outer space. They have a special ceremony. They put a rabbi, a priest, and a minister on the space shuttle. It's not an offensive ethnic joke. And then they go up and they orbit the world several times, and they come back down. They land at Cape Canaveral, and the journalists are all crowded around, and they say, "So, you're all holy people, men of the cloth. What did you think of when you were in outer space. And the Roman Catholic priest says, I thought of the magnificence of God's creation. And they asked the Protestant minister, and he said, I thought of the humility, the tininess of humanity in the scope of such an expanse. And they asked the rabbi, and he said, who had time to think? Shachas min kamara, Shachas min kamara. Hopefully you're laughing for that. I can't hear you laughing. All I see is your screen share. But so whereas the Litvaks, also by the way, the Mishnagdim, as we shall see at the end of this lecture, they're associated primarily with the cultural region known as Lithuania, which does not precisely conform to the political boundaries of the country, known sometimes as Lithuania, but they're called Litvaks. Litvaks are typically distinguished from other Jews by their cold wit, their scintillating sense of humor, their superior fashion sense, and many other features. So the Misnagdim have these very precise periods of time for prayer, and the Hasidim say, you've got it all wrong. It's not about, the exact time of prayer, the time that you pray. It's about the nature of your relationship to God in prayer. And if you need more time to sleep and prepare yourself in the morning for prayer, then you can just slide right past those regular times. The most important thing is the communication with God, not the communication with your clock. And so the Hasidim had much different times of communal prayer. The Misnagdim said that's totally unacceptable. It is antinomian, and it represents a type of heresy of practice. So there's a very dramatic conflict set up between them. We will outline many of those next week. To give you an example of how innovation was perceived as antinomian by the Misnagdim, we go to a 19th century figure here, a very influential figure, named Rabbi Moses Schreiber, known popularly as the Chassam Sofer, the signature of the scribe. That was his the name by which he was known. And he instituted a saying, which is a little bit complicated to express if you're not familiar with the background, but I'll try anyways. There is a type of wheat that may not be consumed until a certain date has passed in the agricultural calendar. That type of wheat is called chadash, new wheat. It's right about this time of year when it becomes very significant. So the Talmud says, Chadash asur min Torah. The new wheat is forbidden by the Torah. You're not allowed to eat it until after a certain date. Then you're allowed to eat this wheat, which is called Chadash. And the word Chadash literally means new. So Rabbi Schreiber, the Chatam Sofer, famously said, with regards the Hasidic and more importantly the Maskilic innovations, he said, Chadash asur min Torah. And what he meant by that was not to translate it as the new wheat is forbidden by the Torah, but anything new is ipso facto forbidden by the Torah. Meaning we may only rely on things which we have already done in the past. So that's like a really strong statement of this rebellion of tradition, saying we are going to stick so hard to the past, even more than the past stuck to the past. That's the sense of Chadash Asur Min Torah. So that's two rebellions there. The rebellion of discovery, the rebellion of tradition, which is their opponents, the Misnagdim, and then finally we have the rebellion of expansion. And this is associated more with the Maskilim, the so-called Enlightenment thinkers who were following Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn. They argued that the Ashkenazic culture in particular was excessively rigid and small, that for hundreds of years, perhaps since the Crusades in the late 11th century, Ashkenazic Jews had regarded the outside world as something very dangerous and to be avoided, and as a result, they had developed a very unhealthy insularity. that Judaism, Jewish culture kind of folded within itself and became self-absorbed and ignored the scientific and the cultural and literary advancements that you saw happening all across Europe. And so the Maskilim said, it is time for us to expand our horizons and to look at the achievements of non-Jewish culture, to evaluate those achievements, and to participate in their continuing expansion. In order to justify this behavior, Maskilim in particular tended to look to certain golden ages, like the golden age of Spain in particular, shown here in this famous representation of a Jew on the left and a Muslim playing chess, which was kind of like the oft-repeated motif of what they call the la convivencia, the living togetherness, the coexistence phase of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. It was not necessarily quite so golden, but nevertheless it did represent a high point. And they see any kind of innovation as a type of correction.
There he is.
As if to say,
are you ready, big dog?
Hey, what's going on here in East Central Europe?
Yo, can you hear me?
It's all wrong. We have like really messed this up by not engaging in
big dog
intellectual debates of the universities, by not engaging in culture, by
big
not
dog
challenging the political status quo, by not getting involved in society in general. We have lost things.
Fuck yeah, you are
stuck in our own historical rut. And
give
our
it to
own
me, big dog.
Rut, and we lost a lot. So the Maskilim said we should expand ourselves. We should become more
again.
like the golden
okay,
age.
tight. You
we
love
should
Ocho.
correct our flaws that have developed over the last centuries, and we should
hit me with it, baby.
In this modernizing direction.
Hit me with it, baby.
Their key example, or the person they look to the most, would be someone like Moses Maimonides, who was, of course, a
hit me with it,
scholar
baby.
Of Torah.
I played a while, son.
The Mishnah. He wrote the Guide for the Perplexed, a classic of medieval philosophy.
Enjoy your plus two, pimp.
Extremely influential Mishnah Torah, the essentially.
You got to pick two cards, big man.
Torah, written and oral.
Your turn.
And at the same time, as he was doing that,
man.
he was also
fuck
a
you, dude.
world-class physician.
The fuck was that shit?
The royal family
bullshit.
And publishing, by the way, in Arabic, tractates on allergies and diet and anxiety and depression. He was like a well-known, world-famous physician at the same time as he was a world-class scholar for the ages. And
hit me with it, baby.
We have got to correct ourselves.
What you got, son? What you got, son?
To that kind of way of
no way. Frosty gets his first win. He just comes out of the gate and smacks me in the face. Send me another invite, big dog.
In society and make our full commitments. So these are the three
look at Frosty go.
That
Frosty just said, Rabbi,
sharp point in the 18th
I don't
century.
give a flying
Obviously,
fuck.
These are not.
I'm gonna whoop your ass.
These elements.
And he did.
I think
are you gonna send me an invitation? You're gonna jerk yourself off raw.
Or another present in every.
Yo, pimp, are you gonna send me an invitation?
But it happens that they are remarkably evident in the 18th century in particular. Now,
are you sure?
The 18th century. So let's take it back a little bit to
send it again.
The 17th century. And try to see what kind of things were happening that led Jews to this unusual point. One of the most important developments that took place over the course of the 15th and 16th and especially 17th century was the expansion of the Sephardic diaspora. I'm sure you're all familiar that the Jews were expelled from Spain
you, dude.
in 1492.
Dude, that's fucking garbage.
Portugal, which is just on
6 cards, man. Come on.
And then they
what
too eventually had to migrate from Portugal for persecution. Although the experience of Portuguese Jews is very different in one key area. That is that most of the Jews who fled Portugal were, in fact, the overwhelming majority, were in fact already baptized as Christians. And this had a very significant impact on the entire population of world Jewry, not only throughout the Mediterranean basin, as shown here, but also in the New World. Basically, the story is
Oh,
like this.
Frosty had to
In
pick a card.
1391, a
Frosty had
century
to pick
before
a
the expulsion
card.
from Spain, there was
Everybody
a
loved
mass
when Frosty
wave of
picked a
forced
card.
conversions of Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And
Bum,
forced
bum, bum,
conversions
bum.
is kind of like a difficult topic for
Frosty's
the
got to
church
pick
to deal
another
with.
card.
On the one hand, officially, the
Dun,
church
dun,
has
dun,
always
dun, dun.
condemned, at least since the 5th
Oh,
century.
come on, big
they've
dog.
always
What
condemned
happened?
forced baptism
Gotcha,
because
B.
baptism
Send me
and
another invite,
adherence to
pimp.
Christianity should be something that a person
Frosty
undertakes
loves
willingly,
Ocho.
and it loses value if
Frosty
it is
loves
forced upon a
Ocho.
person. So the church has
Bum, bum,
pretty
bum,
much,
bum,
for most
bum,
of its
bum.
history, condemned
Ba, da,
forced baptisms.
da.
It's still, they happen
Do,
from
do,
time to
do,
time,
do, do,
but
do,
they
do.
typically
Bum,
did
bum,
not
bum,
receive
bum,
official
bum,
sanction.
bum,
On the
bum.
other hand,
Ba,
what do
da,
you do
da.
with a person once
Bum,
they
bum.
have already been
Ga, ga, ga,
subject
ga,
to
ga.
a forced
Ba, da,
baptism?
ba, da,
At this point,
bum,
the church was not
Ba, do,
very
do, do,
clear
do.
or consistent. In many cases, the church said, well, we didn't like the fact that someone went ahead and forcibly baptized a person. Like, for example, the son of the rabbi of Capetras, France, was seized while he was walking in the forest and dragged to a ditch. This was in the 14th century, and forcibly baptized by some hooligans. And the
Come on,
church
baby.
upheld his baptism and said that no,
Come
now he
get
is in
me.
fact Christian. He's not performed by a priest, not performed in a church or anything like that. So what the same kind of thing happened on a very large scale in Spain in the late 14th century. And what this meant was that all of a sudden Spain had this massive number of new Christians, formerly Jewish, who still consider themselves Jews, associated
Frosty.
with Jewish community.
That was totally untrue.
Married other Jews or other Jews who were forcibly baptized, and yet they were freed from all of the disabilities that were associated with Jews. They could attend colleges, they could take any kind of job they want, they didn't have residency restrictions. And since they were typically literate and numerate and urban, they had a significant advantage over the vast majority of the Spanish population in terms of advancing within the social and economic framework of the So over the course of that 100 years, Jews who were newly baptized, and as it were, they had their new driver's license that said Christian on it, and they could go anywhere with that. Even though they still behaving like Jews otherwise, they had the run of Spain in ways that they didn't have ever before. And so that's why the Spanish crown brought in the Hereditary Inquisition that strove to examine those Jews, actually literally new Christians who were still behaving as Jews, and to persecute them, to try to get them to either behave properly or they were, so to speak, relaxed, as the term goes, that relaxed to the secular authorities and even burned to the stake. Ultimately,
send me another invitation, Frosty.
The Spanish crown came up with the idea of Torquemada, the Grand Inquisitor, that one of the main reasons that this was going out of control is one way to say about why it was out of control, not for today. The reason why they couldn't control the problem was because the non-baptized Jewish community was still present. And so these newly baptized Jews still had lots of sources of information on the Torah and how to keep kosher and all of these various practices. And so that's why Torquemada made the suggestion, and the Spanish crown accepted it, to expel the Jews in 1492. The Jews who had not converted. And that's what this map primarily shows. In Portugal, a slightly different situation. They initially accepted the Jews. They didn't have a lot of choice about it because they were overwhelmed by illegal immigration. And they let them be for about 5 years with some persecution trying to get them to convert. And then finally in 1497 they forcibly converted all of them. And they imposed their own inquisition, which was even harsher than the Spanish one and lasted for centuries. So this gave even more impetus for these Portuguese Jews, who were now technically Christians, but really wanted to return to Judaism, to leave Portugal for the New World, for different parts of Europe, and in many cases to resume their Jewish identity, but not necessarily giving up the privileges of being able to travel and do business.
Frosty, where's the invite?
I know this is
Frosty,
I've
where
given you a
is
long
the
preface
invite?
here, but why is this
Oh,
important
like
to our
Frosty,
story?
Frosty.
Primarily because they're
Where
parodying
is the invite?
a totally new set of ideas.
Oh, there it is.
One of the classic examples of this is the man portrayed on the right here. Julio da Costa was his name. This is a painting from the early 20th century. Shmuel Hirschenberg's amazing works. He was associated with the Betzalel art school in Israel. Costa was one of these Portuguese Jews who was raised as a Christian, and like many of these Jews, he was not even told that he was actually Jewish by his parents until he was a young man. Because his parents were always worried of telling their children, and their children might tell other children, and the position beyond them. So he was delighted to hear that he was actually Jewish, and they fled Portugal and they made their way to Amsterdam. But when he got to Amsterdam, he was really upset.
No way, Frosty
Among other things, he found that the Jewish community was not living up to the standards that he expected of them. He had only encountered Judaism through Christian texts.
Frosty
Hebrew texts, rabbis, Jewish educators forbidden in Portugal. So he had read the New Testament and the Old Testament, and he figured that's what Jews should be like. And he was disappointed to see that Jews sometimes speak Lashon Hara, and sometimes Jews don't behave properly. He ended up denouncing the Jewish community in Amsterdam multiple times because he was kind of like, a Baal Tshuva who says, hey, don't you have to bench after you eat that cookie? Things like that. He was like so difficult and irritating to them in the Amsterdam community. He had other concerns. They ended up literally, they excommunicated him 3 times, and unfortunately he ultimately he chose to commit suicide, leaving behind an 11-page suicide note that described his religious frustrations. But he brought with him a very critical eye towards Judaism that was born from love.
Oh, you got me good, son. You got me really good.
Trying to discover
Send me another invite, pimp.
Saying, wait a minute,
send me another invite, pimp.
Why aren't you behaving?
Send me another invite. Send me another invite. Send me another invite, pimp. That was great.
Sitting on his lap in this fanciful portrait, it is unlikely that anything like this ever happened. It's a representation of the young Baruch Spinoza, also of Amsterdam, who painted here by Shmuel Hirschenberg as well. A few years later, was of course expelled from, excommunicated more formally from Amsterdam for espousing radical new criticisms of the Bible. New ways of reading the Bible ultimately would influence modern academic study of the Bible and erode traditional Jewish belief. So the Portuguese diaspora, which is spread now throughout the entire Mediterranean basin, Northern Europe, it is in Brazil in particular, eventually it'll make its way up to New York, which was New Amsterdam at the time. They're carrying a whole different sense of what Judaism is, and they are open to new thoughts. They are not deeply rooted in the past, and so they expose the populations that they move among with a broad new perspective on Judaism. You add to that the tremendous demographic upheaval that's happening in the eastern part of Europe, specifically in Ukraine, where you have a massive peasant uprising.
Oh, baby girl, gotcha, Frosty, I gotcha. Send me another invite, Frosty. Send me another invite, Frosty. Send me another invite, Frosty.
Unhappy with the feudal status that they were stuck within in Ukraine. They were dissatisfied with the Polish overlords, and they were deeply angry with the Jewish leaseholders called arrendators. And so they rose up against the Poles and against the Jewish employees, and there were massacres throughout Ukraine, Poland, and even reaching north towards Lithuania. It's hard to get a really good number on how many Jews were killed, Reasonable estimates put it at about 15,000, which is a massive number for the time. And this also caused a significant demographic shift of a lot of Jewish refugees who moved
Send
to the
me
West.
another
So you have
invitation.
incredible change
Please
going
send me
on
another
in Europe after
invitation.
the 17th century. The intellectual challenge posed by the Sephardic diaspora, especially the Portuguese diaspora, and the uprising of the Magnitsky rebellion in the middle of the 17th century. One last detail that's so important: the hunt for heresy was really engaged in the 17th century, primarily as a result of this man, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was well regarded as a youth. He was somewhat of a dreamy individual, used to like to go off into the forest, meditate on his own.
Are you
He had a
serious?
beautiful singing voice. He was
Are
a
you
sought
serious?
after groom, but he refused all offers of marriage until much later in life when he went through a series of rather strange marriage, including a marriage to a Torah scroll at one point. The older historiography tended to portray Shabbatai Tzvi as some kind of villain, some kind of charlatan.
Frosty.
But newer historiography
What a
in the
win,
later
dog.
20th century
What a win.
suggests
Send
that
me
perhaps he
another
was
invite,
suffering
Pimp.
from a type of bipolar disorder or manic depressive kind of state. At any rate, as he became older, and again it fits roughly with the age of the onset of schizophrenia common for young men, he began to experience what he called illuminations, which gradually increased to the point that he believed that he could levitate, he believed that he had grandiose powers invested in him, and specifically when he connected with one individual named Nathan of Gaza, he believed that he was in fact Mashiach, the Messiah. Nathan of Gaza was a supreme propagandist and was able to parlay a lot of the popularity of Shabbatai Tzvi into a Europe-wide movement in which all over the continent, in particular incidentally in Amsterdam, where we were just a few minutes ago, Jews sold all of their belongings, sold their property at pennies on the dollar in order to follow Shabbatai Tzvi to Jerusalem. Shabbatai Tzvi went to arrange a meeting with the Ottoman Sultan who controlled Jerusalem and said, okay, here I am, I'm the Messiah. It's now time for you to give me Jerusalem. And the Ottoman Sultan responded, very nice to meet you, Mr. Messiah. I have a better idea. How about I keep Jerusalem and you convert to Islam? And on the pain of death, Shabbatai Tzvi converted to Islam along with his wife and many of his followers who assumed that, well, wait a second, if Shabbatai Tzvi is Mashiach
look at these
and
greens.
the Messiah is converting to Islam, must mean that
Come get
Jews
some,
must
son.
also go through
Come get some,
Islam
son.
in order to
Come
bring
get
about
some,
the final
son.
era
Oh,
of redemption. These
how'd
Jews,
you
by
like
the way,
that?
were
Frosty,
well known
how'd
right
you
up
like
into the
that?
20th century. They
How did you
constantly
like
distinct
that, son?
group in
How
Syria
did
and
you
Turkish
like that,
prophets
son?
called the Dunmen.
How did you like that,
But
son?
most Jews realized that they had made a mistake by following Shabbatai Tzvi. They returned devastated and penniless back to their homes in Europe, and there was a very sour taste in the collective mouth of European Jewry over any kind of this Kabbalistic Messiah business. So you had
big mistake.
a few, surfaces of this, for example, in the Eiberschutz controversy, in which one famous European rabbi
Send me
accused
another
famous
invite if you
European
wish.
rabbi of
Send me
secretly
another
being a
invite if
follower
you
of
wish.
Shabbatai Tzvi. And as his proof, he produced several of these kinds of documents. This is
going
a Jewish amulet known
It's his
in
turn,
Hebrew as a
and he
Hameya,
is going
that
to
were
put a
written
four.
for various mystical purposes, to
His
bring
turn.
about healing or to arrange a match
His
or
turn.
some other theurgical
Everybody
goal.
knows.
And so there's a lot of
It's
fighting. People
Frosty's
took the side
turn.
of no, he's not a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi. Others saying, so what if he is a follower of Shabbatai Tzvi? And you had a lot of conflict throughout the region. It even affected some of the great classic thinkers of Judaism, such as the incredible Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, known as the Ramchal. His book, the Mesilat Yesharim, is one of the most widely accepted books among all three groups today. Hasidim, Misnagdim, and the Haskalah all love the works of the Ramchal, but in his lifetime,
Oh, son,
he was
how'd you like that,
mercilessly
B?
pursued.
Hit me with another one, Frosty. Hit me with another one, Frosty. Hit me with another one. Hit me with another one. Hit me with another one, Frosty.
His writings were lost forever because in a plea agreement to allow him to escape the arrest of the community there, the Jewish community, he agreed to give up his writings, which were in a sealed chest, and the rabbi involved in adjudicating the case ordered that they be buried, and they were never found again. So some of this is one of the greatest stylists thinkers of Jewish history, and somewhere these writings are that's kind of like the intellectual environment in the 17th century is like everyone is looking over their shoulder for possible heresy, for the lingering shadow of Shabbatai Tzvi, and there's the demographic upheaval. There's like challenges to really fundamental basic things. Questions like who wrote the Bible? Like, wow, that's the kind of thought that's coming out of Spinoza. All of these things are swirling around Europe when we get to the period under discussion. Let's have a look at this map and just try to understand where Jews lived during this period, and specifically where these movements made their great demographic resources. This map shows you the growth in the Jewish population between 1800 and 1850, which is really more towards the end period when we're discussing. But I don't think you can like this map as opposed to another one created by this wonderful institute, International Institute of Jewish Genealogy, is that it shows some growth in larger orange circles on top of the green.
Send me another invite.
So here's a rough map of Eastern Europe.
I love playing
this large sort of beigeish color is the Russian Empire, and you've got the Austrian Empire here, the German Empire here, and sort of the lighter beige. And in these three areas, first we have the area that is associated with the growth of Hasidism. Typically, southern Poland and western Ukraine are the areas where the Hasidic movement had its historic strength, although the influence extends far beyond that narrow area of Romania and Poland and so on. There are even Hasidim in the Lithuanian region. In fact, Chabad is a Lithuanian Hasidic movement, far from the center of its establishment under the Baal Shem Tov. Then you have this overlapping region that is associated with the traditionalists, the opponents, the so-called Mitnagdim, those who oppose Hasidism. The ground zero of the Mitnagdim, of course, is Vilnius, right? The great home of the Vilna Gaon, but the ideas nevertheless were prevalent throughout the region.
Frosty, that was dirty, son.
One of the big reasons for the split, as we should discuss next week, focus more on the conflict between these groups, is that the strongest centers of learning were really based in the north, and one of the reasons for the expansion of Hasidism is that Jews there felt disenfranchised.
I just got an invite. Oh, I just got an invite from
Frosty. They felt like no one was taking care of their spiritual well-being until the Baal Shem Tov. And then the third group, the ground zero for them is definitely Berlin. These are the Hasidim, the adherents of the Haskalah. They tend to have much more impact towards Western Europe, but nevertheless huge overlaps in this kind of Venn diagram of Jewish thought and spirituality. Huge overlaps with the regions that are dominated by Mitnagdim and by Hasidim. So it is into this maelstrom into which the tectonic plates are all shifting with all kinds of brand new ideas
And in a threatening environment where there's great demographic upheaval, population movements, political change, that's when you have these three rebellions get underway. And that's where I hope we will
What are you going to do, son?
God willing, when we meet again.
What are you going to
at
do,
7:30
son?
on Wednesday night. So with that, I'm going to conclude
What's your
my
next move,
presentation,
baby?
and hope to entertain some
Gotta
of your
get another
questions.
card, son. Oh, no, you don't. Frosty, just look me eye to eye, man to man. Slap me in the face. Hit me with another one, Frosty. Hit me with another one, Frosty. Frosty play the green skate. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Ba da ba ba. Bum bum da do. Oh, you won! No way! Frosty just out of nowhere started playing like a champ. Reload. Oh, baby girl. Hit me with it, baby. Oh, how'd you like that, son? Oh, no, you're coming back with something. Oh, what is that? Are you serious? Frosty. Oh, baby. I've never seen somebody with so many cards. Frosty has all the cards now. Bum, 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 bum.
Where we left off last week, we looked at
we
the 18th
didn't have a
century
yellow.
as the locus of three contemporary revolutions, three movements, intellectual, spiritual movements that had a dramatic impact on the way Jews thought in the 18th century, and I would like to tender for your consideration that we are still thinking in those ways right now, even in the 21st century. So my goal last week was to give you some of the precursors to that tumultuous century in terms of Jewish intellectual and spiritual history. Today, I'd like to go a little bit more deeply into the details of how the Hasidic movement was born and how the Misnagdic movement was also born in reaction to the creation of the Hasidic movement. Ironically, even though the Misnagdim, the traditionalists, if you will, known literally as the opponents to Hasidim, that's literally what the word Misnagdim means, one who opposes. Even though they are, kind of defending the status quo, their vision of the status quo had to change because of their encounter with Hasidism. So even the traditionalism that they claimed to be defending was now becoming reformed or revolutionized as a result of their contact with the Hasidim. So that's my goal for today, is to look at the rather nasty clash between these two movements in the late 18th century. Next week, when we conclude our series, we're going to add to the mix the Hasidim, the Jewish enlighteners, who are primarily based a little bit west in Berlin, and bringing a radical challenge to both the Hasidim and the Misnagdim that will really result in tremendous upheavals in the Yiddish Gas, the Jewish street. Okay, so let us start by beginning with a fairly basic question. What exactly is Hasidism?
What are
What does it stand for? What is so
revolutionary
about
what I'm talking about?
So if we try to distinguish Hasidism from the religio-cultural milieu from which it emerged, it becomes actually increasingly difficult to really pin down what is precisely different about Hasidism vis-a-vis Misnagdism, the traditionalist background that Jews came from. Just to give you a couple of examples, if we make a little chart here
that has left practice or belief, and then we put in the next column what the Misnagdim believe, and then finally what the Chassidim believe.
It all comes down
One of the
to
most
this,
basic
son.
elements
It all
that
comes down
divides
to this. Got it.
Jewish movements is
Kobe,
their relationship to the
69th
number
win,
613,
baby.
which of course is well known
Reload
to
it,
Orthodox
Pip.
Jews in particular. It refers to the traditional count of the commandments, referred to in a Talmudic passage without necessarily enumerating these 613. It later becomes a major point of discussion in the medieval period as the commentators strive to actually figure out what are the exact 613 commandments.
Here we go, son.
Related to this number
Just play that
613
five,
is
son.
this notion that
Just play that
all of
other
the
five,
commandments,
son.
both those that
play
are
that five,
explicit
son.
in the text of the
Play the
Torah and
seven,
those
son.
that are
Look
explained
at this
in the
move.
oral Torah, like in
Look
the
at
Mishnah,
this
for
move. Another
example,
seven, son.
come from God. That is
Look
Torah
at this move.
from Sinai.
What is
or
that
Torah
move?
from God at Sinai.
Uncool.
The concept of
Uncool.
Torah Sinai, Torah coming from a divine source,
No.
the text of the
Look at
Torah
this
being
move.
perfect and accurate and so on.
Look at
That's
this
pretty
move.
much a standard core belief
Oh.
for Orthodox Jews. How do the
Frosty's up.
Misnagdim and their Hasidim
Frosty
feel about
plays
it?
the two.
Well, identical.
F that.
Right? The
F
Misnagdim
that, dude.
certainly believe in this idea of 613 commandments coming from God to Moses in the form of the written in the oral Torah. The Hasidim believe it identically. Maybe we could argue about which customs were added
Reload.
on, but even the Hasidim who practice those customs do not recognize them as being
Frosty,
a
that was
distinct
fun as
commandment. So
fuck.
they're,
Thank you
they're
so much.
definitely right on par with this core theological belief. And if we break out of those 613, the three basic groups of commandments,
That's okay.
which
You're
are
good at.
really
You're good
considered
at.
sort of the sine qua non
At Ocho.
of traditional Judaism, then there may be a better sense of how they differ. So, for example, the observance of Shabbat is really crucial. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim adhere to the notion that Shabbat begins at sundown and ends at nightfall, and that there are 13
You get better, big
categories
dog.
of prohibited activities and so on. They may disagree on a few details, like, for example, the Hasidim would like to add a little bit more to Shabbat in general, taking it out later than maybe the Misnagdim do, but it's a detail. They certainly agree that Shabbat is sacred. Kashrut, same kind of thing. Both of them agree that kashrut is mandatory, keeping kosher. They may disagree on the precise details of how one slaughters an animal according to the law, but they agree that one must slaughter an animal according to the law and so on. And finally, the laws of intimacy, or taharat and mishpacha, the laws of family purity, which is a euphemism for private family life. Both the Misnagdim and the Hasidim are completely on board with this group of halachos as well, as they are with all 610 other mitzvot. So what exactly separates them? There's so much that they have in common, yet when we see them, we tend to be able to see this. Well, that's a chassid, and that is a nitnaged.
Word, dog.
Much like
maybe someday,
Mahavdil obscenity. So I would like to tender that in many ways,
Nope.
really a
Nope.
matter of style, that the Hasidim have
I go outside every day,
vector
but
that they follow with
God
their
willing, never
style that
I wanna
expresses
shoot for the
itself in
rest of my
so
life.
many different areas where there is room for interpretation in how one actualizes Jewish practice, but it is not a theological game-ending kind of controversy. Let us recall that the Hasidim are engaged in what I termed a rebellion of discovery.
Judaism.
They are looking back in the
Also known as
tradition,
ultra-Orthodox.
particularly to the Kabbalistic tradition of Rabbi Isaac Luria, the Ari of blessed memory, and they're trying to find details and nuggets of practice and of thought that are embedded in that mystical tradition.
That's cool,
and to
Tim.
bring it to the fore. They're not inventing things out of whole cloth. They are discovering things that are already present in the tradition. And it is new in that they are adopting behaviors that have not been seen before, but nevertheless, it is not ab initio creation. The rebellion of tradition is what the Misnagdim will be exemplifying, in that they're going to try and hold fast to the tradition as they understand it, although, as I mentioned earlier, by the very attempt of forcing tradition to be reified in a model that they understand to be a historical reality, that in itself represents some change in the bias.
Let's do it again.
So I would like to argue that the style vector that the Hasidim follow is that they are Jewish, but even more so. What they do is like Jewish plus. We see this actually.
Your whole
in the
life
name
is a
that they
flex.
use to describe themselves.
Your whole
The
life
term
is a flex.
Hasid, it's hard to translate technically into English. It's associated with the word chesed, which means like kindness, sometimes translated as loving kindness. But the root idea behind it is just like a kindness is different from something which is righteous, right? The word for tzedakah, for charity, is righteousness because it's the right thing to do, right? If someone has a lot of money and someone else has very little money, then it is incumbent upon the person with a lot of money to help out the person with a little money with regards, the basic necessities of life. That's just called tzedek, or righteous. Chesed, however, is going beyond that, saying, okay, I have helped you out according to what the dictates of the law require. Let's say I gave my 10% in my maaser, my tithe, to the rabbi to distribute to the poor. I get it. I'm exempt. But I see you, and I've already, even though I'm exempt, I want to do more. That's chesed. It's extra. It's Jewish plus. And we see this idea of this chasidut, this extra, expressed in so many ways in Hasidic practice. I'll take one. For example, the visible payos, the growing of the hair by the temples, which is codified in the Bible, but it's sort of in a negative way. It says you're not allowed to shave the sides of your head, but it doesn't say anywhere that you have to let it grow especially long. You're just not allowed to shave it. So the tradition right up until really the 15th, 16th century was to have haircuts like everybody else. But under the influence of the Arizal, who said that it has Kabbalistic meaning to allow the hairs there to grow long, so the Hasidim say if we're not allowed to shave them, we're not even going to trim them. And hence you have the long curling locks by the sides of the head. The Yemenites also follow this particular practice, but it is relatively new in Jewish tradition. It's about 500 odd years old, which is like yesterday in Jewish tradition. It's kind of ironic, I know, to show you this picture of Rothschild because they're wearing glued on falsy payos. They're not even the real thing. They're actors, but nevertheless, you get the idea. Now, just to illustrate this, so this illustrates the idea of being a chassid means seeing what I can do and then doing more extreme, more demonstrable, more visible, more in-depth. It adds a tremendous amount of life and as well a tremendous amount of behavioral restrictions because of this thrust of this approach to Judaism is so prevalent in Hasidism. But let us not forget that the Misnagdim are also affected by this because it's not like it's off the rails, it's just not common. So even the Litvisha payos, that is the payot worn by Lithuanian Misnagdim, also is affected by the fact that the Hasidim are growing these. So if you know many yeshiva boys who go to places like Beis Medrash Gavoa in Lakewood or the Mir, it's very, very common for these traditional Misnagdim establishments to have lots of young men wearing peyot, but like for example tucked behind their ears. It is a Lithuanian adaptation to a Hasidic adaptation, which is an illustration of how it's a rebellion of tradition, but it also represents change as a result of this content. So that's kind of like the style of what Hasidism is all about, and that's really what defines it at its root, is that everywhere you look, you find Hasidim just kind of pushing the envelope of what one may do Jewishly, always in a more involved fashion. How did this movement start? Well, there are many different approaches in the historiography. I'm going to take you through very quickly 6 basic approaches to how Hasidim got so popular. The first great historian of the Hasidim was actually one of its opponents. He actually will be part of our discussion more next week as well, because he was an important misnaged, or an opponent to Hasidim. He kind of regrets writing in German in the latter part of the 19th century. Many of you may have on your shelves the great 6-volume translation of his World History of the Jewish People, translated by Henrietta Zoll, incidentally. And he had a very dim view of Hasidism. He felt that it was obscurantist and backward and illiterate, and it represented all of the worst things about Judaism, going in the opposite direction of what he wanted to encourage, which was more engagement with European culture and society and language and so on. He felt that the Hasidim were like hopelessly superstitious and backward, and he was embarrassed by them. They were the Ostjuden, the Eastern Jews that were so different from the kind of Western modern Jew that he was trying to approach. On the other hand, Shimon Dubnov, who came from Eastern Europe and remained there, the great historian martyred by the Nazis, one of his last words to his students as he lay dying in a street in Lithuania from a gunshot wound was "Schreib und verschreib," write and record, words that resonate in the minds of all historians of the period since then. Dubno felt that even though you could level some of those accusations of superstition and of illiteracy at the Hasidim, he felt that it was actually a genuine expression of a Jewish joie de vivre, a joy of life, simchas hachayim, that was an honest and valuable expression of the Jewish life in Eastern Europe, and it was in many ways a rebellion against the oppressive conditions of the Tsarist Empire. Martin Buber, not strictly speaking a historian, a philosopher rather, nevertheless was fascinated with Dubno's approach, and he followed it up by translating many of the Hasidic stories that he encountered with a slightly tendentious editing, trying to locate the beauty of Hasidism and its appeal in the narrative power of its stories that were such an important part of Hasidic teachings. But nevertheless, it's like Dubno, arguing for a kind of natural wellspring of Jewish wisdom expressed in Eastern Europe. Gershom Scholem, the great expert of the Kabbalah, a pioneering researcher, he said essentially, in more of a negative way, that Hasidism was the kind of hangover of the followers of Shabtai Tzvi, we discussed last week, the disgraced false messiah of the 17th century. And many of Shabtai Tzvi's ideas and attitudes and approaches to Judaism were captured by the early Hasidim and regurgitated in a theologically more acceptable format. So he definitely had kind of a negative approach to that. Ben Zion Dinor, an Israeli scholar, fascinating approach, essentially argued that it was essentially economic in nature because of the structure of the Jewish community, who frequently had corrupt rabbis who could essentially buy their position in order to live off the tax receipts for kosher meat and the candle tax and so on. And the Hasidim, by following charismatic leaders that were separate from the main community, could avoid paying the taxes to the town rabbi, and this created an alternate revenue stream and an alternate power structure that allowed Jews to seek out the spiritual leaders they really wanted. And finally, in this kind of rapid tour of some of the major approaches to how Hasidism acquired such momentum in Eastern Europe, the thought of Ada Rappaport-Albert is especially fascinating, looking at the gendered aspect of Hasidism. Now, this is an area of research that requires a lot more study, especially because, for the most part, Hasidism is a male venture. We talk about the Rabbis are almost completely male. There are actually a few really remarkable female Hasidic leaders, even in the 19th century. And it's almost always about male Hasidim going to visit their Rebbes and hearing their teachers. And you don't hear a lot about the women, but Ada Rappaport Albert really pioneered the study of the impact of modernization and women's thought on the growth of Hasidism. Too much for us today, but I think fascinating insight into their work. So, as you can see from this quick look at 6 important historians, there's no real agreement on a single simple cause for the rise of Hasidism. I forgot to mention, by the way, especially you see in Dubno's work, that many historians felt that the Jews in the southern part of the Pale of Settlement, the region where Jews were allowed to live in Eastern Europe, well, actually, this predates the Pale of Settlement in Polish Lithuania, they felt disenfranchised because they were not being served by the great intellectual leaders of the north, like the Vilna Rebbe. So there's really no real consensus on a single monolithic reason why this movement caught such fire. So we have to turn to the actual people who are involved. And that brings us to a discussion of Moshe Rossman, who is a great historian who did what was largely impossible for much of the 20th century, which was to get behind the Iron Curtain and actually look in the archives.
See his picture.
What's going on in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth at this time when Hasidism was born. So the problem is that for researchers of Hasidism, until Professor Rossman did much of his research, we were limited to the literary study of the lives of people like the founder of the Hasidic movement, Israel Ben Eliezer, known as the Baal Shem Tov. We had very hagiographic books like this one, Shivchei HaVesht, which means in praise of the Baal Shem Tov, which was kind of like a melange of good historical data buried within miracle stories and legends and some obvious falsifications or fabrications, especially because this went through several editions and you can usually see layers of editing and material that was added. And it was really difficult to tease out who exactly founded the Hasidic movement. There were even some scholars who doubted whether this Israel Ben Eliezer was a real person. But when Professor Rossman made it to Poland and got into the archives there, which had been largely closed to Western scholars during the bulk of the 20th century, he not only discovered that there was a real Baal Shem Tov, but he even found his tax returns. Amazing. What we're looking at right now is just one of many fascinating documents that we found, in which there is a kind of like a property evaluation and tax remittal document that was prepared in Polish for the Polish crown. And you can see that in house number 93, it's kind of like enlarged here. In house number 93, there was a man living called Baal Shem, and in other documents it's spelled out more clearly. Baal Shem Tov was his name, and he was exempt from paying taxes. What Professor Rossman discovered is that yes, there was a man named Israel Baal Shem Tov, and he lived between 1699 and 1760 in this town of Medjugorje, and that he had a tax-free existence, not quite as a rabbi. Sometimes in the documents he's actually called a doctor, in the sense of a professor, rather than necessarily a physician. And his main job appears to be the provision of amulets and spiritual guidance to the people of Medjugorje. Services rendered in return were provided with he was provided with a salary for himself and his dependents, and a free house in which to live, like a parsonage, as it were. So he was a real figure, and he served in a quasi-rabbinic fashion, not precisely a rabbi in the sense that we've seen in other contexts, but really as a proto-Hasidic leader. So let's try and understand the Baal Shem Tov within the context of his precursors to try to understand why this middle-sized village would hire a person like the Baal Shem Tov in the face of the possibility of non-traditional rabbinic leadership. This is a photograph of my good friend and colleague, Dr. Yochanan Petrovsky Stern, in his youth. This picture was taken in Kiev in 1992. He was one of the first people to gain access, just like Rabbi Professor Moshe Rossman. He was one of the first people to gain access to Soviet archives working in Kiev, and he especially worked in the Vernadsky Library, where he discovered the writings of one person called Hillel Baal Shem. The term Hillel Baal Shem turns out to be extremely important here. The person that we associate with the foundation of Hasidism is called the Baal Shem Tov. I mean, his proper name was Israel ben Eliezer, but Baal Shem Tov literally means master of the good name. That's a literal translation, but it's not actually an accurate translation. A Baal Shem means a master of God's name in the sense of someone who is able to write a good amulet. Amulets were incredibly widespread in 18th century Ukraine. These were kind of like written petitions for theurgic purposes, meaning asking that God affect some change in one's life, ensure a person a livelihood, ensure health, safe delivery, conception, marriage, all kinds of things. You would go to a person who is called a Baal Shem, a master of names, the name of God, and that person would write out a document for you, sometimes illustrated with mystical symbols and things like that. And then that would be sort of like your Jewish prophylactic to protect you against danger. This sounds, very foreign perhaps to a 21st century mindset, but if you go next time to your local Judaica store, you may find like this little rack there with these laminated cards that you can put in the crib of a newborn baby, or a little birkas habayis, a blessing on the house that you might take home and put on your wall, or a special prayer for one's practice, one's business, one's medical profession. These are all essentially in the category of amulets. The Hebrew term or Aramaic term is kneo, that were professionally produced. And as you might expect, many of these Baalei Shem were essentially snake oil salesmen. They were, charlatans who were producing these things for money, and they had no special training, and they were just, it was just a business in people's hopes, fears, desires, and so on. The Baal Shem Tov, by the way, Hillel Baal Shem was perhaps the most famous of these tens of Baalei Shem that Dr. Petrovsky Stern discovered that were wandering around Ukraine at this time in the early 18th century. Hillel Baal Shem was one of the more interesting ones in that he left behind a large manuscript called Sefer HaCheshek, in which he wrote down all kinds of samples of legitimate amulets with instructions on how to create them, how to manipulate the divine names with various spellings and so on, when it should be used, when it should not be used, and so on. And he specifically directed that his book should not be published. He did not want to make that big trip from manuscript to book because he felt that the printed book would be too widely circulated, and these were secrets of the Torah that should be preserved only for the legitimate few. So that's the cultural milieu from which the Baal Shem Tov emerges. Now he is known, however, as the Baal Shem Tov, the master of the good name, and there's a question about what is the Tov referring to? Is it referring to the name of God, meaning the Shem Tov, or is it referring to the good Baal Shem, meaning when you look at all those other charlatans and snake oil salesmen and late night TV salesmen, this is not like this. The Baal Shem Tov is really distinct from them. But ultimately, he is performing the same kind of function in 18th century Medjugorje and is highly valued for this. It is important to note that a lot of this comes to light only in the late 18th century as book culture really begins to take hold in Eastern Europe. Much of the wars that I'm going to describe now between the Misnagdim and the Hasidim circulate and are amplified by the statements that appear in print, as opposed to the much more humble and much more localized manuscript culture that occurred. And Hillel Baal Shem is an excellent example of someone who recognized the implications of book culture, which, if you want to put it in modern context, the controversies over books in the 18th century and turn of the 19th century are like the controversies we have today over Twitter. Right? Someone writes something on Twitter, and there's a huge explosion as a result of it, and it's like lots of heat, but very little light in a short period of time, and then it dies down. So book culture was like that then. That was the social media of the day, the Havdil Aleph Dollars. So let's look at we looked a little bit about what Hasidism is, and how we believe it started, and the fact that there was really an originator. Let's try to understand how this new burgeoning movement interacted with the traditionalist Lithuanians and how they opposed it initially.
Come on,
So,
bitch.
much of the research that has been appearing in the last 20 years has been arguing that the Hasidim did not see themselves as a movement in the lifetime of the Baal Shem Tov. When he died in 1760, he was just viewed as being part of a continuity from the past in terms of those amulet makers who were popular leaders and very charismatic and wonder workers and so on. And in fact, even through the next generation, the Baal Shem Tov himself had two highly distinguished pupils, one of whom went on to have 5 more really highly distinguished pupils. They also didn't regard themselves as being part of a distinct tradition. It is only when they met the opposition from the Misnagdim that they began to coalesce around the idea that Hasidism was a thing unto itself. Now, I mentioned that the Baal Shem Tov had 2 distinct, very important Talmidim, one of his students, Yaakov Yosef of Polmoide, and Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich. Dov Ber is, for our purposes, much more significant because, unlike Yaakov Yosef, Dov Ber assembled 5 really important students. And it's also clear from the research into his work that it's not like he was trying to establish a school. The 5 of them really only met with him very infrequently, and some of his most important students, like the Shneir Zerman of Liadi, actually only met with him in a very limited fashion. But nevertheless, these 5 disciples, who are kind of like the intellectual grandchildren of the Baal Shem Tov, they are the founding dynasties. Like everything comes really from these 5 students. I'm going to identify one in particular. We could certainly speak about the other 4 in great length, but for tonight, given the scope of our talk, we look at Rabbi Shlomo Zalman of Liadi, who is the founder of the Chabad Hasidim, very important Hasidic movement in America and around the world today, and also very much involved in the conflict with the Misnagdim. This map here from Marcin Bodzinski's amazing historical atlas of Hasidism gives you a sense of the spread of the Hasidic movement from Mezrich as a result of the work of the Maggid. As I mentioned, the self-consciousness of the Hasidim saying, hey, we are a thing, we are a movement, really begins right around the death of Red Dov Ber, because that's when they begin to feel the real weight of the opposition of this man, Eliyahu of Vilna, known as the Vilna Gaon. The Vilna Gaon, whose years were 720 to 1797, was the unparalleled spiritual king of Eastern Europe.
He did not, strictly speaking, serve as a pulpit rabbi. He rather spent much of his time learning in seclusion. He composed a tremendous amount of commentary on the Talmud and on Kabbalistic literature as well. And he began to react to reports of the behavior of these followers of the Maggid of Nazareth and others. And news began to circulate that he was going to support a ban, a cherem, that is a formal repudiation of these rabbis and their students, and that this would have tremendous implications for the functioning of this nascent movement. What were the main charges? Well, I'm going to list a few of them in order here, and we'll unpack them in pieces. One of the first charges, what was wrong with these Hasidim, especially because we saw in the very beginning of this lecture that they're really so much like the Misnagdim, the opponents. It's not like you can point at one doctrine and say, hey, see, look at this. This is what they do. This is against the Torah. It's not a really clear-cut thing. But one thing is for sure, they're organizing separate prayer groups. This has tremendous significance because the Jews were organized in the Kehillah structure of Eastern Europe within a fairly tight hierarchical command, and that when Jews would separate from the the given synagogue in a town, this represents a fractioning of often not a large population. It transgressed a rabbinical, it's not exactly a commandment, but it's kind of an exhortation that we see in Pirkei Avot, Al tifrosh min hatzibur, do not separate from the community.
So this is a Western place?
It would be more serious than what we see in America today of a breakaway minion, because as we saw earlier with Ben Zion Dinor, it would represent a diversion of a revenue stream as Hasidim begin to gravitate towards unofficial spiritual leaders who are not the town rabbis, that they are not officially appointed in any way. And if those Hasidim find a way to economically support this charismatic leader and do it by not spending money on things that whose tax revenue goes to support the town rabbi, that represents an economic challenge, as we saw briefly in the work of Ben Zion. Related to that, a little bit more halachic in nature, the Hasidim ignore mandated prayer times. And earlier I talked about how the Hasidim are like kind of Jewish only more so, and this appears to be more of a clear violation of halakha. But the reality is a little more complicated because, let's say, for example, the discussion in the Talmud is it better to say a lot of prayers and have your mind somewhere else, or is it better to say fewer prayers and really concentrate on what you're meaning? Tov ma'at b'kavana. The answer, of course, is it's much better to say less prayers. But
look at this athleticism, folks.
And that's an operating concept in halakha. So the Hasidim would argue, what good is it to rush to shul early in the morning when you haven't had a chance to wake up properly, and you're not going to be able to focus. You're just going to rattle off the words, and they won't mean anything. It's much better and much more in keeping with this idea of Tov Ma'at V'Kavana. You wake up on time, and moreover, although the Misnagdim typically do not eat before they pray because it's considered rude to God that you should take care of your own stomach before you take care of greeting your Creator, they would say, what kind of idea is that? You should be able to settle yourself and be focused and centered before you go to prayer. And they would offer, for example, metaphors of like when you go to the forest to chop down a tree, doesn't it make sense to sharpen the axe first? Like that famous statement, which is attributed to Abraham Lincoln. If I had 6 hours to cut down a tree, I would spend 1 hour cutting, but 5 hours sharpening the axe. Right, so this is the reasoning they would say, that they would ignore the mandated prayer times, and they would daven shacharis a little bit later in the morning.
So what difference does it make? That way we'll daven better, which isn't it that more important to God, so to speak. So it's not a clear break of tradition, but it's kind of like bending the rules in order to make this a more rich spiritual experience. He said they're separating. Notice that all three of these things refer to separating from community. They stopped saying the traditional Ashkenazic prayers in the Siddur that was used in Ashkenaz, and they started using a prayer book that was inspired by the Kabbalists, the Ari,
No
the
one
Arizal,
fucking
Isaac
knows,
Lurie.
dog. West Side.
They also
Look at this
separated by maintaining
athleticism.
separate kosher slaughter. And it's not that they're saying that the regular slaughter
Why
is
hasn't
not
anybody
kosher.
talked about
They
that?
would just like to be more careful, and they specifically had a
Somebody
dispute
needs to say
over
something about
whether
it.
the blade of
This
a knife
fucker sucks.
should be sharper or should be more perfectly honed. The reasons for this, I think, will take us a little bit beyond where I want to go. But basically, they argued that the knife should be handled a little bit differently than it used to be handled. But they all agreed on the laws of slaughter. But this also meant, of course, the revenue stream from the kosher meat would no longer go to the traditional town rabbi. Now it would go to the Hasidic slaughterer. The Vilna Gaon, of course, is the master of the Talmud. He says the Hasidim are just not studying them. Not surprising, given that where they come from, there are no great yeshivot like there are in northern Europe and in Lithuania. But nevertheless, he argues that they're valorizing prayer in particular over study of the Talmud,
Look at this
which is a
athleticism,
slight difference
son.
in emphasis to the Litvaks. And
Are you
instead of
done?
studying the Talmud, they're studying the Kabbalah, which is like something which is so outrageous because the Kabbalah should only be studied after you've already mastered the Talmud. The Talmud is considered the revealed Torah. The Kabbalah is considered the hidden Torah. So what are you studying the hidden things before you get the revealed things? And then there's a whole bunch of discussions about their raucous, unruly, drunken behavior, their emphasis on camaraderie and singing, and yes, alcohol was an important part of the Hasidic Farbrengen then and now. And they argued that this is really not appropriate for a much more austere, sober Lithuanian approach. The Hasidim had an expression, kalt via Litvak, right? Cold as a Lithuanian, because they see people like the Vilna Gaon and his opposition as being something which is dehumanizing. And then finally, there is a discussion to argue that they practice antinomian behavior. There's a certain amount of discussion that they practice inappropriate sexual relations, which was probably kind of a slander that slipped in from the Frankist movement, which definitely practiced these kinds of things. And that was a highly dissident movement that ended up converting to Christianity. And of course, Sabbatinism, as we've seen before. Now, as the draft text of this ban began to circulate, and ultimately it was going to be released in 1772. The Alter Rebbe,
I don't like
who
that
we mentioned
fucking
earlier,
song.
and Rabbi Menachem Mendel Vitebsk tried to go
Don't
to
look
the
at my
Vilna
fucking
Gaon
eyes.
to have a discussion with him, but it seems that the Vilna Gaon did not want to meet with him, and he removed himself from Vilna in such a way that they could not actually have a conversation with him about them, which is something that lives on in the Hasidic lore in a very important way. The Misnagdim ended up pronouncing this ban in 1772, and they actually set some Hasidic texts on fire. This was followed, not surprisingly, by Hasidic counterbans and other book burnings of Lithuanian books that were criticizing the
I like how I
Hasidim.
put that in there
This got
because it made
so out
absolutely
of
zero
hand.
people join
In
this. Zero.
1781, the
Not one.
Lithuanians and Misnagdim
Zero.
imposed an even
Zero.
stronger ban against the
Better
Hasidim
days,
that not only identified specific written works and had kind of general criticism of these behaviors, but specifically forbade non-Hasidic Jews from associating with Hasidic Jews, not maintaining friendships with them, not doing business with them, not eating their kosher slaughter, and things like that. Really strong ban in 1781. Probably the darkest moment in this period when it got way out of control was in 1794, when a Misnagdic rabbi in Pinsk lost his job, and a chassid was appointed by the community in his stead. He went to the government. He argued that Hasidism was anti-Christian and anti-government, and the Russian government was always open to hearing things like this from Jews denouncing Jews. They ended up throwing the Alter Rebbe in prison for a while, and then there was counter denunciations of the Misnagdim. Things got way out of hand, and the battle was really set between these two major groups. Now, where we are in terms of our story is that while these two groups are fighting bitterly with each other, the new factor of the masculine, the Enlightenment thinkers are going to enter the picture, and that's what we're going to talk about next week. But before we leave the fight between the Hasidim and the Misnagdim, I'd like to talk a little bit about that impact on the Misnagdim, which was in many ways unconscious, but is viewed obviously by the historians who've studied movement. This is a picture of the famous yeshiva of Volozhin. It is the most important institution of middle learning establishment in Lithuania by the Vilna Gaon's own student, Rabbi Chaim of Volozhin. And this represents in many ways kind of the reaction to Hasidim that was expressed in terms of a revolution of tradition. First of all, the Hasidim were criticized for their loose attachment to Jewish textual study, so the Lithuanians redoubled their attachment to textual study in order to distinguish just how far they were from these Hasidim, who instead of engaging in Talmudic study, which, by the way, there is definitely some grounds for that criticism in the 18th century, but as you move into the 19th century, it disappears pretty quickly, and the Hasidim are also deeply involved in Talmudic study. But the Lithuanians, they redefine themselves by saying that we are really the people of the Talmud. Whereas before they had people like the Vilna Gaon, who was the pinnacle of it and the representation of it, the Lithuanians, the Misnagdim, began to internalize it far more so than ever before, studying the text with a velocity and intensity that was unrivaled in prior generations. Another example of this revolution of tradition, the Talmud specifically became their Beilir, and they studied it more deeply than any other group. I wish I had more time to talk about the contrast between 15th and 16th century modalities of study in this part of the world, but by the time you get to the late 18th century, oh my gosh, the Litvaks are totally doubling down in the way they study the Talmud. And the Kabbalah is fascinating because, of course, the Vilna Gaon himself was a master Kabbalist, and so it's not like they could say we're against the Talmud, against the Kabbalah, against mysticism. The heroic lead figure of the Misnagdim was known for his deep Kabbalistic wisdom. So what they instead did was they carefully parsed out who can study it. It remained solely for the elite, and barriers were created to try and socially ostracize people who studied Kabbalah too early. Those, by the way, linger right into the 21st century, even though some of the greatest Kabbalists, such as, for example, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the great teacher of the Arizal, said that people should begin studying Kabbalah at 25 years of age, but that was pushed back to 40, pushed back to people over 40 who knew the Talmud and Poskim and so on. There was a kind of a pushback on popular Kabbalah.
Look at this
Chaim of Volozhin, the student of the Vilna Gaon, wrote this rather amazing book called Nefesh HaChaim, the life of the soul of life, and it's a pun, of course, because his first name is Chaim, which essentially is Kabbalah for Misnagdim. This is the Kabbalah that regular Misnagdim are allowed to learn. It is a remarkably powerful book, but fully 1/4 of it is devoted to discussing the Kabbalah involved in studying the Talmud. fascinating material. And finally, just to give you one example, which I think you'll see more closely than anywhere else, one of the ways that I didn't list it in some of the traditions, some of the first band, because it was more pronounced in later bands, but one of the arguments against the Hasidim was that they inappropriately idolized their charismatic leaders, known as the tzaddik or Rebbe, that they regarded their leaders sometimes with literal messianic posturing. They sometimes practiced something which the Misnagdim decried. That is this concept of Mesirat HaMachshava, the transference of thought, where a typical chassid would say, who am I to pray to God? I'm not holy at all. Let me pray that my prayers will be remembered by the Rebbe, and when the Rebbe prays to God, then his prayers will be accepted. And so the Misnagdim said, that smacks of idolatry. Every Jew has the right to pray directly before the King of Kings over kings, and this idea of praying that your prayer should be included in someone else's prayers is really not Jewish. So they criticized heavily what they thought was the excessive veneration of the tzaddik, but they also began to absorb that value, and the figure of the Rosh Yeshiva suddenly acquired, gradually acquired many of these characteristics. If you don't believe me, have a look at your local Judaica bookstore in the biography section, where you'll see these biographies of Rosh Yeshiva that are absolutely unbelievable and would fit very well within the Hasidic of Hasidic historiography. So that's basically what happened in the late 18th century with the birth of the Hasidic movement and the reaction of the Misnagdim. I'm going to wrap it up here, and we have time for some questions. But next week we're going to go on and look at how the introduction of the Western influence dramatically changes everything for everyone. Thank you for your patience and your endurance, and opening up for questions.
What the fuck? Sometimes I agree. Like Mike, work, bitch. I said, work, bitch. It seems today that all you see is violence in movies and sex on TV, but where are those good old-fashioned values on which we used to rely? Lucky there's a family guy. Lucky there's a man who positively can do all the things that make us laugh and cry. He's a family guy.
The last 2 weeks, we spent a lot of time talking about the incredible Hasidic revolution and the roots of that revolution and what it portended for Eastern European Jewry. We spoke about the rather harsh reaction from the Misnagdim, from the so-called opponents of the Hasidim, and even the name itself, Mitnaged or Misnagid, in the Yiddish pronunciation, refers to how the traditionalists, led by the Vilna Gaon, defined themselves by their opposition to the Hasidic movement. And so these two revolutions, so to speak, kind of fed off one another. Today we're going to speak about the entry of the third simultaneous intellectual spiritual revolution that affected the Jews of Eastern and East Central Europe, and see how the mix of these three groups really came together to form a broad swath of Jewish identities that are prevalent even in today's Jewish politics. So let me start by going to the root of the Haskalah, which we only touched on briefly in the last two lectures. The term Haskalah, it's related to the word for intelligence, and it was used as a translation for the German term of Klärung, which is, or enlightenment in English, which was the popular term used to describe this kind of movement that illuminated much of Western Europe in the 18th century. Figures like Immanuel Kant, for example, and the political ideas of Rousseau and Voltaire and others. And it contribute to this idea of an increasing emphasis on humanism, on the power of a human being, specifically a man, because they had not quite made it to consider women in the same category as men, but nevertheless still strides forward in that regard. That men could somehow be the arbiters of truth, that they could be the locus of truth, and they could translate that somehow into the political, social, and even the personal sphere. I'll give you just one example. The Lockean concept of tabula rasa emerges out of the Enlightenment. Tabula rasa meaning a blank slate. The idea that human beings are born like devoid of any data, like a slate, like a blackboard is devoid of any writing. And whatever you write on that tender child's soul, in terms of exposing them to education and experiences and so on, that's what will create the perfect human being. This kind of idea of tabula rasa and the potential that it represented was at the beating heart of the Enlightenment and also of the Skala. And when it encountered the Hasidic movement and the Islamic movement, there was quite an eruption because not all three movements saw this tabula rasa in exactly the same way.
Greatest.
Let us though go back a little bit
Go
and
fuck
explore
yourself.
some of the
Now
Jewish intellectual roots of the Haskalah. We could actually spend the entire lecture just exploring this easily. I'm going to pick out two figures, for example. One of my favorites is a rather amazing figure named Azaria del Rossi, who lived in northern Italy in the 16th century.
It's over, baby.
In many ways, not a very talented person.
Over, you fuck.
He was essentially a proofreader for the emerging publishing industry. He was a copyist. But it happened that in 1570 there was a dramatic earthquake in Ferrara, and he fled with much of the Jewish community that lived actually in a lowland very close to the river, and they were worried about the buildings collapsing, so they actually spent a couple of weeks living outdoors, a little bit like my shul during the COVID condition. They spent a couple of weeks living outdoors with the non-Jewish citizens of Ferrara in an unusual kind of environment where all of a sudden, they're all in the same boat. They're worried about what will happen to their city during this literally tectonic change. And Del Rossi struck up a friendship with some of the Christian monks who were out there at the time. And they were exchanging all kinds of ideas. And this led to kind of an epiphany, to borrow a Christian term, for Del Rossi. He ended up writing a very important work called Me'ir Einayim, the Enlightener of Eyes, and it really took a different approach to the entire way that Jews appreciated the world. It was a tremendously dramatic work because of two things. First of all, Del Rossi really had a very wide open idea when it came to what science could tell us about Torah. He did not have that kind of, instinctive rejection that we see in the church about, challenges to the Ptolemaic view of the universe with the earth at the center and the sun revolving around it. He simply said, wow, look at this. I bet there are a lot of things that we could get from science that would help us learn about the Torah. The specific connotation, by the way, was he wrote a study of earthquakes in Jewish history, starting from Tanakh and moving forward, which was really quite a fascinating thing. The second thing that was really important about Del Rossi, perhaps even more important for our purposes, is that he was completely willing to engage in frank and open dialogue with Christians. And this was something that was not as common as one would think, even in the 16th century, even after the Renaissance and so on. In many ways, we can see this trend going back much further. We see it, for example, in Maimonides' famous comment that occurs in his introduction to Pirkei Avot, called the 8 Chapters. We should accept truth from whoever speaks it, perhaps anticipating the huge challenge that his guide for the perplexed and even his Mishnah Torah would meet. He speaks in the chapters about how he compiled his commentary based on rabbinic sources and scriptural sources and even philosophers, and meaning Jewish and non-Jewish thinkers, because you have to accept truth from whoever speaks it. And these two ideas, the implications of modern science as understood within an enlightenment kind of framework of the grand possibility of figuring out everything in a Newtonian model, where if we just get the laws of the universe right, we will be able to figure out everything that ever happens in history in the future as well. And at the same time, this kind of community of scholars, this ideal of the tolerant university in which Jews could exchange in the marketplace of ideas with the same facility as non-Jews. That's something that Del Rossi embodied. And these are kind of values that, again, we can't trace these much further back in Jewish history, but they become especially important in the 18th century, and they're associated with the Haskalah. Let's not forget one other element, which I touched on in the first lecture, and I personally happen to be quite fascinated with lately, the impact of the Portuguese diaspora, which is shown in this map here.
No way!
Recall
What a
from
great
that
shot!
first lecture a couple of weeks ago that Portuguese Jews were typically Jews who had been forced to convert to Christianity, either in their first generation or for subsequent generations later, and they were artificially constrained by the Inquisition that was especially fierce in Portugal. But once they got out of Portugal, they essentially used their Christian driver's licenses to get a full pass into secular culture. And even though when they got to more hospitable climes like Amsterdam, for example, or New Amsterdam as well, here in New York City, they could shed their external Christian identity and resume their Jewish identity. By the time that happened, they may have been 2, 3, 4 generations deep in Christian education, having gone to university, having studied Christian thought, and having a somewhat attenuated idea of Jewish values, norms, history, and so on. So they're walking around with a totally different intellectual bag of tricks than your typical Jews in Europe, and they're spreading a lot of fascinating ideas. Many of them deeply challenging to the Jewish status quo. People like Spinoza, who we spoke about in the first lecture. So these things are coming together, and in the 18th century, we see them expressed so well, so powerfully in this thing called the Haskalah. Now, definitely the hero, someone who's called the grandfather of the Haskalah, is Moses Mendelssohn, here. Moses of Dessau, as he was originally known. He was something of a child prodigy. He came to Berlin, where he made much of his fame, and he distinguished himself in so many areas of intellectual inquiry. First and foremost, because he was able to shed the Yiddish, the Yiddish tinged German that most Jews spoke. That is, their Yiddish was overwhelmed their German skills, and they frequently were parodied as country bumpkins, speaking some kind of bizarre old historic form of German with a lot of strange words in it. But he learned the Hochdeutsch, the really refined, perfect contemporary German. And not only that, he was quite an able philosopher. He was able to actually enter the salons of the day and impress everyone for the sobriety of his thought, the expansiveness of his comprehension, and his fluency with the materials. It sounds strange to us now, speaking in the 21st century, but in the late 19th century, this was like, some feral child wandering out of the woods and suddenly, getting a tenured full professorship as one of the greatest universities. So he was like a cause célèbre, and for many, he was viewed as the possibility of Jews for full emancipation into Western society. He was kind of like the poster child for the very idea that Jews could have equal civil rights, that they could enter in society, they could have full privileges as German citizens, which they were not. And in fact, they would not achieve that until late in the 19th century. And in fact, a little further east in Russia, they wouldn't get it until the early 20th century. So Moses Mendelssohn stood for a lot of these forward-thinking ideas. And amazingly, he did it without jettisoning his Jewish identity. Now, you will notice from the portrait here, he was clean-shaven, which was a little bit scandalous for the era. Jews, traditionalist Jews were usually bearded, that is, males, obviously. Although there were and are halakhically permissible ways to shave the beard, it was definitely not the kind of way that Jews would look in Eastern Europe at the time. This was considered, and he was considered a Deutscher, a German, meaning he was hopelessly assimilated to Western values, but he never let go of the core observances of Judaism, and he considered himself an Orthodox Jew, although that term was not coined at the time. It wouldn't be coined until a good half century after his death. He considered himself essentially an observant Jew in all ways. One of the sad aspects of Mendelssohn's life is that he was unable to provide this kind of sophisticated articulation of both a Jewish and a civic German identity to his grandchildren, all of whom adopted Christian lifestyles. But nevertheless, for his generation, for his time, he was essentially an observant Jew who had imbibed the greatest thought circulating in Western Europe at the time, and was essentially saying to German society, hey, you should think about how you treat the Jews, because we have tremendous potential to contribute to society, and we can only really get there if, for example, you allow us to attend university. He was completely self-taught. If you allow us to, pursue the occupations that are currently closed to Jews, and so on. So he's kind of like the grandfather of the Haskalah. But at the same time, we should also be aware that there are other figures, like, for example, Solomon Maimon, who is just a little bit younger than Mendelssohn, in fact, looked up to Mendelssohn as his mentor in many ways. Solomon Maimon was a very talented philosopher. He debated quite successfully with Immanuel Kant, and he duplicated a lot of the strengths that Mendelssohn had. However, unlike Mendelssohn, he certainly was not observant, and he took pride in this. Maimon did write quite a few philosophical treatises that had some popularity and notoriety in his day, but his longest lasting contribution to Western thought is his rather salacious autobiography, which is it is not the first in this genre, but it is certainly one of the most important, the so-called OTD genre, the off the derech genre. Maimon himself came from a Misnagdic background in Lithuania. He was, like Mendelssohn, a child prodigy and very learned in the Talmud, and he achieved great status for his impoverished family because of his, rabbinic learning and skills. Married off at the age of 11, which was not that uncommon for especially talented rabbinic youth at that age. Very unhappy marriage, especially an unhappy relationship with his domineering mother-in-law. And so at age 13, he ran away from home. He ran away actually from his own home, abandoned his wife, and in fact did not give her a get for a decade. Also abandoned his child as well, young David, who would only meet him years later in Berlin. So Solomon Maimon left Lithuania. He had actually a sort of a detour to Mezrich, a detour to Mezrich, where he met Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, and he has a fascinating chapter about his encounter with Hasidism. But ultimately, he felt that Hasidism was, albeit more inspired and more remarkable for its devotion and its enthusiasm. It was essentially what he regarded as the same kind of nonsense that he had imbibed as a Talmudist, and he just wanted to put that all behind him. He came to northern Germany. He was in Berlin. He was associated with Mendelssohn. Got up to all kinds of trouble, visited brothels and so on, and his autobiography is a very entertaining reading, but personally I don't think of him as a very likable individual. But he's also the face of the Haskalah, because unlike Mendelssohn, who said that we can be Jews and be good Germans and be good modern citizens of Europe, we can have it all. Solomon Maimon said, chuck it over the side. Like there's so many of these books nowadays, TV series on Netflix, Unorthodox and things like that. It's a long tradition of off the derech, or over the convent walls, so to speak, types of literature. And that's the version of the Haskalah that was also active at the very same time. This will be especially significant when the movement begins to bleed over into Eastern European regions. So the Haskalah in Eastern Europe, just to give you, and Western Europe, just to give you a sense of like the kind of issues that they were facing, and the kind of solutions that they were looking for, and why the Haskalah was so significant in Eastern Europe. In the late 18th century, there was a false burial scare that actually lasted for about half a century. The consensus of scientific opinion at the time was that it was impossible to definitively define death by cessation of respiration and heart activity. And that, in fact, a person could stop breathing as far as 18th century devices were able to measure, and the heartbeat could not be detected, but the person would still be alive and then wake up sometime later. So this was kind of like a mania that circulated around Europe. It also reached the shores of America, and the invention of a safety coffin was actually, I did a little bit of research on this before the lecture. Apparently, America approved almost 90 patents for different kinds of safety coffins, specifically for this reason. And there's actually a word which I forgot that specifically describes the phobia of being buried alive. At any rate, you can see in this particular version, on the left is our dearly departed, who has been buried underground in his coffin, but then, and there's this structure that extends from the coffin up to the surface of the graveyard with this flag that looks a little bit like a mailbox flag. And on the right hand, you see in this picture, he's woken up from his coma-like trance. He's not actually dead, but he has been, falsely buried, and so he operates this little winch that frees the flag and has it pop up in the air, hopefully so that people walking by the graveyard will see that flag flying in the air, and they'll have a chill run down their spine, and then immediately they'll go out there with shovels and rescue it before it can expire a second time. There are also versions of this that had like bells and strings attached to it. There is a widely held belief, probably not true, but that the phrase "saved by the bell" refers to the ringing of such bells on safety coffins so that people would come and rescue a person. That "saved by the bell" probably comes from a boxing ring, where you're at the end of a round and you're about to be knocked out, but the bell rings the end of the round, so you get to go back for another. At any rate, why is this relevant to the Haskalah? So when Duke Friedrich of Mecklenburg-Schwerin, which is in northern Germany, heard about these things, he was quite taken with it, and he decided to go along and take the progressive scientific position and say that in Germany, or in the region that he controlled, no one could be buried until 72 hours had elapsed after the death was confirmed. So in other words, they would make sure, for sure, that a person was dead
before they interred him. And this was a tremendous affront to Jewish burial practices, which of course, inspired by their Middle Eastern origins, argued for almost immediate burial, ideally within the first 24 hours of death. And there are all these ideas in the Talmud that speak about the Nivul HaMes, the desecration of the corpse. If it's left alone, if it begins to rot, God forbid, it should be interred as soon as possible. So the rabbis were very upset about this issue, and they went to Moses Mendelssohn for a solution. They said, "You've got to help us out here because, you know, the Duke is going to impose something on Jewish practice that is so different than what we've done for the last 1,800 years. We can't have it." So Mendelssohn took two distinct positions, which is quite fascinating. On the one hand, he argued to the secular authorities, the Duke and others, that the Jews should be allowed to maintain their traditional burial practices, that they had no instances of false burials, and this is a religious thing, that they should be respected and so on. But to his Jewish compatriots, he said, "Why don't we do what the Duke said?" Why? Because it's science. It makes sense. We should do this. Because don't forget, Mendelssohn was also a product of his time and also had the same concerns of the scientific community of the era. And so privately with other rabbis, he said, "You know what, I think we should probably do this." Now, lest you object to say, how could he, as an Orthodox Jew, propose such a radical change to Jewish burial practice, the truth is, he was really arguing that he was saying we should go back to a much earlier Jewish practice. It's not very well known, but in fact, in much of the Talmudic period and the Mishnaic period, Jews did essentially practice a kind of a dual burial system, where the bodies would first be interred, and then after a period of time, typically a year, then the bones would actually be disinterred, and they would be brought to family crypts like this one in Italy. There are such crypts that exist in Beit Shan, in northern Israel, and a few places in Israel and in Italy, where we have these ancient catacombs that are clearly Jewish, marked with menorahs and things like that. And so essentially he was saying, why don't we just readopt an ancient practice, which is described in the Talmudic small tractate called Smachot. Why don't we just go back to that practice? That way we'll be good with science and good with Judaism. This got him in a lot of hot water with, among others, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who was dead set against any kind of innovation. But nevertheless, this is a typically kind of masculine way to do things, saying, well, we can appreciate science, and we can also appreciate tradition. We just have to look a little more deeply into tradition to find the way we get through this. So by trying to respect modern knowledge, which was evolving through its scientific revolutions, and also respect the Torah, but not necessarily respect the tradition in the sense of customary behaviors, what we would call in Hebrew minhagim. Things which are not necessarily rooted in scriptural commands or even the Talmud and the Mishnah, but rather, customs that had sort of like attached themselves by the dint of Jewish choices over generations that would result in things like, modes of dress and I mentioned beards and things like that that were, more regional kind of traditions. The Haskalah, under thinkers like Mendelssohn, said we should carefully examine the corpus of Judaism, and we should surgically remove, or at least isolate, those elements that are not part of the body and soul itself, but rather things like the externalities. Like, for example, do we really have to wear those kaftans everywhere? Those long coats that go below our knees? I mean, I know we've been wearing them for a few hundred years, but really? Why don't we just wear these newfangled short jackets like the Germans do? and going on, listing the many different ways in which the tradition could be altered for the sake of Haskalah. That's the kind of position that people like Moses Mendelssohn took. And the second element, which is very important, besides the role of science with Torah and tradition, is that Mendelssohn trusted and wanted to engage with civic leaders like the Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin. He felt that, for too long, Jews had regarded the non-Jewish world as toxic, as antithetical to Jewish values, and as hostile to Jewish values. And he felt, no, we should, while recognizing that there are a minority of non-Jews who unfortunately don't like Jews because they are not sufficiently educated as to who Jews are and what we stand for, we should nevertheless embrace our non-Jewish neighbors with open arms and, be happy to join with them in the exalted experiment of constructing a multi-ethnic society. And so the idea of openness to the German population in particular was a distinguishing feature of the Western Haskalah. But remember, we've got a whole range. We had the Mendelssohn, who was kind of like the middle of the road person in many ways. We have the off the derech Maimon, who was also in this camp. He was also saying, what are you even trying to keep the Torah? Just get rid of it. And then we have people like Mendelssohn's, one of his prime students. Here is David Friedlander from his years of 1750 to 1834. And we should realize that Mendelssohn's plan simply was not working. His idea of demonstrating the value of Jews to German society would naturally result in the conference of emancipation and equal rights to them. In reality, as much as the Jews tried desperately to show that they deserved emancipation, it eluded them at every turn. And this drove the Jews to an almost ape-like, slavish imitation of German norms. For example, the reorganization of the synagogue layout to make it more church-like. And in fact, one movement in Germany argued that, hey, maybe one of the reasons why we're not like meshing with the Germans is because we observe the Sabbath on different days. So fine, let's move the Sabbath from Saturday to Sunday, which is like an absurd argument, but nevertheless, it was debated and discussed very seriously. In fact, even adopted, but the laity would not accept it. The introduction of organs into the synagogue, all kinds of things which are definitely contradictory to Jewish law, but nevertheless, these like bending over backwards attempts to try and prove that Jews were willing to and appropriate partners in the German national enterprise. David Friedlander, for example, went rather far, and he argued for a so-called dry baptism. This was a proposal he put forth in 1799, realizing that, one of the only ways that Germany seemed to be willing to accept Jews as full members of society is if they would convert. We see this over and over again with great figures like Gustav Mahler, the composer, or Karl Marx's parents, who baptized Heinrich Heine, the great poet, that the only way they could really, get university positions, get reasonable jobs, get published in certain places, and so on, is if they formally adopted Christianity, specifically Lutheranism. So Friedlander said, you know what? Okay, how about this? And he actually wrote an open letter saying, how about all of us Jews convert to Lutheranism? We just want to do it on our own terms. We don't really want to believe that Jesus is our Savior, but we will, pro forma say, yeah, sure, we're Lutherans. Yeah. This was why it was a so-called dry baptism. There was no water involved. Of course, it didn't work out, but you see the extent of the desire for the Haskalah to get that elusive German citizenship, that they would do anything for it. And Haskalah was like
stretched out way beyond anything that Mendelssohn himself would have approved of. And just to put this in context, since this is the audience we're speaking to, there were genuinely Orthodox figures who found a way to kind of thread this needle. One of the most famous is Samson Raphael Hirsch, who in the middle of the 19th century articulated a very controversial strategy, which indicated that one of the things that was necessary was a cleavage of the Jewish population in Frankfurt am Main, the so-called Austritt, where the Orthodox community formally separated from the general Jewish community in the context of Jewish communal structure. This was really quite a radical move. And at the same time, he argued for a full engagement with German society to the furthest extent that halakha would allow. This is essentially the essential genesis of what would later be called modern Orthodoxy. A lot of things happened between Hirsch and the 21st century, but the idea of trying to find a safe middle ground between outright assimilation and an obscurantist, insular kind of Judaism that doesn't recognize the value of modern science, modern thought, or non-Jewish civilization. That's sort of where Samson Raphael Hirsch was trying to focus his efforts. And in case you think he wasn't sufficiently religious, this photo was often circulated with a little bit more rich beard, so he looked a little bit more fringe, so to speak. Let's go on. That's what's going on in Western Europe, right? You have these masculine, the adherents of the Haskalah, who are trying very hard to achieve certain political goals, and they are willing, along the spectrum, they're willing to go so far as to even have a kind of a mock conversion if that will get them what they want. They were unsuccessful. Eastern Europe, on the other hand, was rather different. One of the most important ways in which Eastern Europe was different is that it was way more populated by Jews. Russia proper, that is Russia before the expansion of the Catherine the Great, was actually closed to Jews from the 15th century onward. But when Catherine expanded the region right around this time, in the 18th century, she actually ended up inheriting a massive population of Jews, which she promptly sequestered in a region called the Pale of Settlement, which basically extended from halfway through Latvia all the way down to the Black Sea, encompassing the southern half of Latvia, Lithuania, Belarus, a big chunk of Poland, Ukraine, Western Ukraine in particular, and Bessarabia. These were all the regions of the Pale of Settlement. There was a massive Jewish population there that far outpaced both the absolute number of Jews in Western Europe and also their concentration. Jews were heavily concentrated in medium-sized villages all the way up to cities in Eastern Europe. As you can see, the black dots indicate cities with over 50% Jewish population in 1900. It was a little bit less so at the time period we're discussing, because there was an unusual population movement, especially affecting Jews over the course of the 19th century. But nevertheless, you get a sense of the different scale because of the massive number of Jews that lived in Eastern Europe as opposed to the West. Also, we should understand that there's a huge difference in the political and cultural and linguistic context of these regions. Germany was regarded by Jews as kind of like the most civilized country in the world. This was a country that had the best scientists, that had the most sophisticated poets, and they had the most wonderful composers, Beethoven, Bach. I mean, all these things are happening in Germany, Goethe, and so on. They're like so excited for Germany. Russia, by contrast, Jews were not especially engaged with it at all. As I mentioned a second ago, Russia proper was actually closed to Jews, so Jews couldn't live in St. Petersburg or in Moscow unless they had special permission because they were especially wealthy and were involved in commerce or they were talented medical professionals. Otherwise, the vast majority of Jews lived among the large non-Russian populations that were part of the Russian Empire.
Ukrainians, the Poles, the Lithuanians, the
Baby, the
Belarusians, and so
sky
on.
will be
And
blue.
their cultures, especially their literary cultures, were way behind what was happening in Germany. The Dostoevskys, the Tolstoys, and so on were just the beginning of the huge rush of great Russian literature, but that was happening, towards the end of the period that was often. So it was, Jews were just not attracted to these things. There was no real desire to assimilate to Russian culture, which is quite different from what you have in Germany. Furthermore, Jews living in this huge swath of territory, the Pale of Settlement, had massive linguistic affinities with each other in the Yiddish language, which was so strong there, and not at all a minority language among Jews, that it actually evolved eventually into a distinct movement of its own. And any kind of challenge to traditional authority, religious authority that you would find in Ashkelon in Western Europe. In Eastern Europe, it tended to move away from assimilation and more into acculturation. And it was expressed in movements that we understand today because they were incredibly influential. Yiddishism, right? The whole engagement with Yiddish literature, Shalom Aleichem, Neged Malchus Forum, the culture of it, and so on, that translates really to Broadway and to Hollywood. Zionism, the great political experiment of the Jews that was heavily weighted towards the demands of Eastern Europe, and Jewish socialism, the Bund, the Arbeiter Ring, and of course elements of Jews in the Communist Party, the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks, and so on. These are things that happen because the Jews are in such great numbers, and not especially attracted to Russian culture. They linguistically, they either doubled down on Yiddish or they explored Hebrew. They generally did not say, "Hey, let's all speak the vernacular, Ukrainian." A little bit different in Poland. There was a much stronger level of Polish-Jewish synthesis. You had, let's say, Jewish Lithuanian or Jewish Ukrainian, but nothing like the German Jewish synthesis that really drove Haskalah. So as these ideas of the masculine start seeping over into Eastern Europe, Eastern Europeans, even those who are inclined towards these ideas, they're not deeply impressed. They say, "No, we don't want to do it like that. Are you serious? Dry baptism? That's what you expect of us? No way." But they internalized it in other very different ways. For example, Joseph Pearl,
pussy like ice cream.
one of the important misnagdim of the era, one of the important masculine of the era, and you can see right away he's wearing a kippah, very large kippah, even larger than my own, in fact. But he embodies this view, saying, "Okay, listen, there's a lot of great things going on in Western Europe and science, and maybe they'll get emancipated and things like that." He looks around at what's going on in Eastern Europe and he says, "What's holding us back?" He says, "Oh, man, it's those Hasidim. They are the worst. The Misnagdim, okay, they're religious obscurantists and so on, but at least they're rationalists. At least they, have a logical system, and they're very sober, and they are punctual, and they have all of these kinds of values. The Hasidim are wild men. They are drinking, they're dancing, they're singing, they're practicing all kinds of behaviors that we're not used to. All of those things that the Misnagdim I discussed last week were really offensive, or were offended by the Hasidism. And so he took a really unusual tack. He composed false Hasidic books, which were designed to be parodies of Hasidim, that is, satires. He wrote a book called Megadat Milim, which means the revealer of secrets, which was meant to be read as if it were an actual Hasidic book, but when you read it, you would say, "Oh my gosh, these Hasidim are such fools, such idiots." Ironically, he ended up really preserving a lot of tremendously interesting Hasidic ideas. Rabbi Nachman of Bratslav, who was one of his most, he hated Rabbi Nachman more than most. A lot of the famous stories of Rabbi Nachman were recorded because Joseph Pearl put them in his own book. So, strangely enough,
did a service for Hasidism by opposing them. And the thing is, people like Joseph Pearl, even though he was a dedicated educator and he made tremendous contributions to the general education in Tarnopol, in Western Ukraine, but nevertheless, he simply could not get any serious traction with his opposition to Hasidism, especially through this strange device of writing these parodies of Hasidic thought. But you see how the Haskalah here, especially in the figure of Joseph Pearl, tries to corrode support for Hasidism, but it is a genuinely popular folk movement that people enjoy. People want to be associated with the Hasidim. We should note that Pearl was not the only Maskil who dealt with the Hasidim, and there were some, I'll show you one in about 10 minutes, that viewed the Hasidic movement with quite a bit more charity, but nevertheless, the basic attack of Haskalah on Eastern European Jews was primarily focused at the Hasidim, because they saw them as the most obscurantist, the most anti-rational, the most diametrically opposed to the values of Haskalah that they were trying to slowly bring into Eastern Europe. The fights over Hasidic literature really died down around the year 1850 for various reasons. For example, the Vilna Gaon had now been dead for almost 20 years, and there are also changes in the generations of Hasidic leaders and so on, and the placing of Hasidic rabbis in official positions in many cities calmed down a lot of that intense literary debate. But the Hasidim and the Misnagdim together faced a much more significant threat from the Russian government. And so another element of the Haskalah's attack on the traditionalist lifestyle in Eastern Europe was specifically through the government. And this, in many ways, poisoned the relations between, on the one hand, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim, and on the other hand, the Maskilim coming into Germany. But ironically, this meant that the Hasidim and the Misnagdim had common cause against the Haskalah. And so to a large degree, this helped form what we might call today a Haredi bloc of Litvaks and Hasidim, because they both saw the Haskalah as an existential threat to their work. Tsar Nicholas I here, who was one of the most influential tsars to rule Russia, had a lot of ideas about how to deal with Jewish people. He was deeply disturbed that they should not conform to his threefold theory as of good government in Russia that emphasized worship of the Tsar, that emphasized Russian orthodoxy, which Jews could not conform to. Russian Orthodox Christianity, not Russian Orthodox Judaism. And finally, the idea of narodnost, which means peoplehood or peopleness. He wanted Russian citizens of the Russian Empire, to kind of coalesce around the Russian nationality. And the Jews were like an indigestible mass that could not be absorbed. So he tried a twofold solution to try and divest the Jews of their alien narodnost, and at the same time their alien Judaism, hoping that would bring them into the Russian fold per se through a form of assimilation. The carrot element of this was in the form of the Crown Schools, which was a network of Russian-sponsored schools that enrolled Jewish children and purported to use the Haskalah methods of education to enlighten them and to expose them to science and the Russian language and all kinds of things like that. This is one of the reasons why the yeshiva on Volozhin closed down, was specifically over whether or not the students there would have to learn Russian. And it's clear that it's not because they felt that the Russian language was somehow completely divorced from everything Jewish, but that they felt that it was the leading edge of much worse things. They brought in Maskilim like Max Lilienthal, who initially tried to set up these so-called crown schools, but when it was discovered by Lilienthal and others that in fact these were like very thinly veiled attempts to actually convert Jewish children to Russian Orthodoxy, with actually priests working on the veil and so on. Lilienthal ended up giving up, and he actually retired here to America, where he made a career here. And this was the carrot, enrolling kids, Jewish kids, in the crown schools. The stick was that if you didn't enroll your child in the officially Russian-sponsored school, then your child would be exposed to the Russian army, the so-called Kantonist system. Beginning in 1837, Nicholas I said that Jewish children as young as age 12, legally, in reality, many children younger than the age of 12 were taken, would be conscripted into the Russian army. Now, there's a lot more to say about this terrible decree. It had a tremendously corrosive impact on the Jewish leadership in the communities as well, but it was essentially a death sentence, Jewishly, for the Jewish boys who were taken off to the Tsar's army. One thing that many people don't realize is that service in the Tsar's army was 25 years in length. And Nicholas I, recognizing that conscripting adults at 18 years old, Jewish adults at 18 years old, they were already so steeped in Jewish thought and culture and family connections, they might even be married at this point, they would never completely assimilate. So that's why he backed it off by an additional 6 years, at which point they would have 6 years of military education, and then they would serve their 25 years in the Tsar's army. A horrific thing, these children be taken away from their families, and you can see the desperation in this contemporary Russian painting describing the removal of the Cantonese. So the Jews of Russia had this terrible choice: either put their kids in these Russian-sponsored, basically conversionist Skala schools, or they can expose them to the risks of being sent off to the Tsar's army and not really seen again for decades. This is the reason why, I'm here. My grandfather, Oliver Shalom, did not want to fight against the Japanese in the Russo-Japanese War on behalf of the Russians, so he made his way to Canada. And about 70% of Ashkenazi Jews in America trace their origins back to this particular period in history as well. You have a lot of shenanigans with Jews mutilating themselves by shooting off toes, children being adopted by other families, so they would be considered as only sons, mixing up ages of birth and all kinds of things that occur during this period. But under these circumstances, the Misnagdim and the Hasidim realized that they had much greater enemies in the Russian government itself and in the Maskilim, who were penetrating into the Russian government and using their position to try to, in their own way, their own misguided way, to enlighten the Jews and using state power to do so. So this coalesced in a kind of two-front battle. But not everyone agreed with this general assessment. There were some exceptional figures, like Eliezer Tzvito here, who was a maskil, who, unlike Joseph Pearl, did not agree with the excoriation of the Hasidim. And in reality, he had an elevated approach to the three-way conflict that was developing. And I'd like to just close with a quote from a book he wrote called, appropriately, Shalom Al Yisrael, in which he writes, God saw that there would be three shepherds, Rabbi Eliyahu in Lithuania, this is the Vilna Gaon, to safeguard the Torah, to purify the Talmud, and to oversee its logic and its diligent study. The Hasidim in Volhynia, which is in southern Poland, western Ukraine, to martial devotion and to fan the embers of feeling. Because the Isnardim in Lithuania, like they say in Yiddish, kalt via Litvak, cold as a Lithuanian. They have a phenomenal sense of logical power and reason and so on, but they're cold. They're like very tachlis oriented. What is the detail? And very focused on the argument. But the Hasidim, on the other hand, is so warm. And maybe they're not quite as demanding about what's happening around the edges, and they're much more inclusive, and they're much more into, for example, prayer. The founder of the Chabad Hasidim said he went to the Magid in order to learn how to pray. He didn't learn to learn Hasidic thought. He went to learn how to pray because they prayed with great devotion. And they prayed with enthusiasm. Hasidic Verbringen is a wonderful thing. And finally, the great sage of our people, Moses ben Menachem, in Germany, called him to place the cradle of light in the lamp of religion, and argued in this regard that a lot of the ideas that we began with today, the desire to really conforming to that Maimonidean thought, listening to the truth and accepting it from whoever speaks it, can be valuable for the Jews, and in fact allows the Jews in the 19th century to really excel in so many areas of human endeavor. But I have to conclude with Shalom Al Yisrael because I identify very much with this idea of different magnetic polarities that affect the Jewish people, alternating between that austere religious text-based thought and the divine enthusiasm of religious ecstasy and the open-minded rationalism of modernism. These three ideas really inform quite a bit of the Jewish community today, and I think it is the diversity of thought and the multiplicity of perspectives that really helps the Jews exist as a community and as a people in America and the world. Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance over these 3 weeks. It's really a great honor to speak with you. One of the things that I find so exciting about the early Jewish community in Amsterdam, particularly in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, is the fact that it was a place that drew in people from very diverse backgrounds, surprisingly diverse backgrounds, and they came together to produce some tremendous artifacts of Jewish culture that later went on to have very, very illustrious careers. One of those documents is the Amsterdam Haggadah of 1695, and in particular, the copper engravings that really set the signal for many more Haggadahs for centuries, right up to and including the Maxwell House Haggadah that was very popular here in America. And we all love reading Haggadahs with great illustrations, and the person that we have to thank for the Amsterdam Haggadah is an unusual individual named Abraham Bar Yaakov, whose years were 1669 to 1730. He was born in Germany, probably in the Rhineland, and what little we know about his background is that he was actually a convert to Judaism. He was originally a Christian pastor, a Protestant pastor, and he moved to Amsterdam at the age of 26, and that's where he converted and began to, use his talents as an engraver, and presumably as a pastor, because he had great familiarity with the illustrated Bibles in circulation at the time, and he brought those talents together in the Amsterdam Haggadah. We know just a handful of facts about him. He was apparently married twice. We don't know about his first wife. Perhaps that was when he was still Christian. His second wife, however, was Deborah Proops, a very famous family of printers. Her husband was actually employed by her brother, Solomon ben Joseph Proops, who published the 1712 reprint of the 1695 Haggadah that Abraham Bar Jacob is associated with. And it was Abraham Bar, Aramaic rather than Ben, Yaakov, and normally with a convert you add Yaakov Bar Abraham. There's no question about it because he refers to himself elsewhere as Mishpachat Abraham Avinu, meaning from the family of Abraham, our father. But at any rate, let's have a look at this amazing Haggadah just for a few minutes. So here's the title page of it, absolutely gorgeous. You see there's representation of Moses on the right, the lawgiver, and Aaron, the high priest, on the left. Extremely influential design that was repeated again over and over again. And copper engraving, which is a technological upgrade from previous forms of illustrations. Here you can see gorgeous rendition of the daughter of Pharaoh receiving or finding baby Moses in the Nile. You can see right in the center of the river, in the mid-ground there, is Moses in the basket, and then it's sort of a compressed timeline. In the back, you can see it looks like the maidservant, not the daughter of Pharaoh herself, as we might have in the Midrashic tradition, reaches out to receive Moses, and then on the left side of the foreground, you see apparently the maidservant presenting the baby Moses to the daughter of Pharaoh herself, who was so designated by a crown. Fascinating kind of very detailed and gorgeous illustration. You can imagine people sitting around the Seder table in Amsterdam enjoying this, and then really all over Europe. If the previous image might have appealed to the young daughters in the family, perhaps with maternal instincts, this one is definitely designed for the young boys in the family, with this dramatic image of Moses beating the Egyptian who presented a danger as described in the book of Exodus. And you can see all around are various activities involved with building Pitom and Ramses, the cities described as the slave cities that the Jews were involved with in the book of Exodus. So really gorgeous, detailed illustrations, very evocative and so on. It's also famous for being the site of a very early Hebrew map. You can see it's laid out east to west. Here's a colorized version of it, also very interesting looking. But I think what is most fascinating about this is in this type of era, the whole idea of plagiarism was not very well defined. And so here is a classic image from the Haggadah that shows the pictures of the four sons. Right on the right, the wise son, and then second from the right is the wicked son. The third from the right is the simple son, and then at the very left is the one who does not know how to ask. And you see they're actually different in size as well. But when you look a little bit more deeply, you see that actually these four sons were clearly taken from early models. And in fact, many of the images in the Amsterdam Haggadah were simply taken from earlier biblical illustrations that came from Christian sources, which is perhaps something that our artist might have become familiar with through his earlier Christian study. Here, for example, you see the four sons in the Amsterdam Haggadah as in the top left image. And by the way, ironically, it says underneath here in the German, reproduction is forbidden, which it's ironic because, of course, this is exactly what he was doing. But this is also from 1931. It's a reprint from then, so it's already well in the public domain. But at any rate, three of the four sons are simply flipped in mirror image and taken from entirely different illustrations drawn from the Iconis Biblical of Matthäus Marian of Basel, a mid-17th century print of the Bible with illustrations. So you can see, for example, the Chacham, the wise son, is actually from a picture of Hannibal, who's offering a sacrifice in the top right. The Russia, the wicked son, is actually a Roman soldier in the bottom right fleeing a battle. And then on the left, the simple son is ironically based on a model of the prophet Samuel in the lower left. And then it's just flipped as well, and a hat is added to kind of reinforce the image. So the whole idea of what could be borrowed, what could be built upon, what could be augmented was really very fluid in the 17th century. I'll just wrap it up with one quick look at his own signature, which is really beautiful and evocative in many ways. And as you can see, that right there in the bottom of this image, it says Abraham Bar Yaakov. And I find it interesting that he chose to specifically illustrate his name underneath a depiction of a story from the book of Jonah, the book of Yonah, in which the stormy sea throws Yonah overboard. He's swallowed up by some kind of aquatic creature and then spit out safely on dry land. And I just wonder, it's very tempting to think, is this what Abraham Bar Yaakov thought of himself? That he too came from a very tumultuous era. He landed in Amsterdam and he found his wife, he found a family, he found his métier as a copper engraver, and finally as a Jew. Fascinating, don't you think? I hope you enjoyed this video, and I hope we'll have a chance to explore Amsterdam together this fall with Kosher River Cruises. Thanks very much for watching.
I want to be like
One of the most fascinating and fun aspects of my career as a Jewish historian is the opportunity to explore some of the exciting historical sites of Europe, in particular with kosher riverboat cruises. We've been doing this for a few years now, and I really love taking these voyages of discovery as we explore the rich Jewish heritage, particularly of the Jewish waterways of Europe. And I'm especially looking forward to visiting Amsterdam this fall. Here's a little Vorspeise video, a little appetizer to give you a sense of the exciting nature and unique nature of the Amsterdam Jewish community. And I think one of the most fascinating elements of this unusual Jewish community is the deep involvement of Portuguese Jews. So let's look at one in particular, a rather tragic example, but nevertheless illustrative of the kind of spiritual, creative, intellectual energy that was brought to Amsterdam by the Jews from Portugal. I'm speaking specifically about Uriel Acosta, also referred to as Da Costa, who was born in 1583 and passed away in 1640. His tragic story has been dramatized and produced in theater in many different countries. Here, for example, you see a poster from a fairly recent Polish production of his sad life. He was born in Portugal in 1583 to a new Christian family. What exactly does that mean? Many people speak about the Spanish Inquisition, but in reality, the Portuguese Inquisition, which followed shortly after the expulsion of Jews from Spain in 1492, was an absolutely horrific experience and had in many ways just as powerful, if not more powerful, an impact on Jewish history, because the Portuguese Jews were forcibly converted in 1497. There was kind of like a status quo agreement that the crown of Portugal would simply turn a blind eye to whatever they did behind closed doors. And so there was this tolerance for about 3 decades of Jews being outwardly Christian, and yet nevertheless, as an open secret, they were still practicing Jewish practices. In 1530, the Inquisition came down hard in Portugal and created tremendous havoc for many Jews living there. And so many Jews went deep underground but they had several decades of experience living as crypto Jews, and so they tried literally for centuries to make their way out of Portugal afterwards. These families, who were technically Christian because they had received baptism, willingly or not, were called new Christians, which made a distinction between the so-called old Christians, who had never had any experience with Judaism, and the new Christians who were of Jewish background. There's a lot more to say about that, but I don't want to take up too much time in this video. At any rate, like many Jews of his generation, Acosta was not informed of his Jewish background until he was really a teenager. And he had understood that he was a good Christian like everyone else. He studied theology. It's quite possible he may even have received a clerical degree himself. And then when he found out that he was Jewish, he was fascinated with it. He was obsessed with it, and he wanted to really explore his Jewish background. This was only possible, however, once the family did make their way out of Portugal to Amsterdam, which was a much more liberal and tolerant environment, at least in some senses, where these Portuguese Jews could once again re-engage with their Jewish identity. Unfortunately, for people like Acosta, his Jewish identity was an imagined identity, because this is 1583. The Inquisition has been in place for 50 years. The Jews have been forcibly converted for almost a century. His real contact with Jewish teachings is highly limited. Almost everything he's learning about Judaism is from Christian sources reflecting upon Judaism, and him trying to decode them to understand what Judaism must really be like after you take away the Christian filter. He came to Amsterdam in 1614. He spent a little bit of time after that in Hamburg. He was circumcised and he formally converted, but he found himself in conflict with the Hamburg community in 1618. And the crux of the problem was that he did not believe that Jews were living up to the ideal that he had set for them, right? Imagine the kind of environment he must have been active in. He was an intellectual, brilliant individual, very well read, and he's coming to adopt this new Jewish identity after almost a century of persecution, and he finds that Jews are people too, and Jews are not necessarily behaving at the standards which he expected of them after reading, the Hebrew Bible, hoping to find models of human behavior in the patriarchs and the matriarchs, King David and King Solomon. And he sees around them there are regular people who are going about as Jews, occasionally perhaps not speaking well of each other, perhaps not necessarily treating each other appropriately in business and so on. And he is angry about this. He ends up getting into conflict with the local community that, in an attempt to try and quell his anger and his public expectations, he is actually excommunicated. Now, there's a lot more to say about what exactly is excommunication in a Jewish context. It essentially means a form of ostracism, and there are different levels of it, as we shall see. So, he was first excommunicated in the year 1618. He goes back and he lives in Amsterdam, and he, the excommunication is lifted, and but he doesn't stop. He's still so bothered by the fact that, how is it possible that Jews do not behave to the standards that he expects they should adopt? It's possible that Maria Acosta suffered from some level of mental illness. When I get to the end of this story, perhaps you'll see why this is especially poignant. But nevertheless, he ended up publishing a book, The Examination of Pharisaic Traditions, which was in many ways an attack on exactly the problem that we're describing here. The Jewish community, which at this time was trying to negotiate a safe level of tolerance with the outside community, and certainly did not want these kind of intellectual rabble-rousers active in Amsterdam. They ended up excommunicating him again. This is the second excommunication. He was fined, the book was seized and burned, and he ended up fleeing to Utrecht. Nevertheless, in Utrecht, he found himself extremely depressed. In 1628, his mother passed away, and he found that he simply could not live. He didn't have a community anymore. He wasn't a Christian. He didn't have community among Jews either. So he moved back to Amsterdam, hoping to absorb himself within the Jewish community again. And he said, I'm going to set aside all of my intellectual and spiritual disagreements with the community. He said later on, a very sad phrase, he said, I shall become an ape among apes. Very derogatory statement in the sense that he wanted to fit in with the Jews, even though he felt that it really wasn't for him. He thought a lot about some of the philosophical areas of Judaism, and he just could not help himself. He ended up getting involved in controversial behavior again. He ended up preventing two Christians who were considering conversion to Judaism at this time, and this brought him to the attention of the Jewish community once again. And so in 1640, he formally says to the community, okay, look, I'm really, really sorry. I know I'm having trouble controlling myself, but I will completely subject myself to the Jewish community. I will not, engage in any of these activities anymore. And the Beit Din of Amsterdam, the Jewish court, imposed an extremely harsh sanction on him. They accepted him back, but they ordered him to go through a ritual humiliation, which was surprisingly not as uncommon as one might think in the 17th century, where he was taken into the synagogue, he was tied to a post and symbolically lashed with a thin little lash, but the idea was to symbolically accept his repentance through these lashes. And then he was required to lie down at the entrance to the synagogue and have the entire synagogue membership walk over him, which is a sign of abject humiliation.